In the vast expanse of the Hautian continent, amidst the southern wastes and the northern mountainous regions, a calamity had befallen the land as beasts wreaked havoc, compelling the populace to flee, abandoning their homes. In the evening breeze, a group of refugees was seen in flight, burdened with their families, disheveled and in tatters, a sight of profound desolation. Brother, I am so frightened. Out of the 2,000 souls from our villages, only a mere 300 remain. Last night, Erguzi and Uncle Wong were devoured by the ferocious beasts, spoke a frail girl of 8 or 9, her slight frame trembling incessantly. Despite her humble attire and the dirt accumulated from days of flight, no one could deny that she was a quintessential beauty, especially with her pair of lively, expressive eyes. Fear not, for as long as I draw breath, nothing shall harm you, be it beast or man. A striking young boy of 15 or 16 reassured her, tenderly patting her head, his gaze resolute and steadfast. He was named Yi Feng, and his sister was Yi Shiner. 5 years prior, their parents had mysteriously vanished, leaving Yi Feng to shoulder the responsibility of caring for his sister and providing for their family. A year ago, the beastly calamity had erupted, and they had joined the throngs of villagers in their desperate flight. An older man observed Yi Feng with admiration, remarking, "One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable character of Yi Feng. A boy of merely a decade, yet he manages the household with the deftness of a mature man, attending to his sister with utmost diligence. How many in this world can claim to match such prowess?" The others around nodded in agreement, their respect for the young lad stemming from their deep familiarity with his character. Beneath the setting sun, a city emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. The ancient, weathered walls bore testament to the city's long-standing history. Most striking was the statue atop the city, Toira, breathtakingly beautiful woman, captivating and unparalleled, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. This city derived its name from that very statue. Behold, the city of the goddess is right before us. Within its walls, cultivators stand guard, and fierce beasts dare not encroach. Once we enter the city of the goddess, our safety is assured, whispered the crowd, their expressions shifting from fear and despair to a glimmer of hope. As long as they could reach the city of the goddess, their lives would be spared. They hurriedly quickened their pace, rushing towards the sanctuary. Yifeng grasped Yi Ziner's hand, closely following the throng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a series of piercing sounds, several figures descended from the sky, each one a cultivator. At the forefront stood a tall, slightly stout man named Zhao Yi, the lord of the city of the goddess. Zhao Yi surveyed the crowd and spoke coldly. A beast calamity is upon us, and the number of refugees seeking shelter is overwhelming. The humble city of the goddess cannot accommodate so many. Only those who have awakened their essence may enter. The hopeful gazes of the crowd instantly dimmed. Though they were not cultivators themselves, they understood that awakening one's essence was a prerequisite for becoming a cultivator. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. Zhao Yi's words effectively extinguished their hopes of finding refuge in the city of the goddess. To survive the beast calamity, one needed the protection of a formidable force. Otherwise, the chances of survival were nearly non-existent. They are but ordinary individuals, stranded in the vast and sparsely populated southern wilderness, utterly bereft of the strength to journey to the next city that might offer them refuge. To force their way into a city is nothing short of a fanciful dream. Zhao Yi, his face taut, emitted 2 beams of green light from his eyes as he slowly traversed the crowd, seeking out any awakened beings of the primal source. Each person's heart raced in their throat, yearning to be that fortunate one, even though the likelihood of such an event was infinitesimally small. The flicker of hope deep within their hearts was utterly extinguished. Something is amiss. Zhao Yi seemed to suddenly discern a problem, swiftly approaching Yifeng. The green light in his eyes flared once more, as if he could unravel all of Yifeng's secrets. An intense emotional upheaval manifested on his face, beginning with astonishment, followed by shock, and ultimately culminating in sheer incredulity. How? How is this possible? Is this merely an illusion? The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, filled with confusion. The few cultivators who had accompanied Zhao Yi looked on in astonishment. They had followed the city lord for many years and had never witnessed such a transformation before. After observing for a while longer and confirming his observations, Zhao Yi uttered a few words. The flawless primal source. This is truly beyond belief. Upon uttering these words, the accompanying cultivators were nearly rendered speechless in astonishment. What is this flawless origin? This lad possesses such a legendary source. In such a savage land, a prodigy of this caliber has emerged. If this young man were to cultivate, his future prospects would be beyond imagination. In a vast expanse of the Hautian continent, the pursuit of cultivation is revered. Within each individual lies the essence known as origin. To embark upon the path of cultivation, one must awaken this origin. Each person possesses a unique origin with varying qualities and strengths. The flawless origin is among the most formidable types, signifying that its bearer can master any technique, and their progression will reach an astonishing pace. However, this type of origin is exceedingly rare throughout history. Only a handful have ever possessed it, each one a peerless powerhouse who commanded respect in their era. Zhao Yi reigned in his emotions, and even the typically composed corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of smile. The goddess city is a branch of the esteemed cultivation sect, Xianhua Gate. If he were to recommend Yi Feng to Xianhua Gate, the benefits he would reap are simply unimaginable. Perhaps the most prudent decision he has made in his life was to venture out today to investigate whether any of these refugees possess an awakened origin. That he coughed and said, "Young man, come with me into the city. Not only will you be shielded from the peril of the ferocious beasts, but you shall also embark on a splendid journey beyond your wildest imagination. By the way, I overheard your conversation. This person beside you is your sister, is she not? She may accompany you into the city as well." The refugees gazed at Yi Feng, their eyes filled with envy. Yet, as reality struck, they were reminded of their own plight, destined to wander and unable to escape the jaws of the beasts, their expressions dimming once more. Yi Feng bowed respectfully to Zhao Yi and, gesturing towards a group of victims, said, "I wish to bring them into the city with me. I implore you to grant this request. Otherwise, I would be remiss in accepting your generous offer." The crowd was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yi Feng's declaration. Zhao Yi's countenance darkened as he replied, "In the city of my goddess, resources are scarce, and with the beast calamity upon us, we cannot accept the unfit." The refugees were deeply moved. To survive amidst such a disaster was a luxury in itself. Yi Feng was willing to wager his immense fortune for the chance of bringing them into the city. The sentiment was beyond words, yet it seemed unfathomable to ask him to relinquish such an opportunity for their sake. They urged him, "Little Feng, do not act so rashly. We appreciate your intentions. Among so many of us, if even one survives, it is a blessing. Please apologize to the city lord. Even if you do not consider yourself, think of Sheener. Without entry into the city, it is a matter of life and death." Yi Feng halted, resolute and unwavering, and declared, "Do not speak further. Over these years, my sister and I have relied on each other. Being so young, there are many things we cannot manage. Had it not been for your assistance, we might not have survived to this day. If today I forsake everyone for my own sake, am I still human?" With that, he continued forward, showing no inclination to pause. The distressed crowd shook their heads in resignation, uncertain whether to express gratitude for his loyalty or to chastise him for his foolishness. Zhao Yi's expression was a tapestry of emotions, as he encountered such a tactless young man for the first time. However, the advantages of recommending Yi Feng to the Xianhua sect were simply too significant to ignore. After a moment of hesitation, He gritted his teeth and declared, "I can permit these people to reside in the city for a month. That is my limit." Yi Feng turned his gaze, his determination unwavering. "Allow them to stay until the beast calamity is eradicated. Otherwise, I would be remiss in your kindness. That is my boundary." The displaced individuals were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, wishing fervently to slap Yi Feng for his obstinacy. "For our sake, is it worth abandoning the opportunity a second time? You, do not push your luck." Zhao Yi seethed. A mere youth dared to speak to him in such a manner. Glancing at the wretched crowd, Yi Feng realized that if they did not enter the city now, in a day or two, they would likely be decimated by the ferocious beasts. Thus, he resolved to concede a little. "How about this? I possess immaculate essence. Once we enter the city, you will undoubtedly instruct me in cultivation. A month hence, if I can receive a single finger's worth of your strength, you will permit them to remain until the beast calamity is lifted. If I fail, then you may expel them, and I shall have no objections. A month from now, to receive a single finger's worth? Such audacity," Zhao Yi remarked, both exasperated and amused. "Dare you?" Yi Feng gazed intently at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi scoffed. "You seek to provoke me? Very well. I accept your challenge, however. I must inform you that it is but a dream. Should you manage to withstand a single finger of mine, not only will you be allowed to reside here until the beast calamity abates, but these suffering souls may dwell as long as they wish." The gratitude of the distressed populace towards Yi Feng was beyond measure. Even if he were to falter a month hence, merely experiencing a month of peace amidst this beastly turmoil would be deemed a luxury. Several of Zhao Yi's subordinates could not suppress their laughter. Truly, he is unaware of his own mortality. The growth of a genius requires time. To claim he could withstand the city lord's finger in a month's time is perhaps the greatest jest in history. Indeed, the ignorant are oft fearless. Having never encountered a practitioner, he is overly confident in his own abilities. We shall see how this young man meets his fate. Unperturbed by these jeers, Yi Feng turned to the crowd of displaced individuals, his demeanor resolute. "Esteemed villagers, rest assured, while my abilities may fall short of saving every soul, I will ensure that you find refuge within the goddess city until the beast calamity is vanquished. I will not let you down regarding our wager a month hence." His youthful visage, though marked by innocence, emanated an undeniable conviction. Chapter 2. The first cultivation. Upon entering the city of goddesses, Zhao Yi arranged for Yi Feng and his companions to settle in. Yi Feng and Yi Shiner were accommodated in the Celestial Crane Pavilion, a residence specifically designed for those awakening their primal essence, where they were provided with a charming, independent courtyard in the western garden of the pavilion. Aside from Yi Feng, the eastern garden of the Celestial Crane Pavilion housed 12 other individuals who had also awakened their primal essence. Like Yi Feng, these individuals had undergone a brief period of training to establish a solid foundation for their cultivation before being recommended to the immortal transformation sect. In contrast, others were relegated to the communal living quarters, where they were left to fend for themselves without provisions or essentials for survival. Yi Feng felt powerless regarding this situation, pondering how he might address the plight of his fellow villagers in the future. Nonetheless, for these people, far from home, the circumstances were bearable, for at least they need not fear being devoured by ferocious beasts. After a day of rest, Yi Feng was escorted to the Dao Cultivation Hall within the City of Goddesses. In the expansive training hall, the 12 primal essence awakeners had already gathered. Upon seeing Yi Feng, they immediately directed hostile glances toward him. Among them, a tall young man, around 17 or 18 years of age, crossed his arms defiantly and, with a provocative tone, inquired, "You're the one possessing the flawless essence, aren't you? They say those with a flawless essence are extraordinary talents. I wonder if you can withstand a punch from me." A lanky individual chuckled mischievously. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, initially contemplating how to assimilate into their group. Yet to his surprise, it appeared they were intent on provoking him from the outset. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and politely greeted them. "Greetings to you all. I'm well, but I can't say the same for you," the tall boy retorted. "Just looking at you makes me feel nauseous. Ha ha ha." A man with a face full of scars spoke. A flicker of anger crossed Yifeng's face. At that moment, with the sound of approaching footsteps, an elderly gentleman, around 50 years of age, entered with a solemn expression. After scrutinizing Yifeng, he said, "Yifeng, I am Wu Qingfeng. In the days to come, I shall be responsible for imparting the methods of cultivation to you and your companions, laying a solid foundation." The younger Yifeng paid his respects. Despite his humble origins, his parents were educated individuals who had taught him etiquette and literacy before their disappearance. Wu Qingfeng acknowledged him with a nod and continued, "I have heard that you have made a wager with the city lord, claiming you will receive a finger from him in a month's time. I believe that once you gain a deeper understanding of martial cultivation, you will undoubtedly refrain from making such bold assertions." The 12 individuals present erupted in laughter, their expressions brimming with derision. It was likely that had Wu Qingfeng not been present, they would have mocked him openly. Yifeng, maintaining his composure, replied, "I understand that this may seem like a fanciful notion, but for the sake of my fellow villagers, I have no other choice." With a sigh of resignation, Wu Qingfeng said, "You are overly ambitious. Let us shift to a teaching mode." He lightly sighed, and with a flourish of his right hand, he pointed thrice into the air, causing a book made of earthy yellow light to materialize, inscribed with the words Xianhua Jing. Beside it floated a pill, crystalline and translucent, exuding an enticing aroma. Upon seeing these two items, the eyes of the 12 individuals instantly ignited with fervor, filled with jealousy and envy. "See? I told you that the moment this lad arrived, he would undoubtedly seize the finest resources," one individual muttered under his breath. With a wave of his grand sleeve, Wu Qingfeng transformed the book into a ray of light that shone into Yifeng's brow. The elixir gracefully descended into his palm. "Yifeng," it spoke. "The goddess city is affiliated with one of the mightiest sects in the southern wilderness, the Xianhua sect. What I now bestow upon you is the introductory portion of the Xianhua sect's most esteemed cultivation scripture, the Xianhua Classic. This elixir, known as the bone-refining pill, is a third-grade potion immensely beneficial for solidifying your foundational cultivation. First, consume this pill and delve into the contents of the scripture in your mind. After an hour, once the medicinal properties have permeated your body, return to the second floor, and I shall formally instruct you in the ways of cultivation." Yifeng sensed a radiant beam penetrating the depths of his consciousness, which then exploded into a myriad of characters, subsequently crystallizing into his memory, profound and enigmatic. He nodded in agreement. Wu Qingfeng gestured towards the 12 individuals and declared, "As for you, I have imparted all that is necessary. Now, cultivate on your own. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me on the second floor." With that, he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Experiencing the martial cultivation realm for the first time, Yifeng found it utterly fascinating. After consuming the elixir, he sought a tranquil spot to sit and study the Xianhua Classic within his mind. Suddenly, a discordant voice interrupted, "He, possessing the flawless origin certainly yields exceptional treatment. Not only do you receive the finest cultivation scripture, but also a third-grade elixir. Truly enviable." The speaker was none other than the tall young man. Yifeng felt a surge of displeasure. The veiled mockery directed at him was unmistakably palpable. Contemplating his recent arrival, he resolved to endure and replied, "Please refrain from jesting. I hope to count on your assistance in the future." No sooner had he spoken than a sarcastic voice retorted, "Who are we to offer you assistance? The possessor of the flawless origin is destined to be an unparalleled powerhouse. Alas, how can one even hope to keep pace?" Indeed, the individual who claims to be capable of challenging the city lord within a month would not dare to do so, even with 100 lives at their disposal. I can only hope that in the future, you might show some consideration for us, given our shared journey in cultivation. Yifeng rubbed his nose, reflecting that there are limits to forbearance. If they continued to provoke him, they might genuinely believe he was afraid of them. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "You truly lack the qualification to concern yourselves with me. However, rest assured, I shall certainly keep an eye on you in the future." The 12 were instantly left speechless. As though they had swallowed a fly, their emotions a tumultuous blend of embarrassment and fury. Logically, one would expect them to respond with anger or to suppress their wrath with empty rhetoric, yet this young man had the audacity to play along with their bravado. "How utterly arrogant you are," scoffed a tall male student. "Am I truly arrogant? It is your actions that have compelled me to this stance. I long to integrate with you, yet the moment I appeared, you turned against me. Despite my repeated acts of forbearance, you remain unrepentant. Do not mistake my tolerance for weakness." Yifeng fixed his gaze upon the 12, continuing, "I suspect your animosity towards me stems from envy. My origin may be slightly superior, and my treatment somewhat more favorable, yet we are all but unfortunate victims of fate, destined to confront cultivators from across the world. Is there truly any merit in your jealousy?" With that, he disregarded them entirely and seated himself upon a bench in the corner. The 12 felt their thoughts laid bare by Yifeng's words, a blend of shame and anger boiling within them. Yet, they dared not unleash their frustration within the confines of the Taoist hall, leaving them profoundly vexed. To my surprise, my first provocation against Yifeng resulted in an unexpected setback. "Brother Liu, this fellow is quite audacious," one person remarked. The tall young man snorted coldly in response. "This is the Dao Cultivation Hall. Master Wu is on the second floor. Let him be arrogant for now. He will soon come to regret it." The group deliberately raised their voices, ensuring that Yifeng could overhear them. Yifeng let out a cold snort. He was not one to shy away from a challenge. Closing his eyes, he began to immerse himself in the sage transformation scripture within his mind. This foundational text was designed to guide ordinary individuals into the path of martial cultivation. Its language straightforward and easily comprehensible. Although Yifeng had never previously encountered any cultivation methods, he could grasp the general concepts. Each phrase resonated with profound philosophical insights, articulating the principles of the universe. It felt as if he had entered an unprecedented realm. As the ancient saying goes, man follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The human body is akin to the cosmos. The path of cultivation is rooted in the essence of being, with secret techniques serving as guides to unlock one's latent potential and achieve the mastery of the Tao. Initially, the experience flowed like a gentle stream, then surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, ultimately resembling the tumultuous waves of a raging sea. With each passing moment, impurities within him were purged, gradually accumulating in his digestive tract until they could be expelled. This transformation, though swift and intense, brought with it a profound sense of comfort. After an hour, as the effects of the elixir fully manifested, Yifeng felt an unprecedented lightness and ease, as if invisible shackles had been removed, leaving him utterly at ease. This was a metamorphosis of the soul. To think that a single pill could yield such remarkable effects. Indeed, the world of cultivators surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Yifeng mused. Meanwhile, the 12 observers continued to snort derisively, their expressions tinged with deepening jealousy. The young man truly becomes increasingly irksome with every glance. The one named Lu Hao muttered to himself. Yifeng shook his head with a chuckle, recognizing the heavy jealousy that enveloped these individuals. It seemed unavoidable that a more severe conflict with them was on the horizon as he strode towards the second floor. The second floor existed as a realm unto itself, suffused with ethereal energy, adorned with exotic flora and fauna that dazzled Yifeng's senses. Wu Qifeng sat upon a mat and remarked, "There is no need for astonishment. Once you arrive at the immortal transformation gate, you shall comprehend what true awe entails." Chapter 3. The height of insolence. Wu Qifeng sighed and began to formally instruct Yifeng in the art of cultivation. The universe is replete with boundless power, manifesting as tempestuous winds that uproot trees and thunderstorms that cleave mountains. Yet, these are merely expressions of the primordial forces of nature. The path of cultivation involves absorbing and integrating these primordial energies within oneself, transforming them into personal strength. Only those known as primordial awakeners can sense the primordial forces of the universe, which is precisely why they are capable of cultivation. Now, I shall teach you how to absorb the primordial energies of heaven and earth into your being. First, sit cross-legged. Close your eyes, focus your mind, and calm your spirit to achieve a state of emptiness. I hope you can meet my expectations within 2 hours. Yifeng nodded. settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and took deep breaths, gradually dispelling the distractions from his mind. Soon, he completely quieted his heart, and his consciousness became clear and serene. Wu Qingfeng observed Yi Feng, his expression shifting slightly, and he praised, "Young people like you are often restless. Yet within a mere moment, you have met my expectations, which greatly exceeds my anticipation." With a cough, he continued, "Now, let your mind begin to envision. Imagine yourself ensconced in a desolate universe, boundless darkness enveloping you, an expanse of profound silence, filled with innumerable invisible forces. As if the ultimate power governing the cosmos itself converges from all directions, entering your being." Understood. Yi Feng closed his eyes, commencing the visualization as instructed by Wu Qingfeng. "Very well, I shall return in 3 days. I hope by then you will be able to sense the primordial forces of the universe. Once you perceive them, they will naturally flow into your body." Wu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and added, "Then again, let it be 5 days. 3 days may be too demanding." "There's no need. I believe I have already begun to sense the primordial forces," Yi Feng replied. Wu Qingfeng's expression grew stern as he said, "One must be pragmatic. Possessing the flawless primordial source indeed marks you as a prodigious talent. However, even the most extraordinary genius requires at least 3 to 5 days to perceive such forces." His voice abruptly fell silent, replaced by an expression of sheer incredulity as he exclaimed, "How? How is this possible?" For he realized that the primordial forces of the universe were truly converging towards Yi Feng's body. Seeing Wu Qingfeng's astonished demeanor, Yi Feng felt a surge of joy within. This served as a validation of his innate talent for cultivation. "Perhaps due to my fervent desire to fulfill the agreement with the city lord, my progress in sensing these forces has been swifter than others. This sensation will likely accompany me each time I elevate my level." The human body possesses 8 extraordinary meridians, namely the Ren, Du, Chong, Dai, Yin Xiao, Yang Xiao, Yin Wei, and Yang Wei meridians. The primordial forces of heaven and earth absorbed into the human body are stored within these meridians. The greater the accumulation of these primordial energies, the higher the level of cultivation attained. However, due to the inherent limitations of the human body, one cannot ascend to greatness instantaneously. The accumulation of boundless primordial energy must occur gradually, a process known as cultivation. Storing the primordial forces of heaven and earth is, in essence, not overly complicated. Through focused intention and the awakening of the source, one can allow these energies to settle within the extraordinary meridians of the body. After Wu Qingfeng elucidated this method, Yi Feng comprehended the technique of storing the primordial energies thoroughly. Here, you may cultivate in peace, striving towards your goal of becoming a practitioner. I will remain by your side. Feel free to voice any concerns." Wu Qingfeng paused, then added, "I must advise you once more to forego your wager with the city lord. It is a perilous gamble. You possess the flawless source, and your future is boundless. Yet, should you suffer injury in combat, your promising path could be irrevocably altered. It is simply not worth it." "I will not relent," Yi Feng replied resolutely. "Those villagers are like family to me. I cannot disregard their lives for the sake of my own future." Wu Qingfeng sighed deeply, choosing not to press the matter further. Without taking a moment's rest, Yi Feng immediately immersed himself in the practice of absorbing and melding with the primordial forces. He sat cross-legged, centering his mind. As the primordial energies flowed into him like a gentle stream, guided by the source, they began to settle within the extraordinary meridians. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. Supported by the potent effects of the bone-refining pill, Yi Feng felt no hunger. Apart from brief interludes for bodily needs, he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, sparing not a single moment. Wu Qingfeng, on multiple occasions, urged him to take appropriate breaks and not to exert himself so rigorously. Yet each time his counsel was met with rejection. To be candid, as he approached the city lord's challenge a month hence, he felt no certainty in his readiness. However, for the sake of his fellow villagers, he found himself with no alternative. The sole course of action left to him was to squander not a moment, striving to enhance his abilities to the utmost. On the morning of the fourth day, as Yifeng immersed himself in practice, his body involuntarily trembled, followed by an electrifying sensation coursing throughout him. This sensation began as a mere whisper but quickly escalated to an intolerable intensity. Beside him, Wu Qingfeng remarked, "Enough. You may cease your cultivation. You have successfully become a practitioner." Yet Yifeng did not relent. Instead, he replied, "Senior Wu, I have heard it said that many masters deliberately suppress their realms, refraining from hasty ascension in order to accumulate greater strength and establish a more solid foundation. Is it not possible that by continuing my cultivation and absorbing the primordial forces of heaven and earth, I might achieve a similar effect? Indeed, if you can withstand this electrifying sensation for just one more hour, the solidity of your foundation will double." Wu Qingfeng paused, then added solemnly, "However, I would advise against such an endeavor. The intensity of this sensation is ever increasing, and few can endure it for an hour. Should you choose to persist and fail to last the duration, it could inflict grave harm upon your meridians, potentially leading to their complete destruction, rendering you incapable of further cultivation. I wish to give it a try." Yifeng remarked that one must understand the virtue of moderation. Wu Qingfeng, visibly displeased, responded, "I have encountered numerous talented young individuals who, in their arrogance, insist on embarking upon unnecessary ventures, ultimately lamenting their choices. A person's strength and prowess do not necessitate the validation of eccentric endeavors. My aim is not to showcase my capabilities, but rather to enhance my strength to secure greater hope for the elders and fellow villagers residing in this city." Yifeng candidly expressed his thoughts. Wu Qingfeng fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, conceded, "As you wish." Yifeng took a deep breath and continued to fervently absorb the primordial energies of the universe. The sensation surged within him, akin to being struck by celestial lightning. Soon, it felt as though he were being relentlessly battered by thunderbolts from the heavens. The agony was palpable. Sweat poured from his body, and tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of his eyes. He clenched his jaw, summoning every ounce of resolve to endure. Yet, it did not cease there. After a while, the intensity of the electric sensation escalated to an indescribable degree, as if divine retribution from the skies were besieging him, tormenting not just his corporeal form, but also his very soul. Yifeng sensed his strength waning, and thoughts of surrender began to creep into his mind. However, the faces of his fellow villagers flashed before him, each countenance radiating kindness and warmth. If they were unable to remain in the city of the goddess amidst this rampant beast disaster, their demise would be inevitable. "Hold on. I must persevere, no matter the cost." He continually motivated himself, battling against the urge to relinquish his efforts. Alas, Wu Qingfeng shook his head, releasing his third sigh since he laid eyes on Yifeng. For this boy, he was uncertain whether to admire his profound loyalty or to find his actions laughable. Time trickled away, and for Yifeng, each moment felt like an eternity. At last, he heard Wu Qingfeng's voice. "An hour has passed. You may cease now." "I believe I can endure for several more hours," Yifeng replied. Wu Qingfeng's expression shifted, as if he wished to say something, yet ultimately, he said nothing, allowing Yifeng to proceed as he wished. A gentle breeze caressed the willows, while wild geese traced arcs across the sky. It was only when nightfall descended that Yifeng finally halted his cultivation. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could lift 300 or 400 kilograms. 4 hours? You actually persevered for 4 hours. You have once again overturned my worldview." With that, he began to impart combat techniques to Yifeng. Thus, an entire day passed. Wu Qingfeng remarked, "Your innate talent far surpasses my expectations, and you possess remarkable tenacity. You are a promising prospect. However, to unleash your full potential, it is insufficient to merely accumulate the elemental essence within your body. You must also train in martial skills. Unfortunately, such training cannot be found in Goddess City. You must seek it at the Xianhua Gate." Yi Shiner interjected, "Yesterday, 12 young men suddenly barged in, claiming to take issue with you. However, Since you were holed up in the Dao cultivation hall, they could do nothing to you for the moment, so they took their frustrations out on our home. After her words, a scene of destruction ensued, resulting in the current state of affairs. Yi Feng's countenance darkened, and without a word, he understood that the 12 young individuals referenced by Exiner were indeed those 12 Source Awakeners targeting him. They had taken away the food from their home, declaring their intent to starve him. It had already been a day since he last ate, and hunger gnawed at him. Filled with indignation, he clenched his fists until his nails dug into his flesh. A dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. Exiner was his reverse scale. He had vowed solemnly to protect his sister from any harm. These individuals not only vandalized their home, but also dared to bully his sister. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Exiner, come, brother will take you to eat something, and then we shall settle accounts with them. Chapter 4. All of you come together with the few copper coins he possessed. Yi Feng purchased a bowl of noodles for Yi Exiner. He had gone 5 days without sustenance, the potency of the bone refinement pill having nearly faded, and his stomach was in turmoil from hunger. Yet, as an elder brother, he felt the need to maintain his composure. Brother, perhaps you should refrain from confronting them? They are numerous, and we could simply tidy up the house. It is not such a grave matter, Yi Exiner timidly suggested. It's all right. Do not forget that I have been cultivating Dao power with Senior Wu these past few days, Yi Feng reassured, affectionately ruffling Xiner's hair. I can endure their disrespect. Even the destruction of our home could be negotiated, but I cannot tolerate them bullying you. I promised our parents that I would shield you from harm, and I shall see that promise fulfilled. Clearing his throat, he called out loudly towards the door, 12 Source Awakeners, come forth. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the 12 Source Awakeners with mocking smiles as they stepped out. Alas, who might this be? It turns out to be the possessor of the flawless origin. Observing your furious demeanor, are you perhaps here to seek vengeance upon us? We, mere mortals, have dared to mock a legendary prodigy of cultivation upon our first encounter, vandalized his home, and even tormented his sister. Now that you have come to confront us, I am filled with trepidation, to the point that I wish to slap you a few times. Sigh. As fellow cultivators, I truly have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Yet since you have come knocking at our door, how can I not defend my honor? Here's the deal. If you bow to us thrice and leave your sister for our amusement, we might just spare you today. Yexin, trembling with fear, clutched tightly to Yefeng's sleeve. This was a spectacle she had never witnessed before. Do not be afraid, he reassured her, patting her shoulder. He then raised his gaze to the 12 individuals, letting out a cold snort. If you have finished with your idle chatter, let us see what you can do. The 12 awakened beings exchanged glances, erupting into laughter. By the heavens, I have never heard such a ludicrous jest. You truly believe we should all confront you together? You must think yourself an invincible genius. After merely a few days of cultivation, with that frail physique of yours, one punch from me could leave you unrecognizable to even your mother. A pockmarked individual stepped forward, declaring, brothers, watch as I teach him a lesson. With that, he swung his right fist towards Yefeng with tremendous force, the air crackling with his might. The other 11 displayed expressions of glee, for they were all too aware of the devastation that the pockmarked man's punch could unleash. For someone like Yefeng, who had only been cultivating for 5 days, a single blow could very well take half his life. They could never fathom that this lad, having practiced for merely 5 days, could possess such formidable strength. He effortlessly received the punch from the renowned brute, Ma Zi, rendering his right hand incapacitated with a single blow. Yi Feng glanced at his own fist, astonished by the power he had unleashed. Surveying the 11 adversaries before him, he taunted, now, have you all lost your tongues? Come at me together. I have no time to squander on you. The 11 exchanged glances, realizing that facing Yi Feng individually would surely spell their doom, and they hesitated. Lao Gu, this kid seems rather peculiar. I fear we may not stand a chance alone. Shall we attack him as a group? One individual suggested, looking towards a tall young man. This Lu Hao is the leader among them. With a wave of his hand, Lu Hao commanded, let us all charge together. This little brat has obtained the bone-refining pill and the celestial transformation scripture upon his arrival. Today, we shall not rest until he is vanquished. With renewed determination, the 11 rolled up their sleeves and lunged at Yifeng. He remained cautious, drawing upon the combat techniques imparted by Professor Wu Qifeng, and engaged in battle with the group. This marked his inaugural fight since becoming a practitioner, and lacking experience. He was somewhat clumsy at first. However, as he gradually adapted, he began to maneuver with ease. He observed a remarkable phenomenon. While these opponents should have been striking with blinding speed, to his perception, their movements unfolded as though played in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly defend and counterattack. Had his limbs been more attuned to his visual acuity, he could have dispatched all 11 adversaries in the blink of an eye. This must be the effect of flawless origin, he mused. As the 11 individuals grew increasingly exasperated, they initially managed to exert some control over Yifeng. However, they soon found themselves on the receiving end of a relentless assault. The notion of being vanquished by someone who had merely trained for 5 days was utterly intolerable to them. Yi Xiner, filled with anxiety, watched Yifeng, her heart racing in her throat. Being young and inexperienced in the art of cultivation, she failed to perceive that Yifeng had gained the upper hand. All she could see was the daunting odds of 1 against 11, which rendered her brother's situation perilous. After a while, Yifeng began to grasp the nuances of combat and sensed that the 11 adversaries before him were utterly feeble. From this point onwards, he declared, I shall take you down one by one, effortlessly defeating all 11 of you. Since you have continuously lauded me as an invincible prodigy, allow me to demonstrate the true prowess of such a talent. His arrogance knew no bounds. Lu Hao scoffed derisively while the remaining 10 seethed with indignation. How dare this mere novice, who had trained for only 5 days, utter such words, which were a profound affront to their dignity and strength. You shall soon pay a heavy price for your brazen words, one of them gritted through clenched teeth. This is not mere arrogance, it is confidence born of capability. With my first strike, you may as well lie down. In a sudden pivot, Yifeng moved with lightning speed, appearing behind Lu Hao in the blink of an eye, delivering a resounding slap to his back. Lu Hao, caught completely off guard, emitted a muffled grunt before collapsing to the ground. The remaining 10 were left in stunned disbelief. Lu Hao, the strongest among them, had fallen so easily at Yifeng's hands, a shock far greater than when Yifeng had incapacitated Ma Zi with a single punch. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng pressed on with his assault. Second strike. Third strike. With each cry, a person fell. Soon, all 10 lay prostrate on the ground. Brother, you are truly remarkable, Yi Shiner exclaimed, letting out a sigh of relief and applauding. These 11 had been excessively arrogant, and she had feared her brother would not be able to contend with them. Now, witnessing his prowess, her heart swelled with joy. Those who bully you must pay a heavy price. Yifeng smiled at Yi Shiner, then stepped forward to kick the one with the pockmarked face to the ground. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the 12, treating them as one would a mere dog, causing them to wail in agony. Unable to endure the beating any longer, Lu Hao pleaded, Yifeng, please stop. We will admit our mistakes. You mock me when we meet, and yet you vandalize my home and bully my sister. Do you think this can be resolved with a mere apology? I, Yifeng, do not bully others, but neither am I one to be easily bullied, he declared. Then, what must we do for you to relent? Lu Hao inquired. Demolish your own house, repair mine, and from now on, whenever you encounter my sister and me, you must bow in respect. Yifeng, recalling that he barely had enough money for a bowl of noodles, added, Oh, and you must also compensate my sister's medical expenses. The expressions of the 12 shifted in unison. Repairing Yifeng's home and covering Yi Shiner's medical bills were reluctantly acceptable, but demolishing their own house and bowing before the brother and sister was an affront to their dignity that they simply could not bear. Hesitating, they remained silent. Humph. It seems you have not yet had enough of a beating, Yifeng declared, intensifying his assault. The 12 were soon left with broken bones, bruised faces, and a pitiful appearance. At last, they capitulated, pleading, Please, do not strike us any further. We acquiesce. Yifeng ceased his assault and declared, Then proceed to demolish your own abode. The 12 exchanged glances, their faces etched with despair and helplessness. Supporting one another, they entered their dwelling, commencing their destructive task. Bang! 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 As the cacophony echoed, tables splintered and cups shattered, walls crumbled, and bricks fractured. 15 minutes later, having wreaked havoc upon their meticulously adorned home, their hearts bled at the sight of the devastation they had wrought. The anguish of knowing they had done this themselves was beyond articulation. "Well done, you worked swiftly. The task is complete," Yifeng remarked, delivering a cutting remark. The 12 nearly choked on their own frustration. Yet, despite their indignation, they had to bow to reality. They pooled their resources, which Lu Hao presented to Yifeng as a contribution towards Yi Xiner's medical expenses. "Is this all?" Yifeng stated, enunciating each word. "I demand every last coin you possess." You are being excessively tyrannical," Lu Hao retorted angrily. "You now comprehend the notion of bullying. Did you consider such when you tormented me?" Yifeng responded, "I, Yifeng, pride myself on my benevolence, but should you engage in juvenile antics, do not be surprised if I retaliate with fervor. I am not to be trifled with." With gritted teeth, the 12 ultimately surrendered all their money to Yifeng. Yes, my brother is truly kind." Yi Xiner could not help but swallow her emotions. As calamity loomed, and they had fled for months, she had not tasted such delicacies in ages. Watching the retreating figures of Yifeng and his sister, the 12 were left seething, stomping their feet in rage. "Lu Hao, now we have not a single cent left. What shall we do?" "How would I know what to do?" Lu Hao said in frustration and regret. "It is entirely our fault for provoking that young man. How absurd it is that someone who has only trained for 5 days could be so formidable. Where is the justice in this?" Chapter 5. The Secret of the Statue. The tale of Yifeng teaching a lesson to 12 awakened source practitioners quickly spread throughout the goddess city, causing quite a stir. Anyone who heard of this was left in shock, questioning its authenticity, and soon the discussions began. A person who has trained for merely 5 days defeating 12 awakened source practitioners is unprecedented, even in the vast history of the Haotian continent. What? This is absolutely impossible. The city lord, Zhao Yi, was so astonished by the news that he sprang from his seat, unwilling to accept such a reality. Indeed, it is hard to believe, yet the truth remains. Yifeng single-handedly triumphed over 12 awakened source practitioners. One of his aides bowed and remarked, "It appears that those possessing the flawless source have potential that is truly unfathomable. Considering the wager you made with the city lord, there are only a little over 20 days left. The city lord should not be careless. An unexpected turn of events could lead to embarrassment." Zhao Yi's expression of astonishment faded, replaced by a disdainful demeanor. "You are overthinking this. Even if he becomes invincible in the future, his training time is far too short. To think he could withstand even a single finger of mine is nothing more than a daydream." With a cough, he remarked, "Indeed, he possesses such potential and talent. Once I escort him to the immortal transformation sect, it is not beyond possibility for him to become a transcendent disciple. The benefits I stand to gain at that juncture would undoubtedly be exhilarating. However, in the heat of competition, martial arts can be perilous should I mistakenly strike him, rendering him incapacitated and unable to cultivate for life. It would be an unfortunate outcome. This is a challenge to my dignity, and I shall not show excessive leniency." Yifeng remained undisturbed by the external discussions surrounding him, diligently attending to his own affairs. As the house was undergoing repairs, he had taken temporary residence in an inn with his sister, dedicating his spare time to focused cultivation. The medical expenses compensated by the 12 individuals, after ensuring sufficient living costs, were entirely allocated to assist the local villagers. "Brother, I have news for you. After receiving your financial assistance, Aunt Lu's family has successfully treated the illness of her 3rd child, and little Wang, who was on the brink of starvation, has managed to recover after receiving food. They have also acquired some basic necessities, and their lives have stabilized to a certain extent. Their gratitude towards you is immense." Yi Xiner conveyed, "That is of little consequence. The wager with the city lord is the crux of the matter," Yifeng replied. "Brother, stay strong. Xiner believes you will undoubtedly prevail," Yu Xiner encouraged, raising her delicate fist in support. Yifeng moved his lips as if to articulate something further but hesitated. Ultimately smiling indulgently, brother will certainly not let you down. 5 days later, as per their agreement, Yifeng returned to the Dao cultivation hall to meet Wu Qingfeng. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered the 12 individuals who had awakened their original essence. They looked at Yifeng with a mixture of reluctance and conflict before approaching him to bow in greeting, their expressions a comical blend of unwillingness. During the next bowing ceremony, it is advisable to maintain a more natural expression. Yifeng smiled faintly and ascended directly to the second floor, inciting the 12 awakened originators to grind their teeth in frustration. Wu Qingfeng had already been on the second floor. Upon seeing Yifeng, he remained silent, his gaze scrutinizing him from head to toe, making Yifeng feel quite uncomfortable. Unable to restrain himself, Yifeng inquired, "Senior Wu, why do you gaze at me so?" Wu Qingfeng replied, "I wish to observe closely what manner of being you are, having only practiced for 5 days yet able to defeat those 12 awakened originators. It is truly astonishing." With the infusion of this new knowledge, Yifeng distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his cultivation speed. Before long, 2 days had elapsed. Wu Qingfeng stated, "Very well. I am merely a humble guide leading you onto the path of cultivation. My abilities are limited, and I have imparted all I can. To attain a higher level of understanding, you must enter the gate of transcendence. Should you have further inquiries, feel free to return, as this systematic instruction will no longer be available." Yifeng rose to express his profound gratitude to Wu Qingfeng. Squinting slightly, Wu Qingfeng remarked, "Now that you possess a certain understanding of cultivation, I must ask you honestly, do you truly believe you can withstand the Lord of the City's finger?" Yifeng met Wu Qingfeng's penetrating gaze, which seemed capable of unraveling his very essence. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Before my cultivation, I thought it might be possible to withstand his finger after a month of diligent practice. However, since becoming a cultivator, I have come to deeply comprehend the principle that each realm presents a new sky. The disparity between the Lord and myself is indeed vast, leaving me with little confidence. Yet, I have no alternative. For the sake of my fellow villager survival, I shall strive with all my might as long as there remains a glimmer of hope." Wu Qingfeng nodded and remarked, "To candidly express one's true thoughts, unlike many of your peers who, out of vanity, feign confidence while harboring uncertainty, is commendable. Defeating 12 origin awakeners after only 5 days of training attests to your extraordinary talent. Why engage in such a perilous endeavor that bears little chance of success and may result in irreparable harm, jeopardizing a promising future? What use is it to become an unparalleled powerhouse if one cannot even protect their own friends and family?" Yifeng replied, "I have never encountered someone as obstinate as you." Wu Qingfeng sighed deeply and said, "Are you familiar with the magnificent statue of the goddess atop the city wall?" Yifeng furrowed his brow, puzzled by Wu Qingfeng's sudden inquiry. "As a younger generation, I only know that the city is named after that goddess statue. Beyond that, I am entirely unaware." Wu Qingfeng continued, "It is said that this statue is a relic left on Earth by a celestial being of boundless power. The veracity of such rumors is of little consequence. However, it is said that every night, an indescribably rich source of elemental energy converges around that goddess statue. To cultivate in its vicinity would yield extraordinary results. Yet, anyone wishing to train beneath the statue finds themselves impeded by an invisible force once they approach within 3 paces, rendering them unable to advance further. Thus, despite the exceptional training ground that Goddess City offers, one can only observe from afar. Nevertheless, exceptions do exist. It is rumored that 300 years ago, a prodigious youth was unimpeded by this invisible force. You possess the flawless origin, a talent that is truly rare. Perhaps you might dare to test your fortune. If fortune favors you, the opportunity to cultivate there will undoubtedly expedite your enhancement of power, thereby increasing your chances of winning the wager. My abilities are modest, and this is the extent of my assistance. Naturally, renouncing the wager is the wisest course of action. Thank you, esteemed elder." Yifeng bowed once more, declaring, "I shall not yield." Under the luminous moon, with a gentle night breeze, the majestic city walls stood tall, adorned with the proud statue of a goddess, exuding an ethereal elegance that could captivate any heart. The weathered cracks upon the statue revealed its enduring presence through the eons. As Yifeng approached within 3 zhang of the statue, the silvery moonlight illuminated the surroundings, allowing him to discern the primordial energies of the universe swirling around the statue. Dense and mist-like, ebbing and flowing, almost imperceptibly. This was a truly astonishing sight. The richness of the primordial energies was astounding. It was unlikely that any other place on the vast continent could rival it. Cultivating in such an environment would undoubtedly yield exhilarating results. I am in dire need of swift empowerment. Each increment of strength enhances my prospects in the wager with the City Lord. I hope I will not be met with resistance. Yifeng mused to himself, his heart a blend of anxiety and anticipation as he continued toward the statue of the goddess. To his delight, no invisible force obstructed his passage. This is splendid. It seems I am indeed favored by fortune. Yifeng bowed deeply before the statue, settled into a meditative posture, and commenced his cultivation. With such a dense concentration of primordial energies, it would surely amplify his cultivation speed by 4 or 5 times. Drawing upon the unblemished source, the pure primordial energies surged into his being from all directions, accumulating within his meridians. In merely 2 hours, Yifeng felt that he had accumulated the essence of the natural world, a force that would typically take an entire afternoon to absorb. Suddenly, he discerned a significant detail. The majority of the celestial energy was being drawn into the stone statue, leaving him with only a minuscule fraction. The rate at which the energy entered the statue was both uniform and orderly, as if it harmonized with the pulse of the universe, making it difficult for him to notice at first. If he could endure this electrifying sensation for just 1 more hour, the solidity of his foundation would double. He resolved to persevere, just as he had done previously. With gritted teeth, he bore the excruciating pain coursing through his body, continuing to fervently absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. As time elapsed, the sensation intensified, nearly doubling in its ferocity compared to the last experience. Despite having learned from his previous ordeal, after a while, Yifeng's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat dripped from him, and he even fractured a tooth from clenching his jaw. Perseverance leads to victory. From a certain perspective, the lives of his fellow villagers rested in his hands. In his cultivation, he must strive to excel in every aspect, seeking to increase his chances of receiving the City Lord's guidance. A potent sense of determination and responsibility blazed within Yifeng, akin to an eternal flame, enabling him to endure suffering beyond the imagination of ordinary people. 1 hour. 2 hours. This time, he persevered for 4 hours. Upon ceasing his absorption of the celestial essence, the accumulated power surged through his meridians, akin to a pot of boiling water, cleansing his sinews and purifying his flesh. In order to solidify the foundation, enduring 4 hours of excruciating pain commands my utmost admiration. Who are you? Yifeng surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of a figure. It is I, the Emperor. The statue of the goddess trembled, and suddenly a silhouette emerged, identical to the statue, enchanting and unparalleled in beauty. Yet, an air of supreme authority emanated from her, as if her mere presence compelled all to bow before her. Yifeng felt an inexplicable surge of trepidation, a desire to kneel in reverence. The unfolding events seemed to transcend the words of Wu Qingfeng. Chapter 6. The Goddess Master. You are the emperor of that empire? Yifeng inquired respectfully. The Haotian continent is governed by martial sects and empires, where the leaders of sects and emperors possess formidable prowess. The emergence of this figure exuded an overwhelming pressure. It was not surprising that she could be an emperor. The empire of the Haotian continent? The figure scoffed, saying, "Such insignificant beings are unworthy to be ruled by me. I am the supreme divine emperor Yaoshi, above the 9 heavens." Yifeng, filled with doubt, recalled the teachings of the Xianhua Jing, which spoke of facing the 9 heavenly tribulations upon reaching the pinnacle of the imperial path for transformation. Should one succeed, they would ascend to the 9 heavens. This figure was indeed a being from the heavens. Ignoring Yifeng's skeptical expression, Yaoshi continued, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. I am fully aware of your circumstances. To think you could defeat Zhao Yi with merely a month's training is a fool's dream. However, if you kneel and acknowledge me as your master, I can offer you hope. To become your disciple? Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. This entire situation had unfolded too abruptly. Could it be that such a prominent figure genuinely wished to take him as a disciple with pure intentions? What? Are you still unwilling? She continued. You must understand, I, the emperor, am seeking a disciple, and even the mightiest in the Haotian continent would eagerly accept such an offer. Yao Shi, adorned in flowing garments, exuded an unparalleled elegance, yet maintained an air of superiority as she declared, I admit. My intentions in accepting you as my disciple are far from simple. Currently, I am in a weakened state, merely a flicker of a soul, and require someone to assist me in regaining my strength. If I were to choose an immensely powerful individual, I would find it difficult to trust. For there are too many treacherous souls in this world. Your exceptional talent and willingness to endure hardship make you the ideal candidate. This opportunity is undoubtedly a tremendous gain for you. In the short term, I can offer you a chance to secure victory in our wager, and in the long term, I can present you with a future beyond your wildest imaginings. Yifeng pondered internally, finding Yao Shi's reasoning quite compelling, though the prospect of a splendid future seemed ethereal. The wager with the city lord was a risk he could ill afford to lose, and he felt uncertain of his chances. Bowing slightly, he inquired, I wish to know, esteemed one, to what extent do you believe the hope you have provided me can reach? What do you think are the odds of winning the wager? Yao Shi countered with a question. 30%, Yifeng replied, his voice betraying his insecurity. Humph, it may not even be that. The difference between realms is not merely a saying, Yao Shi scoffed. I do not wish to speak recklessly. If I were in my prime, I could assure you victory over not just Zhao Yi, but even the strongest in the Haotian continent. However, given my current state, I can provide you with at least a 60% chance. I am willing to become your disciple. Yifeng nodded slightly and paid his respects to Yao Shi. Yao Shi remarked, this place is remote, seldom giving rise to extraordinary talents. However, having fallen for 3 million years and having refined my soul for over 10,000 years, I have encountered a few individuals of commendable aptitude during this extensive period. Whenever I meet such individuals, I am willing to share the primal forces of heaven and earth that I have attracted. Yet, regrettably, none have ultimately captured my favor. A century ago, I came across an exceptionally gifted person, but alas, he was unwilling to endure hardship. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yifeng felt a stir in his heart, recalling Wu Qingfeng's words about the statue and the phenomenon he had observed, where most of the primal forces of heaven and earth were being absorbed by the statue. He was also quite puzzled as to why Yao Shi, merely a soul, possessed such profound knowledge of his circumstances, with such a formidable master now guiding him. His confidence in winning this crucial wager surged significantly. The following evening, Yifeng arrived early before the statue. After a brief wait, Yao Shi's soul floated out from within it. With an unparalleled grace that could captivate any admirer, she emanated a regal aura that compelled one to kneel in reverence. Yao Shi wasted no time and directly inquired about Yifeng's cultivation progress, to which he responded truthfully. The remaining Xianhua Jing on Haotian continent is incomplete, and what Wu Qingfeng provided was merely fragmented snippets, leading to misguided teachings. I shall now impart to you the complete Xianhua Jing. With a gesture of her jade hand, a beam of white light shot into Yifeng's brow. He felt a torrent of profound and enigmatic language swirling around him, ultimately imprinting itself indelibly upon his mind. The content surpasses what Wu Qingfeng has imparted to himself by 100-fold and is far more profound and esoteric. With his current abilities, he fears that even a lifetime of contemplation would yield only a minuscule understanding. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Disciple is deeply thankful to Master." He was not surprised that Yao Shi possessed the complete Xianhua Sutra, for she was the divine sovereign of the 9 heavens, her depth of knowledge beyond his comprehension. What is this? As my disciple, you are entitled to enjoy resources coveted by all in the Haotian continent. Your current low cultivation makes it difficult for you to grasp the scriptures, but as your cultivation improves, so too will your understanding. Yaoshi declared proudly. These words moved Yi Feng, and after bowing in thanks, he requested, "Please, Master, impart to me the methods to win the wager." "You little rascal. It seems your mind is solely occupied with this matter," Yaoshi retorted, lowering her proud visage to gaze intently at Yi Feng. "Is it truly worth jeopardizing your future for a mere swarm of ants? Indeed, it is worth it. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. When I was young, my parents went missing, and I relied solely on my sister. Without the care of our fellow villagers, I might not have survived to this day." Yi Feng replied, "Well said. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Alas, in this world, it is the despicable who repay kindness with enmity that prevail," Yaoshi mused, her gaze lifted to the sky. Suddenly, an expression of boundless killing intent and hatred spread across her face. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she remarked, "One day in the future, they may not only forget your kindness, but may also repay it with malice. However, as one progresses on the path of cultivation, the ascent to higher realms becomes increasingly arduous. Calculating the time remaining until your wager with Zhao Yi, there are merely 10 fleeting days left. Furthermore, once you attain a certain level of cultivation, additional days must be devoted to mastering combat techniques. I trust that my master possesses a solution," Yi Feng remarked. Yaoshi responded, "Currently, the outskirts of the city are teeming with ferocious beasts. Should you slay 4 yellow tier beasts and acquire their inner cores, combined with the purification of essence of the moon, I could enable you to break through a realm within 5 days. However, considering your current meager cultivation, even a yellow tier beast would prove challenging to confront, not to mention the potential encounter with more formidable creatures that could threaten your life. The risks are considerable. The classification of beasts lacks the intricacy of cultivators, being merely divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with yellow tier being the lowest. The disparity between each tier of beasts is far more pronounced than that among cultivators. For instance, a yellow tier beast corresponds to a practitioner at the transformation path realm, whereas a mysterious tier beast may equate to one at the master path realm. For the sake of my fellow villagers, I am willing to undertake this risk," Yi Feng declared. "Moreover, I must forewarn you that the purification with essence of the moon will be excruciating. The torment felt during the advancement to solidify one's foundation will pale in comparison to this agony. Should you find yourself unable to endure such suffering, it could lead to your demise," Yaoshi cautioned. "Regardless of the perils that lie ahead, I shall not waver," Yi Feng asserted resolutely. Chapter 7. For inner cores outside the goddess city, due to the rampant beast calamity, vast fields lay fallow, countless villages lay in ruins, and the ground was strewn with corpses and bones, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Yi Feng felt a profound sense of discomfort. If he and his companions had not fortuitously entered the goddess city, they would likely have become mere piles of bones by now. The various cultivation sects possessed the ability to quell the current beast disaster, yet none stepped forward. To them, perhaps, the common folk were merely a swarm of ants. The survival or demise of these ants bore little significance to them. Indeed, this world is truly disheartening. Should I one day acquire sufficient strength, I shall undoubtedly strive to quell the beast disaster and provide peace for the people. With this reflection, Yi Feng pressed onward. The surrounding mountains gradually rose in stature, and the ferocious beasts became increasingly prevalent. Although yellow tier beasts are the lowest rank among ferocious beasts, the majority of them lack any evolved intelligence or spiritual cultivation, relying solely on their innate brute strength and physical advantages to wreak havoc upon humanity. At present, my cultivation is still too rudimentary, and my practical combat experience is sorely lacking. If I hastily attempt to hunt yellow tier beasts, my chances of success would be quite slim. Instead, I shall first pursue ordinary ferocious beasts for a day or two to accumulate practical experience. Once I feel assured of my victory, I will then turn my attention to hunting yellow tier beasts. Yi Feng was not a reckless individual. After careful consideration, he devised this plan. By now, he had become a cultivator, and dealing with ordinary ferocious beasts was not a daunting task for him. With merely 20 or 30 moves, he could dispatch them. In just one day, he hunted down 10 ordinary ferocious beasts. With each kill, he gleaned new insights and combat experiences, significantly enhancing his practical skills and techniques. He felt a deep sense of realization. No wonder everyone claims that there exists an insurmountable chasm between cultivators and ordinary individuals. Today, I have truly grasped this profound truth. My humble skills hardly seem remarkable, yet I find it astonishing how effortlessly I vanquished the ferocious beast. In the past, even if all the men of our village had joined forces, we would scarcely have been able to slay a single one of these beasts. After a brief respite, I resumed my pursuit of ordinary feral creatures, and by the following evening, I felt I had amassed sufficient practical experience to successfully confront a yellow-tier beast. At which point I ceased my endeavors. The next morning, reinvigorated, I resolved to officially embark on the hunt for a yellow-tier beast, the most conspicuous distinction between evolved beasts. Endowed with both sentience and cultivation, an ordinary beast lies in the bizarre phenomena that manifest atop their heads, such as the Bodhi tree, the bright moon, or the blazing sun. The yellow-tier beasts, possessing the lowest cultivation, typically exhibit merely a halo above their heads. Soon enough, I stumbled upon a yellow-tier beast. With the head of a tiger and the body of an ox, its appearance menacing, crowned by a blue halo. Having prepared for 2 days by hunting ordinary beasts, I felt a surge of confidence. Scanning my surroundings for any potential threats, I found none, and with a leap, I charged directly at it. Without a moment's hesitation, I drew my dagger and swiftly sliced open the creature's soft underbelly, retrieving its inner core. The core, a resplendent blue, was translucent and breathtakingly beautiful. It had formed from the essence of the sun and moon, absorbed by the beast after attaining sentience. The color and shape of inner cores vary among different beasts. The more formidable the beast, the more potent its core's effects on humans. I still require 3 more cores to meet my goal. To confront the city lord in my strongest state, I must gather these 4 inner cores as swiftly as possible. Yifeng wiped the sweat from his brow, composed himself, and continued deeper into the forest. As he walked, he suddenly halted, a chill running down his spine, cold sweat instantly enveloping him. He realized he was surrounded by 3 ferocious beasts. Each of these beasts bore a halo upon its head, indicating their classification as yellow-tier beasts. If there had been but a single yellow-tier beast, he would have been confident in his ability to vanquish it. However, facing 3, he was unequivocally outmatched. In this region ravaged by beastly calamities, while the likelihood of encountering 3 yellow-tier beasts was slim, it was not beyond reason. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng leaped onto a nearby tree, grasping a branch with both hands and swinging himself away, escaping the encirclement of the 3 yellow-tier beasts by a considerable distance. And he ran for his life. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 yellow-tier beasts bellowed in pursuit, relentless in their chase. Their massive bodies crashed through the underbrush, snapping trees and brambles in their wake. After nearly half an hour of frantic flight, Yifeng abruptly came to a stop once more. Before him loomed another beast. Standing over 10 feet tall, its body clad in scales, grotesque and menacing, with the apparition of a pine tree floating above its head. This was a black-tier beast. Yifeng felt as though his head might explode from the sheer despair of his misfortune. Encountering 3 yellow-tier beasts had offered a glimmer of hope for escape. But facing this black-tier beast meant certain death. Master, you were right. The risks of this venture are too great, and I fear I shall perish here. Yifeng forced a bitter smile, resigning himself to his fate. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Although these 4 ferocious beasts possessed some spiritual awareness, their primal instincts ultimately outweighed their intellect. Faced with the prospect of food, they exhibited an innate desire to monopolize it. Why not use himself as bait to incite a fierce battle among these 4 creatures? Although uncertain of the efficacy of this scheme, it was his only chance for survival. Should the plan succeed, he might even reap unexpected benefits. With this notion in mind, he dashed toward the mystic-level beast. The fearsome creature opened its cavernous maw, preparing to swallow him whole. Just as the gaping mouth was about to engulf him, He executed a desperate roll, narrowly evading its grasp, and sprang toward the three yellow-level beasts. The trio, drooling in anticipation, were poised to seize Yi Feng as their prey. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the mystic-level beast, shaking the very ground beneath them. Upon hearing this fearsome cry, the three yellow-level beasts halted their pursuit of Yi Feng, their expression shifting to one of tension and terror as they turned to face the mystic-level beast. Another deafening roar followed, prompting the mystic-level beast to charge toward the trio, its eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Yi Feng exhaled deeply, realizing that his strategy was bearing fruit. The mystic-level beast, intent on claiming him as its sole prey, chose to confront the three yellow-level beasts first. The disparity in strength between beasts of different realms was far greater than that among cultivators. The three yellow-level beasts were undoubtedly no match for the mystic-level beast. Without daring to linger, Yi Feng seized the opportunity and fled with all his might. Chapter 8. Transformation. A gentle breeze swept through as Yao Shi appeared above the stone statue, saying, "These 4 elixirs possess commendable quality. I shall ask you once more, are you resolute in forcibly enhancing your cultivation? The agony wrought by the cleansing essence of the moon upon your body is beyond your imagination. Should you falter, only a path to demise remains. And I cannot rescue you." "I am willing," replied Yi Feng. Yao Shi nodded, then with a subtle gesture of her fingers, a wall of mist and smoke materialized within a 3-zhang radius around the statue. This barrier served to obscure all happenings from outside perception. After completing the barrier, Yao Shi did not pause. With a flick of her sleeve, the 4 elixirs, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, detached from Yi Feng's palm and floated into the air. Then, with her thumb and middle finger interlocked, she flicked her fingers, causing the 4 elixirs to shatter into a fine powder. Subsequently, with a wave of her right hand, all the powder entered Yi Feng's body. "Now sit cross-legged and, according to the method of cultivation, circulate the primal energies of heaven and earth within you. They shall naturally merge and refine these elixir powders. After 1 hour, I will guide the essence of the moon to forcibly elevate your cultivation." Yi Feng complied, settling into a meditative posture, calming his mind and focusing his energy to begin the integration and refinement of the elixir powders. Waves of primal energies coursed through his body, akin to dragons and serpents in motion. Soon, he sensed a transformation within himself. His skin flushed crimson, and a warmth enveloped him, reminiscent of a soothing bath in heated water. After 1 hour, this warmth dissipated, leaving him with a sensation of boundless power surging within, pushing against his very being in an uncomfortable manner. "Are you prepared?" Yao Shi inquired. "I am ready," Yi Feng replied. Yao Shi began to tread gracefully in midair, chanting incantations as her hands moved in intricate, arcane seals. Suddenly, a powerful, ancient force seemed to resonate with the heavens and the earth, causing a deep rumble in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined above, striking with such intensity that it pained the eyes. From the interwoven lightning, the luminous moon above unleashed a beam of light, approximately 1 meter in diameter, ethereal and striking, cascading down upon the city wall and enveloping Yi Feng completely. "The essence of the moon has been summoned. It will now cleanse your body, dispelling impurities and enhancing your cultivation. However, this process will be akin to enduring a living hell. To be frank, I consider myself a person of great fortitude and resilience, yet even I cannot bear such torment. Nevertheless, should you persevere, not only will you forcibly elevate your cultivation, but you will also lay an unimaginable foundation for your future practice." Yao Shi sighed. Yi Feng nodded, initially eager to express his gratitude, yet a piercing agony surged throughout his body, robbing him of even the strength to speak. This was merely the beginning. The full moon above grew increasingly radiant, and the beam of light became more robust, casting a breathtakingly beautiful glow. Yet, to anyone witnessing Yi Feng's plight, it would not appear beautiful, but rather as a manifestation of demonic torment from the depths of hell. Yi Feng felt the pain within his body reach an unbearable threshold. There were no words in existence to articulate such suffering. In comparison to this torment, the pain endured during the breakthrough of one's realm, aimed at solidifying one's foundation, pales into insignificance. His countenance, initially ashen, transformed to a hue reminiscent of pig liver as the agony intensified, blood surging within him. His eyes, bloodshot and weary, revealed an extreme despondency, as if he were on the brink of death. On her haughty visage, Yaoshi displayed a flicker of concern, yet she felt utterly powerless, merely uttering, "Yefeng, you must hold on." Yefeng's talent, intellect, and character had endeared him to her, and she was loath to lose such an apprentice. The indescribable pain had rendered Yefeng's consciousness hazy, leaving him unable to discern her words. In his muddled state, a singular thought dominated his mind. For the sake of his fellow villagers, he would endure even the harshest trials, be it a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Observing Yefeng, who was on the verge of succumbing to his suffering, Yaoshi felt her heart flutter tumultuously, a sentiment she had not experienced in millions of years. It had only been a few days since she had met this young man. Although he had taken her as his mentor, their acquaintance was still superficial. Why did she feel such profound concern for him? Was she still the indifferent Yaoshi she once was? Suddenly, the inhuman pain that had gripped Yefeng vanished, and his mind became considerably clearer. Just as he was about to speak, he found his body filled with an overwhelming, boundless force of the primordial essence of heaven and earth, akin to a raging flood on the verge of breaching its banks, leaving him no time to utter a word. He immediately focused on the cultivation technique, guiding this immense primordial force to disperse and store it within his body for his own use. Yes, splendid. Yaoshi nodded, eager to express. To endure the torment of the moon's essence cleansing, even my master falls short, yet the words faltered on her lips, restrained by pride. Yifeng hesitated several times before timidly inquiring, "Master, may I learn combat techniques from you now?" Combat techniques are devised to fully harness the power of one's cultivation, representing a pathway to victory in life and death struggles, a distillation and elevation of various martial skills and maneuvers. They are categorized into 4 tiers: low tier, mid-tier, high tier, and celestial tier. Even the most rudimentary low-tier techniques are exceedingly rare, with many cultivators dedicating their lives in vain to acquire them. Starting from mid-tier techniques, they are typically safeguarded within prestigious sects, accessible only to their disciples, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to encounter, let alone master. As for the esteemed celestial tier techniques, it is said that not a single complete set exists throughout the vast Haotian continent. "Look at your impatience," Yaoshi remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her otherwise aloof visage. "With merely 5 days remaining until your wager with Zhao Yi, you simply cannot hope to master any significant combat techniques in such a short span. Therefore, I intend to impart only the most superficial aspects of a technique. If you grasp it, countering Zhao Yi's strike should not prove overly challenging. Merely a superficial understanding to counter the city lord's attack? That seems rather presumptuous." Yifeng replied skeptically. "If you were aware of the origins of this technique, you would not doubt my words," Yaoshi retorted with a huff. "What I wish to teach you now is the fundamental method of identifying and exploiting your opponent's weaknesses. In just 5 days. Mastering the art of identifying an opponent's weaknesses may seem an ambitious endeavor. However, endowed with an innate essence of flawlessness, one may possess a natural aptitude for discerning the vulnerabilities in an adversary's techniques." A spark ignited within Yifeng as he contemplated his master's words. Realizing that this combat technique must be extraordinarily profound, likely a celestial-level skill, Yaoshi, known for her decisiveness, gently pressed her jade finger against Yifeng's brow, transmitting the knowledge she intended to impart directly into his mind. Subsequently, she proceeded to elucidate the concepts. By the break of dawn, Yifeng had grasped the fundamentals of what Yaoshi had shared. Yet, should he mistakenly identify the false target for his attack, his life would be at stake. Conversely, failing to discern correctly would render him akin to a lone warrior facing 5 adversaries, devoid of any chance of victory. With unwavering vigilance, Yifeng's insights from the past few days whirled rapidly in his mind. After a brief pause of approximately 2 seconds, he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike towards one of the silhouettes. Crash! All 5 figures dissipated, and Yao Shi reappeared midair. Her expression one of astonishment. Have you encountered or practiced something akin to this before? Yi Feng, who had only stepped into the realm of cultivation for less than a month, pondered, how could he have possibly engaged with a technique resembling the heaven and earth technique? Why do you inquire thus, master? He furrowed his brow. Yao Shi replied, in merely over 3 days, you have accurately identified weaknesses and countered my technique within mere seconds, which has surpassed my expectations, hence my question. The fact that a divine sovereign from the heavens was astonished filled Yi Feng with a sense of accomplishment. And he humbly responded, Master, you flatter me. I merely speak the truth. As the day of the wager drew near, with only a day remaining, it was imperative for you to rest and prepare. Given your current strength, you stand an 80% chance of receiving Zhao Yi's finger. Yao Shi remarked, your talent surpasses my expectations. I have indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. Upon hearing Yao Shi's words, Yi Feng felt a surge of confidence. Nurturing a fervent anticipation for the crucial wager he could not afford to lose. Seemingly recalling something, Yao Shi added, by the way, you must show great respect for Wu Qi Feng. Yi Feng was taken aback. Wu Qi Feng was merely an ordinary old man, while Yao Shi was an unparalleled divine emperor. The disparity between them was vast, yet she insisted that he hold Wu Qi Feng in high regard. Elder Wu has bestowed great kindness upon his disciple. How could I dare to show him anything less than respect? Yi Feng responded. Sensing the nuance in his master's tone, he pondered whether Wu Qingfeng's background was indeed extraordinary. Yao Shi appeared to deliberate on her words before finally stating, he is a man who has forgotten his past. Chapter 9. The arrival of the wager. The day of the wager had arrived, marked by a gentle breeze and a clear sky. The location for the wager, as agreed upon with City Lord Zhao Yi, was the grand training grounds in the western part of the city. After a month of fervent speculation, the entire populace of Goddess City was well aware of the impending event. In the lead-up to the wager, the streets were abuzz with chatter, and today the entire city was alive with excitement. Everyone yearned to witness the momentous occasion. I believe that young man named Yi Feng stands a good chance of receiving the City Lord's finger, remarked a middle-aged man. I have heard that he is the possessor of the flawless origin and, having trained for merely 5 days, he has already left the 12 awakened origin practitioners in disarray. Are you jesting? 1 realm corresponds to 1 heaven. Do not presume that he could defeat 12 awakened originators after merely 5 days of cultivation. Even if he were to display 100-fold greater brilliance, the City Lord could extinguish him with a mere sneeze. A man burst into laughter. There are always individuals who attempt to gauge the realm of cultivators through the lens of an ordinary person's worldview. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well discussing the vastness of the universe. Childishly absurd. That lad is destined to become the most ludicrous joke in the annals of cultivation. A tale to be recounted through the ages as a topic of casual conversation among posterity. Another scoffed disdainfully. The crowd soon erupted into laughter. The middle-aged man felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, his face burning to the roots of his neck, hastily clarifying, I merely suggested it was a possibility. Just a possibility. These words reached the ears of some of Yi Feng's fellow villagers passing by, who felt an intense anger yet were rendered helpless. The disparity in status between Yi Feng and the City Lord was insurmountable. Even if they wished to confront these individuals, they found themselves at a loss for words. Damn it! May heaven grant us mercy, and ensure that Xiao Feng prevails. It is not merely for our continued existence in this city, but rather because the words and actions of these individuals are infuriating. An irascible uncle cursed. At that moment, a youthful voice chimed in. Humph, just watch. My brother will definitely win, and then we shall see how you can continue to laugh. The speaker was none other than Uxiner, though her clothes were tattered. They could not conceal her charming and delicate features. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence in Yi Feng. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Yi Feng's sister. Dear child, the uncle imparted some life wisdom. As a sister, it is understandable to have faith in your brother. But boasting is entirely inappropriate. Where have I boasted? Yi Shiner replied earnestly. My brother told me yesterday that he would win. A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. Come now, everyone, do refrain from laughing. She is merely a child, cherishing a pure and beautiful innocence. What is wrong with that? However, your brother is indeed a scoundrel, resorting to such deceitful words to mislead his sister. Is that truly necessary? Came a sarcastic remark. At this, the laughter only intensified, some even doubling over in mirth. Yishiner found herself at a loss for words, her face flushed with embarrassment and tears welling in her eyes. She had intended to defend her brother, but instead, she became the subject of their ridicule. At her tender age, she had never encountered such mockery. Turning around, she spotted Yifeng striding towards her. Feeling aggrieved, she rushed to his side, wiping her tears as she called out, "Brother, everything will be all right." Yifeng tenderly caressed Yishiner's cheek, glancing at the onlookers. "I never lied to my sister, nor do I need to speak falsehoods regarding wagers." The crowd was aware of Yifeng's exceptional talent and promising future, and thus, they dared not openly insult him. Yet, their disdainful smiles betrayed their true sentiments. Yifeng merely smiled in response, choosing silence over further words. Many matters are futile to articulate. Only through tangible actions can one truly confront and silence the naysayers. Amidst the crowd, an individual suddenly emerged, chuckling in this era. There are many who exude confidence, yet few possess such audacity. A mere finger from the city lord could extinguish a mere insect like you. And yet you dare speak so brazenly. Another voice chimed in. After all, he is the possessor of the pristine origin. Perhaps he could even rival the city lord. Rumor has it he has been diligently training these past days, possibly mastering some unparalleled martial arts. Soon, a chorus of disparaging remarks ensued. Indeed, a prodigy of heaven. What an extraordinary individual. We could never aspire to such heights. You shall never become a laughingstock in the realm of cultivation. The 12 awakeners of the origin laughed derisively, their words dripping with sarcasm. Observing the surrounding crowd, they noted many joining in their mockery, which only fueled their satisfaction. Ultimately, Lu Hao gritted his teeth and led the remaining 11 away in frustration. Even amidst overwhelming power, to mock others requires commensurate strength. Otherwise, one merely invites self-inflicted humiliation. Upon hearing these taunts, the 12 awakeners nearly spat blood in outrage. Today marked a complete loss, leaving them forever unable to hold their heads high before Yifeng. The onlookers privately rejoiced in their prudence, having refrained from ridiculing Yifeng. Otherwise, despite the odds not being in their favor, they would have felt no pressure regarding their pride. Yifeng smiled at the crowd without uttering another word, taking Xiner's hand as they made their way directly to the grand training grounds. Along the way, he observed numerous individuals pointing and whispering, discussing him in tones they believed to be inaudible. It seems that no one in the world believes I, Yifeng, will triumph, but I, Yifeng, am determined to prove you all wrong. Yifeng rubbed his nose and murmured to himself. The grand arena in the western part of the city, sprawling over 3,000 acres, primarily serves as a venue for the martial contests among the cultivators of the city. The site of the wager between Yifeng and the city lord is located at the center of this grand arena, upon a designated platform. By the time Yifeng and his sister arrived, the arena was already teeming with spectators. Upon Yifeng's appearance, nearly all eyes turned towards him. While no one openly voiced their skepticism, the glint in their eyes revealed a desire to witness his downfall. Even the innocent Xiner felt a sense of discomfort at the scene. Brother, you must win and prevent these people from laughing at us. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Yifeng replied. The simple folk from Yifeng's hometown longed to approach him for a few words, yet they found themselves at a loss for what to say, ultimately standing by to silently offer their prayers for him. Amidst the crowd, with a vigorous stride, Wu Qifeng approached Yifeng. After a brief silence, he sighed, "Your stubbornness is well known to me, and I realize that persuading you is futile. I noticed that the stone statue did not reject you. You must have gained much in these past days. I can only wish you good fortune." Yifeng contemplated sharing some matters with Wu Qifeng, but ultimately opted for silence, replying, "My luck has been quite favorable." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the city lord has arrived." From the eastern direction, City Lord Zhao Yi, accompanied by 3 subordinates, gracefully descended. His imposing figure, clad in splendid attire, exuded an air of authority. The crowd erupted into a clamor, as many eagerly anticipated the moment they would see Yifeng's humiliation. Zhao Fei ascended to a position 3 feet away from Yifeng, standing midair, and declared, "Yifeng, fists and feet are blind, and I shall show no mercy. I grant you one final opportunity to forfeit the wager. Of course, should you choose to withdraw, your matchmaking prospects will be irrevocably lost." Another voice chimed in, "Feel free to mock me. I may yet emerge victorious." Yifeng responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, even those in the crowd known for their aloofness could not suppress their laughter. This young man was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zhao Yi's expression darkened as he soared to the arena, stating, "Since you refuse to heed the warning, come forth, should you end up crippled. It will be a consequence of your own making." Yifeng stepped onto the stage, asserting, "It is not that the younger generation is ungrateful, but I simply cannot abandon my matchmakers. City Lord, please make your move." Chapter 10. This is impossible. Upon the arena, Zhao Yi's form shifted slightly, and an almost imperceptible current of energy began to swirl around him. As this energy intensified, a formidable pressure radiated outward. Every individual present felt as though a colossal weight had been placed upon their chests. Those with weaker constitutions found themselves overwhelmed, struggling to resist the urge to kneel. The terrifying prowess of a master realm expert was laid bare for all to witness. The sun above seemed unable to withstand such oppressive force, retreating behind the clouds. The dimming light of the heavens further instilled a sense of suffocation among the spectators. Yifeng sensed his breath quickening involuntarily. The strength of City Lord Zhao Yi appeared to far surpass his initial expectations. Wu Qingfeng's brow furrowed deeper, his face increasingly etched with concern. Yi Xiner's delicate frame trembled uncontrollably, her soft pink hands clutching tightly to the hand of a villager beside her. Among the crowd, the 12 awakened beings wore expressions of malicious glee. The oppressive aura emanating from the City Lord made it abundantly clear that Yifeng could never withstand a mere finger from him. Though Yifeng's defeat would not alter the fact that he was deemed inferior, it would serve to alleviate some of the resentment festering in their hearts. If he could be rendered crippled, his future utterly obliterated, it would be even more gratifying. Zhao Yi surveyed the surroundings, noting the palpable fear gripping the onlookers, and felt a surge of pride. "Yifeng, I shall make my move," he declared. He was utterly confident in his ability to vanquish Yifeng with a single finger. Yifeng inhaled deeply, the primal forces of nature within him began to stir, and memories of the techniques imparted by Yao Shi for identifying an adversary's weaknesses filled his mind. He fixed his gaze upon Zhao Yi, determined not to miss the slightest of his movements. "I am prepared," he stated resolutely. With a swift motion, Zhao Yi advanced, his finger aimed directly at Yifeng. The spectators felt as though the specter of death was drawing near, their lives seemingly on the brink of being snatched away. An indescribable terror enveloped them. Wu Qingfeng let out a heavy sigh, unwilling to witness the impending scene. Such a terrifying gesture, even if Yifeng were to elevate his cultivation significantly, would likely prove insurmountable. Yi Xiner, overwhelmed, shut her eyes tightly, her body shaking even more violently. The villagers, their hearts lodged in their throats, were consumed by anxiety. All they could do was pray for Yifeng, hoping that the heavens would show mercy and that he would not be left severely wounded by this impending strike. Many spectators wore expressions of schadenfreude, their faces resembling freshly squeezed milk. "You foolish child, attempting to strike a rock with an egg. This terrifying finger. Even if you possess 10, you would still be unable to withstand it. You might as well resign yourself to becoming the greatest joke in the realm of cultivation. Centuries hence, you shall undoubtedly transform into the protagonist of a cautionary tale, teaching children the perils of overestimating oneself, of arrogance, and of inviting humiliation upon oneself. As sharp as a blade, as piercing as a sword, it was formidable. Yet, Yifeng remained unperturbed, for he had discovered the fatal flaw of this finger. Although this technique appeared invulnerable, Zhao Yi's disdain had inadvertently bestowed it a weakness. The finger, seemingly unparalleled in ferocity, had not sealed off the surrounding space with its terrifying force. In truth, If the opponent had been anyone else, this would have mattered little. In the next moment, the entire audience was astounded, followed by an uproar. This was utterly inconceivable. Yi Feng had withstood the City Lord's strike. It must be an illusion, surely. A mere month of cultivation, even if he were a prodigious talent, he could not possibly endure the City Lord's blow. The 12 awakened originators had readied themselves to applaud and jeer at Yi Feng, seizing the opportunity to mock him. Yet now, their hands could no longer come together in applause. Meanwhile, Yi Feng's fellow villagers were overwhelmed with emotion, with some even moved to tears. Yi Feng's ability to withstand the City Lord's attack meant he could remain in Qingshou permanently, no longer subject to the vagaries of fate and the threat of being devoured by ferocious beasts. It was truly miraculous. In theory, this was an utterly impossible feat. Yi Feng was filled with astonishment and excitement, genuinely pleased for Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Yushiner was overjoyed, bouncing with glee. Hee, I knew my brother would win. Those who mocked him must feel quite foolish now. Her voice was soft, yet it struck a chord with the crowd's most sensitive nerves. After all, prior to this, no one believed Yi Feng could withstand Zhao Yi's finger strike. Many faces instantly flushed with embarrassment, as if an invisible hand had slapped them hard. They had anticipated Yi Feng to provide a spectacle, initially viewing it as a mere joke, only to realize that they themselves were the punchline. What a cruel irony this was. The two attendants who accompanied Zhao Yi felt an even deeper discomfort. While others could dismiss the ridicule of Yi Feng as ignorance, they, being cultivators, had publicly derided him, and now their disgrace was monumental. On the arena, Zhao Yi stared at his own fingers, falling into a prolonged silence before reluctantly acknowledging the truth. You truly withstood my strike? You were unharmed? Yi Feng respectfully bowed, replying, I am grateful for the esteemed Lord's leniency. Indeed, I have withstood your strike. Suddenly, Zhao Yi erupted into laughter, his expression transforming into one of madness. If a mere novice, having trained for only a month, could withstand his strike, he would become a figure of ridicule throughout history. Conversely, if he could indeed withstand it, perhaps he would become the subject of laughter, marking the first stepping stone on his legendary journey. Such a result is unbearable for him. The more he thinks of Zhao Yi, the more he feels depressed and ashamed, his expression growing increasingly frantic. Suddenly, he exclaimed, You surprisingly managed to withstand my first strike unscathed. You must possess some residual strength. I am quite eager to see how many of my strikes you can endure. Without waiting for Yi Feng's response, he directed another strike toward him. Due to his agitated emotions, although this strike retained the same force as the previous one, its accuracy diminished significantly. Yi Feng, with remarkable agility, narrowly evaded this strike, paying the price of a gash across his chest from the forceful wind. Is this real? Yi Feng actually withstood the second strike from the City Lord. Someone gasped. Many could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief, seeking confirmation of the astonishing sight before them. The shock Yi Feng delivered was truly overwhelming. Observing that his second strike had failed to defeat Yi Feng, Zhao Yi became even more frustrated and irritable upon hearing the exclamations, remaining silent as he launched a third strike. The energy surged like a deadly sword descending from the depths of hell. Has the City Lord lost his mind? This could lead to fatalities, someone remarked. Meanwhile, the 12 awakened beings and several others displayed delighted smiles. For Yi Feng's ability to withstand a strike from the City Lord had dealt a significant blow to their expectations. If Yi Feng were to perish at Zhao Yi's hands, it would be a most fortuitous outcome. Yi Shiner, in a state of distress, began to weep, unsure of what to do. Wu Qingfeng's aged body quivered. As a cultivator, he understood all too well that the disparity in strength between Yi Feng and Zhao Yi was insurmountable. Surviving 2 of Zhao Yi's strikes was already a miraculous feat. There was no way Yi Feng could endure a third strike from Zhao Yi. Yet, his own abilities were limited, and Zhao Yi's strikes were executed with such swiftness. She longed to intervene, yet it was far too late. Upon the distant city walls, the ethereal silhouette of Yao Shi flickered in and out of view, her unwavering gaze fixed upon the unfolding events in the grand arena. In that moment, she gasped in alarm. She was acutely aware of Yi Feng's prowess, given his strength. He could manage to withstand Zhao Yi's first strike, and perhaps even the second with some effort. However, the third strike was utterly insurmountable. Zhao Yi, now clearly beset by confusion and loss of composure, unleashed his attack without mercy. Should Yi Feng be struck, he would either perish or be left irrevocably crippled. Presently, she found herself devoid of even a fraction of her former strength, and the distance between them rendered any hope of rescue utterly futile. Chapter 11. Inconceivable like a spirit serpent emerging from its lair, the strike was both nimble and swift, reminiscent of a tempest, fierce and unrelenting. That terrifying fingertip seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of the void. As the deadly appendage drew nearer, every muscle in Yi Feng's body tensed, as if frozen in place. His heart thundered with a fervor that could be heard even from a few meters away. The overwhelming force emanating from that fingertip constricted his insides, causing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. Having expended every ounce of his strength to withstand Zhao Yi's second strike, he pondered how he could possibly endure the third. Yet retreat was no longer an option. He must either confront it and survive or falter and face a fate worse than death. No. He could not bear the thought of becoming incapacitated or worse. If he were to be rendered helpless or perish, who would care for his young sister? A fierce determination ignited within his eyes, and his mind raced with the teachings of Yao Shi, seeking the enemy's vulnerabilities to mount a counterattack. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered in my mind, dazzling and ephemeral, akin to a flash of lightning illuminating the darkness, imparting an enlightening sensation akin to a profound revelation. The methods imparted by Yao Shi were instantly elevated to an entirely new realm. It was an enigmatic and ineffable feeling. In the distance, Yao Shi immediately perceived the transformation in Yi Feng, her face aglow with astonishment. The Wuqiu Binyuan truly deserves its reputation as one of the mightiest origins in existence, brimming with limitless potential. It grows stronger in the face of adversity. After merely exchanging a few moves with Zhao Yi, he has remarkably gained a newfound insight into my teachings. He should be capable of enduring Zhao Yi's third finger strike. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, Zhao Yi's finger was a mere 3 inches from Yi Feng's chest. With a powerful push, Yi Feng propelled his entire body backward, shifting his center of gravity to the right. In a desperate twist, he narrowly evaded Zhao Yi's strike at the last possible moment. To escape this attack had required the full extent of Yi Feng's strength and intellect. His body was hurled over a yard away by the terrifying residual force, crashing to the ground. 3 strikes. Yi Feng withstood the city lord's third finger. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, unable to close their mouths for what felt like an eternity. A mere month into his training, he had endured a strike from Zhao Yi, a master at the Zhongshu Dao level. And now he had astonishingly withstood 3 strikes in succession. This feat surpassed their wildest imaginations. Even those seasoned and powerful sect leaders would be left speechless upon witnessing this. This was undoubtedly a legend in the annals of cultivation history. Many expressed their awe and disbelief. He chuckled, reflecting on how they had just mocked Yi Feng. Feeling utterly ashamed, another person sighed with a wry smile. Zhao Yi's expression twisted into something grotesque, his eyes filled with madness as he stammered. This lad cannot possibly withstand my 3 fingers. It is absolutely impossible. As he spoke, he prepared to launch a 4th assault on Yi Feng. At that moment, a figure soared onto the arena, positioning themselves before him, stating, "Lord of the city, according to the wager between you and Yi Feng, he need only endure 1 of your fingers. Having already withstood 3, you cannot strike again." The speaker was none other than Yi Feng. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi paused, his frenzied emotions dissipating somewhat as he realized the folly of his actions, which would surely invite ridicule from the world. He retracted his fingers and ceased his attack on Yi Feng. Casting a glance at Yi Feng in the distance, he felt a profound sense of discomfort. He had initially believed he would easily secure victory in the wager and teach Yi Feng a lesson. Instead, he had become the very stepping stone for Yi Feng's illustrious future, and his own reckless impulsiveness had rendered this stepping stone of his exceedingly significant. Yao Shi exhaled in relief, fearing that Zhao Yi's deranged onslaught might inflict harm upon Yi Feng. Fortunately, he had been halted by Wu Qifeng. Nodding, she remarked, "It seems that Yifeng's potential surpasses even my own. Under my guidance, his future achievements may well rival mine." Wu Qifeng approached Yifeng, helping him to his feet, and joyfully exclaimed, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. Today has been an eye-opening experience. Are you severely injured?" Yifeng replied, "You flatter me, senior. It was merely the lord of the city showing mercy. My injuries are not grave and should heal swiftly." Zhao Yi, being the lord of a city, possesses a far-reaching vision. Although Yifeng's successful defense against his 3 strikes caused him considerable embarrassment, it further highlights Yifeng's boundless potential. Cultivating a good relationship with him would undoubtedly yield benefits without any detriments. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Yifeng, I inadvertently injured you, and I hereby offer my apologies. Shortly, I shall provide you with the finest healing medicine. It will be of no consequence." Now, at last, they could live in peace, free from the threat of ferocious beasts. Others in the goddess city, recognizing Yifeng's promising future, also approached him to extend their congratulations. In that moment, Yifeng found himself in a position reminiscent of being the center of attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. The 12 awakened beings, observing this spectacle, were engulfed in a tumult of emotions, jealousy, resentment, and helplessness. His injuries, primarily caused by residual force, were not overly severe. After some medication, he experienced marked improvement after a few hours. Following a period of rest, he quietly ascended the city wall the following night. "You indeed possess remarkable abilities to withstand Zhao Yi's 3 strikes. Even my master must regard you with newfound respect," Yaoshi remarked with a gentle smile. "Master, you flatter me. My triumph in this encounter is entirely due to your guidance. You have only imparted the basics of that combat technique, yet I managed to withstand the Lord's 3 strikes. I humbly request that you teach me the entirety of that technique," Yifeng replied, bowing respectfully. "You are quite eager," Yaoshi chuckled softly, "but there is no rush. First, you must fully recuperate. I anticipate that in a few days, Zhao Yi will summon you to the Xianhua Gate, and on the journey there, I shall teach you. A small pond cannot nurture a large fish. The Xianhua Gate is a premier force in the southern wilderness, brimming with talent and competition. Only by venturing to such places and competing with the talents of the southern wilderness can you unlock your splendid future." Yifeng had already developed a yearning for the Xianhua sect upon witnessing the wondrous sights on the 2nd floor of the Dao Cultivation Hall. After hearing Yaoshi's words, his longing for the Xianhua sect intensified. Pausing for a moment, a proud and cold expression graced Yaoshi's face as she proclaimed, "As my disciple, you possess but one objective: to trample all those gifted prodigies beneath your feet, transforming them into the rungs of your ascent to greatness." Chapter 12. The Decision of Heaven and Earth. On this day, Zhao Yi hosted a banquet, extending a special invitation to Yifeng. At this juncture, Yifeng had fully recovered from his injuries, and his cultivation had made slight advancements, leaving him brimming with vitality. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhao Yi produced a letter and stated, "In 1 month, the Xianhua sect will be actively recruiting disciples. This is a recommendation letter I have penned for you. Present this letter at the Xianhua sect, and your future will be boundless." Yifeng graciously accepted the letter with a few words of gratitude. "There is no need for thanks. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. You possess the flawless origin, a rare talent for cultivation in this world. Once you arrive at the Xianhua sect, it is not impossible for you to become a transcendent disciple. For me, it serves to greatly enhance my reputation, and I shall also receive substantial rewards," Zhao Yi chuckled. The Xianhua sect does not permit family members to accompany disciples. Yifeng entrusted his sister, Yixiner, to Zhao Yi and Wu Qingfeng, both of whom promised with confidence to take excellent care of her. 3 days later, once all was prepared, Yifeng embarked on his journey to the Xianhua sect. Zhao Yi led the prominent figures of Goddess City to personally see him off. "Brother, take care of yourself, brother," Yixiner said, wiping her tears. With a heart full of sorrow, Yifeng departed from the city of goddesses. The vast expanse of the Haotian continent stretched infinitely. Even 2 neighboring cities could be separated by thousands of miles. Highly skilled practitioners could fly on their own, while the general populace and those with lesser cultivation typically relied on vehicles drawn by flying beasts. The distance between the Xianhua Gate and the City of Goddesses was several tens of thousands of miles, and traveling by beast-drawn carriage would take approximately a month. Accompanying Yi Feng to the Xianhua Gate were 12 awakened beings of primordial essence. They chose not to travel on the same carriage as Yi Feng, opting for a different one, but he paid it no mind as he departed in the beast-drawn vehicle. Outside the city, the sight of people fleeing from the beast calamity was ubiquitous, families dragging their belongings, wounded and weary, a truly pitiful scene. Yi Feng felt a pang of sorrow as he murmured to himself, "I remember when I set out to slay the ferocious beasts for their cores. I vowed that if one day I possessed sufficient strength, I would come to quell these calamities and restore peace to the common folk. These people are suffering far too much. I sincerely hope that day arrives soon." "Ah, your compassion knows no bounds," a melodious voice chimed, and Yao Shi appeared before him. The night before Yi Feng's departure from the City of Goddesses, she had asked him to purchase the cheapest pearl from a shop, which she then attached herself to. Following him as he left the city, Yi Feng was well aware that his master had always looked down upon his empathetic disposition towards others. "I have always firmly believed that one should not be excessively selfish and should possess a heart filled with gratitude and compassion towards the suffering of the world. If I had the capability, I would certainly strive to quell this calamity. You are still young. Perhaps as you accumulate more life experiences, your perspective may shift. Alas, in this world, the predominant theme seems to be repaying kindness with enmity and self-interest." Suddenly, an overwhelming anger and hatred surfaced on Yaoshi's face. After a prolonged silence, she continued, "Enough of such talk. Let me impart to you the techniques of battle." Yi Feng observed Yaoshi's expression, pondering whether she had experienced betrayal. Yet he refrained from inquiring further. "Allow me to share the origins of this combat technique with you. This technique is called Heaven and Earth Decision, a creation of the natural world. Even in the skies above, it is something that all desire." Yi Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. To his knowledge, all combat techniques were crafted by unparalleled warriors, and he was astonished to learn of one that emerged from nature itself. Then this technique must surely be classified as a heavenly rank technique, correct? He asked. "This technique does not possess a rank, yet it can evolve on its own," Yaoshi replied. "Evolve on its own?" Yi Feng became increasingly intrigued. Heaven and Earth Decision does not contain any specific martial arts principles or moves. Rather, it focuses entirely on how to absorb other combat techniques for one's own use. By studying a multitude of techniques and utilizing Heaven and Earth Decision to integrate them to a certain extent, it will elevate to a higher level, such as advancing from a lower-tier technique to a higher-tier one. Thus, the more techniques one learns, the faster Heaven and Earth Decision will evolve. Yi Feng inquired. "Indeed," she affirmed. "The higher the level of combat techniques learned, the faster the advancement of the Heaven and Earth Decision will be." Yaoshi remarked, "After mastering the Heaven and Earth Decision, your task is to fervently collect and learn other combat techniques, seeking various superior methods. Consequently, due to the diversity of the combat techniques gathered, even those who have also learned the Heaven and Earth Decision may ultimately wield fundamentally distinct martial arts." Pausing momentarily, Yaoshi expressed with deep emotion, "This is an esoteric combat technique that even stirs my heart. Unfortunately, it must be cultivated from the very basics. When I acquired it, I was already a 9 Heavens Divine Emperor, left only to gaze upon it. You possessed the flawless origin, naturally adept at learning and integrating various combat techniques. Thus, it is most fitting for you to cultivate it." As she spoke, she pointed to Yi Feng's brow, and the entirety of the Heaven and Earth Decision combat technique was transmitted into his mind. Yi Feng swiftly perused the contents within his consciousness. Gaining a profound understanding of the Heaven and Earth Decision, this technique is divided into 6 levels. The first level, Effortless Mastery, primarily teaches how to absorb various combat techniques and integrate them for personal use, ultimately reaching a state of effortless mastery. The second level, Indigo Beyond Blue. At this stage of the Heaven and Earth Decision, one possesses a considerable understanding of assimilating other combat techniques for personal use. often rendering greater power than the original techniques. The third level, transforming decay into wonder. At this level, one has already mastered a vast array of combat techniques and has begun to perceive the hidden essential laws among them. Even a simple set of techniques or a singular move can transform the mundane into the extraordinary. In the fourth tier, existing in one's heart, one has profoundly grasped the essential principles underlying various combat techniques, embodying the demeanor of a grandmaster. The interplay of offense and defense transcends the confines of conventional techniques, manifesting a remarkable application that resides within the heart. Upon reaching the fifth tier, returning to simplicity, one does not merely perceive the origins of combat techniques, but attains a transcendent understanding of the fundamental laws of the universe. All forms of combat techniques are cast aside, and with a mere gesture, one can unleash the most terrifying techniques known to the world, capable of plucking stars and chasing moons, devastating heaven and earth, all within a fleeting thought. The sixth tier, all paths return to one, is not elaborated upon in the text, merely stating that theoretically, such a level exists. Such wondrous combat techniques evoke in me a sense of discovering a new realm, Yi Feng marveled. Yao Shi remarked, with your aptitude, dedicating over a decade, you should be able to master the first tier. The second and third tiers may take you a millennium to comprehend. As for the subsequent levels, I cannot make any rash assertions. It all depends on your fate. This set of techniques is profoundly intricate and vast, and any unparalleled genius, upon delving deeply into it, will inevitably feel insignificantly small. After a brief respite, Yao Shi commenced the formal instruction of Yi Feng in the heaven and earth decision. Although she had never practiced the heaven and earth decision herself, her profound cultivation and extensive experience enabled her to guide Yi Feng skillfully, steering him away from unnecessary detours. The first tier, at one's fingertips, emphasizes the integration and absorption of other combat techniques for personal use. The most fundamental requirement is the ability to identify the weaknesses in others' techniques and subsequently possess the skill to discern vulnerabilities in various combat arts, refining and assimilating them for personal use. What Yi Feng is currently learning is a further enhancement of the method to uncover the flaws in his opponent's moves. Every day, Yao Shi engages with him in practice sparring, imparting a wealth of experience and techniques. Yi Feng, endowed with exceptional talent, learns at an astonishing pace, much to Yao Shi's satisfaction. Occasionally, thoughts of his sister would cast a shadow over his mood. However, recollections of Yao Shi's encouraging words would bring him a sense of solace. Those lost to the past will inevitably awaken one day. Chapter 13. The Immortal Transformation Sect. The Immortal Transformation Sect stands as one of the most formidable forces in the southern wilderness, boasting a lineage that stretches back through the ages. It comprises 5 majestic peaks: the Emerald Bamboo Peak, the Proud Plum Peak, the Elegant Chrysanthemum Peak, the Verdant Pine Peak, and the Thunderous Peak. Among these, the Thunderous Peak serves as the principal summit, encircled by the other 4, housing the sect leader's lineage, while each of the remaining peaks is governed by a venerable elder of profound cultivation. Each autumn, the sect actively recruits numerous new disciples to infuse fresh vitality into its ranks. Most of these newcomers are selected and recommended from various branches distributed across the land, with some hailing from other sects or empires. Upon his arrival at the Immortal Transformation Sect, Yi Feng was immediately awestruck. The 5 peaks, each exuding their own unique charm, some grand and imposing, others elegantly beautiful, and yet others strikingly perilous, created a breathtaking panorama. The air was thick with ethereal mist, accompanied by the distant calls of cranes, while radiant light enveloped the surroundings, resembling a celestial realm. The atmosphere was infused with an abundant essence of primordial energy, promising that cultivation here would yield remarkable results with minimal effort. Before him, many other young individuals, holding similar letters of recommendation, had already arrived. Young faces brimmed with aspirations for a radiant future. The Xianhua sect established numerous reed huts in the clearing before the 5 majestic peaks, providing temporary shelter for these individuals. Yifeng submitted his letter of recommendation to the relevant personnel and was assigned to a reed hut situated on the western side. He shared this abode with a chubby lad named Zhang Xian, who was remarkably affable and immediately struck up a conversation with Yifeng, inquiring about his background. Noticing the boy's congenial demeanor, Yifeng engaged in dialogue, and the two of them found a delightful rapport, both being young and innocent, unwittingly revealing their respective histories to one another. Zhang Xian, the chubby prince from the southern wilderness empire, had been sent here by his father, who, in despair over his unruly behavior, decided to part with him for his cultivation. Yifeng, hailing from the northern mountainous regions of the southern wilderness and possessing the flawless origin, shared his ambition to eradicate the beast calamities one day. From Zhang Xian, Yifeng gleaned considerable information about the Xianhua sect. Anyone in possession of a letter of recommendation could become a disciple. However, the distinctions among disciples were significant. The most exceptional talents would be chosen as transcendent disciples, mentored collectively by the elders of the 5 peaks, with preferential access to all resources within the sect, thus promising a boundless future. Those who aspired to dominate the martial world would predominantly emerge from this group. The next tier included the sect master's disciples, who would join the lineage of the tremendous Sky Peak, benefiting from substantial resources due to the sect master's oversight. The pinnacle of aspiration is to become a disciple of one of the other 4 peaks. Although, in general, the resources available to them may not rival those of the disciples of the sect leader. Gaining the favor of a distinguished figure from any of the 4 peaks could prove equally advantageous. The least desirable outcome is to be unwanted by any peak and thus relegated to the status of a miscellaneous disciple. Despite bearing the title of disciple, a miscellaneous disciple primarily serves as a laborer for the Xianhua sect. In the autumn of the year they first join the sect, a competition for new disciples is held. Should a miscellaneous disciple manage to defeat more advanced disciples, they may ascend in rank, if fortune favors them. They could even attract the attention of an elder from the Zhentian Peak and potentially become a disciple of the sect leader. This represents the sole opportunity for miscellaneous disciples to escape their dismal fate. However, the odds are exceedingly slim. Becoming a miscellaneous disciple almost invariably signifies the end of one's cultivation journey, destined for a life of mediocrity. Possessing the flawless source, it should pose no issue for you to become a transcendent disciple. As for me, I harbor no particular ambitions. I am content to languish and await my demise. My presence here is solely due to my father's connections. I have heard that the Ao Peak is replete with beauties, and I certainly intend to establish a harem. Reveling in nightly escapades, the mere thought brings me delight. Suddenly, a look of concern crossed Zhang Xian's face as he remarked, I truly worry that my body might not withstand it. I must train diligently. Yifeng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What kind of expression is that? Such lofty aspirations are akin to your desire to eradicate the beast calamity. Zhang Xian rolled his eyes and said, It's about time for a meal. Let us go and eat. The dining location is a grassy area beside the thatched pavilion. A copper cauldron, as large as a mountain peak, spun gracefully in midair, releasing delectable dishes that landed neatly upon the table below, where a line of young people eagerly awaited their portions. How could there exist such a stunning beauty in this world? Yifeng looked up to behold a young woman, adorned with a sword upon her back. Descending through the air, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her flowing white garments exuded an ethereal elegance that was beyond description, embodying a grace that seemed otherworldly. She resembled a celestial maiden gliding over water, untainted by the dust of the earth, as exquisite as a lotus emerging from the depths, devoid of the mundane. Even the celestial beings of the heavens would pale in her presence. Could she be seeking to join the ranks of the immortal? A son should be like Qin Haoyan. A daughter should resemble Lu Ruoyan. To my astonishment, I had encountered one of the renowned twin pillars of the southern wilderness, Lu Ruoyan. The atmosphere became electrified, akin to water reaching a boil. Many young men began to greet Lu Ruoyan, vying for her attention, yet she paid them no heed, steadily advancing towards Yifeng. Zhang Xian patted Yifeng on the shoulder, brimming with excitement. So this enchanting girl is Lu Ruoyan. I met her when we were children. She's coming over to greet me, undoubtedly. Good heavens, in the presence of so many peers, this unparalleled beauty, ignoring everyone else, had chosen to acknowledge me. It was enough to boast about for a lifetime. Rest assured, I shall introduce you to her when the time comes, to elevate your status as well. Lu Ruoyan halted just a meter away from them, casting a radiant smile at Yifeng. I am Lu Ruoyan. Are you Yifeng, my elder brother? The collective gaze of the crowd fixated on Yifeng, their brows furrowing in curiosity. Among the most exceptional youth of the southern wilderness, there is not a single individual named Yifeng. Zhang Xian felt an intense embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into a hole, while simultaneously harboring great curiosity. As far as he knew, Yifeng hailed from the northern mountainous regions of the southern wilderness and could not possibly be acquainted with the noble princess of the Round Moon Empire. Observing Zhang Xian's awkward demeanor, Yifeng stifled a laugh. However, he had no recollection of ever interacting with the stunning beauty before him and inquired, "Do we know each other?" "It seems you have truly forgotten me," Lu Ruoyan sighed softly, her expression tinged with disappointment. "This is not a suitable place for an in-depth conversation. Do you have time? We could find a quiet spot to talk." Many who overheard this exchange were consumed by jealousy, their eyes nearly ablaze with envy. The prospect of conversing with Lu Ruoyan in a secluded setting was undoubtedly an exhilarating opportunity that could keep one awake for a lifetime. Zhang Xian fidgeted nearby, filled with envy, wishing he could replace Yifeng with a swift blow. In his heart, he silently mused that it was not he who initiated the conversation with Lu Ruoyan. It was she who inexplicably sought him out. Why were they so envious of him? Just then, someone spoke up. "Zhang Xian, why not introduce us to your friend?" To have garnered Lu Ruoyan's favor, he must possess an extraordinary background. "Indeed. Please share so we may pay our respects," another added, their tone laced with sarcasm. Zhang Xian sensed the hostility in their words, but unable to disregard the social obligation, reluctantly introduced, "Everyone, this is Yifeng, from the northern mountainous regions of the southern wilderness. Recommended to this place by a city lord from the branch of the immortal transformation sect." Many eyes brightened at this revelation. In the northern mountainous region of the southern wilderness, a place renowned for its remoteness, few notable figures have ever emerged. Given that Yifeng hails from such a desolate area, it is only natural that he lacks any substantial backing. Offending him carries little consequence. The admiration that Lu Ruoyan displayed towards Yifeng earlier left a palpable discontent among his peers. The northern mountains of the southern wilderness are infamous for their harsh landscapes, and it is indeed remarkable that someone capable of becoming a disciple of the Xianhua sect could arise from such a place. It is said that the region suffers from rampant beast disasters. One wonders if his family has perished entirely. How fortunate he is to have arrived at the Xianhua sect. At least his life is now secure. Listening to these unkind remarks, Zhang Xian could not help but glance at Yifeng, who maintained an expression of calm indifference, seemingly unfazed by the disparaging words. However, Zhang's conscience was deeply troubled. He raised his voice, stating, "You all are being excessively cruel. While his origins may be less than ours, and his homeland undeniably remote, this is an inescapable truth of birth. Yet, his aspirations are far more noble and ambitious than those of many among us. He seeks to acquire the strength necessary to eradicate the beast disasters plaguing the northern region, allowing the common folk to live in peace and prosperity." What? Eradicate the beast disasters? Many could not suppress their laughter, some even gasping for breath as they pounded their chests in amusement. This young man must either be delusional or living in a fantasy world, imagining he could quell the beast disasters. Such self-aggrandizement is simply laughable. The harsh northern mountains of the southern wilderness have never produced any distinguished individuals. Perhaps he was regarded as a genius in his hometown, but upon arriving at the Xianhua sect, he will likely be relegated to the status of a mere servant disciple. You are merely apprehensive that you may be destined to be unable to contend even with a low-tier fiend, yet you aspire to quell the beast calamity. The ignorant are fearless. Today, I have truly grasped the essence of this saying. Yifeng maintained an expression of calm, but Zhang Xian could no longer tolerate it. He leapt high, raising his voice. You fools, silence yourselves. Yi Feng possessed the flawless origin. With his innate talents and aspirations to mitigate the beast calamity, I deem it far from a mere fantasy. Today I have witnessed a remarkable spectacle. A group of inept individuals dares to mock one who possesses the flawless origin. How amusing indeed. The scorn depicted on the faces of the crowd vanished in an instant, replaced by expressions of embarrassment and astonishment. The flawless origin is one of the most formidable origins in existence. To possess such an origin signifies that one has acquired the key to the path of unparalleled strength, destined for a brilliant future. Setting aside such long-term prospects, let us consider the immediate implications. Possessing the flawless origin guarantees one's status as a transcendent disciple of the immortal gate. A person of such caliber, with aspirations to quell the beast calamity, is certainly not indulging in fanciful dreams. Could it be he truly possesses the flawless origin? One inquired, rife with skepticism. Am I deceiving you? Although verifying an individual's origin typically requires at least the cultivation of a master, I trust that some among you possess the means to ascertain the truth yourselves, Zhang Xian replied. Several individuals discreetly employed their artifacts to investigate Yi Feng, and the results confirmed Zhang Xian's assertions. The embarrassment on their faces deepened significantly. Zhang Xian, unrelenting in his reasoning, remarked, "Oh, why have you ceased your mockery? I genuinely relish witnessing a group of mediocrities deride a genius. Please, continue. Do not halt." The faces of the crowd flushed deeply, their heads bowed in such shame that they wished to vanish into the depths of their garments. How could they possibly face the prospect of ridiculing Yi Feng, the possessor of the flawless origin? Not only in the southern wilderness but across the vast expanse of the Haotian continent, he was a prodigious talent beyond compare. Among them were individuals with commendable origins. Yet when juxtaposed with the flawless origin, they were but fireflies in the presence of the full moon, entirely incomparable. This incident was akin to an opportunity presented on a silver platter, inviting a forceful counterattack. With a triumphant grin, Zhang Xian turned to Yi Feng and said, "Brother, they have mocked you for so long. Do you not wish to utter a word in response?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd soured dramatically. Given the current circumstances, Yi Feng could only endure whatever harsh words might be uttered, hoping that his response would not be overly caustic. Yi Feng slightly lifted his head, surveying the assembly with a calm demeanor. Many felt a stirring of anxiety, bracing themselves for a potential retort. "Come on, speak up. They have just ridiculed you. You must retaliate splendidly," Zhang urged. Clearing his throat, Yi Feng rubbed his nose and said, "Esteemed ones, I am but a newcomer and quite unfamiliar with this place. Might I inquire as to the location of the restroom? What? Are you certain you did not misspeak?" Zhang Xian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Rendered utterly flabbergasted, the gathered crowd found themselves seeing stars, unable to articulate their astonishment at Yi Feng's unexpected remark. "I genuinely need to use the restroom." Yi Feng spoke earnestly. In truth, he was well aware of Zhang Xian's intentions. However, he felt that Zhang Xian had already articulated all that needed to be said. To utter harsh words in response would only be superfluous and detract from the moment's grace. It would be far better to divert the conversation, leaving a favorable impression of magnanimity upon the others. "Very well, I concede to you. I shall escort you to the restroom." Zhang Xian was both amused and exasperated. The crowd collectively exhaled, their fondness for Yi Feng growing inexplicably. They thought to themselves, had they been in Yi Feng's position, they would undoubtedly have resorted to scathing sarcasm to vent their frustrations. Yet, Yi Feng had humorously shifted the topic, a display of composure and generosity that they could hardly match. Chapter 15. The celestial maiden descends to earth. The primordial essence of heaven and earth in this realm was remarkably dense. While not quite on par with the concentration absorbed by Yaoshi atop the city walls of the goddess city, it was undoubtedly an excellent locale for cultivation. With eyes focused on the nose and the nose attuned to the heart, Yi Feng soon entered an enigmatic state. The primordial energies of heaven and earth surged into his body, settling within the meridians and channels. Observing Yi Feng's dedication, Zhang Xian also settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. However, after merely half an hour, his playful nature overwhelmed him, prompting him to rise and peruse his novel. After a brief period of reading, drowsiness overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the dawn of the following day. Noticing that Yifeng was still absorbed in his cultivation, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You are truly relentless. If I possessed but a quarter of your diligence, I wouldn't have been sent here by my father. Alas, this place is dreadfully dull compared to the bustling vibrancy of the imperial capital." The influx of primordial energy from heaven and earth into his body has accelerated nearly 2 to 3-fold compared to before. The swifter the absorption of this celestial energy, the more rapid one's cultivation will progress. The Xianhua Sutra contains pertinent records indicating that the human body possesses a certain degree of repulsion towards this primordial energy, thus limiting the rate at which it can be absorbed. Should conflicts arise with others, he now harbors greater confidence. As Yifeng emerged from his meditative state, the time had arrived for the Xianhua sect's formal selection of disciples. This selection process consists of 3 steps: assessing cultivation, evaluating primordial energy, and examining potential. Those with higher cultivation levels, stronger primordial energy, and greater innate talent stand a chance of becoming promising disciples, whereas those lacking talent, with inferior primordial energy and weak cultivation, are destined to remain as servant disciples. On the lawn to the east of the bamboo grove, an intricate formation has been arranged, where various mysterious forces converge to manifest a solemn and imposing gateway. Upon passing through this portal, one's cultivation, primordial energy, and potential will be clearly revealed. In midair, a row of seats floats, occupied by nearly 30 individuals, led by 5 elders from the 5 peaks. They will assess each newcomer based on the information provided by this enigmatic formation regarding their cultivation, primordial energy, and potential. Following this evaluation, the newcomers may either become feathered disciples, master disciples, disciples of the other 4 peaks, or servant disciples. From this moment forth, their destinies shall diverge significantly. Standing alongside these individuals is the host of the selection event. He was primarily responsible for announcing the selection rules and calling out the names of those being screened. As they gazed upon the solemn and imposing gate, a sense of tension inevitably gripped the crowd, and even Yifeng was no exception. Zhang Xian chuckled, "Brother, remain composed. The flawless origin is one of the most formidable origins in existence. Throughout the vast expanse of the Haotian continent, few possess an origin that can rival yours. To my knowledge, among us, only Lu Ruoyan's bright moon origin can barely compare to your flawless origin, though it is only a meager comparison, as there remains a significant gap between them. Thus, you are destined to become a disciple of ascension. By the way, where is my goddess Ruan? Why hasn't she arrived yet?" No sooner had he spoken than a maiden appeared from the northeast, sword on her back, ethereal and graceful, radiating an unparalleled beauty, like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Who else could it be but Lu Ruoyan? All eyes instinctively turned towards her, even the 5 venerable elders seated nearby, known for their profound composure, could not help but steal glances in her direction. Many young men immediately began to fawn over her, eagerly calling out greetings. Yet she maintained her aloof demeanor, offering no acknowledgement to anyone. Upon noticing Yifeng in the distance, she gracefully approached him, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if capable of melting the ice of a 1,000-year-old glacier. "Yifeng, brother, once this selection event concludes, you should have some time. I will come to find you then. Do not evade me." "All right, okay." Yifeng, feeling somewhat bashful at her directness, reluctantly nodded. No one had ever treated him with such coldness and reluctance. He decided it best not to intrude further. Lu Ruoyan let out a soft sigh, distancing herself from Yifeng and wandering to the other side. Once she had departed, Zhang Xian suddenly grasped Yifeng by the throat, demanding, "Confess. What is your relationship with my goddess Lu Ruoyan? I am nearly consumed by jealousy." "Calm down. I have told you 1,000 times. I truly do not know her," Yifeng replied, prying Zhang Xian's hand away. "I believe she must have mistaken me for someone else." "Damn it, The comparison with others is infuriating. I met her once in our childhood, and she completely ignored me. Yet you, with such a poor attitude towards her, she still shamelessly seeks you out. Oh, let us not dwell on it. Just thinking about it brings me down, Zhang Xian lamented, heaving deep sighs and striking his chest in frustration. This is hardly a good sign. I fear I have become the enemy of all men. Yi Feng shrugged, observing their surroundings. Almost every man was glaring at him with a murderous intensity. If the jealous glares could truly kill, you would be reduced to ashes. Avoiding the discomfort of standing beside me, Zhang Xian remarked. The 5 elders engaged in a discussion, and eventually, a venerable elder with a long beard spoke, Wang Feng. Although your overall score is not high, I have reviewed your recommendation letter. Your sword essence is rather unique, as it can augment the attack speed of blades. Are you willing to join my Zhentian peak? Zhentian is the lineage of the sect leader, and joining it signifies becoming a disciple of the sect leader. He had thought he could only become a disciple of another peak, and faced with this unexpected joy, he promptly replied, I am willing. This does not imply your inadequacy, but rather signifies that you must continue to strive for excellence. In the forthcoming assessment of the junior disciples, you are destined to shine brightly. Upon hearing these words of consolation, Lin Feng felt utterly disheartened, yet resigned to the tragic outcome. The evaluations proceeded, with some reveling in joy while others wallowed in despair. Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. What useless individuals. After all this time, not a single one has dazzled us. Brother Feng, why has it not yet been your turn? I stand here solely to witness your awe-inspiring presence and unmatched flair. It is difficult for the possessor of the perfect origin to not exude an air of dominance. Chapter 16. Sun Wuji at that moment. A figure rose from the floating seats and declared, Next, Lu Ruoyan. The mere mention of Lu Ruoyan instantly roused the plump Zhang Xian from his stupor. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Finally, some excitement. If I cannot witness your stunning presence, then merely seeing the goddess is quite delightful. Lu Ruoyan tidied her attire and strode confidently towards the entrance. With her pearly white teeth and delicate features, she embodied an unparalleled grace, neither seductive nor demure. Radiant yet untouched by worldly affairs, she seemed to be the very incarnation of purity, elegance, and ethereal beauty, transcending the mundane. All the young men's gazes followed her every step, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Brother Feng, what do you think it would feel like if I dashed over and embraced her from behind? Zhang Xian drooled with anticipation. Could you not behave normally? Stop daydreaming about a toad desiring to eat swan meat, Yi Feng remarked. Alas, I am indeed a prince. Is it so wrong to harbor such aspirations? Zhang Xian exclaimed, his dissatisfaction palpable. Yet, like a deflated balloon, he soon succumbed to despondency, muttering, Very well, I shall refrain from such idle thoughts. Her extraordinary talent for cultivation was well known, and thus, although the mechanical voice articulated astonishing content, it did not incite a commotion. The 5 elders conferred quietly for a moment, and one elder, with a smile, addressed Princess Ruoyan, You are a prodigious talent, renowned across the realm. Your acceptance into our sect of transcendence would indeed be a blessing for us. We unanimously believe you should become a disciple of the feathered ascendants. I have gathered information regarding this year's new disciples. In terms of aptitude and potential, only Sun Wuji could possibly rival you. The mere mention of Sun Wuji stirred many hearts. He was the grandson of the law elder of the sect of transcendence, and a prodigy among the local youth, reputed to have slain a yellow tear fiend at the tender age of 6 and defeated the 13th prince of the Qian Empire. The realm's foremost child prodigy at 9. His talent was unparalleled, a name that stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Ruoyan's. Is it true that Sun Wuji will also join our cohort and formally enter the sect of transcendence? Murmured the crowd. 2 years prior, it was said he was undergoing training in some mysterious locale, and I had presumed he would not join for several more years. Among the crowd, a striking boy clad in purple revealed a hint of disdainful amusement, seemingly in disagreement with the elder's words. Lu Ruoyan performed a respectful bow and replied, Elder Qian, you flatter me. This cohort is brimming with talent. I am far from the formidable figure you describe. As far as I know, Aside from brother Sun, there is at least one person who likely surpasses me. With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Yifeng. Oh, and who might that be? Elder Qin inquired, his face a mask of curiosity as he surveyed the crowd. The onlookers were equally perplexed, evidently unaware of whom Lu Ruoyan was alluding to. The senior is unaware? It seems that while perusing the profiles of our new disciples, this individual may have inadvertently been overlooked, Lu Ruoyan remarked. I shall keep you in suspense. Once the selection event concludes, you will naturally discover their identity. This year, over 3,000 disciples have been recommended to our immortal transformation sect. It is quite normal for a few profiles to be missed. Elder Qin responded, I am genuinely intrigued to know who could evoke such humility from Princess Ruan. Among the crowd, a striking young man clad in purple displayed a flicker of displeasure, glaring sharply at Yifeng as he scanned the throng. Zhang Xian patted Yifeng on the shoulder and said, Lu Ruoyan is clearly referring to you. It's quite astonishing that the elder overlooked your profile. However, this situation may prove advantageous. Under their complete ignorance, the owner of the flawless origin will make an entrance, and it is difficult to fathom the shock they will experience. The selection event continued, and the spectators had grown somewhat numb, their initial excitement waning. Just then, the host announced the name of the next selected candidate, invigorating the crowd. Next, Sun Wuji. Immediately, the distinguished young man in purple stepped forth from the crowd, adorned in resplendent attire, exuding vitality, and a slight smirk graced his lips. Radiating an air of arrogance, he strode effortlessly through the grand entrance. His cultivation level surpassed that of Lu Ruoyan by a minor realm. I suspect that his strength may well exceed hers, contrary to what the elder claimed, that they were merely competing for superiority. He is likely the strongest among our cohort of disciples, and being the grandson of the transmission elder, his future is beyond imagination. As he listened to the voices around him, Sun Wuji's lips curled into a smug smile, and a sense of arrogance enveloped his expression. However, a faint murmur reached his ears, causing his countenance to change dramatically. The voice remarked, Do not speak so confidently. To my knowledge, there is a disciple named Yifeng among us, possessing the flawless origin, which is recognized as one of the most formidable origins. Even when compared to those legendary origins from ancient myths, it stands undiminished, far surpassing the shadow origin. The individual Lu Ruoyan mentioned as feeling inferior must be him. Sun Wuji had long been aware of Yifeng's possession of the flawless origin and had spent the past few days in anxious trepidation over it. He had previously been certain that he would emerge as the foremost disciple among this generation, unrivaled by any. With such supremacy, coupled with his grandfather's assistance, he would undoubtedly receive the greatest resource allocation from the immortal transformation sect, propelling him towards an extraordinarily brilliant future. To his astonishment, the sudden emergence of a contender endowed with the flawless origin now posed a significant threat, potentially obstructing his illustrious path. Thus, he harbored an intense aversion to any news concerning Yifeng. At that moment, the host's voice resonated once more. Next, Yifeng. Chapter 17. The Ascension of Disciples. Hurry and give those 5 elders a good shock. Zhang Xian urged excitedly. Yifeng cast him a sidelong glance before striding toward the imposing and solemn gate. Lu Ruoyan observed Yifeng quietly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Many who were aware of Yifeng's circumstances displayed expressions of keen interest, eager to witness the ripples created by the revelation of a pristine origin bearer. Conversely, those unfamiliar with Yifeng regarded him with disinterest. Despite his appealing appearance, he appeared merely an inconspicuous figure to them. Sun Wuji's expression shifted dramatically, as he had never anticipated finding himself tragically positioned just before Yifeng. The existence of Yifeng's pristine origin would undoubtedly incite a significant uproar, overshadowing his own presence and relegating him to a mere backdrop that accentuated Yifeng's prominence. As seasoned practitioners, they possessed a deeper understanding of the terrifying implications of the pristine origin than ordinary cultivators. It had been several millennia since anyone had emerged on the vast continent of Haotian with such an origin. Possessing this origin effectively granted one the key to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Origins like lunar origin and shadow origin were already rare. but their significance paled in comparison to that of the pristine origin. The chubby boy chuckled mischievously. Ha ha. This is exactly the effect we wanted. How delightful it would be if those 5 elders wore dentures. Their false teeth would surely be shocked right out. Those who were privy to Yi Feng's circumstances were struck by the astonished expressions of those seated in the sky, filled with an overwhelming sense of envy and jealousy towards him. Meanwhile, those unfamiliar with Yi Feng's situation experienced a shock equally profound as that of the floating audience. Ah, the flawless origin, they murmured. Although his current cultivation level was quite low, it was evident that he would soon catch up, leaving Sun Wuji to humbly accept his inferiority. Indeed, within the realm of the strong, there are always stronger individuals. I had presumed that Sun Wuji was the mightiest among our cohort, only to discover the emergence of another possessing the flawless origin. Sun Wuji's successor would undoubtedly be him. I couldn't help but wonder if this was a deliberate arrangement by fate, designed to highlight Yi Feng's superior strength in contrast to Sun Wuji's prowess. Listening to these discussions, Sun Wuji's face contorted with rage. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug painfully into his flesh as he spat out 2 words through clenched teeth. Yi Feng. An elder turned to Lu Ruoyan and inquired, Princess Ruan, the individual you referred to as being above you, is it this Yi Feng? Lu Ruoyan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is he. The elder chuckled. Ah, Princess Ruan, you are being modest. You are a prodigy in your own right, not necessarily inferior to him. He then subtly shifted his tone to express his true sentiment. However, the flawless origin he possesses is undoubtedly superior to your bright moon origin. Elder Qian, filled with self-reproach, lamented. To overlook such talent in his profile is truly unforgivable. Quickly, retrieve Yi Feng's recommendation letter. I must gain a deeper understanding of him without delay. Behind him, more than a dozen individuals promptly commenced their tasks, swiftly sifting through piles of recommendation letters. Eureka! One of them extracted a letter from the heap and presented it to Elder Qian. Upon opening the letter, Elder Qian's gaze darted across a few lines, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. After a moment of contemplation, his astonishment morphed into disbelief as he murmured, Is this truly genuine? It is utterly incredible. The onlookers, witnessing Elder Qian's expression, were engulfed in confusion. One elder could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Old Qian, what is the matter? Please enlighten us. Elder Qian replied, You may read it for yourself. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. I am truly humbled. He handed the recommendation letter to the inquisitive elder, who, upon perusing its contents, exhibited a similar expression of astonishment. Gazing up and down at Yi Feng, he remarked, This is truly extraordinary. Yi Feng, you have cultivated for merely 5 days and have triumphed over 12 awakened beings working in unison. After a month of training, you have withstood the 3 fingers of Master Zhao Yi of the Master's Path. The revelation of these feats sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Even Sun Wuji, who harbored reservations about Yi Feng, could not help but gaze at him in wonder. To have cultivated for 5 days, defeating 12 awakened beings together, and after a month, resisting the prowess of a Master's Path expert's 3 fingers, such achievements, even with the flawless origin, were difficult to fathom. It was simply too surreal. Yi Feng bowed slightly and stated, All of this is mere fortune. Elder Qian responded, There is no need for modesty. Today, I have truly witnessed something remarkable. Those legendary prodigies chronicled in the annals of Haotian continent would scarcely accomplish such feats. The fact that our immortal transformation sect has been graced with your presence is indeed a stroke of fortune. One elder, possessing a rather forthright disposition, exuberantly revealed his unvarnished thoughts without hesitation. The other 4 elders, not as candid as he, nonetheless shared a mutual understanding of his sentiments. Elder Qian cleared his throat and remarked, By the information in this letter, it appears you have been cultivating for a relatively brief period. Am I correct? If we tally it up, it amounts to less than 3 months of practice as of today. Regardless, it is a momentous occasion for us to have you, the bearer of the flawless origin this year. I recommend that the esteemed city Lord Zhao of the goddess city be duly rewarded. The selection event concluded after a day, yet no other remarkable talents emerged worthy of becoming disciples. Undoubtedly, Yi Feng emerged as the paramount victor of this selection. Many recognized his promising future and sought to befriend him. His amiable nature made it easy for those who approached him to leave satisfied, further enhancing his popularity. In a fleeting moment, he became the center of attention. This spectacle only intensified Sun Wuji's discontent. He clenched his fist and shattered a stone in frustration, gritting his teeth. All of this should rightfully belong to me. I ought to be the one basking in the limelight, relishing the adoration of the masses. Chapter 18. A malevolent conspiracy. All disciples of the immortal transformation sect are prodigious cultivators, enjoying the finest privileges the sect has to offer. Yi Feng not only received a residence atop the Thunder Peak, but was also assigned 3 servants to attend to him. Every morsel consumed and every sip taken is infused with an array of substances that fortify the body and enhance one's cultivation. Yi Feng, having been born into hardship, finds himself somewhat unaccustomed to such treatment. Furthermore, his residence boasts an exquisite geographical location. Merely stepping outside allows him to perch upon a colossal rock and gaze upon the breathtaking scenery that surrounds him, mountains shrouded in mist and verdant trees. A sight of unparalleled beauty. Zhang Xian, unsurprisingly, has become the disciple of the sect leader and resides on the Thunder Peak. He often finds himself at leisure, frequently visiting Yi Feng. According to the regulations of the Xianhua sect, all newly accepted disciples must spend a month acclimating to their surroundings before formal cultivation instruction commences. Many eagerly anticipate the arrival of the teaching days, yet Yi Feng remains indifferent. In terms of cultivation, he possesses the complete Xianhua canon and in martial skills. He wields the formidable heaven and earth decision, with the esteemed 9 heavens divine emperor as his mentor. The teachings of the Xianhua sect offer him little that he does not already possess. Each morning, he sits in meditation, diligently striving to elevate his own cultivation. While in the evenings, he immerses himself in the study of the heaven and earth decision. Almost daily, visitors come to pay their respects, predominantly fellow new disciples, alongside some seasoned ones. Those who possess the flawless origin are destined for greatness, and becoming familiar faces can only benefit one's future endeavors. The elders of the Xianhua sect hold Yi Feng in high regard, with 5 or 6 elders having come to visit him in succession. This favor, when viewed within the entirety of the Xianhua sect, is a rare privilege. Reports regarding Yi Feng's circumstances have been duly conveyed to Sun Wuji by his subordinates. Sun Wuji felt an unbearable frustration. How detestable! Even before he had begun his training and teachings, the elders had already shown him such favoritism, and the disciples were eager to curry favor with him. What would become of me, Sun Wuji, in the future? Young master, why allow yourself to be provoked? You are the grandson of the Grand Master of Transmission, the most outstanding young talent of the local faction of the Immortal Transformation sect. How could a mere impoverished boy from the mountains compare to you? Is he truly in such a prominent position now? Must you suppress his brilliance? An elderly servant bowed respectfully. Though that lad possesses remarkable potential, he has only recently begun his cultivation and lacks strength. Oh, what do you propose? Sun Wuji inquired with keen interest. He is currently a disciple of feather transformation, and many elders regard him highly. Acting rashly could backfire, especially since he is exceptionally gifted. Most would find it challenging to contend with him. Do not forget that Jing Tian has allied with us, the old servant replied. Sun Wuji's eyes brightened as he grasped the servant's implication. Zheng Tian, being a fellow disciple of feather transformation, would naturally feel displeased seeing Yi Feng so favored. It would be entirely reasonable for him to challenge Yi Feng to a duel. Moreover, he possesses sufficient strength to defeat Yi Feng. Indeed, the old servant added, if Yi Feng suffers a crushing defeat at the hands of a fellow disciple from the same cohort, his reputation will undoubtedly diminish. The attitudes of the elders and disciples within the sect will surely shift, while they may not lose all faith in him. Their confidence in his future prospects will certainly wane. Furthermore, An individual's level of achievement is significantly influenced not only by innate talent but also by their self-belief. Throughout history, it is evident that every unparalleled powerhouse possesses an extraordinary level of confidence and an indomitable spirit. At present, Yi Feng revels in the adoration of many, and it is inevitable that his ego has swelled. It would be prudent to orchestrate a significant defeat for him at this juncture, as such a setback would surely shatter his confidence, allowing us to further exploit his downfall, leaving him utterly demoralized. A person devoid of self-assurance, regardless of their innate talent, is destined for limited achievements, let alone competing with the young master. Furthermore, considering Zheng Tian, vanquishing the illustrious Yi Feng would greatly enhance his popularity. He would undoubtedly be eager to undertake such a task. Sun Wuji displayed a satisfied smile as he remarked, once that young man loses the confidence commensurate with his abilities, his prospects will be constrained. If my disciples are not fully nurtured by our sect, then who else shall we cultivate? As for those who have befriended him, a mere hint that I have dispatched Zheng Tian to discipline Yi Feng will suffice for them to understand my influence. They will clearly recognize the futility of aligning themselves with someone whose future is now dimmed. Life can indeed be as solitary as falling snow. Suddenly, he heard an enchanting voice calling to him, "Zhang Xian, where are you headed?" He turned towards the sound, nearly losing his balance in his excitement, and stumbled over a stone, narrowly avoiding a clumsy fall. The voice belonged to none other than Lu Ruoyan. Clad in white that rivaled the purity of snow, she exuded an ethereal charm and unmatched beauty. With a radiant smile that seemed to render even the most exquisite flowers envious, she said, "We have met before in our childhood, when we shared a meal under the watchful eyes of our elders. I suppose we can consider ourselves old friends." Zhang Xian was overjoyed and said, "I never expected you to remember these matters." The Immortal Transformation sect is situated deep in the mountains, offering little in terms of entertainment. It turns out that Lu Ruoyan took the initiative to greet me and try to get close, merely to inquire about Yi Feng's whereabouts. What has become of him? Is he too busy? Lu Ruoyan's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. No, he is available. I am quite curious. What is your relationship with him? He seems not to recognize you. Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming sorrow, as no words could adequately express his current emotions. He is my savior. Perhaps he has forgotten due to my youth at that time. A fleeting blush illuminated Lu Ruoyan's eyes as she replied, however, "I shall remember him for a lifetime." Chapter 19. The challenge. Alas, where might one find this person? Yi Feng approached the table, lifting a cup of tea just as a servant entered, and said, "Young Master Yi, a young lady named Lu Ruoyan wishes to see you." After a moment's thought, Yi Feng replied, "Please ask her to the parlor. I shall be there shortly." Tidying his attire, Yi Feng hurried to the parlor. Upon his arrival, he found Lu Ruoyan had long been waiting. "Brother Yi Feng, you've arrived," she exclaimed, rising to greet him. Truthfully, Yi Feng was taken aback by her beauty, but he would not display himself as crassly as Zhang Xian. Instead, he offered a polite smile and inquired, "Why do you call me brother? Do we truly know each other?" Lu Ruoyan nodded gently and said, "Do you remember? 11 years ago, in the primitive forests of the northern mountainous region of the southern wilderness, you encountered a 5-year-old girl. You cared for her for 3 days and nights, and unfortunately, both of you fell into an abandoned trap until her family came to retrieve her. You are that girl?" I recall she had lost an arm. Did she not? Memories of that distant year surfaced in Yi Feng's mind. At that time, he was merely 5 years old. Children from impoverished families mature early. He had already learned to forage for wild fruits and herbs in the mountains to sell at the market. On one occasion, while gathering in the mountains, he inadvertently came across a girl of similar age, who had only one arm and was weeping, her eyes filled with terror. Lu Ruoyan, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, found it difficult to associate herself with that little girl who had suffered such a fate. With a soft smile, Lu Ruoyan continued, "I am the princess of the Crescent Moon Empire. With the strength of my empire, it would not be a daunting task to restore a person's lost arm, would it?" After a brief pause, she added, "Years ago, usurpers seized power, and my parents were forced to flee with me to the northern mountainous region of the southern wilderness, pursued relentlessly by those brigands. After several years of conflict, we vanquished the usurpers and successfully restored our nation. Now I understand. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Ruoyan then remarked, at that time, I was only 5 years old, untrained and raised in the palace, utterly ignorant of the survival skills needed in the wilderness. Had I not encountered you, I would not have survived until my parents came for me. Even if I had escaped the jaws of wild beasts, I would have perished from hunger and fear. You are my savior. It is merely a trivial act. There is no need to speak of life-saving benefactors, Yifeng remarked with a smile. Regardless of your thoughts, I shall never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. A delicate blush adorned Lu Ruoyan's cheeks as she lowered her head slightly and replied, those days spent in that forsaken trap still haunt my dreams. Just then, Yifeng sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A voice resonated from outside the door, clear yet soft. Yifeng, this is Zheng Tian. I humbly request a moment of your time. Yifeng and Lu Ruoyan exchanged glances, recognizing the name. Lu Ruoyan spoke. We know him. Stepping outside, they found Zheng Tian standing in the square, arms crossed, though his face bore the marks of pockmarks. An extraordinary air surrounded him that rendered him far from unattractive. Upon seeing Lu Ruoyan accompanying Yifeng, Zheng Tian's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained composure, greeting her with fervor. I did not expect to find you here, junior sister Lu. I extend my respects. An elegant maiden is a gentleman's ideal. He clearly harbored a certain admiration for Lu Ruoyan. She offered him a polite smile in return. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, senior brother Zheng? Yifeng asked. Zheng Tian responded with a subtle smile. Oh, it is nothing of great importance. The Xianhua sect has yet to instruct us in our cultivation, and I find myself quite idle. I thought I might seek you out for a friendly spar. Such exchanges among peers foster camaraderie, allowing us to learn from one another. I trust you would not decline. Lu Ruoyan felt a tightening sensation in her heart. Yifeng possessed the flawless origin, and it was inevitable that he would surpass Zheng Tian in the future. However, Yifeng had only been cultivating for less than 3 months. How could he possibly be a match for Zheng Tian? Zheng Tian's intent in seeking a spar with Yifeng was clearly suspect. She hurriedly interjected, Senior brother Zheng, unfortunately, Senior brother Yi has caught a chill and is unlikely to compete with you. How about I engage in the spar instead? After all, it is merely a friendly competition among fellow disciples, and it would be the same either way. Seeing this celestial-like figure express such favor towards Yifeng, Zheng Tian felt a surge of discomfort. Now, with her openly advocating for Yifeng, he could not help but harbor a growing resentment towards him. Furthermore, with Sun Wuji's instructions weighing on him, he could hardly acquiesce to Lu Ruoyan's suggestion. He replied, to be able to spar with junior sister Lu is indeed a great honor, but alas, it seems that cannot be arranged at present. On my way to find junior brother Yi, I fortuitously encountered a few acquaintances. In my negligence, I inadvertently revealed my intention to spar with junior brother Yi to them. They are all rather loose-lipped, so it is likely that the news has already spread. If I cannot engage in a match with junior brother Yi, it may tarnish his reputation. Lu Ruoyan let out a disdainful snort. It appeared that Zheng Tian had meticulously plotted this, rendering the situation rather tricky. Unable to think of a suitable resolution herself, she cast a hopeful glance towards Yifeng, wishing he would possess a solution. Yifeng rubbed his nose and remarked, Senior brother Zheng certainly has a keen sense of strategy. What do you mean, junior brother Yi? Zheng Tian inquired. At this point, why bother feigning ignorance? Your true intention is to force me into a duel with you, is it not? Congratulations, you have achieved your goal. I agree to spar with you. Yifeng paused briefly before continuing. Do you believe that since I have only been cultivating for less than 3 months and my mastery is a significant realm below yours, this presents an opportune moment for you to triumph over me? Perhaps you have miscalculated. Confronted by Yifeng's candid revelation of his thoughts, Zheng Tian felt a hint of embarrassment, his expression darkening as he retorted, Meet me at the Zhentian Peak training grounds tomorrow afternoon. I hope you remain as confident then as you are now. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Chapter 20. Who says I will lose? Lu Ruan's lips twitched slightly, and after a long hesitation, she said, Brother Yifeng, you need not acquiesce to his challenge. It appeared she shared the sentiment that she could not best him, yet she added, Nevertheless, this world is rife with miracles. Besides, given his meticulous planning, do I truly possess any other alternatives? Yifeng pondered for a moment and replied, What concerns me is that Jing Tian holds no grievance against me. There is no reason for him to provoke me in such a manner. Do you think he might be acting under someone else's influence? I find this rather suspicious. You possess the Immaculate Origin. It is widely acknowledged that your future is bright, so incurring your ire would yield no benefits for him. However, as a disciple of Yuhua, the individuals who could manipulate him are quite limited. Who could it be? Suddenly, Lu Ruan's furrowed brows relaxed as she exclaimed, I believe I have deduced who it is, Sun Wuji. Is it him? Yifeng inquired. He is a person of considerable ambition, endowed with remarkable talent. Initially, among our cohort of disciples, he could have comfortably claimed the top position, receiving the best training from the sect. Yet your arrival has altered the dynamics. On the day of the selection event, when you shone brightly, I noticed he seemed rather displeased. As the grandson of the esteemed elder responsible for imparting teachings at the Immortal Transformation sect, he possesses the authority to command a transcendence disciple, Lu Ruan remarked. It must be him then. Yifeng smiled and replied, Indeed, your innate talent and cultivation are hardly inferior to his. Why does he not confront you? Lu Ruoyan explained. Although I am a disciple of the Immortal Transformation sect, I am also the princess of the Round Moon Empire, destined to serve my empire. Thus, regardless of my exceptional talent, the sect cannot afford to nurture me wholeheartedly. I do not pose a threat to his position, whereas you, on the other hand, undeniably do. I see, Yifeng responded thoughtfully. Regardless of the individual, I adhere to the principle of non-aggression. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. However, should they choose to offend me, I am not one to shy away from conflict. He paused before continuing. Tomorrow's duel with Zheng Tian promises to be a fierce battle. I believe it would be prudent for me to rest well. Shall we continue our conversation another day? Lu Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time in her life that a young man had subtly ushered her away. Master, please forgive my surprise, Yifeng said. It has been over a month since we departed from the goddess city. Under your guidance, I feel I have made significant strides in my strength during this time. I have longed to find someone to spar with to ascertain my true capabilities. Competing against such a prodigious talent will provide me with a clearer understanding of my own shortcomings. Yashi interjected. Oh? From your tone? It seems you are brimming with confidence in your ability to triumph over Zheng Tian. Yet, the disparity between you two is quite apparent. I am curious as to the source of your confidence. Yifeng replied, My confidence stems from the heaven and earth decision imparted by my master. After more than a month of meticulous study, I have come to believe that I have grasped approximately 70 to 80% of the techniques discussed in this combat strategy regarding the identification and exploitation of an opponent's weaknesses. Furthermore, I possess the flawless origin, which enhances my strength significantly, leading me to feel confident in my ability to overcome him. Such audacity. In such a brief span, one dares to claim mastery of 70 to 80% of the methods for countering an opponent's weaknesses. How exactly have you attained this level of understanding? Yaoshi inquired. Yifeng replied, The essence of identifying and exploiting an opponent's weaknesses lies in two words: initiative. Following the conventional approach, one typically waits for the opponent to strike, searching for flaws in their techniques to counter. In doing so, even if one ultimately triumphs, they remain ensnared by the opponent's moves throughout the battle, essentially engaging in passive defense. The true essence of the method for exploiting an opponent's weaknesses is to take the initiative, to anticipate the enemy's actions. Before the adversary has even made a move, you have already thwarted their techniques, leaving them constrained and unable to act. The greatest vulnerability of an opponent's technique is, in fact, rendering them incapable of executing their desired moves. Your understanding seems adequate, Yaoshi remarked, her demeanor as poised as ever, though a flicker of approval shone in her eyes. However, Zheng Tian, being a super genius, has likely already mastered 1 or 2 combat techniques at his age. With a significant advantage in realm and the enhancement of his techniques, the disparity between you will only widen. Yifeng remarked, in the initial stage of heaven and earth decision. The principle of seeking the weaknesses in an opponent's techniques to counterattack serves as a foundation for the more advanced strategy of identifying the flaws in an enemy's combat skills for a counterstrike. Furthermore, this advanced strategy aims to thoroughly comprehend other combat techniques, distilling the essence and integrating them for personal use, ultimately achieving a state of effortless mastery. Although I presently lack the ability to identify the weaknesses in an opponent's techniques for a counterattack, Zheng Tian is still quite young, even if he has studied combat skills. His proficiency is likely insufficient. I believe that employing the method of seeking the weaknesses in an opponent's techniques to counterattack could prove effective. Yao Shi nodded and said, if you can grasp these concepts, you will prevail in this competition. By the following morning, the news of the contest between Yifeng and Zheng Tian had spread throughout the entire Xianhua sect, and no one was unaware of it. What? Zheng Tian is competing against Yifeng? Who would have thought there would be such a clash among the ascendant disciples of our cohort so soon? The anticipation surrounding a contest between such exceptional talents is simply exhilarating and cannot be missed. Have you not noticed? This contest is rather unfair to Yifeng. Although he possesses the flawless origin, he has only been training for less than 3 months and cannot possibly match Zheng Tian's prowess. I truly cannot fathom why he would choose to challenge Zheng Tian. It seems like an invitation to humiliation. Who knows? Perhaps he has recently become overly confident due to his outstanding performance. However, in my recollection, he has always been modest and easygoing, with a broad-minded disposition. Not the type to be ostentatious or reckless. On the second day, the training grounds of Zhentian Peak were filled with spectators. Many individuals arrived merely to witness the spectacle, while others harbored a more malicious intent, seeking to witness Yifeng's disgrace. After all, with Yifeng currently basking in such glory, the envy he incites is not confined to Sun Wuji alone. Even those who aspire to befriend him harbor feelings of jealousy. Sun Wuji secured the most advantageous vantage point, eagerly awaiting the contest's commencement. He closed his eyes, envisioning Yifeng's humiliating defeat at the hands of Zheng Tian, a sight that would surely diminish Yifeng's reputation and confidence. In that moment, he would revel in delivering a crushing blow to Yifeng's spirit, thereby obstructing the path to his ascension as an unparalleled master. Soon, Yifeng would face the consequences of his bravado. In the midst of the crowd, Lu Ruoyan wore an expression of deep concern. She had pondered the predicament all night, yet could not devise a satisfactory resolution. Upon spotting Lu Ruoyan, Zhang Xian brazenly approached her, remarking, "Lu Shimi, you must have had a delightful conversation with Yifeng yesterday. But truly, why did he choose this moment to accept Zheng Tian's challenge? Is he seeking self-inflicted suffering? While on the surface, a loss may seem insignificant, the implications run far deeper. Should Yifeng falter, his standing in the eyes of the esteemed figures of the Xianhua sect would undoubtedly diminish, and his confidence would take a severe blow, severely hindering his prospects for the future." As Lu Ruoyan's concern for Yifeng intensified upon hearing these words, she felt an even deeper discomfort. If it were not for her aversion to harsh language, she would have already lashed out in frustration. Instead, she snapped, "Could you possibly refrain from speaking?" Zhang Xian immediately adopted a woeful expression, replying, "Might you consider treating me with a modicum of courtesy and respect? Though I am quite portly, my heart is exceedingly fragile." Lu Ruoyan cast him a glance of disdain and chose to ignore him. Amidst a clamor, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path, and Zheng Tian, brimming with confidence, strode through the crowd and ascended the arena. Surveying the sea of spectators, a smile crept upon his lips. Initially, when Sun Wuji urged him to challenge Yifeng, he was somewhat reluctant. However, now he perceived it as a splendid opportunity. To vanquish the illustrious Yifeng in the presence of so many peers would be a remarkable achievement. On the other side, Yifeng stretched his limbs and also made his way to the stage. He bowed slightly and said, "Brother Xing, I request your indulgence in this sparring match. Let us engage in a friendly contest, aiming to maintain harmony." The softness in Yi Feng's words only heightened Zheng Tian's contempt, prompting him to reply, "Fear not. I shall show mercy." Such a statement, tinged with arrogance, did not seem out of place to the gathered crowd. Although Yi Feng possessed greater potential than Zheng Tian, the disparity in their abilities was glaringly evident. Chapter 21. Combat Techniques. Yi Feng refrained from idle chatter, taking a step forward and launching a punch. Zheng Tian appeared intent on showcasing his prowess, pivoting his body, advancing his right foot, and delivering a punch towards Yi Feng with considerable force. While Yi Feng managed to evade the blow, the gust generated by Zheng Tian's punch nearly sent him tumbling. The contrast between their punches was unmistakable. Time was ostensibly on his side. Given enough time, defeating 3 opponents like Zheng Tian would be trivial, yet he chose to engage in this futile contest. A sigh escaped from the crowd. Zheng Tian observed someone shaking their head at Yi Feng, a sense of arrogance swelling within him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smirk of derision as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with both fists and feet. His moves were swift and fierce, akin to a serpent darting from its den, rendering defenses futile, yet retaining an unyielding ferocity. Each punch possessed the power to shatter mountains and split stones. This was an exceedingly perilous predicament, reminiscent of a tightrope walker teetering on the brink of a fiery abyss below, where no trace would remain of the unfortunate. Lu Ruoyan's brows knitted tightly, as if on the verge of freezing, while Zhang Xian's heart raced to the point of nearly escaping his throat. Sun Wuji's expression of schadenfreude grew increasingly pronounced. "If I were you, I would undoubtedly refuse this contest. Alas, your inflated confidence has clouded your judgment, leading you to foolishly accept the challenge and bring shame upon yourself, tarnishing your reputation. Regrettably, it is too late for remorse now," Zheng Tian taunted. Though they were both transcendent disciples, he was acutely aware that he could not compare himself to the possessor of the flawless origin, and thus had never contemplated a competition with Yi Feng. Yet now, the holder of the flawless origin was tantalizingly close to being brought to his knees, trampled underfoot. Even if this were to be the sole victory over Yi Feng in his lifetime, it would suffice. "Are you certain you have secured your victory over me?" Yi Feng inquired. "Is it not evident? I may not be your match in the future, but at this moment, you fall woefully short of my prowess," Zheng Tian asserted. "You must possess some understanding. I endeavor to be humble and composed, yet arrogance is beyond my realm. My agreement to compete with you is perhaps merely to treat you as a practice opponent." Yi Feng remarked, "Do you not find it peculiar that your techniques, so fierce and relentless, have driven me to the brink of death, yet you are still unable to vanquish me? 10 moves? Allow me to be forthright. I can discern the weaknesses inherent in all your techniques. Do not think that even 100 moves would suffice to overcome me. The reason it appears as though I am perilously close to defeat is merely a ruse to observe the flaws in my own combat strategy, using your prowess as a lens." Zheng Tian, feeling increasingly apprehensive, pondered for a moment and surmised that Yi Feng's words were merely psychological tactics, an attempt to instill doubt within him and create an opportunity for victory. "To employ psychological warfare against me, you must be mistaken," he retorted. "Do you not find it laughable to claim you can see through every weakness of mine?" Despite his words, Zheng Tian abandoned any pretensions of showcasing his abilities during the battle, unleashing lethal techniques with the singular aim of defeating Yi Feng in the shortest time possible. However, he encountered a disconcerting issue. Yi Feng's strength seemed to surge dramatically. It was as if Yi Feng had become an extension of his own being, anticipating every move he intended to execute. Often, Zheng Tian found that before he could fully unleash his techniques, Yi Feng had already thwarted his every advance, rendering him unable to manifest his true potential. "Do you still find my earlier statement to be absurdly amusing?" Yi Feng grinned. Zheng Tian snorted coldly, choosing silence as he poured all his energy into his attacks. Yet, no matter how he altered his techniques, Yi Feng consistently countered him with unwavering precision, akin to a fly trapped within a covered glass, able to sense the outside world, yet utterly unable to escape. The suffocating sensation of entrapment was beyond description. With a determined grit of his teeth, he resolved to leverage his advantageous realm to overpower Yifeng through sheer brute force, ultimately aiming to vanquish him. As his thoughts coalesced, the primal energy of heaven and earth surged within him, operating at full throttle. Each punch and kick descended upon Yifeng like the weight of a mountain, exuding an aura of terror. However, he soon realized that this tactic bore little fruit. Yifeng deftly countered every move, rendering his attacks utterly ineffective. Resorting to brute force merely delayed the speed at which Yifeng neutralized his techniques, proving fundamentally inconsequential. Moreover, such an approach was tremendously taxing on his mental fortitude, making it unsustainable for long. Observers began to notice the shift on the arena, their brows furrowing in concern. Lu Ruoyan's tightly knitted brows gradually unfurled as she murmured to herself, "What method has Brother Yifeng learned? It seems as though he can read Zheng Tian's mind, rendering Zheng Tian's techniques completely unusable. How can one fight under such circumstances? Clearly, Brother Yifeng is not merely overconfident. He genuinely possesses the ability to defeat Zheng Tian." Meanwhile, Sun Wuji's old servant, bowing slightly, remarked, "Young master, this Yifeng is truly remarkable, almost as if he were a parasite within Zheng Tian's own body. Could it be that he truly intends to defy the odds and conquer Zheng Tian?" Sun Wuji paused momentarily before replying, "You are overthinking it. Let us not forget that Zheng Tian has yet to unleash his battle techniques. However, this young man is indeed peculiar, if we do not swiftly incapacitate him. With his apparent ability to discern thoughts, who could possibly stand against him in the future? I would be utterly overwhelmed, and any prospects for advancement would be extinguished." At the moment the fiery dragon emerged, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically, causing the onlookers to feel as though they were ensconced in an inferno. This was the manifestation of battle techniques. Zheng Tian has already mastered combat techniques. How can Yifeng possibly contend with him? The onlookers, predominantly 15 or 16-year-old youths, most of whom have never encountered martial arts, are visibly thrilled, with some witnessing such techniques for the very first time. Yifeng licked his lips, bracing himself for the challenge. His method of seeking the opponent's weaknesses to counterattack, although not as ostentatious as typical martial arts, is, in essence, still a form of combat technique. He firmly believes he can withstand the Fire Dragon Fist. Chapter 22. An abundance of commotion. Boom. The Fire Dragon roared, its voice resonating through the heavens, charging towards Yifeng like a tempest, unstoppable, akin to an arrow released from its bow, striking with unparalleled ferocity, as if it could tear apart the very fabric of space. What terrifying power! I fear that if this fire dragon were to strike me, I would be utterly obliterated in an instant. Martial arts are indeed formidable, the very essence of what countless cultivators pursue throughout their lives, yet never attain. Truly impressive. Sun Wuji chuckled to himself. Heaven help us, Yifeng must be utterly incapacitated. If that occurs, I shall no longer need to worry about competing with him. Oh, but according to the sect's rules, inflicting permanent damage upon a fellow disciple warrants severe punishment. Yet, what concern is that of mine? Would Zheng Tian dare to implicate me? Even if he did, with my grandfather's influence, any significant issues could be trivialized. As the fire dragon drew ever closer to Yifeng, he felt as though his skin might melt from the searing heat. The oppressive force emanating from the fire dragon threatened to dismantle his very being. Zheng Tian was exerting all his effort to control the fire dragon, which meant his own defensive capabilities were undoubtedly at their nadir. This is his greatest weakness, the sole breakthrough point through which I have dismantled his combat techniques and triumphed over him. However, attacking Zheng Tian through the fire dragon is an arduous, nearly impossible task. An idea has struck me. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with determination as he suddenly lunged forward, charging directly at the fire dragon. Is he akin to a moth drawn to the flame? Zheng Tian chuckled ominously, his right hand curling into a claw as he twisted it in the air. The fire dragon, as if summoned by some mysterious force, let out a deafening roar, its flames intensifying tenfold, threatening to incinerate the surrounding space. Should Yi Feng come into contact with this inferno, it would be certain death or, at the very least, severe injury. Just as the fire dragon was about to engulf Yi Feng, he suddenly pivoted sharply and darted towards Zheng Tian. Zheng Tian was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a maneuver. At that moment, he was wholly focused on controlling the fire dragon, rendering his own defenses virtually non-existent. Faced with Yi Feng's onslaught, he found himself unable to defend or evade. His hands moved in a flurry, rapidly shifting through various commands as he urged the fire dragon to pursue Yi Feng at breakneck speed, hoping that the dragon would consume him before Yi Feng's fist could land. The fire dragon surged forward with astonishing speed, far surpassing Yi Feng, sweeping in like autumn leaves caught in a gale. Yi Feng felt the searing heat of the flames threatening to scorch his back. With no retreat, he had no choice but to muster all his strength and strike Zheng Tian before being devoured by the fire dragon. This was not merely a struggle of mutual destruction. There was something more at stake. Lu Ruoyan's heart raced with anxiety, her face etched with worry, but soon, a smile of joy blossomed upon her features. For she realized that Yi Feng appeared to be unscathed. As the flames dissipated upon the arena, the fire dragon vanished. Yi Feng and Zheng Tian materialized before the onlookers. Yi Feng found himself beneath Zheng Tian's body, which provided a shield for him. The flames of the fire dragon had scorched Zheng Tian's body, leaving burns in his eyes, while Yi Feng, being pressed down by Zheng Tian, sustained only minor injuries to his fur. In that critical moment, Yi Feng had landed a punch on Zheng Tian, seizing the opportunity to grasp the collar of his robe, intentionally pulling him down to absorb the terrifying flames of the dragon. Pushing Zheng Tian off, Yi Feng rose to his feet and declared, "Brother Zheng, in this contest, I have fortuitously emerged victorious. Let us remember that we are fellow disciples, and this is merely a sparring match. However, the injury you bear is a consequence of your own martial techniques. You have no one to blame but yourself." Zheng Tian was seething with frustration, nearly bursting with rage. He had anticipated a straightforward triumph over Yi Feng, reveling in the opportunity to showcase his prowess. To his dismay, the outcome had been utterly absurd. Not only had he lost, but he had also been wounded by his own technique. Throughout the endless ages of the Haotian continent, it was rare to find instances of one being injured by their own martial arts, and he had unwittingly become the subject of a timeless jest, a stepping stone for Yi Feng's ascent, destined to be ridiculed. Reflecting on the moment before the contest when Yi Feng had implored him to show mercy, Zheng Tian had arrogantly assured him not to worry, vowing to hold back. A sudden flush of embarrassment crossed his face. At that moment, as Yi Feng stood tall, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What have I just witnessed? Zheng Tian injured by his own technique. Yi Feng has triumphed. This is utterly surreal. My heavens! Overcoming someone of a higher realm is an arduous feat in the world of cultivation. Yi Feng astonishingly defeated a formidable opponent who was an entire realm above him. And not just any ordinary practitioner, but a prodigious disciple of the immortal transformation sect, a true genius. This is utterly extraordinary. Could it be that the possessor of the flawless origin is indeed so powerful? Powerful enough to crush all peers? Zhang Xian rubbed his eyes repeatedly to ensure he was not mistaken and exclaimed, "Is it really necessary to be this impressive?" Even Zheng Tian, who is a realm higher, could not best him. I, Zhang Ao, hailed as the strongest genius to emerge in 100,000 years from the Liang Empire, may not even rival such prowess. Sun Wuji, the old servant, took a long moment to close his mouth, muttering, "How could such an outrageous event occur?" Not only does this fail to diminish Yi Feng's momentum and confidence, but it will also garner him the attention of the elders of the immortal transformation sect and the admiration of his peers, significantly boosting his confidence and brightening his prospects. Young master, you will find it increasingly difficult to compete with him. Isn't that obvious? Sun Wuji's face darkened ominously. This boy is truly defying the heavens. Despite being a realm above him, Zheng Tian, skilled in battle techniques, could not handle him. No, I must swiftly eliminate him, otherwise, where will I stand in the immortal transformation sect? As Yi Feng descended from the arena, a throng of people immediately gathered to congratulate him. Yifeng graciously thanked each one, casting a slight smile towards Zhang Xian and Lu Ruan in the distance before making his way directly to Sun Wuji. Upon reaching him, he remarked, "I did not expect Senior Brother Sun to be watching my match with Senior Brother Zhang. I wonder, are you satisfied with the outcome of this contest?" Upon hearing this, everyone present furrowed their brows. Is it possible that this contest is not as straightforward as it appears, harboring hidden complexities? This is precisely the effect Yifeng desires. Sun Wuji, consumed by jealousy, would undoubtedly not relent so easily. By subtly revealing information about this matter to the crowd, he hopes to incite a fierce confrontation with Sun Wuji, allowing everyone to discern who is truly shameless and in the wrong. A flicker of realization crossed Sun Wuji's mind. It seemed Yifeng was aware that his duel with Zhang Tian was orchestrated by him. Suppressing his fury, he replied, "I am indeed satisfied. Congratulations, Junior Brother Yi, on your victory over Zhang Tian, which adds yet another vivid stroke to your promising future." Chapter 23. The Art of Cultivation. As night deepened, the tranquil silver light bathed every corner of the Xianhua sect, casting dancing shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze whispered through the air, rendering the Xianhua sect a realm akin to paradise, imbued with a unique charm. Seated cross-legged upon a massive stone that overlooked the landscape before his abode, Yifeng sought harmony within himself, quietly absorbing the lessons of the day. His battle with Zhang Tian had yielded significant insights, and it was essential to organize these revelations to further his own advancement. He recognized clearly that his speed in identifying the weaknesses in his opponent's techniques was insufficient, and his ability to counter those techniques lacked finesse and skill. While he had managed to cope with Zhang Tian, facing someone stronger than him would inevitably lead to his defeat. The techniques of his adversaries are, in fact, traceable. One can infer much from their gaze, expressions, and subtle movements. In terms of beauty alone, she is not significantly inferior to Lu Ruoyan. The two embody entirely distinct forms of allure, one ethereal and transcendent, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, pure and unsullied by worldly affairs. A majestic and solitary aura, imbued with an air of imperial supremacy, naturally emanated from him, evoking a sense of reverence in those who beheld it. He noticed that Yaoxi's form had, in contrast to her previously ethereal essence, become notably more corporeal. With a sigh, Yaoxi remarked, "It is a pity that returning to my former pinnacle remains an uncertain endeavor, with no knowledge of when that may occur." Origins? Yifeng inquired, intrigued. Yaoxi replied, "Your current strength is insufficient. Knowing will serve no purpose. I shall impart this knowledge to you in due time. For now, your primary focus must be on diligent cultivation to enhance your strength, for I have many tasks to entrust to you when the time is ripe." After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Yifeng seized the opportunity to seek Yaoxi's guidance on several cultivation queries. Yaoxi answered each question with clarity, providing explanations that enlightened Yifeng profoundly. In conclusion, Yaoxi stated, "Cultivation is a pursuit that requires unwavering perseverance, relying on the principle of gradual progress. Haste is often counterproductive. At present, your capabilities are limited, and your understanding of cultivation is superficial. Explaining these concepts to you would be akin to discussing governance with a 3-year-old child. There are depths of comprehension that elude you. Take, for instance, the essential foundation of a cultivator, the origin, which possesses myriad applications you have yet to encounter, such as manifesting illusions through the origin. In time, as your strength grows, you will naturally comprehend these intricacies." The news of Yifeng's victory over Zhang Tian swiftly spread throughout the Xianhua sect, leaving all who heard it in a state of disbelief. In the grand hall of the Tianzhong Peak, several of the most influential figures within the Xianhua sect convened. I initially believed that among this cohort of disciples, the most distinguished individual would undoubtedly be Elder Sun's grandson, Sun Wuji. However, it appears that Yifeng may surpass him. A certain elder clad in green cast a glance at the tall figure of the elder in gray beside him and remarked, "It seems they are likely on par with each other. In the future, he shall undoubtedly be regarded as one of the unparalleled talents of our Xianhua sect." This elder in green, known as Yang Wuqing, serves as the law enforcement elder of the Xianhua sect. The gray-clad elder, named Sun Shang, is indeed the grandfather of Sun Wuji and the sect's transmission elder. The two have long been adversaries, constantly undermining one another. Whenever an opportunity arises to exploit each other's weaknesses, they spare no effort in their relentless pursuit of dominance, employing scornful words to belittle and mock each other without mercy. Sun Shang's expression turned decidedly displeased as he coldly retorted, "My grandson Wuji has always been a prodigy. His talent's formidable, and he is under my personal tutelage. Although his foundation may not rival that of Yi Feng, his overall capabilities should not be underestimated. Nevertheless, Yi Feng's potential is indeed a great fortune for our Xianhua sect. Tomorrow, the new disciples will formally commence their training. As the transmission elder, I shall pay him particular attention." Seated in a central position was a man appearing to be in his 60s, dressed in the garb of a Taoist, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. This individual was Yu Taiqing, the current leader of the Xianhua sect. He had remained silent until this moment. When he finally spoke, "That is well. Originally, among this cohort of disciples, Lu Ruoyan was the princess of the Round Moon Empire and could not possibly remain with our Xianhua sect for long. Elder Sun's grandson is undoubtedly the foremost among them and merits our sect's utmost cultivation. However, the formidable rise of Yi Feng has bestowed upon the Xianhua sect yet another prodigy. The cultivation of young disciples has long been under the stewardship of Elder Sun. And for the greater good of our sect, one must not show favoritism. His authority within the Xianhua sect is substantial, placing him among the top 5. Were it not for the strained relations with the law-enforcing elders who uphold the sect's discipline, his influence would be even greater. Rest assured, my dear sect leader, I, Sun Shang, am not one to act out of selfishness, though a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. The Xianhua sect's Zhentian Peak houses the Qi Ming Hall, a small space established by the ancestors of the sect, typically concealed amidst the clouds and mist, revealing itself only when necessary. Within, the air is thick with spiritual energy, and rare flowers and exotic herbs abound, making it a veritable sanctuary for cultivation, capable of accommodating thousands of practitioners. Moreover, numerous rooms have been constructed to house the entering disciples and teaching staff. Each year, the new disciples undergo 3 months of foundational training in a fully enclosed environment here. Led by the management staff, the new disciples stepped into the Qi Ming Hall. Faced with such an ethereal and dreamlike setting, apart from a select few like Lu Ruoyan, who hail from super-powerful factions, everyone else exhibited a mix of astonishment and delight. They had never imagined they would be able to cultivate in such a lavish environment. The speed of their cultivation improvement in such a place is undoubtedly remarkable. Zhang Xiandong surveyed his surroundings and ultimately concluded, "This place seems to be far inferior to my previous cultivation grounds in the Liyang Empire." His words drew a chorus of eye rolls from many, illustrating the stark contrast between the lives of the affluent and those of the ordinary. Beware of flaunting your wealth, lest you provoke the ire of the masses. Chapter 24. The Grand Master of Transmission. At that moment, a dazzling light descended from the heavens, illuminating the sky with a cascade of radiant hues. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the atmosphere, as if the very firmament were bearing down upon all, rendering them breathless. Amidst this resplendent glow, an elderly figure emerged, tall and imposing. Clad in gray robes, his piercing gaze exuding an aura of formidable authority, cold yet commanding. As his eyes swept over the assembly of new disciples, each felt as though they had been cut by a blade. "I am Sun Shang, the Grand Master of Transmission of the Immortal Transformation Sect. For the next 3 months, you shall engage in intensive study here, laying a solid foundation. The quality of this foundation directly impacts your future development, a matter of utmost importance to our sect. Thus, I personally oversee the foundational curriculum for every new cohort, providing guidance in your various endeavors." His voice, though not loud, resonated with the pure essence of the cosmos, clear and distinct to all present, as if whispered directly into their ears. Zhang Xian smirked and murmured, "This old man is the grandfather of Sun Wuji. During these 3 months, he holds the utmost authority. If Sun Wuji decides to target you, he will surely be more unscrupulous. You must remain vigilant. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. You must already be aware that the enduring legacy of our immortal transformation sect, which has thrived for over 1,000,000 years, is rooted in a singular cultivation tome, the scripture of immortal transformation, prior to your arrival at our sect. Some of you have begun to learn portions of this scripture under the tutelage of our esteemed instructors at various branches, while others may have yet to encounter it. As disciples of the Xianhua sect, I ardently hope that you all engage in the cultivation of the Xianhua canon. However, should you prefer to pursue other practices and are unwilling to transition to the Xianhua canon, I shall not impose my will upon you. After all, what the Xianhua sect offers extends far beyond merely the Xianhua canon, encompassing myriad wonders that may surpass your imagination. The Xianhua canon is divided into 3 volumes: the Transcendence chapter, the Great Achievement chapter, and the Celestial Path chapter. Now, I shall bestow upon you the first volume, the Transcendence chapter. To attain the more advanced second and third volumes, your diligence and innate talent will be the determining factors. With a graceful sweep of his right hand through the air, glimmers of light manifested, swirling gently until they coalesced into countless runes imbued with the essence of the Transcendence chapter. Go, he uttered softly, and the runes cascaded down like a celestial shower of blossoms, a breathtaking spectacle. Ultimately, each rune found its way into the forehead of a disciple, the profound teachings of the Transcendence chapter instantly permeating their minds. A wave of excitement surged among the disciples, their faces alight with joy. Those disciples recommended by the branches of the Xianhua sect, prior to this moment, could only access a mere fraction of the first volume's cultivation methods. Now, having received the complete first volume, it was indeed a matter worthy of sleepless celebration from any perspective. Meanwhile, those hailing from other factions, who had previously cultivated other practices, were equally elated. The Xianhua canon is widely acknowledged as one of the finest cultivation methods across the Haotian continent, with scarcely a handful of comparable texts to be found. Acquiring it will greatly enhance the synergy with their existing practices, thereby accelerating their cultivation progress. Zhang Xian nudged Yifeng with his arm and remarked, "Did you know? It is said that the Xianhua Jing of the Xianhua sect is incomplete. The third volume, Tian Dao Pian, is missing. Nevertheless, it is still vastly superior to the Liang Jing of my Liang Empire. My father once stated that a complete Xianhua Jing could be ranked first across the Haotian continent. He sent me here not only because he could not restrain me, but also in pursuit of the Xianhua Jing. The first volume is rather mundane, but the second and third volumes are exceedingly precious. If I could acquire them, my father would be immensely pleased, yet I lack the capability to do so." As if he had made a sudden discovery, his words trailed off momentarily before he continued. Upon obtaining the Dujia Pian from the Xianhua Jing, everyone was overjoyed. Even Sun Wuji was no exception. Yet I observe that you exhibit no joy whatsoever. How could that be? I am merely suppressing my own excitement. Yifeng chuckled. If I were to acquire the second and third volumes, I would discreetly share them with you. Having already obtained the complete Xianhua Jing from Yao Shi, he would not feel elated even if the Xianhua sect entrusted their entire Xianhua Jing to him, let alone this rather elementary first volume. It is a promise. Zhang Xian exclaimed with delight. I have been excessively indulgent, causing my father considerable trouble over the years. To be honest, I feel quite remorseful towards him. If I could procure the second and third volumes for him, it would be a contribution to our family and a means of restoring his honor. Just then, Sun Shang cleared his throat, and the atmosphere grew instantly solemn. With a swift motion, he conjured a pill into his hand. It was crystalline and smooth, radiating a rich, fragrant aroma that filled the entire room. By Lu Dan, it is said that there exists a miraculous elixir capable of elevating one to a higher realm of mastery in an instant. A voice erupted in astonishment upon hearing this. At this proclamation, many gazes ignited with fervor. The aspiration for rapid enhancement of one's abilities is a universal desire among cultivators, rendering such elixirs exceedingly coveted. Even Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Xian were visibly stirred. despite their noble lineage and an abundance of rare treasures since childhood. Acquiring something as extraordinary as the Agreda pill was not easily attainable for them. Sun Shangdao remarked, "Among you, there are indeed discerning individuals who recognize this elixir. Our sect of celestial transformation has a long-standing tradition of favoring new disciples. Over the course of the next 3 months, the one who demonstrates the most exceptional performance shall receive this Agreda pill to further enhance their journey." Excellence, in this context, pertains to one's earnest efforts in laying a solid foundation. It is independent of innate talent and entirely contingent upon one's attitude. Upon hearing these words, an uproar ensued. Many had initially believed their modest talents would preclude them from obtaining the Agreda pill, likely destined for the disciples of ethereal ascendance. However, with Sun Shangdao's assurance, they felt a renewed hope that diligent effort might indeed yield rewards. "I shall entrust the Agreda pill to Uncle Fu for safekeeping. As for determining the most outstanding individual, he will preside as the judge, casting votes to select the winner. Since my grandson is among you, I shall abstain from the evaluation process. The 10 judges will consist of those who have assisted me in your cultivation over these 3 months, and they are undoubtedly well acquainted with your progress. Therefore, you may rest assured of the fairness of this process." Fu Bo, though lacking in innate talent and possessing only modest skills, was known for his integrity and willingness to assist others, earning him great respect and affection within the Xianhua sect. Each year, he was tasked with overseeing the various affairs of the newly initiated disciples. Zhang Xian whispered, "The Bailu Dan is a remarkable treasure. You must seize this opportunity. You are favored by the elders of the sect, and since Elder Sun will not participate in the evaluation, the judges are likely to lean in your favor, significantly increasing your chances of success." Yi Feng replied, "For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that there is a hint of conspiracy surrounding this matter. Given the immense value of the Bailu Dan, why would Elder Sun entrust it to someone of Fu Bo's limited abilities? Is he not concerned about the possibility of theft? Even if he wishes to avoid suspicion due to Sun Wuji's influence, he could simply wait until the evaluation results are announced and then directly hand the Bailu Dan to the most deserving candidate." Zhang Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Your reasoning does seem valid. If he were to plot against someone, it would most likely be you. Your presence has nearly robbed his grandson of the top position among this cohort of disciples, which could severely impact his future prospects. Perhaps I am overthinking this. After all, he is a highly esteemed transmission elder, renowned for his virtues. I am merely a lowly individual, hardly worthy of being ensnared in his schemes," Yi Feng remarked. Chapter 25. The whiff of conspiracy. After Elder Sun elaborated on the specific arrangements for the 3 months of cultivation and study, he officially commenced the training sessions. It was undeniable that, as a transmission elder, Sun possessed exceptional teaching abilities, delivering explanations that were both profound and easily comprehensible, captivating all present and ensuring that everyone gleaned valuable insights from the lessons. Even Yi Feng, despite having a master 1,000 times more accomplished than Sun, found himself no exception to this effect. In order to fortify the foundation of his disciples, each meal they partake consists of invaluable elixirs. Additionally, various concoctions that enhance their cultivation are periodically distributed. Except for a select few, including Zhang Xian, every disciple marvels at the grandeur of the sect. The rare elixirs that would be considered treasures in smaller sects are as commonplace as sustenance here. It is only through such provisions that one can aspire to a more enduring journey. Sun Shang, almost tirelessly, draws upon his profound cultivation to maintain an unyielding vigor, patiently addressing the challenges of each disciple with utmost dedication. His care for Yi Feng is particularly noteworthy, frequently inquiring about his well-being and even bestowing upon him additional elixirs. This has incited a tinge of jealousy among many disciples, yet they acknowledge that Yi Feng's exceptional talent warrants such preferential treatment, perhaps to avoid any semblance of favoritism. Sun Shang remains notably distant towards his grandson, Sun Wuji, seldom providing him with individual guidance. When it comes to the distribution of elixirs, he often receives the smallest share, starkly contrasting the attention lavished upon Yi Feng. Nonetheless, The other disciples grow increasingly respectful and fond of him, recognizing him as a person of integrity, uprightness, and kindness. Elder Sun truly epitomizes the ideal mentor, possessing both exceptional capability and patience, devoid of selfish motives. When compared to the transmission elder of my former sect, he is as different as heaven is from earth. Indeed, I have never encountered a master as exemplary as Elder Sunday. Had my previous instructor exhibited even half of his qualities, I am certain my cultivation would have ascended to a higher realm. The only aspect that induces a slight discomfort is his excessive kindness towards Yifeng, which stirs a pang of jealousy within me. However, he is the possessor of the Immaculate Origin and has triumphed over the remarkably talented Jing Tian, who stands at a significantly higher realm. Jealousy aside, I must concede my respect. Sun Wuji seized the opportunity and, with gritted teeth, remarked to Yifeng, "Humph, Yifeng, you truly possess a remarkable charm among people. It leaves me perplexed as to who truly is the favored grandson of Sun Shan. I increasingly find myself believing that he is indeed a man of integrity and fairness. Perhaps I have misjudged him with the narrow mind of a petty individual." Yifeng pondered before responding, "Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that his actions are somewhat contrived. Enough of this idle chatter. Focus on your cultivation while I seek out some female companions to converse with. After all, I am a prince, and if I do not strive to establish a grand harem with 3 palaces and 72 concubines, where shall I place my dignity? The maidens of Almay Peak are truly exceptional, charming figures, graceful demeanor, and exquisite beauty. Would you like me to help you find a few? You are currently the focus of admiration, and there are many female disciples enamored with you. Relying solely on your right hand is hardly a sustainable approach." Zhang Xian chuckled mischievously. Almay Peak, one of the 5 summits of the immortal transformation sect, exclusively admits female disciples. These young women are the Cr de la Sarmi of humanity, exhibiting superior temperament and potential that far exceeds that of ordinary beauties. Furthermore, they are generally strikingly attractive and irresistibly alluring. Among all the female disciples, however, Lu Ruoyan stands unparalleled. Her extraordinary beauty, ethereal grace, and elegant demeanor elevate her above all other female disciples with an overwhelming presence. Some even assert that, even across the vast expanse of the continent, none can rival her beauty. Alas, this enchanting maiden is both haughty and aloof. Apart from her fondness for Yifeng, she scarcely acknowledges anyone else, even in conversation. Her words are but a courtesy, leaving many male disciples heartbroken. Now that all the new disciples are training together, Zhang Xian has found an opportunity to draw closer to them. Gifted in speech, with a thick skin and a noble background, he has swiftly established good rapport with many of them in just a few days. "Go away," Yifeng replied tersely. "Pretentious. I wonder when you will win over Lu Ruoyan. There are plenty of beauties here, but in comparison to her, they seem like mere refuse. I have already been thoroughly wounded by her and have resolved to give up. However, it is evident to everyone that she holds you in high regard. Seize the opportunity. Though it would pain me to see her with you, it would be preferable to see her with someone else. For the water of the fertile land should not flow to others." Zhang Xian's voice trailed off abruptly as he noticed Lu Ruoyan had silently approached him. "Ahem. Oh dear, I urgently need to use the restroom," he stammered, fabricating a feeble excuse before making his hasty exit. Yifeng, feeling utterly embarrassed, found himself at a loss in the presence of Lu Ruoyan, awkwardly chuckling. "You. What brings you here?" Lu Ruoyan appeared oblivious to Zhang Xian's earlier remarks, stating, "I came to find you. We train in the same area every day, yet you ignore me as if I were invisible. I did not wish to disturb your cultivation." Yifeng quickly interjected, "I merely wanted to avoid distracting you." "Is it that you wish to avoid me? Perhaps we could train together. We could complement each other's strengths and learn from one another," Lu Ruoyan suggested. Well, Yifeng found it difficult to refuse. The conversation between the two was quietly observed by many boys, who were filled with jealousy towards Yifeng, especially when they saw his troubled expression at the invitation to train with Lu Ruoyan. Their envy flared to the point of almost igniting. "I've seen despicable people, but never one as detestable as him." I truly wish to stab you, Feng. Someone cursed. If you have the capability, go ahead, after all. He is a master capable of defeating Zheng Tian, another replied. Well, I've rested enough. It's time for me to train, Yifeng said, and thus, he and Lu Ruoyan began their training together. Both were extraordinary talents with astonishing potential, learning from and communicating with each other, making progress that was undoubtedly swifter than training alone. This, in turn, incited even more envy among the boys. In the blink of an eye, the group had spent over a month in Qiming Hall. The initial enthusiasm had waned, with most practicing for only 8 or 9 hours a day before taking breaks. Only Yifeng and a few others persisted in training for 15 to 16 hours daily. Although Qiming Hall was a self-contained space, the time was designed to mirror the outside world, with distinctions between day and night. On this particular night, while most were deep in slumber, Yifeng and a handful of others continued their training. Suddenly, Yifeng noticed a figure flash past him at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the room where Uncle Fu resided. Furrowing his brow, Yifeng thought, could it be that someone is trying to target the white egret Dan? He quietly followed. After all, for cultivators with modest abilities, the allure of a pill capable of elevating one's mastery to the realm of Grandmaster is overwhelmingly enticing. Chapter 26. The repugnant hypocrite. Upon entering Uncle Fu's chamber, he noticed a cloaked figure poised by the window, evidently preparing to leap into the night. Who are you? And what is your intent? He demanded, swiftly ascending to confront the figure. The cloaked individual remained silent, extending both hands to deflect Yifeng's strike. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of 5 or 6 blows. Yifeng sensed that the strength of this figure surpassed his own significantly. However, he remained unperturbed, recognizing that such a scuffle would soon draw attention. The cloaked figure seemed to share this awareness, delivering a powerful, forceful punch that pushed Yifeng back. With a sudden leap, he aimed for the window, simultaneously raising his right hand as an object hurtled towards Yifeng. Before the object reached him, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air, filling Yifeng's senses. It was the aroma of the egret pill. Instinctively, he caught the object, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed the coveted egret pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued the cloaked figure, intent on preventing his escape through the window. Yet, due to the brief delay caused by seizing the egret pill, he could only manage to tear a small piece from the figure's garment. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door, clearly roused by the earlier altercation. A throng of individuals surged in, some wielding torches that instantly illuminated the room. Uncle Fu is dead, someone exclaimed in shock. Yifeng furrowed his brow and, upon closer inspection, beheld the lifeless body of Uncle Fu sprawled in a pool of blood. A gruesome gash marking his head, blood gushing forth in a horrifying spectacle, devoid of any signs of life. The perception of cultivators transcends that of ordinary mortals. Despite the surrounding darkness, he should have detected Uncle Fu's demise at once. Yet, his attention had been wholly consumed by the figure cloaked in black, leaving him oblivious to the tragedy that had unfolded. Yifeng, what is it that you hold in your hand? Inquired a voice. Yifeng suddenly became aware that he clutched the elusive egret pill and inwardly cursed his misfortune, realizing he had unwittingly fallen into someone else's trap. With the egret pill in his possession and Uncle Fu lying lifeless in the blood-soaked ground, the fleeing thief could easily frame him for both theft and murder, leaving him with no means of defense. It is the egret pill. I witnessed a figure in black enter Uncle Fu's chamber and followed him inside. I was unable to apprehend him, but he left behind the egret pill. I had no inkling that Uncle Fu had already met his end, Yifeng recounted. At that moment, a voice dripping with sarcasm pierced the air. Yifeng, you truly possess a gift for humor. Even if you were to concoct a lie, you ought to employ a modicum of intelligence to make it credible. This is Qiming Hall, a sacred space established by the venerable ancestors of the Xianhua sect. How could any figure in black infiltrate? The speaker was none other than Sun Wuji. Upon hearing Sun Wuji's words, Yifeng's heart sank. It became increasingly evident that he had indeed fallen into Sun Wuji's machinations. So, Brother Sun, Do you believe I am guilty of stealing the pill and taking a life? The figure in black need not have entered from outside. One among us could easily masquerade as such, he replied. Sun Wuji remarked. I never accused you of stealing the elixir or committing murder. I merely stated that your suspicion is the greatest. The black-clad figure you mentioned may not have entered from the outside, and I find myself in agreement with that notion. While Bailu Dan is indeed precious, it proves beneficial only to cultivators below the Grandmaster realm. Those teaching staff members would naturally not resort to theft or murder. Therefore, the perpetrator must certainly be among us disciples. After a brief pause, he continued, though Fu Bo possesses limited abilities, he has lived for many years and acquired numerous combat techniques. Among us disciples, the average individual would likely struggle against him. However, you, a prodigious talent, are a different matter altogether. Of course, I too have the capability to eliminate Fu Bo. Yet I entered this place alongside everyone else, unlike you, who has been here with the Bailu Dan in hand. The crowd found Sun Wuji's reasoning compelling, nodding in agreement. Zhang Xian, growing anxious, pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Wuji, exclaiming, Damn it, Sun Wuji, do not slander me with baseless accusations. Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brows. Not as impulsive as Zhang Xian, seemingly deep in thought and remaining silent. I am merely engaging in rational deduction. How is that slanderous? Please mind your language. Sun Wuji retorted. If you believe my words to be incorrect, feel free to refute them. I understand Yu Feng's character. He would never stoop to such acts of theft or murder. Zhang Xian shouted back, Character? Are you jesting? Many who appear virtuous conceal the hearts of wolves. Moreover, determining whether he is guilty of theft or murder requires evidence, not mere character assessments. Grandfather, despite the theft of the elixir, the murder of a fellow disciple warrants the death penalty according to our sect's regulations. It is highly likely that Yi Feng is responsible for Fu Bo's demise, and he should be executed immediately, Sun Wujin stated. Silence. Sun Shang admonished sharply. I believe Yi Feng. He is innocent of these accusations. At this declaration, not only the others, but even Yi Feng himself was taken aback. In that moment, stirred by Sun Wujin's intervention, nearly no one believed in his innocence. Sun Shang unhesitatingly aligned himself with Yi Feng, even chastising his own grandson. He pondered internally. Could it be that he truly embodies the virtues described by Zhang Xian? An inherently just and noble individual? Perhaps his actions over the past few days were instinctual, devoid of any ulterior motives. Could it be that I have overthought this? Yet, I still perceive his righteousness as somewhat excessive, the signs of pretense rather conspicuous, almost as if Sun Wujin and he were performing a play, one taking the role of the white-faced character and the other the black-faced. With this thought in mind, he swiftly concealed the torn fragment of clothing he had seized from the dark-clad assailant into his sleeve. This was a crucial element for his future retaliation. Sun Wujin, visibly discontented, dared not voice further objections, merely casting a disgruntled glance at his grandfather. Zhang Xian cheerfully proclaimed, Fortunately, Elder Sun has spoken. Certain malicious individuals can no longer spread falsehoods and disrupt our perception of the truth. Yi Feng, Elder Sun will surely restore justice for you. Rest assured. As the transmission elder of the Xianhua sect, my every word and action represents our sect. I will undoubtedly ensure justice prevails, safeguarding the innocent while holding the wicked accountable. Sun Shang affirmed. Elder Sun, however, when we entered, we found Uncle Fu lying in a pool of blood, with only Yi Feng present in his room, holding the white egret pill. Although we do not believe Yi Feng to be the murderer, he undeniably bears the greatest suspicion. A disciple spoke weakly, his eyes filled with terror, fearful that Elder Sun might rebuke him as he did with Sun Wuji. Many disciples nodded in agreement, expressing their support. At this moment, Yi Feng's suspicion indeed looms largest. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Shang declared, Very well. I possess a secret technique that can briefly resurrect a person who has just died within half an hour. I shall now employ this technique to bring Uncle Fu back momentarily, so he may identify the true culprit. Would everyone be satisfied with this? Yi Feng, what are your thoughts? The crowd voiced their approval, declaring it an excellent idea. Yi Feng bowed respectfully, but as he turned to glance at Sun Wuji, he noticed a sly, triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A sudden realization struck him, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart, as he inwardly lamented the impending danger. Chapter 27. A fine act of double-edged swordplay. Sun Shang approached Uncle Fu, his sleeves billowing. A formidable force emanating from him that instantly propelled Uncle Fu's lifeless body upright from the bloodied ground. He then circled around Uncle Fu, his hands continuously shifting through a series of peculiar hand seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. At a certain moment, everyone present felt an eerie and bizarre energy surging from all directions, enveloping the area. This force was suffused with despair, evoking visions of a desolate path to the underworld, teeming with malevolent spirits, grotesque and terrifying. Yet, it also harbored boundless vitality, conjuring images of a sacred and luminous celestial abode, where exotic blossoms exuded fragrant aromas, and enchanting fairies danced in harmonious splendor. It was an extraordinarily bizarre and magical sensation. Uncle Fu, return to us. If not now, when shall we live? Sun Shang's thunderous roar reverberated across the expanse. Many disciples were nearly overwhelmed, their eardrums threatened to burst, their hearts racing with trepidation. In the next moment, a miracle transpired. The deceased Uncle Fu abruptly opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment, his face a ghostly pallor, with blood still oozing from the portion of his severed head, presenting a frightful sight. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "I recall having died. How is it that I live again?" Sun Shang crouched down, pointing at Yi Feng, and instructed, "Uncle Fu, do not overthink it. Tell me, was it that person who took your life? If so, merely point a finger at him. If not, shake your head." Given Uncle Fu's incapacitated state due to the severed portion of his head, the act of identifying his assailant with a finger seemed reasonable to everyone, with no one questioning the approach. Slowly and with great effort, Uncle Fu raised his right hand, every gaze fixated intently on its movement. The identification of the individual involved was undoubtedly the most authentic and irrefutable. If he indicated that Yi Feng was indeed his killer, then Yi Feng would undoubtedly be the murderer. Just watch. Yi Feng is certainly not the killer. Uncle Fu will surely shake his head, Zhang Xian declared with unwavering conviction. Yet, he was soon left utterly dumbfounded. Uncle Fu's right hand pointed unwaveringly at Yi Feng, trembling slightly. What? Could it be that the murderer is indeed Yi Feng? An uproar ensued among the crowd. The smug smile on Sun Wuji's face grew even more pronounced. Lu Ruoyan gazed at Yi Feng, her brow furrowed with concern. What puzzled her was that, for some inexplicable reason, Yi Feng appeared remarkably calm and composed at that moment, as if he were merely an onlooker observing the spectacle. Uncle Fu, are you certain that he is the one who sought to take your life? Sun Shang seemed reluctant to accept this grim reality and inquired once more. Uncle Fu's throat emitted a gurgling sound, as if he wished to articulate something, yet the words eluded him, and his trembling right hand quivered even more violently. Suddenly, Uncle Fu's head drooped sharply, unable to rise again. He had succumbed to his injuries. Time had run its course, and Uncle Fu had completely passed away. Sun Shang sighed deeply, his countenance reflecting profound sorrow. After speaking, he slowly rose to his feet. As he did, the collective gaze of the crowd converged upon Yi Feng. They understood that Yi Feng's fate was about to shift dramatically. He would no longer be the unparalleled prodigy of the Xianhua sect, but rather a prisoner in chains, perhaps even facing the threat of death itself. With another heavy sigh, Sun Shang remarked, Yi Feng, I truly cannot fathom that you would be capable of such deeds. Given your talents and the elders' favor, the sect would have bestowed upon you not just a heron pill, but even treasures 100 times more valuable. To resort to theft and murder for a mere heron pill is dreadfully short-sighted. Do you have anything to say in your defense? No, Yi Feng replied, rubbing his nose, his tone indifferent. From the moment he beheld the cunning smile of Sun Wuji betraying his triumph, he realized he had fallen into an elaborate snare. Sun Wuji and Sun Shang were clearly performing a deceptive duet. Their mutual disdain for him was all too apparent, and thus he had chosen to adopt the role of the villain, overtly opposing him. Meanwhile, Sun Shang played the part of the benevolent figure, feigning impartiality while subtly leaning in favor of his accomplice. The events of this evening were evidently orchestrated by the two of them to ensnare him. At this juncture, Sun Shang had meticulously crafted his fade, ensuring that no one would suspect him of wrongdoing. This trap had evidently been in the making for quite some time. With each step executed with utmost precision, they surely had counterarguments prepared for any possible defense he might muster. It was astonishing that Yifeng displayed such a lack of instinct for self-preservation. Zhang Xian, agitated, exclaimed, "Yifeng, why do you not offer any defense? With so many witnesses present, the truth and falsehood are evident to all. What does your silence signify?" Lu Ruoyan chimed in, "Brother Yifeng, Zhang Xian speaks wisely. I believe you are not the kind of person they claim. You must clear your name." Yifeng replied, "I have nothing to say. Do not concern yourselves for my sake." Zhang Xian and Lu Ruoyan exchanged glances, both infuriated by his words. Sun Wuji laughed heartily, declaring, "The evidence is irrefutable. He is indeed the murderer. What further argument could he possibly present? You two should cease your absurd banter." Zhang Xian retorted sharply at Sun Wuji. While a flicker of anger crossed Lu Ruoyan's eyes, Sun Shang cleared his throat and stated, "There are laws of the nation and rules of the household. Although you are exceptionally talented and highly regarded by all in the Xianhua sect, your commission of such heinous acts cannot go unpunished." Sun Wuji stated, "According to the regulations of the Xianhua sect, the murder of a fellow disciple mandates immediate retribution. Fu Bod, a respected elder beloved within the sect, has been slain by this shameless scoundrel. I implore you, grandfather, to enforce the sect's rules and swiftly dispense justice upon this wretch." The gathered disciples, witnessing the undeniable evidence, felt no sympathy for Yifeng. "Yifeng, though I lament your talent, I am left with no recourse. You can only blame your own short-sightedness for sacrificing the greater for the lesser." Sun Shang stepped forward, a crimson glow emanating from his palm, exuding an intimidating aura as he prepared to strike down Yifeng. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Suddenly, Zhang Xian dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yifeng, declaring, "Whoever dares to harm Yifeng must first tread over my body." This unexpected display astonished everyone present, even Yifeng himself. "Zhang Xian, step aside." "I will not perish," Yifeng urged. He was unexpectedly moved by the little rotund figure's unwavering loyalty. "Fear not," Zhang Xian replied with a grin, addressing Sun Shang. "I am a prince of the Liang Empire. If you possess the courage to kill me, my father will undoubtedly lead his army to confront the Xianhua sect. Though formidable, the Xianhua sect is no match for the strength of my Liang Empire. This burden, I doubt you can bear." Lu Ruoyan had long contemplated taking a similar stand, yet her reserved nature had made her hesitant. Witnessing Zhang Xian's boldness, she too stepped forward, standing beside Yifeng, and stated, "Elder son, my sentiments align with Zhang Xian's." The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. In the illustrious realm of the southern wilderness, the first beauty, the princess of the Round Moon Empire, astonishingly behaves in such a manner for Yifeng. She is the cherished jewel of the Round Moon Empire, endowed with exceptional talent, unparalleled beauty, and an infinite future. Her worth far surpasses that of Zhang Xian, a mere debauched scion. To slay Zhang Xian might allow the immortal transformation sect to negotiate with the Burning Sun Empire through mutual benefit. Yet to assassinate Lu Ruoyan would undoubtedly lead to an irrevocable feud between the Round Moon Empire and the immortal transformation sect. The might of both the Burning Sun Empire and the Round Moon Empire is hardly inferior to that of the immortal transformation sect. Sun Shang's countenance darkened, almost dripping with malice, as he commanded, "You two, step aside." Chapter 28, composed and unruffled. Neither Lu Ruoyan nor Zhang Xian exhibited the slightest inclination to retreat. Rather, they advanced a step closer to Sun Shang. Sun Wuji chuckled derisively. Zhang Xian and Yifeng share a close bond. It is understandable for him to stand up for his friend. Yet, dear junior sister, as a princess, do you not fear besmirching the honor of the Round Moon Empire by defending a murderous fiend? Your affairs are of no concern to me. Lu Ruoyan replied coldly. Sun Wuji felt as though he had swallowed a fly, his displeasure palpable. As the adage goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. He was, to some extent, smitten by Lu Ruoyan's beauty. Witnessing her fierce defense of Yifeng only intensified his jealousy. In a fit of rage, Sun Shang forced a laugh, saying, "Very well. Very well. You have grown wings and dare to wield your family's influence against me. Do you presume I am without recourse?" With a grand gesture of his sleeve, a fierce gust of wind materialized, propelling Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Xian several paces apart, erecting a wall of wind that rendered them unable to approach Yifeng. Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Xian were filled with anxiety, yet found themselves utterly powerless. They had to acknowledge a problem, despite their ability to exert pressure through familial influence. Both of them were far too weak, unable to withstand even a fraction of Sun Shang's prowess. "Elder son, you are revered and respected. Surely, you adhere strictly to the regulations of our sect?" "Undoubtedly. I have been a member of the Xianhua sect for several centuries and have never transgressed its rules. Upholding the sect's regulations is the fundamental duty of every disciple." Sun Shang frowned slightly. Logically, one would expect that every individual, when faced with the brink of death, would be engulfed in terror and panic. Yet, why did Yifeng not exhibit even the slightest hint of fear? Could it be that he had already devised a means to escape this dire predicament? But upon further reflection, he deemed this notion impossible. How could a mere youth, not yet 20, possibly navigate the trap he had set? Sun Wuji could not suppress a derisive laugh, saying, "Yifeng, why waste words when death is imminent? If you possessed even half the qualities of my grandfather, you would not have fallen to such a plight." Yifeng paid no heed to Sun Wuji and retorted, "According to the sect's regulations, the authority to punish disciples should lie with the law enforcement elder. While the regulations stipulate that killing a fellow disciple requires retribution in kind, they do not explicitly designate that the execution must be carried out by the law enforcement elder. This is a loophole in our rules. However, by the reasoning of a rational person, my execution should be the responsibility of the law enforcement elder. Elder son, in your adherence to the sect's regulations, would it not be somewhat inappropriate for you to take my life? Furthermore, tonight, Sun Wuji has consistently steered the discourse against me, clearly intent on placing me in peril. Elder son, I trust you to be impartial and benevolent. Should you choose to end my life now, it would surely tarnish your reputation." Many disciples nodded in agreement, signaling their support. Sun Shan's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated falling unwittingly into Yifeng's trap, revealing himself as one who strictly adheres to the sect's regulations. He had always aspired to project an image of fairness, impartiality, and benevolence to others. However, Yifeng's remarks made it exceedingly difficult for him to take immediate action against him. Given his own experience, he could have easily deciphered Yifeng's intentions at once, thwarting any opportunity for Yifeng to exploit this matter. Yet, he underestimated Yifeng, believing that in his moment of peril, he would be too frightened to think logically, leading to his oversight. To his surprise, Yifeng's mental fortitude proved to be far more resilient than he had anticipated. Sun Wuji sneered. "Since the sect's regulations do not explicitly state that the execution of a fellow disciple must be carried out by the law enforcement elder, having a transmission elder of equal standing execute the deed does not violate the rules." Yifeng retorted scornfully, "Do you think Elder Sun is as shameless as you? You are courting death." Sun Wuji, infuriated, barely managed to suppress his rage. Sun Shang, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, contemplated that under his orchestrations, the evidence of Yifeng's crime of murder and theft of elixirs was irrefutable. Even if the law enforcement elder, Yang Wuqing, were to handle the matter, Yifeng was certain to meet his demise, allowing Sun Shang to preserve the carefully crafted reputation he had built. He declared, "Very well. I shall hand you over to the law enforcement elder." Sun Wuji, hesitant to openly oppose, hurriedly signaled Sun Shang to act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Sun Shang feigned ignorance and commanded, "Bring Yifeng to the dungeon and report this matter truthfully to the law enforcement elder and the sect leader." Two instructors responsible for assisting Sun Shang approached, restraining Yifeng and dragging him away. Zhang Xian shouted, "Yifeng, I will find a way to save your life." He added, "I will contact my father in a special manner. As long as he intervenes, this matter can certainly be resolved." Lu Ruoyan remarked, "I too shall seek my father's help. To forge friendships with individuals like you is a blessing I cherish. Rest assured, there is no need to trouble your parents. I have a plan in place, and nothing will happen. The one who wishes to cause harm has yet to be born." As he spoke, Yifeng was already escorted to the entrance of Qiming Hall. One of the captors waved his hand, and a flash of blue light appeared, causing the grand door to open automatically. The two men led Yifeng away from Qiming Hall. Sun Wuji sneered, deliberately raising his voice. "This brat must be terrified out of his wits, rambling nonsensically now." His words elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. "All right, everyone, return to your cultivation. This matter will be handled without your involvement," Sun Shang declared. The crowd exchanged glances and gradually departed, each harboring their own opinions on the events of the evening. Engaging in animated discussions as they walked, Zhang Xian turned to Lu Ruoyan and said, "Time is of the essence. Let us quickly contact our fathers and request their intervention. If we delay, Yifeng may perish." Lu Ruoyan pondered for a moment and responded, "I suddenly feel that Yifeng may indeed have a strategy to resolve this situation. Rather than merely boasting or attempting to comfort us, when confronted with such circumstances, one would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of panic and terror. However, he consistently maintains a remarkable composure. Those who find themselves in dire straits typically strive to defend themselves, as it is a fundamental instinct of human nature. Yet, Yifeng scarcely offers any defense. Do you not find this peculiar? Perhaps we should first meet with him before charting our next course of action? That seems somewhat reasonable. Let us go see him, and then decide. In any case, I truly cannot fathom what he might have planned." Zhang Xian spoke softly, but his words were still overheard by Sun Wuji from a short distance away. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern and seized an opportunity. When no one was around, to ask, "Grandfather, why did you allow Yifeng to leave just now? You have always had conflicts with Yang Wuqing. If Yifeng falls into his hands, what if something goes awry? Humph, the schemes I have personally devised cannot possibly falter. That lad is currently embroiled in murder and theft of elixirs, with irrefutable evidence against him. Regardless of who handles it, he cannot escape death," Sun Shang replied. "But that boy remains unervingly calm. This defies logic," Sun Wuji countered. Moreover, both Zhang Xian and Lu Ruoyan are backed by formidable forces. Should they indeed enlist the aid of their fathers, this situation could become quite troublesome. Are you truly so frightened of him that you have lost your wits? You possess not an ounce of confidence. That boy is merely feigning composure. As for the words of Zhang Xian and Lu Ruoyan, there is no need for concern. Dealing with Yifeng is a private matter for my immortal transformation sect. Interfering in the affairs of other factions is a grave taboo. How could the Round Moon Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire intervene for the sake of a stranger?" Sun Shang asserted. "You should simply await your opportunity to become the foremost disciple in this generation. He is already destined to become naught but a corpse." Chapter 29. Counter-scheme. The prison of the Xianhua sect is situated at the foot of the Thunder Peak, reinforced by various formations. Unauthorized intrusion without permission would result in certain death, leaving no trace behind. In a cell located in the northwest corner, Yifeng found himself imprisoned. Sitting upon the straw in his cell, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. He understood that as long as he was confined within these walls, his safety for the next few days was assured, for this was the domain of Yang Wuqing, the sworn enemy of Sun Shang. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor of the prison. It was Zhang Xian and Lu Ruoyan, accompanied by a guard, who had come to visit Yifeng. Under normal circumstances, their status would preclude them from entering such a facility. However, the immense power backing them allowed Yang Wuqing to grant them special permission. Once the guard escorted Zhang Xian and Lu Ruoyan to the entrance of Yifeng's cell, he discreetly turned and left. With the guard's departure, the trio could converse more freely. Zhang Xian said, "Yifeng, junior sister Lu believes that you must have devised a countermeasure. Is that true?" "Indeed," Yifeng replied. Retrieving a torn piece of fabric from his sleeve, this is a fragment of clothing I tore from the black-clad assailant who murdered Uncle Fu. The garments of an individual invariably carry their essence, and as far as I know, if one's cultivation is sufficiently advanced, they can evoke certain scenes from the past merely through this piece of cloth. Zhang Xian and Lu Ruoyan were overjoyed. Zhang Xian inquired, "Then why did you not present this fragment earlier to prove your innocence?" With elder son's cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to manifest the scene of Uncle Fu's demise. Yi Feng remarked, "Do you still perceive Sun Shangguang as noble and selfless? He is the true mastermind behind the plot to frame me. Surely, you cannot believe that. I perceive him as a person of integrity, and not just myself. I trust that the majority of our disciples share this sentiment." Zhang Xian replied, "A hypocrite will always endeavor to leave a favorable impression before revealing their true nature. Consider this. In the enclosed environment of Qiming Hall, apart from him, who else could easily orchestrate the assassination of Uncle Fu and then attribute the blame to me? Sun Wuji, fearing he might not compete with me, would schematically contrive against me. As a grandfather, whether for the benefit of his grandson or for the long-term welfare of the family, it is only natural for him to devise a plan to eliminate me." Zhang Xian pondered and nodded, acknowledging the truth in Yi Feng's words. Lu Ruoyan, having fully grasped Yi Feng's implication, articulated his subsequent thoughts at that moment. There was no one present who could rival Sun Shang. If you were to present that corner of clothing, he would undoubtedly refuse to vindicate you, instead seeking to obliterate this most compelling evidence, ensuring that you could never clear your name. Although there are doubts in the hearts of the crowd, none dare voice them. While a hypocrite may be more dreadful and loathsome than a true villain, they possess a critical vulnerability. They must maintain a faade of righteousness and benevolence in public. Had he been a genuine villain, I would have perished long ago. Alas, he is merely a hypocrite, and I have adeptly exploited this weakness to escape with my life. This prison is the domain of his arch-rival, Yang Wuqing. Now that he wishes to eliminate me, it is no longer possible." Yi Feng concluded. Zhang Xian chuckled, "Goodness, your cunning is truly profound. Fortunately, we are friends. If I were your enemy, I would surely be at your mercy. Now, let us present this fragment of cloth to the sect leader and request his intervention to deal with that old scoundrel Sun Shang and his grandson Sun Wuji. But we must wait for the right opportunity." Yi Feng inquired, "What opportunity are you waiting for?" Zhang Xian replied, "With that piece of cloth. Eliminating Sun Shang and Sun Wuji would be a matter of mere moments. What need is there to wait? We must await a chance to contend with Sun Shang." Yi Feng cautioned, "Things are not as straightforward as you imagine. Within the Xianhua sect, apart from the reclusive sages, he ranks as the fifth most powerful figure, wielding immense influence. To bring down such a person relying solely on a piece of cloth is rather idealistic." Indeed, Zhang Xian conceded. Even if he were to kill you outright, he would likely face little in the way of serious repercussions. To confront such a formidable individual, we must leverage external forces, creating an unstoppable momentum to subdue him. If he does not provoke me, I shall not provoke him. However, since he dares to challenge me, no matter how powerful he may be, I will ensure he understands my strength. "Then it appears you have a plan in mind," Yi Feng remarked. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Xian replied with curiosity. Sun Shang's greatest adversary is Yang Wuqing. The two have been engaged in a covert struggle for many years. My purpose in coming to this prison is not only to ensure my personal safety, but also to seek an opportunity to ally with Yang Wuqing. Only with his assistance can we hope to overthrow Sun Shang. Lu Ruoyan contemplated for a moment and said, "Brother Yi Feng, with the help of the law enforcement elder, there is indeed hope in bringing down Sun Shang. However, Sun Shang possesses profound depth and commands a multitude of subordinates. Should he fall, his followers would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Your current strength is insufficient, and thus, you might find it challenging to ensure your own safety." Yi Feng replied, "Indeed. That is why I do not intend to act immediately, but rather in 6 months. To avoid being caught off guard, and to prevent the possibility of a tarnished reputation, he may resort to underhanded tactics against you. If he becomes ruthless and decides to eliminate you, this prison may not serve as a secure refuge. Lu Ruoyan added. I have already devised a strategy to counter this situation during my time here in the prison, so there is no cause for concern. As for the details, you will learn in due course. It is a matter I must keep confidential for the time being. Yifeng paused momentarily before continuing. However, I remain in danger until I encounter Yang Wuqing. It is an unavoidable circumstance, yet I am confident in my ability to endure. After conversing for a while longer, Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Xian bid farewell to Yifeng and departed from the prison. Following their discussion, both felt a significant alleviation of their anxieties. Nonetheless, the thought of Yifeng's assertion that he was still in peril before meeting Yang Wuqing weighed heavily on their minds. Even if Yifeng presented that piece of evidence to the sect leader and revealed the truth, it would not impose any substantial impact on you. Humph. It seems you truly are not of the same caliber as that young man. You are nothing but a fool, Sun Shang scolded. Sun Wuji, though agitated, dared not retort. That lad is alone, and thus I am naturally unafraid. But what if he is accompanied by Yang Wuqing? He deliberately provoked me with words, compelling me to transfer him to Yang Wuqing for handling. Now he finds himself within Yang Wuqing's domain, in a prison that complicates my efforts to eliminate him entirely and has afforded him the opportunity to conspire with Yang Wuqing. How can you possibly compare to such cunning? Sun Shang remarked. Sun Wuji found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that he had indeed been overshadowed by Yifeng. Had his grandfather not pointed it out, he would never have reached such a level of awareness. In the third chapter, You Are Not My Match, within the confines of the prison, there was little to occupy his time aside from eating and sleeping. Yifeng devoted himself almost entirely to cultivation. The concentration of the primordial forces of heaven and earth within the prison was inferior to that of Qiming Hall. Nonetheless, being in the realm of the immortal transformation sect was far from ordinary. Seated upon the straw, Yifeng's mind was tranquil and clear. The primordial forces of heaven and earth swiftly converged, flowing into his meridians and being stored within. Even Yifeng, who possessed remarkable endurance, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Just as he had done days before during his advancement, he resisted the urge to immediately ascend. Instead, he gritted his teeth and persisted, absorbing more of the primordial forces. After all, enduring for just one more hour in such agonizing conditions would double the solidity of his foundation. 1 hour, 2 hours. By the third hour, the intense pain began to cloud his mind. In a daze, he suddenly perceived a radiant golden pathway before him, adorned with countless auspicious lights, pure and sacred, leading to the deepest part of the prison. This pathway seemed to possess a unique allure, drawing him to tread upon it. Ultimately, unable to resist this mystical attraction, he rose to his feet and stepped onto the golden road. With each advancing step, the sacred and magnificent aura intensified, as if he were ascending to the heavens. Gradually, ethereal cranes began to soar above the pathway, surrounded by swirling clouds and the fragrant essence of immortality. He felt as though he had entered the realm of the immortals. Suddenly, the scenery before him transformed, and all the exquisite beauty vanished. Before him stood a dilapidated palace, its crumbling walls and shattered remnants a testament to its former grandeur. Within the palace lay 3 skeletons. The central skeleton, seemingly sculpted from crystal, revealed no trace of bone. It sat majestically upon a throne, resplendent and translucent, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Upon gazing at it, one could hardly perceive a mere skeleton, but rather the visage of an ethereal beauty, captivating and otherworldly. It emanated an aura of overwhelming authority, capable of subjugating all beings, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Yifeng found himself abruptly brought to his knees. For reasons unknown, the moment he beheld this skeletal figure, he was struck by an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew, yet the identity eluded him, as if a mysterious force impeded his thoughts. The 2 skeletons flanking the central figure were also remarkable, albeit they paled in comparison to the crystalline one. They stood in a submissive posture, seemingly in service to the radiant skeleton. Beneath the crystal skeleton, 3 droplets of blood lay scattered upon the floor, vivid and striking, as if they had existed in this place since time immemorial. exuding a cataclysmic aura. Upon witnessing it, Yifeng felt an overwhelming illusion, as though a single drop of that blood could obliterate an entire empire across the vast continent. What manner of place is this? Yifeng murmured to himself. Suddenly, the 3 droplets of blood shot toward him like lightning. Before he could react, they penetrated his brow. Instantly, a tempestuous wind surged forth, sweeping him away from this foreboding place. In the confines of the cell, Yifeng sat cross-legged, suddenly startled, uttering a gasp as he opened his eyes wide and surveyed his surroundings. The power he had just felt emanated from his own fist. "Is it you?" Yifeng exclaimed, astonished. The figure cloaked in black was none other than the one who had slain Uncle Fu and framed him for the crime. "You possess keen eyesight. You recognized me at a glance. Surrender that piece of cloth, and I may spare your life," the dark-clad man declared. "Spare my life? Huh? You dare not kill me, do you? To you, I am already a man marked for death. However, should you take my life now and your adversaries seize the opportunity, it would undoubtedly place you in an exceedingly precarious position," Yifeng replied with a sardonic smile. The black-clad man could not help but scrutinize Yifeng from head to toe. The agility of his thoughts and the precision of his judgment were, without a doubt, far superior to that of most individuals in the world, making it hard to fathom that he was merely a boy of 16 or 17. Upon entering the cell, he had employed a special talisman to establish a minor barrier. The prisoners confined in the adjacent cells possessed strength comparable to Yifeng's, while those with greater prowess were detained deeper within the prison. This miniature barrier was sufficient to obscure the events transpiring in Yifeng's cell from the surrounding inmates. The black-clad man felt an increasing sense of dread. He realized that he could distinctly sense a marked improvement in Yifeng since their encounter in Uncle Fu's room, and it had only been a matter of days. Such a pace of advancement was truly astonishing. He began to fully comprehend why Sun Wuji and Sun Shangyi were determined to eliminate him, given the terrifying pace of his power enhancement. One cannot say that even a single Sun Wuji, let alone 10, would stand a chance against him in the future. Chapter 31. Achieving cooperation. The elevation of his rank has bestowed upon Yifeng a more formidable agility and strength. With his right hand extended, he struck first, seizing the fist of the cloaked figure that was about to collide with his chest. With a deft twist and a shift of momentum, he effortlessly hurled the assailant over his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Realizing his full-force attack had failed, the cloaked figure understood he had lost his final opportunity. He pondered that further entanglement with Yifeng would inevitably lead to his capture, jeopardizing Sun Shang's entire scheme, a burden he could not bear. In a sudden leap, he darted into a concealed passageway, a contingency designed by his ancestors when infiltrating the prison, and fled with all his might. Yifeng intended to seize the moment to apprehend the cloaked figure, but upon witnessing his sudden disappearance, he had no choice but to relent. Suddenly, a powerful disturbance rippled through the surrounding space, as if someone was traversing dimensions with extraordinary prowess. With a resonant sound, an elderly man appeared before Yifeng, clad in azure robes, slender in build, with piercing eyes that seemed to penetrate one's very thoughts, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. After casting a glance at Yifeng, he remarked, "This prison is ensnared with an intricate web. I can detect even a fly entering. It is remarkable that someone could momentarily obscure my senses and infiltrate this stronghold undetected. To depart unscathed after my discovery speaks volumes of their significance." Yifeng contemplated silently, realizing that this elder was most likely the enforcement elder Yang Wuching. He hastily bowed and said, "Disciple Yifeng pays respects to the enforcement elder." "Oh, do tell me. Who has wronged you?" Yang Wuching inquired with keen interest. "Sun Wuji and his grandfather, the enforcement elder Sun Shang," Yifeng replied. Yang Wuching's expression immediately darkened, and he admonished, "Young man, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but words must be chosen with care. The esteemed transmission elder is highly respected. In his eyes, you are but a mere insect. What could possibly motivate him to wrong you?" Yifeng had been attentively observing the subtle shifts in Yang Wuching's demeanor. He acutely sensed that, despite Yang Wuching's stern visage, A glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. It was evident that Yang Wuqing had internally recognized this as an excellent opportunity to undermine his old adversary, Sun Shang. His rebuke was merely a ruse to extract more information from Yi Feng, enabling him to ascertain the veracity of his claims and whether they could truly serve to topple Sun Shang. Inwardly, Yi Feng mused, "Since you wish to pry further from me, I shall withhold my revelations and observe how long you can maintain this charade." Feigning trepidation, he said, "Disciple acknowledges his error. I shall refrain from further reckless words." Yang Wuqing, noticing that Yi Feng had been intimidated into silence, felt a twinge of regret. It appeared that he had overplayed his hand. Clearing his throat, he stated, "As the enforcement elder of the Xianhua sect, I embody its principles of fairness and justice. If you have any grievances, do not hesitate to voice them to me, regardless of the stature or power of the opposition. I shall advocate for you." Yi Feng's heart stirred. It seemed that Elder Yang was exceedingly eager to seize upon Sun Shang's vulnerabilities, which suited him perfectly. "My capabilities and influence are far inferior to yours. Collaborating with him would undoubtedly place me in an exceedingly disadvantageous position. I must endure a little longer," compelling him to reveal his true nature and willingly cooperate with me. In doing so, my standing in this partnership will significantly improve. With a sense of trepidation, I confessed, my theft of the elixir and the act of murder stemmed solely from my short-sightedness and greed, with no involvement from others. Upon observing Yi Feng's palpable panic, Yang Wuqing contemplated that if he continued to feign indifference and withheld his genuine thoughts, Yi Feng would likely not divulge a single word to him. The opportunity to bring down the old scoundrel, Sun Shang, was one he was unwilling to miss. With Yi Feng imprisoned, his life and death rested in Yang Wuqing's hands, and revealing his true intentions would not alter his fate. He stated candidly, "Let me be straightforward with you. That old scoundrel, Sun Shang, is arrogant and domineering, utterly dismissive of others, with a history of nefarious deeds. I have long wished to subdue him, yet have lacked the opportunity. Do elaborate on how you were wronged by him, so I may seize the chance to take him down. For me, it would mean the removal of a formidable adversary. For you, it would mean escaping wrongful death, continuing your promising path as a transcendent disciple, and avenging the grievances he has inflicted upon you. You are a clever individual. You should know how to proceed." Yi Feng promptly replied, "This could not be better. I knew that the elder in charge of law enforcement is just and resolute, and he will undoubtedly uphold justice for me." Thereupon, he recounted how Sun Wuqing, fearing he could not compete with him, had been scheming against him, while Sun Shang, driven by familial affection and long-term interests, colluded with Sun Wuqing to concoct a malicious plot against him, with one playing the role of villain and the other of hero. "Humph, Sun Shang remains the same nauseating hypocrite, utterly detestable," Yang Wuqing scoffed. "Do you possess any compelling evidence to demonstrate that Sun Shang has orchestrated your entrapment?" Yi Feng indeed had proof, the fragment of fabric torn from the cloaked assailant. Yet, presenting this evidence now would only serve to provoke Sun Shang's remaining followers, placing his life in jeopardy. As the saying goes, a wild goose leaves traces in its wake. No matter how well the black-clad figure concealed himself, he would inevitably leave behind evidence within the prison's confines. Elder Yang could utilize this to pursue the truth. Yang Wuqing nodded with a smile, acknowledging, "You are more astute than I had anticipated. Your praise is unwarranted, Elder," Yi Feng replied. "Moreover, I believe that Sun Shang, having held the position of transmission elder for so many years, has deeply entrenched his power. Since we hold the initiative, we ought to proceed with caution, considering every possible scenario, and devise comprehensive contingency plans to ensure that when we strive to topple Sun Shang, no unforeseen complications arise. I believe a preparatory period of at least 6 months is necessary." Yang Wuqing remarked that old scoundrel, Sun Shang, is indeed exceedingly cunning. Spending around 6 months to make thorough preparations and guarantee success is prudent. However, there is another matter. Although I have been wrongfully accused, I currently lack the evidence to clear my name. According to the sect's regulations, I am to be executed shortly. I fear I may not survive until 6 months from now. "Rest assured," Yi Feng replied. "Tomorrow." I shall inform the sect leader that your case likely harbors deeper implications and that immediate execution would be unwise. The sect leader will undoubtedly concur. Having established a cooperative relationship, I shall ensure your safety. The notion that Sun Shang could wish you harm is but a mere fantasy, proclaimed Yang Wuqing. I am deeply grateful to Elder Yang. With your esteemed presence to uphold justice for me, I shall undoubtedly be vindicated, and the hypocrite Sun Shang shall meet his rightful punishment. In due course, your impeccable reputation will surely earn the admiration of all within the Xianhua sect. Yifeng replied with a bow. His words dripped with flattery, which Yang Wuqing received with great pleasure, especially as toppling Sun Shang had long been his cherished ambition, prompting him to burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 32. Confrontation. As the sun ascended, illuminating the world, the Xianhua sect was enveloped in a mystical aura, shrouded in ethereal clouds, appearing even more exquisite under the sun's radiant glow. However, the transmission elder Sun Shang found no solace in this enchanting scenery, consumed by rage to the brink of madness. His cloaked subordinates had not returned overnight, and reliable sources indicated that they had fled, fearing his wrath. How outrageous! The more he pondered, the angrier he became, shattering the table with a single punch. What was once a flawless plan had been rendered futile due to his underestimation of Yifeng's strength, leaving him in a state of utter disgrace. At that moment, a trusted aide rushed into the room, breathless. Esteemed transmission elder, I bring urgent news from our informant positioned beside Yang Wuqing. He has taken Yifeng to the Taiha Hall with the intent to meet the sect master. I deemed this matter of great significance and dared not delay in reporting it to you. Both Sun Shang and Sun Wuji's expressions shifted dramatically. Could it be that Yang Wuqing intended to present that torn piece of clothing to the sect master? No, I must hasten to the Taiha Hall at once. Without hesitation, Sun Shang soared into the air, heading straight for the Taiha Hall. The Hall of Supreme Harmony, perched atop the majestic Jintian Peak, was constructed amidst a veil of ethereal clouds, exuding grandeur and an imposing presence. It serves as the residence of Yu Taiqing, the esteemed leader of the immortal transformation sect. Sun Shang, a figure of high regard within the sect, had just descended from the skies to the front of the hall when a servant approached to pay their respects. Without indulging in pleasantries, Sun Shang inquired directly, "Has the law enforcement elder entered the master's palace accompanied by a disciple?" "They have only just entered." "Is there any matter regarding the transmission elder?" Yu Taiqing, donned in a Taoist robe and exuding an aura of tranquility and profundity, greeted Sun Shang with a smile, saying, "Elder Sun, you arrive with such urgency. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Sun Shang cast a glance at Yang Wuqing and replied, "My purpose aligns with that of Elder Yang. We are both here concerning the case of Yifeng." "Oh?" Yu Taiqing stroked his beard thoughtfully, seemingly lost in contemplation. Before responding, Elder Yang suggests that there may be deeper implications to Yifeng's case, indicating that he is not a mere killer or thief of elixirs. "What further insights do you wish to share?" Sun Shang replied, "Whether there are hidden circumstances, I cannot ascertain. My concern lies in the possibility of being framed. I have come to ensure that I have the opportunity to defend myself should such an eventuality arise." Yang Wuqing chuckled, remarking, "Elder Sun, your words are laden with insinuation, subtly accusing me of plotting against you. I may not be a paragon of virtue, but I am no hypocrite. I do not feign one demeanor while harboring another. My presence here is to safeguard against certain individuals conspiring with Yifeng to ensnare me. It appears my suspicions were well-founded, as it took little time for someone to cast veiled accusations in my direction." Listening to the argument between the two, Yifeng fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that the animosity between them ran deeper than he had initially imagined, with hostility flaring up at their very first encounter. Sun Shang indeed proved to be a formidable adversary, an old fox of the utmost cunning. Though Yang Chong spoke the truth, the sect leader would hardly be swayed by his words. As the leader, Yu Taiqing possessed unparalleled insight into the enmity that existed between the two. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, enough, cease your bickering. You are both of considerable age. Isn't it a trifle embarrassing to quarrel upon meeting? Sun Shang internally exhaled with relief. His purpose in coming here was to muddy the waters, casting doubt upon the accounts and evidence presented by Yi Feng and Yang Wuqing in the eyes of the sect leader. By doing so, he aimed to avert a descent into utter despair. Upon hearing the leader's words, he knew he had succeeded. Yang Wuqing spoke up, "Sect leader, I have already voiced my thoughts on the unjust accusations against Yi Feng at length. It seems only fitting that Yi Feng should now speak for himself." "That is quite reasonable." Yu Taiqing nodded in agreement. "You may defend yourself." Upon hearing this, Sun Shang's heart quivered involuntarily. The piece of fabric in Yi Feng's possession was his greatest source of trepidation. Although he had successfully instigated doubt in the sect leader's mind regarding the actions of Yi Feng and Yang Wuqing, the evidence captured in that visual portrayal was irrefutable. Should that piece of fabric be presented to the sect leader, he could employ his formidable powers to reconstruct the events of that day, thereby exonerating Yi Feng. This would inevitably lead to the uncovering of Sun Shang as the mastermind behind it all. What puzzled him was that Yi Feng did not produce the piece of fabric. Instead, he inquired, "Sect leader, do you believe that your disciple's intellect and reasoning are sound?" Yu Taiqing was taken aback, not anticipating that Yefeng would pose such a question. He replied, "To become a disciple of the feather transformation is indeed commendable, indicative of exceptional intelligence and thought. While the egret pill is valuable, the future of a disciple in the feather transformation sect is widely recognized as far more promising. Given that a disciple possesses normal intelligence, how could one possibly engage in the foolish act of pill theft, which is a short-sighted endeavor that sacrifices much for little?" After a pause, Yefeng continued, "As for the matter of Uncle Fu's death, I admit I possess the capability to have killed him. However, it would be impossible to do so without a confrontation. Given my strength, it was evident that Uncle Fu did not engage in any struggle at the time of his demise, nor did he utter any cries of alarm. This implies only one possibility. I must have ambushed him when he was unprepared. However, I am not acquainted with Uncle Fu, having never exchanged a word. How could I stealthily eliminate someone so experienced?" His reasoning was compelling. "According to Elder Yang, you had mentioned that Uncle Fu was killed by a man in black. Do you possess any evidence regarding this dark-clad individual?" Yu Taiqing inquired. Sun Shang felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Yefeng might produce the fragment of clothing. Yet Yefeng still did not reveal it. Yang Wuqing remarked, "This is a conspiracy that has been meticulously plotted against Yefeng. It is improbable that he would have any evidence concerning the man in black." Sun Shang furrowed his brow, sensing that Yang Wuqing seemed unaware of Yefeng's possession of the clothing fragment. Yefeng held the crucial piece of evidence that could absolve him, yet he chose not to present it to the sect leader nor disclose it to Yang Wuqing. What could his intentions possibly be? Yu Taiqing nodded and asked, "Elder Sun, you were also present on the day of the incident. What is your perspective on this matter?" Sun Shang was acutely aware of the master's long-standing appreciation for talent. Presently, he understood that eliciting an order from the master to enforce the sect regulations was futile. The objective of clouding the master's judgment had been achieved, and he could no longer hope for further concessions. He remarked, "When Fu Bo was slain, Yi Feng was found standing in Fu Bo's chamber, holding the white egret Dan. This was witnessed by all the new disciples. As for the figure clad in black that Yi Feng mentioned, aside from him, no one else has laid eyes upon it. Whether it truly exists is a conclusion I cannot draw. Let the master decide." Noticing the tone in his voice, Yu Taiqing chuckled softly and replied, "I believe it prudent to acknowledge that there is indeed a possibility of Yi Feng being wronged. Yet there exists no evidence to substantiate his innocence. Thus, let us temporarily strip him of his status as a transcendent disciple and relegate him to the rank of a mere servant disciple, restricting his movements to the prison area under the supervision of Elder Yang. Once the matter is clarified, we shall reach a final decision. What say you both?" Yang Wuqing naturally voiced no objections. This was a commendable outcome. He bowed and stated, "Master is indeed wise." Sun Shang recognized the futility of dissent and chose to remain silent. After bidding farewell to the master, the trio emerged from the Taiha Hall. Watching Yi Feng's retreating figure, Sun Shang found himself increasingly perplexed by the young man's behavior. For the first time in his life, he struggled to decipher the thoughts of another, particularly those of a mere 16 or 17-year-old youth. It was a profound irony for him. What on earth could he be after? Chapter 33. 2 sets of combat techniques. Thanks to the intervention of the law enforcement elder, Yi Feng's death sentence was suspended, and he was demoted to the status of a servant disciple, confined to the dungeons. This news swiftly spread throughout the Xianhua sect, igniting considerable discussion. Remarkably, a disciple who had ascended to the rank of a feathered immortal being reduced to a mere servant was unprecedented in the sect's history. Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? How could they not execute him? Just the sight of that boy makes me uneasy. He has garnered too much attention. And even the celestial maiden, Lu Ruoyan, has shown him considerable favor. It is evident that Yi Feng has been wronged, and the fact that he has managed to preserve his life is indeed a cause for celebration. I firmly believe he will ultimately vindicate himself. Most individuals, however, felt indifferent, while those envious of or harboring enmity towards Yi Feng were profoundly disheartened. In contrast, his admirers and close associates regarded the situation as fortuitous. Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Xian were particularly overjoyed. It seems that Yi Feng's plans are unfolding smoothly, having established a cooperative relationship with Yang Wuqing. That hypocrite, Sun Shang, must be dealt with decisively. Yi Feng, you must ensure his demise, Zhang Xian exclaimed animatedly. Lu Ruoyan, though more reserved and composed than Zhang Xian, was equally elated within. For her, the successful execution of Yi Feng's strategy and the defeat of Sun Shang would be ideal, but above all, it was vital that Yi Feng's life be spared. Yang Wuqing had treated Yi Feng generously, providing him with ample sustenance and presenting him with the precious Qi Yin armor. I cannot dismiss the possibility that Sun Shang and his cohorts might dare to encroach upon my territory to eliminate you, though I strive to protect you with unwavering dedication. There are inevitably moments of oversight. This is the Crimson Flame armor, an ancient treasure that has long served as my defensive talisman. This armor not only withstands assaults, but, should the force of an enemy's attack reach a certain threshold, it will activate the concealed formations within, reflecting back a fearsome degree of damage. I now bequeath it to you. Once donned, not even the formidable subordinates of Sun Shang, nor Sun Shang himself, could deliver a fatal blow. It will undoubtedly become an indelible memory. Why must we refrain from going? Yang Wuqing asked, his expression darkening as he ominously replied. That is the forbidden realm of the immortal transformation sect. Should you enter, not only you, but I as well would meet our demise. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months have elapsed. Yi Feng has devoted himself to rigorous training, enhancing his prowess, yet the path to further ascension remains long. After all, in a certain sense, one might liken each realm to a pond, and the elevation of one's standing is akin to filling these ponds with the primordial energies of the universe. With every minor advancement, the capacity of the pond increases exponentially. The more one seeks to fill this pond, the greater the primordial energy required, and consequently, the longer the time needed. Since the experience of Sun Shang's intent to assassinate him, and their mutual disregard for personal safety in rescuing one another, Yi Feng has come to regard both individuals as his dearest friends. However, while he can interact freely with Zhang Xian, he finds himself somewhat constrained in the presence of Lu Ruoyan. Perhaps it is due to his limited interactions with women since childhood, or perhaps it is a deeper-seated avoidance of certain feelings, but he cannot shake the sensation of discomfort. Alas, you are undoubtedly a fool. Cannot you perceive that Lu Ruoyan harbors feelings for you? She is none other than the most enchanting beauty of the southern wilderness, a princess of the Round Moon Empire. Why do you not take the initiative? Should you win her affection, every young man in the realm would envy you to the point of wishing your demise. To escort her during the day would undoubtedly elevate your status, and to share intimate moments behind closed doors would be beyond exquisite. Just the thought of such a sensation is utterly exhilarating. Zhang Xian grew increasingly animated, his expressions lively and his words flying forth with fervor, as if Lu Ruoyan were enamored with him. Yifeng could no longer contain himself and slapped him lightly, saying, "Can you not behave normally? I am looking out for your best interests. In all other matters, I concede to you. But in this instance, cannot you exhibit a fraction of the manliness I possess?" Zhang Xian retorted, "Is it manly to pursue 10 women in a month, only to face failure in each endeavor, culminating in one being drenched with a basin of water?" Yifeng replied, "Ahem." Instantly, Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, responding, "Those women simply fail to appreciate my worth. They will surely regret their choices. Mark my words, within 3 years, I shall establish a harem, and at that time, do not be envious." Aside from engaging in frivolous banter with Zhang Xian and Lu Ruoyan, Yifeng gleaned a significant piece of information from their conversation. In half a month's time, the Xianhua sect will open the gates of the Wan Beast Mountain to new disciples. Situated on the western side of the Aomei Peak, Wan Beast Mountain lies beyond the Haotian continent, rumored to be a fragment of a shattered world, teeming with ferocious beasts. It serves as a vital training ground for disciples of the Xianhua sect. Each year, it is accessible twice to every cohort for their training. However, to enter at other times, one must endure the trials of 3 formidable challenges. This time, the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain is open to newly inducted disciples, not only to provide them with an opportunity for experience, but also to bestow generous rewards. Those who first vanquish 2 Xin-level beasts and 20 Huang-level ferocious creatures shall be rewarded with a set of low-level combat techniques. The Immortal Transformation sect has prepared a total of 2 sets of low-level combat techniques, meaning that the first 2 individuals to accomplish the feat of slaying 2 Xian-level beasts and 20 Wang-level creatures will have the opportunity to claim these techniques. Such combat techniques are exceedingly precious. Many cultivators, throughout their lifetimes, may never acquire even a single set. For numerous aspirants to the Immortal Transformation sect, the quest for these techniques is a primary motivation for their entry. Due to their tender age and limited training time, even the most promising disciples among the recently initiated find it exceedingly challenging to independently slay a Xin-level beast. To attain the coveted rewards, collaboration with others is essential, necessitating the formation of teams. In such cooperative endeavors, each member naturally earns the right to share in the rewards. Consequently, even those disciples of lesser strength are granted a glimmer of hope for obtaining combat techniques. Hence, upon the announcement of this news, every newly initiated disciple is filled with eagerness, eager to enter the Beast Mountain, slay the ferocious beasts, and secure the techniques. Of course, this excludes the servant disciples. Being categorized as servant disciples signifies their inadequacy in strength, rendering them incapable of even contending with the more formidable Huang-level beasts, much less the more challenging Xin-level creatures, where they would only serve as a hindrance. Additionally, servant disciples occupy the lowest tier within the biological hierarchy of the Immortal Transformation sect, and other disciples of higher ranks are reluctant to team up with them. Should teams consist solely of servant disciples, the prospect of securing rewards would be utterly bleak. Thus, each time the trial activities in the Beast Mountain commence, the presence of the servant disciples is seldom witnessed. Yifeng gazed up at the starry sky and murmured, "I have diligently practiced the heaven and earth decision for so long. Just a few days ago, my master informed me of the method to counterattack by seeking the weaknesses in the enemy's techniques. I have nearly grasped it, and I am ready to embark on the study of counterattacking by identifying the weaknesses in the enemy's combat skills. This requires a substantial foundation of combat techniques. The allure of 2 sets of low-level combat techniques as rewards is indeed enticing. Alas, as decreed by the sect leader, I am confined to the prison area, left only to watch and envy." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wuqing hurried towards him and said, "I bring you news. The sect leader has granted special permission for you to join this trial in the Beast Mountain." "Really? This is wonderful," Yifeng exclaimed joyfully, but soon furrowed his brow and added, "I never sought the sect leader's approval to partake in this trial. Why would he proactively grant it?" Yang Wuqing replied, "This is all thanks to Sun Shang. He has allied with several influential figures and, under the pretext of valuing talent, advised the sect leader to specifically allow you to join this trial in the Beast Mountain. Do you think he harbors good intentions? The Beast Mountain is not my domain. I cannot guarantee your safety. It would be prudent for you not to go. Why not seize such an excellent opportunity? Yifeng retorted with a smile. As far as I know, once inside the Beast Mountain, the elders will monitor everything closely, so Sun Shang should not be able to pull any tricks. Yang Wuqing suddenly fixed a piercing gaze on Yifeng, causing a chill to run down his spine, and coldly remarked, I suspect you are concealing something from me. In principle, although you are the target of Sun Shang's schemes, your lack of evidence to exonerate yourself and the absence of strength to counter him diminish your significance. Yet, I distinctly sense that Sun Shang remains exceedingly wary of you, persistently plotting against you. Yifeng smiled and remarked, given Elder Yang's intelligence, do you truly believe I could conceal anything from you? Perhaps there exists a secret within me, unbeknownst to myself, yet one that instills considerable trepidation in Sun Shang. If you can ensure my safety, in due time, we shall undoubtedly uncover it, becoming yet another formidable weapon against Sun Shang. This statement was eloquently articulated, deftly diminishing Yang Wuqing's suspicions while subtly highlighting his importance. The implication that he harbors a secret that greatly unsettles Sun Shang would further motivate Yang Wuqing to safeguard him. Let us hope so, Yang Wuqing scoffed softly. Chapter 34. The Mountain of Beasts. Had he ever endured such days filled with apprehension? The irony lay in the fact that such turmoil arose from his own miscalculations concerning a mere youth. It was truly a source of shame. Grandfather, that lad is far from foolish, and with Yang Wuqing's assistance, would he truly venture to the Mountain of Beasts? Furthermore, he is quite cunning. Even if he did go, it is unlikely he would carry that fragment of cloth with him, Sun Wuji stated. Sun Shang replied, I have long seen through that lad. His obsession with cultivation is nearly fanatical. The allure of 2 sets of combat techniques will undoubtedly compel him to take the risk. As for that fragment of cloth, I speculate that even Yang Wuqing is unaware of its existence. Does that young man have other allies within the immortal transformation sect who possess the strength to oppose me? He seems unperturbed by the potential schemes laid by Sun Shang and others along the way. In the square, disciples of the feather transformation, the head disciple of the Zhentian Peak, and those from the other 4 peaks engage in animated discussions, forming teams in preparation for their imminent venture into the Beast Mountain. After all, the allure of 2 sets of combat techniques as rewards is undeniably enticing. Although many servant disciples harbor the hope of fortuitously being chosen to form a team, the harsh reality is that they remain utterly overlooked, left to watch enviously from the sidelines. Each individual fervently wishes for their own team to be formidable. Hence, several feather transformation disciples have become the objects of flattery and admiration among the other disciples. Among these feather transformation disciples, Lu Ruoyan and Sun Wuji enjoy the highest popularity. There is no need to elaborate on Sun Wuji. Currently, Yifeng bears the weight of guilt, with his fate hanging in the balance. He has undoubtedly emerged as the foremost among the newly initiated disciples, with boundless prospects ahead. To join his team not only significantly boosts the chances of receiving rewards, but also provides an opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Sun Wuji revels in this attention, reflecting that only in the absence of Yifeng can he hope to shine. Otherwise, he seems perpetually overshadowed by him. He then recalls how his grandfather, in an effort to prevent Yang Wuqing and Yifeng from conspiring against him, had petitioned the sect leader for special permission for Yifeng to participate in this event, hoping to seize that fragment of cloth within the Beast Mountain. If Yifeng were to arrive, he might soon find his own prominence diminished. His spirits inevitably sank at the thought. He sincerely hopes that Yifeng remains hidden under Yang Wuqing's protection. From the perspective of my grandfather, myself, and indeed the long-term interests of the entire Sun family, our very survival hinges on his immediate arrival. Lu Ruoyan possesses unparalleled beauty and grace, alongside strength comparable to Sun Wuji. Being in her company significantly enhances the likelihood of receiving rewards, even if we ultimately do not succeed. Having collaborated with such a celestial being would be a commendable story to recount throughout our lives. This venture into the 10,000 Beasts Mountain for training is indeed an intriguing endeavor. Alas, it seems Yi Feng is unlikely to join us. Zhang Xian, fully aware of Lu Ruoyan's affections, could not help but mutter to himself, I truly cannot fathom the extraordinary luck Yi Feng possesses. To have the first beauty of the southern wilderness so enamored with him, reflecting on the numerous rejections he faced in Lu Ruoyan's presence. He found himself wishing he could eliminate Yi Feng with a dagger. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Is that not Yi Feng? What brings him here? Did not the sect leader issue a direct order confining him to the prison area? The crowd turned to behold Yi Feng striding towards them with vigor and vitality. His youthful visage retained a hint of innocence, yet his eyes bore an inscrutable depth. Compared to a few months prior, he exuded an extraordinary aura that captivated all who glanced his way. Lu Ruoyan's heart leaped with joy. It appeared her wishes might not go unfulfilled. However, recalling Yi Feng's somewhat indifferent demeanor towards her, a sense of anxiety crept in as she softly inquired, Zhang Xian, do you think Yi Feng will agree to team up with me? What if he declines? Zhang Xian nearly choked on his own frustration. Despite his self-awareness and acceptance of his unrequited feelings for Lu Ruoyan, her words still struck him with an unbearable weight. So many individuals beseeching to team up with you, yet you remain indifferent. However, upon seeing Yi Feng, you are consumed by the fear of being rejected by him. Is there no justice in this world? Those who yearned to join forces with Lu Ruoyan overheard these words and felt as though their hearts had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Unable to find a single term throughout history to adequately convey the depth of their anguish. Yet, the situation was far from over. Lu Ruoyan's next utterance rendered them questioning the very purpose of their existence. Lu Ruoyan inquired, Zhang Xian, why are you silent? Do you truly believe that Brother Yi Feng would turn me away? Zhang Xian took a deep breath 30 times before he could quell the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Responding, no, how could he possibly reject you? Besides, with me around, if he dares to refuse you, I shall ensure he faces dire consequences. In the distance, Sun Wuji cursed under his breath, lamenting the arrival of the one he despised most. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Yi Feng's presence here is entirely due to my grandfather's efforts. He values talent and personally interceded with the sect leader on Yi Feng's behalf, thus granting him permission to join us in entering the Myriad Beast Mountain. Upon hearing this, the crowd's admiration for Elder Sun grew even stronger. Indeed, the spirit of nurturing the youth is truly commendable. With such a benevolent elder, one could hardly regret joining the Xianhua sect. His kindness toward Yi Feng is enviable. I recall during our training at the Qiming Hall, he treated Yi Feng with exceptional favor. When the incident of the stolen elixir and murder transpired, though many suspected Yi Feng, he stood by him, only to be met with undeniable evidence in the end. Yi Feng hardly merited such loyalty from Elder Sunday. Listening to the discussions around him, Sun Wuji revealed a satisfied smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. Sun Shang requested the sect leader to grant Yi Feng special permission to enter the Beast Mountain, beyond the intention to seize an opportunity to snatch that coveted piece of clothing. Another motive was to further enhance his reputation among the new disciples. Yi Feng arrived at the square, wearing a faint smile. I owe my opportunity to enter the Beast Mountain to the Elder of Transmission, he remarked. However, whether he is truly as impartial and caring for the younger generation as everyone imagines is open to question. When hypocrites reveal their true selves, they often leave the world believing they are exceptionally virtuous. Now that he and Sun Shang had completely severed their facades, Yi Feng felt that there was no longer a need for concealment. The crowd furrowed their brows and exchanged glances. Could it be that there existed undisclosed matters between Yi Feng and Sun Shang? Yet upon reflection, they struggled to perceive how Sun Shang resembled a hypocrite. Sun Wuji snorted disdainfully. Heh. After all, he is capable of committing heinous acts such as stealing elixirs and murder. His character is truly reprehensible. My grandfather has helped you so much, and you dare to label him a hypocrite? That is truly disheartening. His words garnered the agreement of many who were unaware of the truth, casting scornful glances toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng remained unfazed. the more adeptly Sun Shang disguised himself. The greater the animosity and contempt would be when his true nature was ultimately revealed. I have no interest in engaging in idle chatter with you. Every facade has its day of being torn away. I am here to undergo trials in the Beast Mountain. Is there anyone willing to form a team with me? As soon as the words left his lips, a throng of individuals gathered around, eager to team up with Yifeng. Even some who had initially sought to join Sun Wuji's ranks flocked over, knowing well that Yifeng's amiable nature was 1,000 times more approachable than Sun Wuji's. In no time, those wishing to ally with him outnumbered those desiring to join Sun Wuji. Lu Ruoyan navigated through the crowd and approached Yifeng, her eyes brimming with longing as she implored, "Brother Yifeng, may I join your team, please?" Chapter 35. The Miscellaneous Disciples. I shall lead. Yifeng smiled and replied, "Of course you may." When Sun Wuji sought to take her life under the guise of the sect's rules, she and Zhang Xian had disregarded their own safety to come to his rescue. Given this loyalty, how could he possibly refuse such a trivial request to team up? Yes, yes. Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Observing her, one couldn't help but feel a profound sense of admiration, a figure akin to a celestial being. The princess of the Round Moon Empire, the unparalleled beauty of the southern wilderness. Whatever she desired was willingly offered to her, yet here she was, elated by a mere affirmation from Yifeng. It was unimaginable unless witnessed firsthand. At that moment, a burst of laughter erupted. A young disciple, his face flushed with embarrassment, shame, anger, and helplessness, lowered his head and hastily made his way to the outskirts of the crowd. Sun Wuji shook his head and chuckled. He doesn't even consider his own status. Just because he is slightly acquainted with me, he thinks he can join my small team. How laughable. A miscellaneous disciple should embrace the role of a miscellaneous disciple and dutifully engage in menial tasks. Soon after, the laughter grew louder, filled with disdain, ridicule, and contempt. The young disciple felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a hole to hide himself in. He was a servant disciple named Wu Chao, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to enter the Beast Mountain. Relying on a tenuous connection with Sun Wuji, he shamelessly approached him, hoping to join his team. To his dismay, Sun Wuji not only flatly rejected him, but also openly mocked him. Among the crowd, while some laughed, many others looked on with sympathy, deeming Sun Wuji's actions excessively cruel. They believed that even if he did not want Wu Chao and his team, there was no need for such derision and humiliation. The other servant disciples, who came hoping for a stroke of luck, felt a surge of indignation, sharing a sense of camaraderie in their plight. Yet, as servant disciples, the lowest and most unpromising members of the immortal transformation sect, they could do little more than seethe in frustration. Alas, they lamented, if only they were stronger, they would confront Sun Wuji directly. Upon understanding the situation, Yifeng could no longer stand idly by. He approached the young disciple and said, "Please hold on. If you do not mind, join my small group." "Really, is that true?" Wu Chao exclaimed, astonished and grateful. He had never anticipated that in his moment of utmost despair and humiliation, a stranger like Yifeng would extend a helping hand. With Lu Ruoyan already in Yifeng's group, their strength was currently superior to that of Sun Wuji's team. "Of course, why would I deceive you?" Yifeng smiled, as many eyes in the vicinity turned towards him with admiration. The miscellaneous disciples, who had come to test their luck, could not help but give a thumbs up to Yifeng. Sun Wuji surveyed the crowd and felt a twinge of embarrassment. He coldly remarked to Yifeng, "Heh, you certainly know how to curry favor." Everyone was taken aback, realizing that Yifeng was also a miscellaneous disciple. It was just that his brilliance had overshadowed this fact. Aware of his own shortcomings, Sun Wuji huffed and chose not to engage further with Yifeng. Yifeng turned to Wu Chao with a smile and said, "Please relay a message for me. All miscellaneous disciples from our cohort who wish to join my group are most welcome. All rewards will be shared among us." The miscellaneous disciples present were filled with joy and excitement. Wu Chao was so elated that his words stumbled out. I will go and deliver the message right away." This new batch of disciples numbered over 800, with more than 200 being miscellaneous disciples. Apart from a few, like Wu Chao, who hoped for good fortune in being accepted by a group. The majority had chosen to forfeit their right to enter the 10,000 Beasts Mountain and had not come here. After Wu Chao conveyed the message, all the miscellaneous disciples hurried over with great enthusiasm. After all, with Yifeng as a formidable ally, the chances of receiving rewards were significantly higher. In an instant, Yifeng's group swelled to over 200 members, far surpassing the numbers of other groups. Yifeng looked at his group members and expressed, "I did not anticipate such a turnout. I am grateful for the trust you have placed in me, my brothers and sisters, since they look down upon us miscellaneous disciples. Let us stand tall and show them that we are not to be belittled or disdained. We shall claim both sets of battle techniques as our reward. What do you say?" As the disciples of lesser rank, they felt a surge of pent-up emotion. Yifeng's words resonated deeply within them, igniting a fervor that was palpable. Despite their awareness of their limited prowess, the fervor compelled them to shout in unison, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Their voices echoed with remarkable vigor. In contrast, Sun Wuji scoffed from the side, deriding their enthusiasm. "Leading into the Beast Mountain will only burden us with useless waste. To think they aspire to claim both sets of combat techniques as rewards is utterly laughable." Nangong Yin, Zhao Chong, and several fellow ascendant disciples, along with other disciples from the Five Peaks, observed silently. Though no words were exchanged, their expressions conveyed disdain. Even if Yifeng and the elite team, including Lu Ruoyan, joined forces, it seemed improbable that they could secure both sets of combat techniques, especially with a group of lesser disciples who might only hinder their efforts. Yifeng noticed the dismissive glances directed at them and smiled gently. He addressed the lesser disciples, saying, "It is evident that no one has faith in us, and some even hold us in contempt. However, it matters not. As long as we possess confidence in ourselves, that is sufficient. Once we achieve our objective and obtain both sets of combat techniques, they shall inevitably revise their opinions." One of the lesser disciples replied, "Brother Yi is right. Our self-belief is paramount. Damn it, there was a time when I was also a prodigy in our small town, basking in the spotlight. I arrived at the immortal transformation gate full of aspirations, only to become a lesser disciple, enduring discrimination and harboring a profound frustration that has long sought an outlet." The crowd fell silent, their conversations ceasing as an air of solemnity enveloped the gathering. Subsequently, a commanding voice resonated, proclaiming, "The passage to the Myriad Beasts Mountain has been opened. All newly inducted disciples are requested to proceed with utmost haste to the Prancing Plum Peak and enter the Myriad Beasts Mountain for trials." Upon the Prancing Plum Peak, myriad rays of dawn illuminated the scene, with auspicious colors layered upon each other. In the firmament, a resplendent beam of light, as formidable as a tornado, spiraled with intensity. Eventually, at the vortex of this tempestuous column, a mystical spatial conduit manifested. Chapter 36. Group Expedition. The assembled disciples advanced swiftly, soon arriving at the base of the spatial conduit that led to the Myriad Beasts Mountain. The Prancing Plum Peak, in contrast to the other four peaks, possessed a distinct character, admitting only female disciples. In the hearts of many male disciples, it was regarded as a veritable sanctuary. The mountain was adorned with plum blossoms in full bloom, which, due to its unique geographical attributes, remained evergreen throughout the year, exuding a captivating beauty. Haha, the abode of my future consorts. It is indeed a sight to behold. I must commit this view to memory, so I may recognize the path when I come to seek my beloved, exclaimed Zhang Xian, gesticulating with exuberance. Yifeng interjected, "Refrain from such ostentation. It would behoove you to secure the affections of a maiden before indulging in such fantasies. Your track record of 10 consecutive rejections is well documented among us." A chorus of laughter erupted among the assembly, causing Zhang Xian to wilt. He delivered a playful punch to Yifeng, retorting, "Pray tell, are we comrades or adversaries? Is this the manner in which one addresses a friend? I am, after all, a prince. There is no dearth of individuals vying for the position of my princess." As he uttered the final sentence, his conviction waned, and his voice diminished to a mere whisper. It was undeniable that the 10 consecutive rejections had dealt a significant blow to his morale. After traversing for approximately 20 minutes, the cohort arrived at the precipice of the spatial conduit that led to the Myriad Beasts Mountain. Under the direction of several individuals responsible for overseeing ingress and egress at Mount Myriad Beasts, the disciples, organized into their respective groups, methodically entered the spatial conduit. When it came time for Yi Feng and his cohort, the administrators furrowed their brows in consternation. "How is it that your group is so numerous?" one inquired. "The essence of team formation lies in synergistic collaboration, achieving an effect greater than the sum of its parts, quality over quantity. Novice disciples possess limited capabilities, and even one or two within a team may prove to be a hindrance, let alone encumbering yourselves with over 200. To form a team comprised entirely of novice disciples is nothing short of a jest." Sun Wuji rubbed his nose and addressed the administrators. "Do not regard this as implausible. It is of little consequence. They have, in fact, boldly proclaimed their intent to secure 2 sets of combat techniques with these novice disciples in tow." He chuckled, and many around him joined in the mirth. They acknowledged Yi Feng's strength, and with the assistance of the even more formidable Lu Ruoyan, their team's prowess was not to be underestimated. However, burdened with so many encumbrances, the notion of acquiring 2 sets of combat techniques was deemed more ludicrous than a fanciful dream. The administrators exchanged perplexed glances, and after a considerable pause, they emerged from their state of incredulity, shaking their heads in unison. It was evident that they, too, regarded Yi Feng's endeavor as a farcical spectacle. Shortly thereafter, all participants had entered Mount Myriad Beasts. Legend has it that Mount Myriad Beasts is a fragment of a dilapidated world, confined within the void by the profound power of the immortal transformation sect's predecessors, serving as a training ground for the sect's disciples. Upon entering Mount Myriad Beasts, the disciples were immediately greeted by an aura of ancient wilderness. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and verdant vines stretched for miles without end. "Now, you have entered the Beast Mountain. Following this, you shall engage in the slaying of ferocious beasts according to the teams you have formed, honing your skills in the process. The first 2 individuals or teams that successfully vanquish 2 mystic tier beasts and 20 yellow tier beasts shall each receive a set of combat techniques as a reward. As newly initiated disciples, your strength is still developing, and for your safety, it has been decreed that hunting should be conducted at the periphery of the Beast Mountain. The area marked by the towering red trees is strictly off limits. I wish you all good fortune." A voice, resonant and commanding, echoed, leaving no disciple unaware of its significance. Upon the conclusion of this announcement, the disciples quickly formed their respective teams and commenced their expedition to hunt the ferocious beasts. The allure of the 2 sets of combat techniques was irresistible, igniting a fervor among them as they vied to secure the coveted top positions. Fearful that another team might seize the opportunity and thwart their efforts, "Let us also make our move," Yi Feng addressed the group of auxiliary disciples. "With over 200 of us, we should leverage our numerical advantage to secure the reward. You will now divide yourselves into 6 smaller groups, each comprising 30 to 40 individuals. Upon encountering yellow tier beasts, strike immediately. However, should you face a more formidable mystic tier beast, retreat without hesitation. Remember, your safety is paramount." The auxiliary disciples nodded in agreement, aware that while they could collectively handle yellow tier beasts, confronting mystic tier beasts was beyond their capacity, relying instead on Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan for assistance. "Damn it, with so many of us working together, I refuse to believe we cannot outpace them in hunting these beasts," one of them muttered with determination. Zhang Xiandao declared, "This time we must secure those 2 sets of combat techniques, not for any other reason, but to vindicate ourselves and deliver a resounding blow to those who mock us." His words resonated deeply with the other auxiliary disciples, igniting a chorus of encouragement. However, this fervor did not go unnoticed by other disciples, some of whom could not help but sneer. "Look at this bunch of useless fools cheering for an unattainable goal. It's truly a sight that amuses me to no end," Sun Wuji scoffed. "Sun Wuji, mind your tongue," and open your eyes. Observe closely how we shall acquire those 2 sets of combat techniques as rewards, Zhang Xian retorted angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Enraged, Sun Wuji contemplated reprimanding Zhang. But upon considering the formidable forces behind him and the presence of Lu Ruoyan and Yi Feng at his side, he clenched his teeth and stormed off in frustration. With blades flashing and fists flying, the fierce beasts howled in despair. Each team member cooperated seamlessly, relentlessly launching their assaults on the ferocious creatures they encountered. Before long, the beasts were dispatched one by one. Of course, these beasts were all of the yellow rank, possessing strength far inferior to that of the mysterious rank beasts. Here, at the edge of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, mysterious rank beasts were a rare sight. In many respects, slaying a mysterious rank beast was no easy feat, and locating one was even more challenging. Yi Feng's iron fist struck with the force of thunder, his steel legs moved with the speed of lightning, and he dispatched a yellow rank beast in no more than 10 moves. The progress he had made in his strength was evident and incomparable to his time in the goddess city. The sight of these beasts inevitably reminded me of the refugees in the northern mountainous regions of Nanhuang, still suffering from the scourge of beast disasters. These sects would rather nurture fierce beasts to train their disciples than lead them to the mountainous regions of the south and north to hone their skills and eradicate the beastly calamities. It is truly contemptible. I once made a grand vow to swiftly enhance my strength to quell the rampant beast disasters, and I sincerely hope that day arrives soon. During the hunt for fierce beasts, Yi Feng first witnessed Lu Ruoyan's prowess. Lu Ruoyan remarked, "It's nothing. I dare to venture into the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, so I fear no treachery." Yi Feng replied, "In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. With the advantage of numbers, my team has slain 15 yellow-tier fierce beasts, far surpassing other groups." Someone gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this ragtag bunch has truly achieved their objective? Sun Wuji scoffed. What use is it to slay numerous yellow-tier beasts? The challenge lies in defeating Xian-tier beasts. Those miscellaneous disciples, though numerous, can only overpower yellow-tier beasts through sheer numbers. When faced with Xian-tier beasts, their true, inept nature will be revealed. Just now, I spotted a Xian-tier beast to the east. Once I lure it over, you'll see just how useless those miscellaneous disciples are. I am quite eager to witness how Yi Feng intends to safeguard the lives of those inept individuals. Chapter 37. Xian-tier Fierce Beast A Piercing. Resonant roar echoed throughout the surroundings as a fierce beast, covered in scales and towering 3 zhang high, approached with a terrifying presence, a dark cloud looming above its head, charging toward Yi Feng and his companions. The formidable beasts that have attained a certain level of cultivation manifest various extraordinary images above their heads, such as an ancient pine tree or a blazing sun. Beasts of the yellow tier possess a rather low rank, typically only displaying a single halo above their heads. This is a Xian-tier beast, someone exclaimed. Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan immediately became vigilant, bracing themselves for a confrontation with the Xian-tier beast. They understood that facing this creature alone was an insurmountable challenge. They would need to join forces. The classification of beast ranks is not as detailed as that of cultivators, being merely divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Consequently, the disparity in strength within each beast tier is significantly greater than that among cultivators. For instance, a yellow tier beast is comparable to a cultivator at the transformation path level, while a Xian tier beast might equate to a cultivator at the master path level. The disciples, despite their numbers, would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the Xian tier beast. Merely escaping with their lives would be a considerable achievement. Everyone retreat. Leave this to me and junior sister Lu, Yi Feng declared loudly. As he uttered these words, the Xian tier beast leaped into the midst of the crowd of disciples, eager to indulge in a feast. The yellow tier beast, being weaker, would hesitate in the presence of many and might even flee. However, the Xian tier beast felt no such trepidation. To it, these tender creatures, brimming with the primal forces of heaven and earth, were nothing short of a delightful meal and an excellent source of nourishment. The disciples trembled in fear, employing every ounce of their strength to turn and flee, their retreat utterly chaotic. As the saying goes, each realm signifies a new sky. The Xuanjie ferocious beasts may possess strength comparable to that of cultivators at the Master Dao level. They are merely the lowest-ranking disciples, lacking the extraordinary ability of Yi Feng to combat above their level. In the presence of such a ferocious beast, the number of people is of no consequence. The only option is to flee. Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan exchanged glances and hurried towards the Xuanjie beast, fearful that a moment's delay might result in someone being devoured by it. Lu Ruoyan delivered a swift kick to the Xuanjie beast, using the momentum to vault onto its back, swiftly making her way to its head, where she struck down fiercely at the center of its skull. Simultaneously, Yi Feng angled his body and darted beneath the Xuanjie beast, aiming a powerful punch filled with the essence of heaven and earth at its unprotected, soft underbelly. This punch surged through the beast's body, reaching its heart. If a cultivator were to be struck in two vital weaknesses, even if they did not lose their combat capacity, their strength would be significantly diminished. However, this Xuanjie ferocious beast was remarkably resilient, possessing tough skin and flesh. It merely emitted a pained roar without suffering substantial harm. With a powerful shake, it unleashed a tremendous gust, sending Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan flying for more than 10 feet. The might of the Xuanjie beast was evident. Almost simultaneously, Lu Ruoyan and Yi Feng launched another assault against the beast. The beast's copper-like eyes widened as it engaged in a fierce struggle with the two. With so many individuals clustered together, it was nearly impossible to disperse and escape. Each moment posed a threat to their lives. Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan, with no other choice, assumed the role of the fire brigade, continuously rescuing one struggling disciple after another from the jaws of the Xian-level ferocious beast. They found themselves in a state of utter chaos and disarray. Do you see? This is the consequence of leading a group of inept individuals. They merely hinder progress and create more trouble. Truth be told, if it weren't for these useless ones, Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan would have swiftly vanquished this Xian-level beast. But now, they can barely manage to save anyone, let alone slay the beast, chuckled Sun Wuji, who was spectating the scene. Indeed, while my team may be small in number, each member ranks above the average disciples from the other 4 peaks, possessing strength that surpasses these menial disciples by a significant margin. Faced with the Xian-level beast, we need not flee. Instead, we can coordinate effectively in the hunt, proclaimed Zhao Chong, a disciple of the Ascendant Phase. At this rate, Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan will soon be utterly exhausted from their rescue efforts. Forget about slaying the beast. They may even fall victim to its counterattack. How I eagerly anticipate that moment, Zhang Tian remarked with malicious glee. Having been humiliated by Sun Wuji's instigation to challenge Yi Feng and subsequently failing, he had longed to witness Yi Feng's embarrassment. Many disciples engaged in hunting ferocious beasts paused in unison, preparing to revel in the spectacle of Yi Feng and the ragtag disciples' folly. This was a rare source of amusement. How could they boast to their friends and family without having witnessed it firsthand? However, a sudden change in circumstances unfolded. The glee on Zhang Tian's face vanished, replaced by an expression of incredulity. Zhang Xian burst into hearty laughter. Sun Wuji's expression darkened. If this Xuanjie ferocious beast were truly slain, what would that signify? Actively seeking out a Xuanjie ferocious beast to deliver on a silver platter and assist them in mastering their combat skills? With a clenched jaw, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he declared, Yi Feng, you are indeed ruthless. I shall lure another Xuanjie ferocious beast here and see how you contend with it. As the esteemed elder of the transmission, he had previously ventured to the Beast Mountain multiple times for training, thus becoming quite familiar with its terrain. Therefore, while it may be arduous for others to locate a Xuanjie ferocious beast at the periphery of the Beast Mountain, it posed little challenge for him. Chapter 38. The Radiant Moon Divine Sword Boom. Trees collapsed and splintered as a ferocious beast, towering at 5 zhang. With the head of an ox and the body of a tiger, drooled with greed as it emerged before Yi Feng and his companions. Each of its strides sent tremors through the ground. Another Xuanjie ferocious beast has arrived? This creature appeared considerably more savage than the one previously engaged with Yi Feng and his companion. Those who beheld it could not help but turn pale with fear. At the Xuanjia level, ferocious beasts typically possessed heightened intelligence, swiftly discerning who among the crowd was vulnerable. Although many had gathered to witness Yi Feng's potential humiliation, the beast hesitated only briefly before charging towards the throng of miscellaneous disciples. In its eyes, those imbued with the essence of heaven and earth were rare and valuable sustenance. Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan had no choice but to temporarily abandon their confrontation with the first Xuanjia ferocious beast and turn to intercept the oncoming threat. Xuanjia ferocious beast, which Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan could handle together, has now been joined by another. How can they withstand this formidable challenge? They find themselves faced with two options, either to abandon the rescue of these lowly disciples and flee for their lives, or to engage in a relentless struggle with the two beasts, awaiting their inevitable demise. Should they choose the former, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. Both are exceptionally gifted individuals, with Lu Ruoyan being none other than the princess of the Round Moon Empire, a title of great prestige. If they encounter difficulties, the elders responsible for oversight might intervene to offer assistance. However, in such a scenario, what face would they have left to compete for the rewards of this trial? Yet, it is not guaranteed. According to tradition, battling ferocious beasts during trials is a personal affair, and the elders would not concern themselves with life or death. Rather than relying on the hope of elder intervention, they would be better off seeking their own fortune. Zheng Tian observed all of this and could not help but chuckle. The drama is becoming increasingly captivating. Yi Feng, were you not exceedingly arrogant? Continue your bravado. Do not regard me with such disdain. I am merely aiding you. Is it not your desire to claim the rewards of this trial? I feared you might struggle to find a Xuanjia ferocious beast, so I deliberately led to your way. As long as you slay these two, acquiring a set of combat techniques will be almost assured. His motivation for bringing the two Xuanjia beasts to Yi Feng and his companions was not solely to embarrass Yi Feng, but also stemmed from a deeper desire for Yi Feng's demise. According to his grandfather's speculation, the very fragment they feared has long been attached to Yi Feng himself. They had originally planned to wait for Yi Feng to enter the Beast Mountain before devising a scheme to seize that fragment of cloth. However, due to the elders' surveillance, they could not kill Yi Feng to vent their frustrations. Should Yi Feng fall victim to the ferocious beasts, the secrets concealed within that fragment would naturally remain undisclosed, allowing them to vent their anger without the need to circumvent the watchful eyes of the elders. What a splendid notion that would be! The art of sound transmission is a simple affair for cultivators, as it entails embedding one's words within the primordial forces of heaven and earth, thereby conveying them to a specific individual. Unless one's power vastly exceeds your own, others remain oblivious to your utterances. Having been at the immortal transformation sect for over 4 months, Yi Feng had already mastered this technique. With a mighty shout, he leapt into action, aiming directly for the eyes of the beast. Should he succeed in his assault, he would undoubtedly blind the creature. Yet the beast, compelled by instinct for self-preservation, roared and shifted its body to evade Yi Feng's strike. The movement caused its claws to loosen, allowing a fellow disciple, previously pinned by the beast's paw, to roll away to safety, escaping the imminent danger. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had elapsed. Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan found themselves ensnared in a desperate dance between two Shin-level beasts, striving to protect the disciples from harm, yet they were nearing their limits, peril looming at every turn. The two appeared perpetually on the brink of being devoured by the ferocious creatures. Yi Feng, Miss Lu, you must flee at once. Do not concern yourselves with us, or we shall all perish. You stand no chance against the two Shin-level beasts, a disciple cried out. It is our weakness that has brought you to this plight. Perhaps we are destined to be a burden. Please, leave us and do not engage further. Another disciple, in a moment of despair, spoke out. In an instant, nearly all the miscellaneous disciples voiced their concerns, urging Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan to flee and cease their struggle against the two ferocious beasts. The onlookers wore expressions of malicious glee, reveling in the spectacle. In truth, if they chose to intervene, driving away these profound stage beasts would be an effortless task. However, that was not their intention. enough of this chatter. We are unharmed. These profound stage beasts are here to assist us in obtaining a set of combat techniques as a reward. Yifeng turned his head, exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Ruoyan. In that fleeting moment, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. Yifeng lunged towards the approaching profound stage beast, ensnaring it with tenacity. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan positioned herself before the earlier beast, deftly grasping the hilt of the sword upon her back. With a resounding sound, a blue radiance cleaved through the sky, and the terrifying sword aura enveloped the spectators in a suffocating dread. The sword, which had rested silently on Lu Ruoyan's back, finally unsheathed today. Its entire form glimmered in a pale blue hue, exuding an aura of ancient wisdom, while its blade bore the engraving of a lunar motif, either a complete full moon or a fragmented crescent, emanating an ethereal and enigmatic energy. The radiant moon divine sword. It was said that this blade possessed the might to slay gods and demons, shatter stars. A national treasure of the Lunar Empire, unexpectedly passed into Lu Ruoyan's hands. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lu Ruoyan raised her sword skyward, channeling the primordial forces of heaven and earth through her meridians, concentrating them all upon the gleaming blade. The pale blue sword suddenly radiated with brilliant light, coalescing at the tip to form a luminous point. The luminous point suddenly erupted, transforming into a resplendent full moon. Its radiance was gentle, not blinding, yet it emanated a pressure that seemed capable of collapsing the very heavens, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation. The might of the moon goddess. This was the most formidable combat technique of the royal family of the Round Moon Empire, reputed to be a heavenly great skill. Such an ability requires formidable cultivation to wield, yet Lu Ruoyan, possessing merely a minor completion level of cultivation, managed to invoke it with great effort. Truly, her talent was astonishingly prodigious. It appeared that she had drawn upon the power of the Jiu'e divine sword. Otherwise, with her current level of cultivation, it would be impossible for her to execute such a skill. Nevertheless, this was enough to instill fear and astonishment. I had always believed that, thus far, Sun Wuji was the most powerful among our current disciples, but it now seemed that this Princess Lu might surpass him. Sun Wuji's expression shifted dramatically. The previously formidable mystic-grade beast, having sustained severe injuries from the combined assault of Yifeng and Lu Ruoyan, now faced the imminent threat of Lu Ruoyan's heavenly-grade technique, supplemented by the might of the Jiu'e divine sword. One strike might well be sufficient to slay the beast. Should the creature perish, she could then turn her attention to joining forces with Yifeng against the subsequent beast, ensuring its demise as well. In such a scenario, would I not inadvertently become a facilitator in their acquisition of a powerful combat technique? This outcome was utterly unacceptable to me, yet the unfolding situation left me powerless to intervene. Chapter 39. Thank you for your assistance. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its oppressive aura across the land. Lu Ruoyan, resembling a celestial fairy, stood poised with her sword, her grace unparalleled. Bathed in the light of the full moon, she appeared even more ethereal and transcendent, as if she might ascend to the heavens at any moment. A beauty so exquisite that it rendered one hesitant to gaze directly upon her. Yet amidst this unparalleled beauty, there lingered a chilling aura of lethal intent, akin to the divine will of a celestial arbiter of death. The beast sensed the approach of its demise and let out a furious roar, expending every ounce of its strength in a desperate charge toward Lu Ruoyan. Alas, all was in vain. With a mere motion of her right hand, the moon suspended in midair seemed to be drawn by an enigmatic force, transforming into a formidable and tangible sword aura, unmatched in terror. All present felt the suffocating breath of death enveloping them. After approximately a minute, the onlookers emerged from the dreadful ambience conjured by the might of the moon goddess. Truly, this was a heavenly tier-martial technique, a display of overwhelming power. Just moments prior, I felt as though I were ensnared in the depths of hell, with the Grim Reaper laying claim to my soul. This was merely a fraction of Lu Ruoyan's strength, barely unleashed, and yet its impact was less than 1% of her potential. If she were to exert her full power, The terror would be simply unimaginable, one disciple remarked. Still trembling at the memory, Sun Wuji's expression had morphed into one of incredulity. He feared he would soon become the subject of ridicule. Lu Ruoyan's face was ashen. Her breath labored, and sweat dripped from her brow. Clearly, the exertion of the might of the moon goddess had drained her considerably. However, after a brief respite, she brandished her sword and charged at the beast engaged in combat with Yi Feng. The crowd's gaze shifted to Yi Feng, and many suddenly realized a startling truth. Their eyes reflecting awe. Yi Feng was locked in battle with the later appearing Xian-tier beast, whose strength surpassed that of the one Lu Ruoyan had vanquished, and it remained unscathed. Brimming with energy, the cold light glimmered as sword energy surged wildly. Lu Ruoyan seized the opportunity and thrust her sword into the throat of the approaching beast. It is noteworthy that this ferocious creature, despite lacking scales, possessed a hide as resilient as the one that Lu Ruoyan had previously vanquished, demonstrating the remarkable sharpness of the Jiyue divine sword. No ordinary blade could have pierced it. The beast, severely injured, let out a thunderous roar and, with its unparalleled strength, flung Lu Ruoyan and the Jiyue divine sword away. Yi Feng leaped into the air, using the Jiyue divine sword soaring above as a springboard, and with lightning speed. He ascended to the creature's head, grasping the sword with both hands and driving it down with all his might. Simultaneously, Lu Ruoyan, relying on her formidable prowess, executed a mid-air somersault and landed gracefully on the ground, regaining her balance without falling. With a piercing sound, the Jiyue divine sword penetrated the beast's skull, directly reaching its brain. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching howl, spinning in place for several revolutions before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, Yi Feng withdrew the Jiyue divine sword and agilely leaped aside. At that moment, both Xian-level beasts had been slain. How magnificent! Having dispatched 2 Xian-level beasts and being the first to accomplish the task, the reward of a set of combat techniques was almost within reach. Zhang Xian was beside himself with excitement, as if he had personally slain the 2 Xian-level beasts. The other disciples, too, were filled with joy, celebrating exuberantly. The most challenging aspect of the task, slaying 2 Xian-level beasts, had been completed, while the Huang-level beasts had already been reduced to 15 by their team, leaving only 5 more to be easily dealt with. Those disciples who had prepared to witness Yi Feng's misfortunes wore expressions of utter embarrassment, wishing fervently for a hole to hide in. The rebuke they faced was rather severe. Yi Feng, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, approached Sun Wuji with a smile and remarked, "Brother Sun, along the periphery of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, Xian-level ferocious beasts are rather scarce. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in luring these 2 Xian-level beasts to us. Otherwise, we would not have been able to complete the most challenging part of our task so swiftly." Haha. I was just pondering how it was possible for 2 Xian-level beasts to attack us consecutively in the vicinity of 10,000 Beasts Mountain, only to realize it was your cunning doing. Brother Sunday, alas, Yi Feng and Princess Lu outmatched you, and you have ended up losing both your reputation and your resources. A servant disciple chuckled. Zhang Xian, ever unrepentant in his mischief, called out loudly to the departing Sun Wuji, "Hey, Sun Wuji, don't leave just yet. Are you worried that we might not receive the combat techniques as a reward? You've graciously delivered 2 Xian-level beasts to us. This kindness cannot go unreturned. When we acquire the techniques, we will surely share them with you." This statement elicited a roar of laughter from many servant disciples. Sun Wuji's face flushed with fury, veins bulging, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, wishing to turn around and strike Zhang Xian down with a single blow. After spending 3 hours, Yi Feng's team had slain 5 Huang-level beasts, successfully gathering the required 2 Xian-level beasts and 20 Huang-level beasts, thereby becoming the first team to complete the task. Each group typically establishes an agreement upon formation, stipulating that any slain ferocious beast shall be collected by a disciple equipped with a storage device. This arrangement ensures that, upon task completion, the beasts can be efficiently delivered to the elder responsible for verification outside the Beast Mountain. Currently, Yi Feng does not possess a storage device, so Zhang Xian is tasked with safeguarding the beasts they have slain using a storage ring. Having completed their mission, Zhang Xian eagerly dashed out of the Beast Mountain to request the elder's inspection. Soon, a voice of great authority resonated throughout the mountain. Yifeng's team has successfully completed the task, and as a reward, they shall receive a set of low-tier combat technique. The Ice Sword Technique. Upon completing the training and exiting the Beast Mountain, the reward will be distributed. Every member of Yifeng's team felt a surge of excitement and a profound sense of accomplishment, including Yifeng and Lu Ruoyan. While they took a moment to revel in their success, they were reminded not to forget that they had only achieved half of their objectives. Next, we must continue our efforts to secure the second set of combat techniques and decisively strike back at those who have underestimated us, declared Yifeng. In truth, although the other disciples harbored a fervent desire to prove themselves during this trial and earn their respect, deep down, they lacked confidence in Yifeng's assertion that they could obtain both sets of combat techniques as rewards. However, now they brimmed with confidence, believing that achieving Yifeng's ambitious goal was indeed possible and that they could create a miracle. Encouraged by his words, they eagerly expressed their agreement. Their spirits ignited with determination. After a brief respite, Yifeng's team resumed their quest to eradicate the ferocious beasts. Everyone brimmed with confidence, prepared to swiftly vanquish the 2 mysterious rank ferocious beasts and 20 yellow rank ones to acquire the second set of combat techniques. Yifeng and Lu Ruoyan, being young and full of vitality, quickly recovered from the fatigue of slaying the 2 mysterious rank beasts within just a day. In this battle, both exerted themselves without reservation, gaining invaluable practical experience, which, upon reflection and absorption, significantly enhanced their strength. Lu Ruoyan gained profound insights into the combat technique might of the Moon Goddess. She firmly believed that with a bit of practice, the power of might of the Moon Goddess could increase 2 to 3-fold during her next demonstration. Yifeng felt that his comprehension of the heaven and earth decision, particularly the principle of finding the opponent's technique weaknesses for counterattacks, had reached a level of mastery, enabling him to wield it with ease. Moving forward, he aspired to elevate his understanding of countering opponents' techniques. To achieve enlightenment at this level, one must possess a substantial repertoire of combat techniques, and currently, aside from heaven and earth decision, he had yet to encounter any other techniques. His thirst for combat techniques was profound. He was determined to obtain both sets of techniques as a reward. After learning these 2 techniques, he believed he would unlock new horizons. Yifeng murmured to himself. To maintain sufficient energy, teams generally hunted ferocious beasts during the day and rested at night. Yifeng's team was no exception. That evening, they found a suitable location, set up defenses against potential beast ambushes, and began their rest. Yifeng took a moment to rest and, feeling rejuvenated, settled into a meditative posture to commence his cultivation. Dedicating more time to practice than others had become a customary aspect of his life. As an ancient saying goes, one must endure the bitter trials to rise above the rest. Despite possessing considerable talent, he understood that to truly become a master and surpass his peers, he must exert greater effort than the average individual. Should one believe themselves exceptionally gifted yet refuse to strive, they risk squandering their potential and fading into obscurity, a fate chronicled abundantly throughout history. In accordance with the pact made with Yang Wuqing, he was to sever ties with Sun Shang in 6 months, unmasking him and toppling his influence to vindicate himself. As per his strategy, he needed to be equipped to counter any retaliation from Sun Shang's remaining followers, which necessitated at least the strength to vanquish Sun Wuji. Although both were disciples of the same sect, Sun Wuji's innate prowess was far superior to that of Jingtian. To defeat him, Yifeng's cultivation level must attain the minor completion of the Dao stage at the very least. However, should he fail to reach this threshold, a complete fallout with Sun Shang could jeopardize his life should he face reprisals from the latter's loyalists. With half a year remaining, Yang Wuqing would undoubtedly prepare thoroughly. Unwilling to delay his confrontation with Sun Shang on Yifeng's behalf, perhaps, he mused, it would be prudent to consult his master to seek her guidance. With this thought in mind, he focused his intent and engaged in a unique communication with the ethereal Yaoshi concealed within a pearl. In an instant, Yaoshi materialized, exuding unmatched beauty, grace, and an air of regal superiority, her demeanor proud and aloof, embodying the essence of a queen who gazes down upon the world, commanding the very essence of life itself. Compared to before, Yaoshi's figure has become more distinct, and her spirit has notably recovered. The environment of the immortal transformation gate evidently offers her a far superior setting for regaining her strength than the city of God. After paying his respects, Yifeng conveyed his thoughts to Yaoshi. Upon hearing him, she smiled faintly and said, "You seem quite eager. Patience is key. In truth, your rate of cultivation advancement is already astonishing, comparable to that of my master in his prime. Relying too heavily on external forces to enhance your cultivation may not necessarily be beneficial. However, since you have mentioned it, I do possess a method." "What method?" Yifeng inquired eagerly. "The method is hidden deep within the dungeons of the immortal transformation gate," Yaoshi replied. Yifeng's expression shifted drastically. He had ventured into the depths of the immortal transformation gate's dungeons in a dream, and the terrifying visions from that experience remained vividly etched in his memory. Furthermore, Yang Wuqing had cautioned him that it was a forbidden area of the immortal transformation gate, one that must never be approached. "When your strength is sufficient, you will understand." Yaoshi paused before continuing. "That place is exceedingly perilous. It is not merely a forbidden zone for the immortal transformation gate. Even within the entirety of the vast heaven continent, it stands as an absolute taboo. Even those formidable leaders and emperors who dominate their realms would meet their demise there, bringing calamity upon their families. However, as my disciple, you will be safe within." The more Yifeng listened, the more alarmed he became. Those leaders and emperors were renowned figures who wielded immense power and influence. If even they were certain to perish there, the place must indeed be terrifying. "Master, is that place something you have left behind?" "From a certain perspective, it can indeed be articulated in such a manner, though it is not entirely accurate. The situation is quite intricate. Once you attain sufficient strength, I shall elucidate further. When the time comes, you will enter that place and, in the name of my disciple, beseech the crystalline skeleton for a ring. After you procure that ring, I possess the means to assist you in achieving the realm of minor enlightenment within your designated time frame." "Is it possible to request a ring from that crystalline skeleton? Does it still possess life?" Yifeng inquired curiously. "When you reach a certain level of understanding, you will come to realize that life and death cannot be measured by the ordinary perspective." Yaoshi remarked, "As my disciple, your future path will undoubtedly surpass your wildest imaginings." Chapter 41. Shielding the heavenly mechanism. The following day, Yifeng and his companions continued their hunt for ferocious beasts. With strength in numbers, they had vanquished over 20 yellow-tier beasts in recent days. However, they had yet to encounter a single Xian-tier beast. The team led by Sun Wuji had successfully slain one Xian-tier beast alongside 20 yellow-tier beasts, bringing them tantalizingly close to success. Meanwhile, teams led by disciples such as Negong Yin and Zhao Chong had also triumphed over a Xian-tier beast. The situation appeared rather dire for Yifeng's group. "We must expedite our efforts. Otherwise, our second set of combat techniques may fall through," Yifeng urged. A miscellaneous disciple suggested. "We find ourselves at the periphery of the Beast Mountain, where Xian-tier beasts are scarce. Perhaps we should disperse our efforts, as this would significantly increase our chances of locating a Xian-tier beast. Once we find one, we will promptly notify you and Princess Lu to engage in the hunt." Yifeng pondered for a moment and concluded that although the auxiliary disciples were relatively weak, if they remained vigilant and maintained a safe distance, the Xian-level ferocious beasts would not pose a significant threat to them. Strength in numbers indeed made it easier to locate the elusive Xian-level beasts through a dispersed search. This was a commendable strategy. Each individual was dedicated and eager, striving to be the first to discover the Xian-level beast, thereby securing battle skills for their team and gaining a competitive edge. Sun Wuji, who was initially well acquainted with the environment around the Beast Mountain, possessed a considerable advantage in the quest for Xian-level beasts. However, the scarcity of these creatures in the area meant that after luring 2 Xian-level beasts to trouble, Yifeng and his team successfully slaying one, He had exhausted his resources of Xian-level beasts and was left to rely on luck like everyone else. After a day had passed, a member of Yifeng's team discovered traces of a Xian-level beast and hurriedly contacted Yifeng and Lu Ruoyan to inform them. Unfortunately, by the time the two arrived, the Xian-level beast had already fled. With everyone now searching for the Xian-level beasts, these formidable creatures, possessing heightened spiritual awareness, sensed the impending danger and concealed themselves, significantly increasing the difficulty of the search. Even if one were fortunate enough to encounter a beast, it no longer charged recklessly as it once did, but instead swiftly retreated. These Xian-level beasts, leveraging their size and familiarity with the terrain, made it nearly impossible to pursue them during their escape. In the ensuing days, Yifeng's team, leveraging their numerical advantage, found themselves inundated with reports from individuals who had tracked the elusive Xian-level ferocious beasts. Regrettably, despite their efforts, success remained elusive. This prompted envy among other teams, who suddenly recognized an intriguing truth. These seemingly ineffectual disciples, often regarded as mere burdens, were not devoid of merit. In the pursuit of Xian-level beasts, their sheer numbers conferred a significant advantage, while other teams, constrained by their limited numbers, would take several days to locate a single Xian-level beast. Yifeng's team operated on an entirely different scale. On the fifth day, yet another report reached Yifeng regarding the whereabouts of a Xian-level beast. Drawing on the lessons learned from previous failed attempts, Yifeng and Lu Ruoyan prepared meticulously this time. They coordinated their efforts with remarkable synergy, employing a sophisticated array of combat strategies, whether to intercept, pursue, or engage. The Xian-level beast, desperate to flee, found itself relentlessly pursued by the two. Yifeng, with his formidable fists and agile movements, was as swift as lightning, while Lu Ruoyan executed her techniques with precision and grace, her form fluid and adaptable. Despite the beast's considerable strength, it could not lay a finger on either of them, and its own body suffered from their relentless assaults. Brother Yifeng, I've noticed our cooperation has grown increasingly harmonious, Lu Ruoyan remarked, a blush gracing her delicate features as she spoke softly. It truly feels as if our hearts are in sync. As a princess, she was bestowed with the finest education from a young age, exhibiting remarkable refinement and a gentle, reserved disposition. She rarely paid attention to boys. However, for reasons unknown, the mere sight of Yifeng filled her with immense joy and an irresistible desire to engage with him. Today, she inexplicably uttered words that could be deemed shameless. Unable to resist, Yifeng cast a glance at Lu Ruoyan, who appeared resplendent in her snow-white attire, her long hair cascading like a flowing river, ethereal and enchanting, more captivating than the most exquisite flower in the world. In an instant, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt a flush warm his cheeks. He quickly diverted his gaze and said, "Let us swiftly vanquish this ferocious beast before it escapes." Lu Ruoyan, feeling mortified by her own words and reluctant to speak further with Yifeng, nodded vigorously and leapt towards the Xian-level beast. After a swift 20-mile pursuit, the Xian-level creature, gravely injured, could run no longer. Together, Yifeng and Lu Ruoyan delivered a decisive blow, ending the beast's life. If we slay another Xian-level beast, we shall be rewarded with a set of combat skills, achieving our goal perfectly, Yifeng declared. Lu Ruoyan beamed and replied, "The thought of acquiring both sets of combat skills as rewards is truly exhilarating." At that moment, a sinister voice interrupted, "You've already obtained a set of combat skills. I think it would be best to leave this Xian-level beast to me." The two turned to see none other than Sun Wuji, clearly a harbinger of trouble. Sun Shixiang is always willing to lend a helping hand. A few days ago, he graciously delivered 2 Xuanzhi fierce beasts to us, enabling us to successfully acquire a set of combat techniques. Logically, since Sun Shixiang has spoken, we ought to present one of these Xuanzhi beasts as a token of our gratitude. However, our desire for a second set of combat techniques compels us to apologize for this oversight, Yifeng remarked. Sun Wuji chuckled. It is a pity that what I desire remains unattainable for me. All our actions on the Wanshou mountain are under the vigilant watch of several elders. Do you think Sun Shixiang would dare to seize anything? Lu Ruoyan interjected. Sun Wuji sneered. To speak candidly, this area has been shrouded by my grandfather's supreme powers, rendering the elders temporarily oblivious to the happenings here. As he spoke, he unleashed a thunderous roar, and suddenly, two beams of light descended from the sky, merging into his back. Instantly, his aura transformed dramatically. A terrifying power surged through him, as if with a mere gesture, he could obliterate an entire region. This formidable strength rivaled that of the late stage of the Master Realm. Even the combined efforts of Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan would prove futile against him. After all, Sun Wuji was not merely a fierce beast. He was far more intelligent, wise, and powerful. Chapter 42, Desperation. Yet this trial involved a group hunt for fierce beasts, and opportunities for individual glory were scarce. Given Lu Ruoyan's close relationship with Yi Feng, he surmised that she must already be privy to the underlying truth. Thus he paid her little mind. Relying on the strength imparted to him by Sun Shang, each of his strikes bore the weight of heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. After struggling against Yi Feng for so long, it seemed he had never held the upper hand. The scheme to lure two Xian-class ferocious beasts to confront Yi Feng had rendered him a complete laughingstock. Now, he finally had the opportunity to suppress Yi Feng decisively. He could not help but begin to contemplate how, after defeating Yi Feng, he would humiliate and torment him to release the pent-up resentment within him. Killing Yi Feng was out of the question, for Yi Feng had the formidable Yang Wuqing backing him, should the truth come to light. It would lead to infighting among comrades, a scenario he could not afford. Moreover, his grandfather would never permit him to slay Yi Feng in the Wan Beast Mountain. However, as long as he did not kill him, he could freely devise ways to torment and humiliate him. Often, death is not the most terrifying fate. Rather, a life worse than death is truly dreadful. Yi Feng, I advise you to abandon your futile resistance. It is in vain. He chuckled heartily, reveling in the sensation of controlling the situation, masterfully toying with his opponent like a cat with a mouse, a truly exquisite feeling. Lu Ruoyan let out a cold huff, leaping out of the combat circle, drawing the Jiued divine sword, standing poised to unleash her most formidable technique, the heavenly grade combat skill, Ming Shun's might. Yi Feng, in perfect synchrony, entangled Sun Wuji, creating an opportunity for Lu Ruoyan to execute her skill. Sun Wuji's expression shifted slightly. Despite possessing his grandfather's power, he was still wary of Lu Ruoyan's ultimate move. He had already devised a strategy to counter it, to prevent Lu Ruoyan from utilizing it, quelling it in its infancy. With the strength comparable to a mid to late stage master of the master's path, he was entirely capable of achieving this. He scoffed contemptuously, his strength surging like a torrential flood, breaking through the dam with a fierce roar, sending Yi Feng retreating several paces. Then, he stepped forward and unleashed a punch aimed directly at Lu Ruoyan. Before the fist even reached its target, the overwhelming force had already sealed off the surrounding space, leaving Lu Ruoyan with no means of escape. With a resounding impact, Lu Ruoyan was sent flying by the blow, her sword slipping from her grasp, rendering her unable to unleash the might of the moon goddess. He was wary of the crescent moon empire behind Lu Ruoyan and had skillfully restrained his power, merely knocking her away to prevent her from invoking the might of the moon goddess, without inflicting any harm upon her. As Lu Ruoyan rose from the ground, eager to rejoin the fray, Sun Wuji denied her that opportunity. In an astonishing display of speed, he darted in front of her, swiftly striking several points on her body to seal her meridians. Lu Ruoyan collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. Yi Feng, witnessing this shocking turn of events, launched a powerful punch towards Sun Wuji. However, his training had been brief, and he was no match for Sun Wuji even under normal circumstances, let alone now. When Sun Wuji was bolstered by the power of Sun Shang, Sun Wuji retaliated with a kick that arrived before Yi Feng could react, sending him sprawling to the ground as if he were a mere ball being kicked. Approaching Yi Feng with a grin, Sun Wuji remarked, "A towering man of 7 feet relies on a woman for assistance. How utterly disgraceful. Even more humiliating is that, despite her aid, you still find yourself on the ground." After delivering this scathing remark, He felt a surge of satisfaction within himself. You envy me for having such a beautiful companion, yet even with all your scheming, she may not deign to acknowledge you, right? Yi Feng retorted. Lu Ruoyan's exquisite visage broke into a smile. After spending so much time with Yi Feng, it was the first time he had praised her, albeit this compliment was merely a retort aimed at Sun Wuji. Nonetheless, she felt a delightful sweetness within her heart. Lu Ruoyan, the most beautiful woman of the southern wilderness, harbored a special affection for Yi Feng. As a man, it was only natural for Sun Wuji to harbor jealousy upon hearing such words. Upon hearing this, his previously buoyant mood dissipated instantly. He scoffed. Do you think I am as shallow as you? Just a woman, merely a tool for venting. He continued, hand over that piece of clothing, and I may spare you some suffering. You have finally revealed your true intentions, Yi Feng replied. Why not continue to pursue that Xuanzhi fierce beast? I certainly desire the Xuanzhi fierce beast as well, Sun Wuji asserted. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Thus, I can unequivocally inform you that dire consequences await you. At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly echoed, Sun Wuji, why are you wasting time? Get on with the matter at hand. Lu Ruoyan gasped in fright. Sun Wuji, empowered by the might of Sun Shang, was engaging in a method that was akin to a moth to a flame. It would not only fail to harm Sun Wuji but might also cost her own life. She could not fathom why Yi Feng, usually composed and steady, would resort to such reckless and fruitless measures. You are so impatient, so eager to challenge me. Alas, this is a path to self-destruction, Sun Wuji mocked. Taken aback momentarily. Chapter 43. The crimson flame armor. Though Sun Wuji's expression remained relaxed, he dared not let his guard down in his heart. His formidable strength stemmed from the external power bestowed upon him by his grandfather. This force, far exceeding his own capabilities, rendered him unable to wield it with ease. Thus, when confronted with Yi Feng's desperate strike, he was compelled to exert himself fully to avoid injury. To give his all could potentially maim or even kill Yi Feng. Yet there was no alternative. After all, it was Yi Feng who was fighting with abandon. He shifted his body, delivering a simple yet brutal punch devoid of any technical finesse, yet executed with such urgency and swiftness that it seemed capable of shattering a colossal mountain. This exemplifies the advantage of possessing absolute power. There is no need for cunning, as even a haphazard punch delivered with raw strength cannot be resisted by the opponent. Yi Feng moved with remarkable speed, but Sun Wuji's fist was even faster. Lu Ruoyan shut her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending clash. A resounding thud echoed across the surroundings as Sun Wuji's fist struck heavily against Yi Feng's chest. Almost simultaneously, a blinding crimson light erupted from Yi Feng, akin to a raging celestial fire that could scorch the earth within a 10-mile radius. Subsequently, both Yi Feng and Sun Wuji were propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and breaking several small trees in the process. Both men coughed up blood. Yet Yi Feng wiped the blood from his lips and immediately rose to his feet. In stark contrast, Sun Wuji lay gravely injured, nearly immobile. How could this be? Lu Ruoyan was both astonished and elated, utterly unable to fathom such an outcome. Not only had Sun Wuji failed to inflict a fatal injury on Yi Feng, but he had instead sustained life-threatening harm himself. She vividly recalled the moment when Sun Wuji's fist struck Yi Feng, unleashing a brilliant crimson light that erupted from Yi Feng's body. In an instant, both were sent flying, and Sun Wuji sustained grave injuries. It was evident that Yi Feng possessed an extraordinarily formidable treasure that not only neutralized Sun Wuji's attack but also inflicted serious harm upon him. That fiery red glow was an emanation of that artifact. Enduring the agonizing pain, Sun Wuji, with a mixture of resentment and confusion, spoke. Yi Feng grasped the collar of his garment and pulled it aside, revealing a dark red suit of armor before Sun Wuji. The Qian armor was adorned with mysterious formations. Should an adversary's assault exceed a certain threshold, it would unleash a terrifying retaliatory force. Sun Wuji had been wounded precisely by this rebound effect. Yi Feng's earlier desperate maneuver, which might have seemed impulsive, was in fact a calculated tactic aimed at luring Sun Wuji into unleashing his full power against him. To activate the Qian armor's counter-damage effect, one must endure an attack of substantial might. Undoubtedly, this was a perilous gamble. Had Sun Wuji's retaliatory force fallen short of the threshold needed to trigger the armor's rebound, Yifeng would have faced severe consequences, if not death. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. It was a true test of courage and audacity. Yifeng was indeed commendable. If it were me, I would never have dared such a feat, Lu Ruoyan remarked with a sense of admiration. Sun Wuji coughed, expelling a mouthful of blood, and lamented. I truly regret my momentary lapse in caution. I fell into your trap. Empowered by the strength of my grandfather, I possess a cultivation that rivals the esteemed realm of mastery. Just now, in the face of your desperate onslaught, I could have effortlessly evaded your attacks instead of engaging you directly. Yifeng approached, releasing the seal on Lu Ruoyan, and turned to Sun Shangdao, saying, You will not evade. You have always felt overshadowed by me. Finally, when I unleash my most fervent strikes against you, this is your opportunity to defeat me without sustaining any harm. How could you possibly choose to evade instead of striking me away with an air of dominance? I am rather benevolent. The humiliating and torturous tactics you envision are beyond my capabilities. Yet, your insolence compels me to show you that I am not to be trifled with. Yifeng paused before continuing. It is said that the inner region of the Beast Mountain, encircled by trees marked in crimson, is fraught with peril and inhabited by formidable beasts. I intend to cast you into this perilous zone. Whether you emerge alive is a matter of your fortune. Sun Wuji's complexion shifted dramatically. Severely wounded and unable to move, being thrown into the danger zone would almost certainly lead to his demise at the hands of the fierce beasts. He hurriedly exclaimed, Do not forget that the elders are monitoring our actions. To cast me into the danger zone would constitute a grievous harm to a fellow disciple, meriting severe punishment. Yifeng chuckled lightly, replying, You need not concern yourself. I owe gratitude to your grandfather, that hypocrite. While pursuing the Xian rank beast earlier, I observed that we are already on the brink of the danger zone. He has shielded this area from observation. Should I cast you into the perilous realm, the elders will be none the wiser. If, by unfortunate chance, you were devoured by a ferocious beast, it would indeed be your fate. Venturing into such perilous territories and inadvertently stumbling into danger only to be consumed by a beast is quite a common occurrence. Chapter 44. Achieving the goal. Lu Ruoyan chuckled playfully. Brother Yifeng, you truly are rather mischievous for casting someone into such a place. This was entirely his own doing. Had it not been for the Qian armor, if he had captured me, my fate would undoubtedly have been tenfold more tragic, Yifeng remarked. Indeed. Lu Ruoyan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan produced a storage bracelet and placed the slain Xian-grade beast into it. The two then departed from that location. Upon finding Zhang Xian and the others, Lu Ruoyan opened the storage bracelet, and the corpse of the Xian-grade beast tumbled out, crushing a swath of trees beneath its weight. The disciples, who were mere attendants, beheld the now lifeless Xian-grade beast with great delight. This signified that they were one step closer to acquiring the second set of combat techniques. You truly excel. After all, unity among couples yields unparalleled strength and remarkable efficiency. As long as we manage to slay another Xian-grade beast before the other teams, we shall obtain the second set of combat techniques, Zhang Xian said with glee, retrieving a storage ring to stow the Xian-grade beast away. What nonsense are you spouting? Yifeng immediately delivered a playful punch to Zhang Xian. Lu Ruoyan's face flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her head, choosing not to voice any objections. What nonsense? We all believe you two are a match made in heaven. Don't you agree, everyone? Zhang Xian continued to signal the other attendants with his eyes. The myriad of junior disciples were well aware of Yifeng's affable disposition. He was one who could partake in jest without wielding his authority to intimidate others. Consequently, they all chimed in, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation for both Yifeng and Lu Ruoyan. Eventually, in a bid to alleviate the discomfort, Yifeng exclaimed, Zhang Xian, must you divulge the incident of your nighttime pursuit of a sister disciple from the Aomei Peak, only to be discovered and soundly thrashed? With a resigned sigh, Zhang Xian fell silent, his bravado extinguished, knowing better than to provoke Yifeng further. Without Zhang Xian leading the ruckus, the commotion among the junior disciples subsided, allowing Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan to escape the clutches of embarrassment. Having had their fill of merriment, Yi Feng suggested, "Let us resume our quest to hunt the Xian-level ferocious beasts. We cannot afford to falter at this critical juncture, lest another team snatch away our rewards." With their objective tantalizingly close, the group felt invigorated. Despite Yi Feng's prior admonition regarding the exceptional peril posed by the Xian-level beasts, imposing that each small team consist of no fewer than 20 members for their safety, many junior disciples covertly organized themselves into smaller units of 10 to expedite their search for the elusive beasts. This strategic division significantly increased their chances of encountering the Xian-level creatures. 3 days later, a junior disciple discovered traces of the Xian-level ferocious beast, prompting Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan to hastily proceed to the scene. After a fierce battle, the Xian-level beast, gravely wounded, fled. Yi Feng turned to Lu Ruoyan and proposed, "I have an idea. The slaying of the Xian-level beast should rightfully be attributed to us. The others in our team have merely played a supporting role. While they may share in our triumph and revel in our team's commendable performance, I suspect they might feel a lingering sense of unfulfillment. The Xuanzhi fierce beast has been reduced to a mere third of its life, barely clinging to existence and nearly devoid of combat capability. Why don't we allow everyone to encircle it for a hunt, while we supervise from the sidelines? If any unfortunate circumstances arise, we can intervene. This way, everyone can gain a sense of accomplishment." "Very well, as you say." Lu Ruoyan smiled softly, saying, "In the future, could you refrain from calling me Lu Shimi? Just call me Ruoyan." "All right, Ruoyan." Yi Feng chuckled, finding the new address a bit unfamiliar. He then shared his thoughts with the other disciples. Upon hearing this, the miscellaneous disciples were filled with exhilaration. Collaborating to hunt the Xuanzhi fierce beast was something they had never dared to dream of. "Kill!" The battle cries resounded through the air as the miscellaneous disciples relentlessly pursued the Xuanzhi fierce beast. Although they lacked the formidable strength of Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly, each utilizing their skills to strive for the defeat of this fierce beast to the best of their abilities. "I am someone who has hunted a Xuanzhi fierce beast before. Indeed, even though this beast has already been severely weakened by Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan. We are merely seizing an easy opportunity, yet the sense of accomplishment is overwhelming. I am grateful to Yi Feng and Princess Lu for granting me this opportunity." Zhang Xianmei, with exuberance, retrieved a storage ring and enclosed the Xian rank ferocious beast within it. He exclaimed, "Ha!" At this moment, "We have once again outpaced other teams by accomplishing the task of slaying 2 Xian rank beasts and 20 Huang rank beasts. Once I present the results to the elder in charge of this matter, we shall have achieved our objective and successfully obtained the 2 sets of combat techniques as our reward." Fortunately, at this juncture, Yi Feng appeared. Not only did he welcome them without disdain, but he also invited them all into his team, boldly proclaiming that he would lead them to secure the promised 2 sets of combat techniques. For this audacity, he faced ridicule and scorn from many. Yet, Yi Feng remained undeterred, guiding them in their pursuit of what seemed an unattainable goal. Thus, this trial came to an end, and all disciples were urged to hastily depart from the Beast Mountain and gather at the Jintian Plaza on Jintian Peak, where a summary ceremony of this trial would take place. Upon hearing this authoritative voice, some of the auxiliary disciples could no longer contain their overwhelming emotions and wept uncontrollably. "Truly, I never imagined our goal would actually be realized. I do not wish to cry, yet I simply cannot hold it back." Chapter 45, Summary Ceremony. Damn it. We were so close. Our team was on the verge of completing the task, only to have it snatched away from us. Alas, we have missed out on a set of combat techniques. Although these are the most basic low-rank techniques, many cultivators spend their entire lives without acquiring even a single set. To see them acquire 2 sets in a single stroke is indeed a source of envy. As dusk descended, all disciples evacuated from the Beast Mountain, gathering at the heaven-shaking square as per the elder's directive. Several officiants, bearing exquisite platters, traversed among the disciples, distributing fragrant elixirs that wafted enticing aromas. These pills melted effortlessly upon consumption, their effects remarkably potent. Upon ingestion, the fatigue accrued from days of slaying ferocious beasts dissipated instantaneously, and the wounds upon their bodies began to mend at a visibly accelerated rate. It was evident that Sun Wuji would not make an appearance here. The elders speculated that he might have ventured into perilous territory in pursuit of a profound class beast, and was currently ensnared, with search efforts underway. Over 200 menial disciples closely followed Yi Feng, nearly filling one corner of the square, each visage radiating uncontainable excitement. Their gazes towards Yi Feng were imbued with admiration and respect. Those disciples who had once derided Yi Feng's team now deliberately maintained a distance to evade any awkwardness. Some, unable to suppress their discomfort, feigned an air of aloofness, eliciting quiet amusement. "Ah, is that not Brother Xiaoming? We have successfully obtained 2 sets of combat skills as rewards. One to you come to congratulate us?" Zhang Xian remarked, patting one individual on the shoulder with a grin. This Zhao Ming was a disciple of the sect leader, who had previously ridiculed Yi Feng's team with great fervor. Casting a glance at Zhang Xian, he appeared utterly flustered, managing a dry laugh as he muttered, "Congratulations to you all. Your tone was so haughty and verbose when you mocked us just days ago. Why now, when congratulating us, does your voice fall so low, uttering merely a few words with such an unnatural demeanor? Is your face swollen, making it difficult to speak?" Zhang Xian deliberately raised his voice. His words were not merely directed at Zhao Ming but were intended for all those who had previously ridiculed Yi Feng's team. Upon hearing this, those individuals felt a sense of discomfort, yet they could do nothing to counter it. After all, who could believe that Yi Feng, leading a group deemed to be nothing but a hindrance, could truly achieve the miraculous feat of obtaining 2 sets of combat techniques as a reward? 3 beams of light soared forth, exploding upon the podium as 3 elders materialized before the assembly. This summarization ceremony was to be overseen by the 3 of them. The elder in the center cleared his throat and proclaimed, "This training exercise has concluded with resounding success. The perseverance and indomitable spirit demonstrated during this endeavor are commendable. This marks your first experience within the Xianhua sect, merely the beginning. In the years to come, you will face even more rigorous trials, with the rewards becoming increasingly substantial. You must trust that the Xianhua sect can offer you opportunities beyond your wildest imaginings." Although these remarks were somewhat vague, they ignited a surge of excitement among the attendees. Those who harbored jealousy towards Yi Feng's team for sweeping all the rewards felt a momentary relief, thinking to themselves, "What have you achieved? Merely 2 sets of low-tier combat techniques. It is nothing of great significance. In future trials, we shall see how we seize the superior rewards and leave you envious." Yet, they were quickly reminded of Yi Feng's recognized potential within the Xianhua sect, as well as the formidable assistance of the equally gifted Lu Ruoyan. The prospect of competing for rewards with them in subsequent trials seemed rather bleak. What I detest the most are summary meetings, where a multitude of leaders drone on endlessly, leaving one feeling utterly exasperated, yet unable to leave. The eyes of the servant disciples shimmered with excitement. The moment to reap the fruits of their labor had finally arrived. Lu Ruoyan and Yi Feng exchanged knowing smiles. Their remarkable achievements were largely due to their own efforts, filling them with an immense sense of accomplishment. After a brief pause, the elder continued, "In this trial, everyone has exhibited exceptional performance, but the most outstanding and astonishing was undoubtedly Yi Feng's team. I must say, even we, who are seasoned veterans, cannot fathom how a team composed of members who are not top tier, aside from Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan, managed to secure both sets of battle techniques as rewards. I believe that granting them these low-tier battle techniques is not merely a reward for completing their tasks, but rather a commendation for their admirable qualities." He then called Yi Feng to the stage to represent his team and receive their accolades. The servant disciples nodded in agreement with the elder's praise for Yi Feng. Without Yi Feng, they would not have experienced such a glorious moment, still regarded as the lowly servant disciples. "Brother Yi Feng, this elder praised you in front of all the disciples of our cohort. Aren't you thrilled?" Lu Ruoyan whispered with a smile. "Well, it's all right," Yi Feng replied with a chuckle. "In truth, You deserve at least half of the credit. Without your assistance, it would have been impossible to secure both sets of battle techniques. With that, he stepped out of the crowd and ascended the podium. In the midst of the gathering, an elder gracefully raised his right hand, summoning two tomes that contained the wisdom of combat techniques to appear as if conjured from thin air. With a beaming smile, he extended them toward Yi Feng, proclaiming, "Congratulations to you and your team." One tome was titled Ice Sword Technique, detailing the subtleties of swordsmanship, while the other was named Gale Palm Technique, expounding on the art of palm strikes. Yi Feng solemnly accepted the volumes with gratitude, expressing his thanks. With these two techniques in hand, he could officially embark on mastering the method of absorbing and integrating other combat skills as recorded in the Heaven and Earth decision. Below the stage, numerous disciples gazed with intense envy, already harboring jealousy over Yi Feng's team acquiring the two sets of techniques. Witnessing him accept them only intensified their feelings. Among them, Nan Gongyin, Zhao Chong, Zheng Tian, and several other disciples of the Ascension stage found themselves in a complicated emotional state. They were peers of Yi Feng, theoretically deserving of a combat technique themselves, yet reality proved to be rather disheartening. If only I had joined Yi Feng's team, I could now partake in the fruits of victory, one disciple murmured. Oh, please. I remember you were quite scathing towards their team back then. Now, perhaps it would be wise to contemplate how to navigate your interactions with them without feeling so awkward. Chapter 46. Learning new combat techniques according to the customary rules of the Immortal Transformation sect, following a group's receipt of rewards. The captain and those who made significant contributions would retain the lion's share of the rewards, while the remaining members would receive only a modest portion. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, adhering to the jungle law of the weak being devoured by the strong, and thus, no one perceives any fault in this reality. It is only natural that those lacking in power reap fewer rewards from victory, if one is discontent. The solution lies in self-improvement. Individuals like Yi Feng, who intend to share two complete sets of combat techniques, are not entirely absent, but they are indeed rare gems. Upon hearing this, all the miscellaneous disciples became exceedingly excited, expressing their gratitude to Yi Feng. The Xianhua sect will hold a competition for new disciples in the autumn, and those who can defeat non-miscellaneous disciples shall have the opportunity to advance to a higher rank, representing their sole chance to shed their identities as miscellaneous disciples. With these two sets of combat techniques, I am confident that by the time of the autumn competition, I will surely transcend my status as a miscellaneous disciple. In my previous home, I was already a notable figure. I do not wish to arrive at the Xianhua sect only to become part of the lowest echelon. Considering that the competition is merely 3 months away, it is imperative to diligently study the techniques without delay. However, it must be acknowledged that Princess Lu played a significant role in acquiring these two sets of techniques. Yi Feng shared the techniques with us, and she did not oppose the idea. She is indeed a magnanimous person. Furthermore, without her assistance, our team would not have been able to obtain both sets of techniques solely through Yi Feng's efforts. Although the spotlight has largely fallen on Yi Feng, Princess Lu has maintained a commendable composure without exhibiting any signs of dissatisfaction. This level of magnanimity and grace is truly worthy of our admiration. The disciples from other teams were consumed with jealousy, utterly astonished that Yi Feng could be so magnanimous as to unhesitatingly share both sets of combat techniques with his fellow team members. Yet, all they could do was stew in their envy. Some of the less capable disciples, who had managed to enter the Zhentian Peak and the other 4 peaks by sheer luck, harbored secret concerns. During the upcoming competition for new disciples, they would inevitably become prime targets for challenges from the servant disciples. Those servant disciples, armed with 2 sets of combat techniques, might very well surpass them in strength. Although the Xianhua sect was relatively lenient in this regard, defeated disciples would not be demoted to servant status. It remained a source of considerable embarrassment. Yi Feng, known for his impatience, was particularly eager to delve into the combat techniques he had long anticipated. Upon acquiring the 2 sets of techniques, he immediately set about studying them. The Gang Feng palm delineates techniques of palm strikes, fierce and swift, with a force akin to the gale, capable of shattering stone. When unleashed, it resembles the fierce winds of the nine heavens, nearly impossible for anyone to withstand more than 3 strikes. The Han Bing's sword technique describes swordsmanship that is ethereal and graceful, like a serpent emerging from its lair, rapid and deadly. When executed, it dazzles with a chilling brilliance, akin to ice dancing in the air, and possesses the added effect of slowing the opponent's moves. These 2 sets of low-tier combat techniques are undeniably formidable. The Tian Di Ju is heralded as one of the most extraordinary techniques in existence, with each phrase imbued with profound and esoteric meanings that are challenging to comprehend. Yet, given that these 2 sets of techniques are merely the most elementary low-tier forms, learning them proved to be a manageable task for Yi Feng, who had the foundation of Tian Di Ju to build upon. After dedicating 2 days to his studies, he felt he had mastered around 50 to 60% of these techniques. In the realm of heaven and earth decisive, when one reaches the first level of casual mastery, it is subdivided into 3 minor tiers. The first involves finding and exploiting the weaknesses in an opponent's techniques to launch a counterattack. The second focuses on identifying vulnerabilities in an opponent's combat skills for the same purpose. And the third is about assimilating the essence of various combat techniques for personal use. Yi Feng is currently engaged in the second minor tier, which emphasizes the identification of weaknesses in an opponent's combat techniques for effective counteraction. To master this tier, one must first immerse oneself in a plethora of combat techniques. Only through extensive exposure to various styles can one gain profound insights and discern the intrinsic connections within these techniques. This understanding is crucial for identifying the flaws in an adversary's methods during combat, thereby laying the groundwork for the subsequent integration and absorption of their essence for personal enhancement. Moreover, at the onset of exploring new combat techniques, it is imperative to learn them all, accumulating the most fundamental knowledge. Gradually, as one's perceptive abilities regarding combat techniques evolve, a qualitative transformation occurs, leading to an initial comprehension of the fundamental principles that govern various techniques. When presented with a new combat style, one can swiftly identify its strengths and weaknesses, at which point it suffices to focus on absorbing its essential aspects. As Yi Feng roamed within the confines of his room, his hands moved fluidly, invoking a tempestuous energy that surged throughout the space, creating an atmosphere of palpable intensity. Should anyone witness this extraordinary display, they would undoubtedly be left astounded, jaws agape. In just a matter of days, he had honed a brand new combat technique to such an astonishing degree, a feat that defies belief. Moments later, he began practicing the ice sword technique. Lacking a proper weapon, he resorted to wielding a wooden stick as a substitute. The shadows of the stick danced ethereally, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that permeated the surroundings. This extraordinary presence effectively diminished the speed at which opponents could execute their techniques, rendering it a truly formidable skill. According to my pace, I should be able to master these 2 combat techniques thoroughly within 2 months. By then, it will be time for the new disciples competition and the moment to confront Sun Shang directly. I will have enhanced my self-defense capabilities and combat prowess. Regrettably, I lack a precious sword, and practicing the cold ice sword technique with a staff has proven to be quite cumbersome. It is unfortunate that these 2 combat techniques are insufficient. Discerning the weaknesses in an opponent's techniques for counterattacks is exceedingly challenging, let alone assimilating the essence of these techniques for my own use. I must devise a way to swiftly acquire more combat techniques and seek out a weapon that truly belongs to me. Chapter 47. Terrifying Advancement. Yang Wuqing, with a smile, chose not to conceal anything from Yi Feng and recounted the events that transpired at the Beast Mountain. So that is the case. Despite all his calculations, he underestimated the fact that you were clad in my crimson flame armor. Sun Shang must be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Yang Wuqing laughed heartily and continued, I have come today to share good news. I have discovered the whereabouts of that man in black. Oh, Yi Feng was taken aback. Initially, he had suggested that Yang Wuqing pursue the black-clad man's whereabouts merely to delay his confrontation with Sun Shang by 6 months. He never anticipated that Yang Wuqing would be so capable as to actually uncover the truth. Yang Wuqing, filled with pride, revealed, "The man in black is named Zhou Qing. The prison of my immortal transformation sect was designed by his ancestors, allowing him to infiltrate it without a trace and depart unharmed once I had discovered his presence. What I am currently pondering is what secrets you might still be concealing that have kept Sun Shang perpetually on edge. In the depths of the Beast Mountain, did Sun Wuji divulge anything to you?" Yi Feng's thoughts raced. Yang Wuqing was not an adversary to be trifled with, and presently, he could not disclose the matter of having grasped a corner of the black-clad figure's garment to Yang Wuqing. He remarked, "He demanded that I surrender an item. Yet when I inquired what that item was, he refused to reveal it, questioning why I would feign ignorance. In recent days, he had pondered what that item could possibly be." "An item?" Yang Wuqing furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, "Think carefully. If you could discern what Sun Wuji referred to as the item, it would be most fortunate. Generally, he would deliberately suppress his progress when on the verge of a breakthrough, laying a solid foundation. However, this time, in order to swiftly fulfill his master's task and seize the opportunity to attain the minor achievement in the path, he refrained from any suppression. Beneath the star-studded night sky, the air was crisp and refreshing. Yifeng sat cross-legged, his mind a blank slate. At long last, he felt a jolt of pain coursing through his body, akin to an electric shock. This sensation signified that the meridians had amassed sufficient primordial energy from the heavens and earth for an advancement, heralding a breakthrough in cultivation. The pain accompanying a breakthrough would intensify, becoming increasingly formidable with each elevation in cultivation level. Yet, with every ascension, one's mental fortitude and resilience would also undergo significant enhancement. Thus, although the sensation of pain would multiply exponentially with each level gained, generally, all cultivators could endure it. What most practitioners cannot endure is the excruciating pain of restraining themselves from immediate advancement in order to absorb more of the primordial energies of heaven and earth, thereby honing their endurance and fortitude to establish a solid foundation. This state of intense restraint must be maintained for at least an hour, otherwise, not only will a firm foundation fail to be established, but it may also damage the meridians, potentially leading to paralysis. Yifeng has always been a paragon in this regard, to the extent that even Yao Shi must concede his prowess. Each time he advances, he opts not to do so immediately, bravely enduring the searing pain akin to electric shocks in pursuit of a robust foundation. As for the flawless primordial source, it significantly accelerates the cultivation speed of its possessor, yet it also necessitates the absorption of a greater quantity of the primordial energies during advancement. This is a common affliction among many formidable sources. Consequently, as one's cultivation level rises, the requirements for the surrounding environment during advancement become increasingly stringent, necessitating a sufficiency of primordial energies. However, the advantages are evident, as one's strength will far surpass that of peers at the same level, effortlessly enabling combat beyond one's rank. The esteemed elders of the Xianhua sect, with their profound cultivation, simultaneously sensed a significant alteration in the primordial energies emanating from the prison, opening their eyes in astonishment. How could this be possible? A youth of merely 16 or 17 years, advancing to find that the primordial energies within the surrounding area have become depleted. Such a phenomenon only occurs during the advancement of a grandmaster-level practitioner. This child has merely reached the stage of transcendence, and should this trend continue, it would indeed defy the heavens. The Xianhua sect is fortunate to have such a disciple. The elders cast a glance, expressing their astonishment before resuming their respective tasks, refraining from further attention. They feared that their actions might be perceived by Yifeng, potentially causing him some adverse influence. Ascend, Yifeng mused, believing he could endure a moment longer amidst the excruciating, electric-like pain. However, the ambient primordial forces of heaven and earth had dwindled, insufficient to sustain him. With limited cultivation and unable to absorb energies from a greater distance, he had no choice but to seek advancement. Chapter 48. The The Crystal Skeleton Master, your praise is unwarranted. If I can achieve even a fraction, merely 1/10, of your accomplishments in the future, I shall be utterly content, Yifeng declared. I kindly request you to detail the mission regarding the retrieval of the ring from the depths of the prison. Should it have been anyone else who claimed that their future ambition was to match merely 1/10 of my achievements, I would have derided their aspirations as folly. However, you are different. You are my disciple, harboring aspirations that surpass my own. Yaoshi spoke, her delicate hand gently tapping Yifeng's brow. 3 drops of crimson blood soared forth from his forehead, the very same 3 droplets that had entered him earlier in the depths of the prison. Each drop radiated an aura of unparalleled terror, as though a single drop could obliterate an empire within the vast continent of Haotian. Break, Yaoshi commanded. And the 3 droplets erupted, merging into a singular mass. Along the weathered, moss-covered stone pathway of the prison, Yifeng proceeded with trepidation and vigilance. The horror of the prison's depths loomed vividly in his memory. Subtly, Yifeng sensed an ominous and eerie presence bearing down upon him, indescribable yet palpable, as if this aura could claim a life at any moment. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive this sensation became. Yifeng believed that any individual, regardless of their mental state, would be compelled to flee in terror from this ominous aura, unable to advance even a single step further. This was an essence capable of piercing into the very soul, triggering the primal instinct of fear and humanity. Yet, Yifeng was acutely aware of his mission and could not afford to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward. Suddenly, he discovered an array of skeletons scattered across the ground, some remnants of humanity and others from ferocious beasts. Each skeleton emanated a chilling presence, clearly the remnants of formidable beings. As he continued his stride, the number of skeletons multiplied, their terrifying aura intensifying with each step. At last, a dilapidated bronze door loomed before him. Leaning against the door was a skeleton that, in stark contrast to the others, was remarkably intact. The malevolent energy it radiated far surpassed that of its counterparts, nearly overwhelming Yifeng and compelling him to his knees, evoking a sensation of being a crane among chickens. Upon approaching the bronze door, he noticed an inscription, seemingly left by this very skeleton. I, Gu Jianfeng, unrivaled under heaven, never anticipated that I would ultimately perish here. Despite exerting all my strength, I could not even take a step through this bronze door. I am unwilling. I am unwilling. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist examining the skeleton closely. Gu Jianfeng was recognized as the foremost master of the Haotian continent 30,000 years ago, reputed to have reached the pinnacle of the imperial path, with 1 foot already traversing into the legendary realm of immortals. He had mysteriously vanished thereafter. Many believed he had ascended to the celestial realm, yet it was astonishing to discover that he had met his demise here. The words he left behind indicated that he encountered insurmountable troubles, ultimately succumbing to an unthinkable fate. What manner of place is this, where even the ancient sword's edge must bow in defeat, and where one cannot even step foot through the bronze door? Yifeng felt the hairs on his body stand on end. With his right hand reaching towards the bronze door, he hesitated repeatedly. Considering that it was Yaoshi who had summoned him here, he reasoned that there should be no cause for concern. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the bronze door with great force. Creak. It was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. With but a gentle push, the bronze door swung open. A familiar world unfolded before his eyes, a magnificent golden pathway leading to an unknown destination. After a moment's hesitation, Yifeng stepped onto the golden road, and familiar sights began to materialize around him. As he walked, ethereal cranes soared, swirling clouds danced, and a fragrant mist of celestial energy enveloped him, creating an ineffable, dreamlike beauty that was both grand and awe-inspiring, as if he had entered the realm of the immortals. However, Yifeng sensed a profound danger lurking. He was certain that without the protective formation forged from the 3 drops of blood upon him, he would be reduced to mere bones in an instant. After approximately half an hour of walking, the scenery abruptly shifted, and all the resplendent beauty vanished. In its place, as he had seen in his dreams, stood a dilapidated palace, its walls crumbling and in utter disrepair. Within the palace lay 3 skeletons. The central skeleton, a crystal figure, sat upon a throne. Upon seeing it, Yi Feng felt as though he beheld not a mere skeleton, but a breathtaking beauty radiating an overwhelming presence that commanded submission from all beings and darkened the heavens. The 2 flanking skeletons stood in a servile posture, seemingly attending to the crystal figure. This time, Yi Feng was present in the flesh, not merely in a dream. And the oppressive aura emanating from the crystal skeleton was far more potent. Yet, what perplexed him was that he was not crushed to the ground this time. Within him seemed to reside a mysterious force contending against the oppressive weight. This was likely due to the protective formation that Yaoshi had inscribed upon him. He vaguely sensed that these 3 skeletons were not mere bones, but rather deities from the celestial realms, coldly observing his frail existence like an insignificant insect. Following Yaoshi's instructions, he humbly prostrated himself before the crystalline skeleton, proclaiming, "I, Yi Feng, the disciple of the esteemed Yaoshi, have come to humbly request a ring from you, revered elder. I implore you to grant me this favor." Suddenly, the crystalline skeleton emanated a subtle, ethereal glow, enveloping it in an aura of divine sanctity. Then, as if awakening from a slumber, the skeleton transformed into a living being, no longer a mere relic of death. Yaoshi has a disciple? He mused, bemused by the thought of such an aloof and proud figure taking on a pupil. The crystalline skeleton then spoke in a chilling tone, yet melodious, akin to the celestial music of heavenly realms. With such a voice, it was likely that countless men would willingly lay down their lives for her. Although Yi Feng had mentally prepared for the potential revival of the crystalline skeleton, the reality of that moment sent shivers coursing through his body. He bowed once more, stating, "Indeed, I am a disciple of Yaoshi. I respectfully ask for the ring, esteemed elder." "Humph, she takes on a disciple, and I feel shame. You must perish." The crystalline skeleton scoffed, releasing a beam of light that shot directly at Yi Feng. This light, though diminutive, carried an aura of annihilation, as if the very heavens and earth would tremble before its might. In the face of such a manifestation, even the leader of the immortal transformation sect would have no choice but to await his fate with a sense of bitter resignation. Chapter 49. The ring. The crystal skull's gaze upon Yi Feng was imbued with an unsettling familiarity, akin to that of a predator surveying its prey, causing him to involuntarily shudder. "I humbly request that you bestow upon me that ring," he implored. "You are indeed quite tenacious." "Very well, I shall grant you the ring," the crystal skull replied. "Yet, what might a being that has languished for 1,000,000 years, surviving solely on a wisp of residual soul, achieve with it?" A derisive smile played upon the skull's features as a ring emerged from her corporeal form, floating before Yi Feng. This ring, antiquated in design with distinctly visible signs of wear along its edges, bore no semblance of sanctity or majesty. It appeared rather ordinary. Yi Feng grasped the ring eagerly, offering his gratitude profusely. "You may depart now," the crystal skull remarked with indifference. Suddenly, the ethereal glow that enveloped her figure dissipated, and the skeleton seemed to lose all semblance of vitality. Hastily, Yi Feng exited the dilapidated palace, his mind preoccupied with the foreboding words of the crystal skull. The more he pondered, the more he felt a chilling sense of dread, leading him to a harrowing suspicion. Could his fate truly be manipulated by a sinister force? "Though the truth eludes you for now, you must trust that as your master, I would never bring you harm," she had said, as she retrieved a plant from the ring, its 3 leaves glistening like dark green jade, remarkably exquisite. An aura of dense spiritual energy swirled around it, bestowing it with an almost lifelike vibrancy. Could this possibly be the 3-leaf Dao? He wondered in awe. In the realm of legends, there exists a substance akin to a divine elixir, one that even the leaders of formidable factions and emperors of vast empires covet with fervor. Yi Feng exclaimed in awe. "Indeed, this is the 3-leaf Dao." Yaoshi delicately pinched a piece the size of a fingernail from a leaf and handed it to Yi Feng, saying, "With approximately 2.5 months remaining until your designated deadline, you should consume these leaves in 30 doses, taking one every 2 days. After each ingestion, Immediately meditate and cultivate. Within this time frame, ascending 2 minor realms to reach minor accomplishment of the Tao shall not be an arduous task. Yifeng accepted the small leaf without hesitation, fully believing that such a minuscule fragment could elevate him by 2 minor realms. For this was indeed a substance approaching the status of divine medicine, and his cultivation level was still modest. Yet she continued, however. Reliance on external forces for enhancement inevitably carries inherent flaws. Only through one's own diligent efforts and gradual progression can a solid foundation be established. You possess an impeccable source. Henceforth, your path should be one of instant elevation and power. The higher the quality of the source you possess, the more formidable the illusions it can conjure. Some inferior sources are incapable of manifesting any illusions at all. Except for a few extraordinary individuals, only those who reach the minor accomplishment of the Tao realm can conjure illusions. While the true manifestation typically requires attaining the mastery of the Tao realm, this is a protracted journey. If one accumulates a sufficient array of combat techniques and has gained a certain insight into the inherent principles governing them, one may, while practicing the method of seeking the opponent's weaknesses to counterattack, also attempt to assimilate and integrate the essence of these techniques for personal use, without necessarily adhering strictly to the 3 tiers described in the first level of heaven and earth decision, which advocates a methodical approach. The two engaged in a dialogue of questions and answers that spanned an entire day and night, concluding only when their conversation reached its natural end. Yifeng derived immense benefit from this exchange, his heart brimming with aspirations and desires for the future. Now, my master shall retreat into the ring to restore his strength. I hope that when I emerge, you will present me with a dazzling surprise. By the way, do not discard that inexpensive pearl I once resided in. It has absorbed a fraction of my power and has thus become a treasured artifact. In times of difficulty, it may prove invaluable. In chapters 40 and 50, filled with confidence, Yifeng carefully tore a sliver from the minuscule 3-leaf Tao embryo grass leaf and placed it in his mouth, swallowing it with the aid of his saliva. After approximately 3 minutes, a wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body, igniting an inexplicable pulsation within his meridians. An overwhelming craving for the primordial powers of heaven and earth enveloped him, as if he would perish should he fail to absorb these energies in a timely manner. Yifeng swiftly assumed a meditative posture and began his cultivation. Upon entering this state, he immediately comprehended why the leaves of the 3-leaf Tao embryo grass had enabled him to elevate his cultivation by 2 minor realms within a mere 2.5 months. His current rate of absorbing the primordial energy of heaven and earth is akin to the rapid progression experienced during a breakthrough, accelerating dozens of times compared to his usual cultivation. The process of advancing in cultivation resembles that of a vast reservoir gradually filling with water, where this water symbolizes the primordial energy of the universe. An enhancement in the rate of absorption by dozens of times is akin to a significant increase in the influx of water into the reservoir, naturally shortening the time required for it to reach capacity. No wonder the master remarked that relying on external forces to elevate one's cultivation inevitably leads to flaws. Such an accelerated absorption of primordial energy is tantamount to forcing growth, rendering the foundation unstable. Much like a house built upon a shaky foundation, regardless of its ornate construction, it ultimately deviates from the true path. This may indeed pose a hidden peril in the future. In the following days, Yifeng consumed 3-leaf Tao daily to enhance his cultivation. Each session proved equivalent to the results of 4 or 5 standard practices. After more than half a month of this regimen, he noticed that the surrounding primordial energy was becoming insufficient to meet his needs, allowing him only 5 to 6 hours of cultivation each day. He would then have to wait until the next day for the energy from other areas to converge and replenish before continuing his practice. Initially, Yifeng was quite displeased, lamenting his confinement to this particular region, wishing he could venture elsewhere to extend his hours of cultivation. However, after a few days, he realized that this limitation was, in fact, for the best. Moderation is essential in all things. Daily cultivation for 7 to 8 hours allows for the absorption of greater primordial forces from the universe. However, One's body may not fully assimilate and digest this influx, resulting in a significant wastage of these vital energies. Conversely, practicing for 5 to 6 hours strikes the perfect balance, enabling one to reach the limits of their physical capacity, thus ensuring complete digestion and absorption, which proves to be the most beneficial approach. Moreover, dedicating 5 to 6 hours to cultivation allows for additional time to refine skills in the ice, sword technique, and fierce wind palm. Overall, this method is decidedly more advantageous for oneself. Yifeng smiled and remarked, "Perhaps it is due to my diligent foundation building during each advancement that I do not find my progress remarkable." He continued, "It is important to note that a depletion of the surrounding primordial forces is typically an occurrence associated with masters at the mastery path level, and it is merely a possibility rather than a certainty. Yet, you are only at the transmutation path stage. Should you continue to grow, the primordial forces within 100 miles of the Xianhua Gate would not suffice for your absorption. You would need to venture to the ancestral ground of the Xianhua Gate." Yang Wuqing replied, "Fortunately, we are not adversaries. Otherwise, I would be restless, as your potential is truly unimaginable." "What is the ancestral ground?" Yifeng inquired. "The ancestral ground is a sacred land established through the tireless efforts of countless generations of sages from the Xianhua Gate, making it the most suitable environment for cultivation. It embodies the essence and the hidden strength of our sect. Upon finding a suitable successor, each elder and sect leader would choose to enter the ancestral ground, becoming a revered elder and dedicating themselves to profound cultivation. Moreover, some exceptionally outstanding disciples have the opportunity to cultivate in the ancestral lands, receiving guidance from the esteemed elders." Yang Wuqing inquired, "What is the situation with that individual named Zhou Qing?" "With a venerable elder presiding, the likelihood of Sun Shang creating any ripples diminishes significantly. Everything is at the discretion of Elder Yang. I am well aware of my grievances. Elder Yang, you will undoubtedly assist me in vindicating my honor." Yifeng bowed respectfully. Yang Wuqing's sentiments aligned perfectly with his own. Sun Shang, a hypocrite, is far more detestable than a true villain. The competition among newly initiated disciples is a grand event for the Xianhua sect, capturing the attention of the entire sect and even drawing interest from individuals of other sections. In such a setting, unmasking Sun Shang and exposing his hypocritical facade would create the greatest sensation, allowing more people to witness his true nature and maximally tarnish his reputation. "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should one provoke me, I shall repay them tenfold." Sun Shang and Sun Wuji have tirelessly endeavored to bring about their own downfall. Were it not for the fact that fate has spared me, I fear I would have perished long ago. Therefore, when it comes to retaliating against that pair, I see no need for leniency or moral hesitation. Sun Shang and Sun Wuji, you shall soon realize that your attempts to bring me to ruin will be the gravest error of your lives. Naturally, I am also quite eager for the upcoming competition among the new disciples." Yifeng licked his lips in anticipation. As the event approaches, all the disciples are wholeheartedly immersed in their preparations. After all, the rewards for this competition are exceptionally generous. Achieving a relatively high rank will yield surprises beyond imagination. The humble disciples, having acquired 2 sets of combat techniques, brimmed with confidence regarding their ascension to higher ranks in the competition, diligently preparing for the trials ahead. However, their limited talents rendered many aspects of these techniques elusive and at times utterly incomprehensible. "Why don't we seek counsel from Yifeng? He is known for his amiable nature and will surely be generous with his guidance," suggested one. "That is indeed a commendable idea," another concurred. "But given that he is also engrossed in his preparations, the likelihood of him assisting us seems rather slim." "True enough," came the reply. "Yet if we keep our inquiries brief, we shouldn't impose too much on his time. Let us give it a try," proposed another, though the odds may be low. "It presents an opportunity. If we could gain his insights, our chances of advancing to higher ranks would undoubtedly increase." With a mixture of anxious anticipation and trepidation, the group of humble disciples made their way to the dungeon area of the Xianhua sect, seeking Yifeng's guidance on their combat techniques. To their astonishment, Yifeng readily acquiesced. I am restricted by the sect leader from leaving this dungeon area. Yet you are not bound by such constraints and are free to roam any part of the Xianhua sect. As fellow humble disciples, we are akin to brothers and sisters. I can spare an hour or two each day to engage in mutual learning and exchange. He continued. The cultivation of combat techniques does not necessitate the same state of mental clarity required for enhancing one's cultivation level. One can engage in dialogue and learning while simultaneously honing their skills. Certainly, this may somewhat affect the pace of one's personal growth. However, achieving the goal of advancing to the minor success realm and mastering 2 sets of combat techniques before the competition for new disciples is hardly an insurmountable task. Why not extend a helping hand to these servant disciples? I knew Yifeng would undoubtedly assist us. Haha, Yifeng, you are truly remarkable. I shall convey your words to the other servant disciples at once. Several servant disciples leaped with joy, their eyes brimming with unparalleled excitement. Chapter 51. The competition for new disciples. The following day, a multitude of servant disciples gathered in the dungeon area of the Xianhua sect, seeking Yifeng's guidance on the 2 sets of combat techniques. Lacking Yifeng's innate talent and faced with limited time, they could not possibly master both techniques in preparation for the new disciple competition. Instead, they could only choose one that resonated with their abilities for training. Yifeng greeted them with a warm smile, fulfilling his promise. He dedicated an hour or 2, patiently elucidating the perplexing aspects of the ice sword technique and the gale palm. Ultimately, each servant disciple who came forth received satisfactory answers, leaving them exceedingly delighted and filled with even greater respect for Yifeng. They were truly in awe of his remarkable comprehension of combat techniques, as they realized he had nearly mastered 70 to 80% of both sets. Indeed, it was no surprise that he was favored by all the elders of the Xianhua sect. His speed of learning combat techniques was astonishing. If only I could possess half of your learning ability, I would not worry about failing to advance to a higher rank in the competition. One of the servant disciples sighed. You should consider who you are. How can you even think of comparing yourself to Yifeng? We ought to express our gratitude to Yifeng. With his guidance and insights, many of us in this cohort of servant disciples are bound to achieve promotions. Brother Feng, I truly cannot fathom how someone as exceptional as you exists in this world. Not only have you shared both sets of combat techniques with us, but you also take precious time each day to address our perplexities. To be candid, cultivators are inherently selfish. After all, aiding in the enhancement of one's strength, in a certain sense, is akin to nurturing one's own competitors. Truly, I am sincerely in awe of you. In response to the accolades from the servant disciples, Yifeng merely smiled gently and remarked, I have always believed that we, as human beings, should assist one another within our capabilities. What purpose does selfishness serve? Let us strive together to achieve commendable results in the forthcoming competition for new disciples. I will summarize my insights and systematically explain my understanding of both sets of combat techniques to you in a few days. It is said that Lu Ruoyan has entered a state of seclusion, diligently working to enhance her strength in preparation for the impending competition. Consequently, Yifeng has not sought her out recently. Zhang Xian, a member of the Xianhua sect, is merely passing time and exhibits no anxiety regarding the approaching contest. Observing the crowd around Yifeng, with numerous female servant disciples among them, he eagerly frequents the place under the pretense of engaging in collective discussions while seeking to charm the ladies. With his eloquent words, he has spent several days cultivating a warm rapport with a rather attractive female disciple, often flaunting his success in front of Yifeng. Ultimately, Yifeng could no longer endure the conversation and remarked, Why hasn't Ruoyan come to find me these days? I truly miss her. Zhang Xian discerned Yifeng's underlying sentiment. After all, he had the first beauty of Nan Huang enamored with him, while his own companion paled in comparison to Lu Ruoyan. From that moment on, he refrained from boasting in Yifeng's presence. Yifeng dedicated 1 to 2 hours each day to elucidate the cold ice sword technique and violent wine palm to the various servant disciples, an endeavor that quickly spread throughout the entire Xianhua sect. The elite disciples of the Ascended and the other 4 peaks paid little heed to this, merely expressing their jealousy with remarks about Yi Feng's pretentiousness and attempts to curry favor. However, the lower-tier elite disciples and the remaining disciples from the other peaks felt a profound sense of discomfort. The servant disciples, under Yi Feng's guidance, had acquired 2 sets of low-tier combat skills, which already placed immense pressure on them. They feared the prospect of being outperformed by the servant disciples in the upcoming new entrant competition, bringing them great humiliation. Now, with Yifeng personally instructing these servant disciples, their anxieties only intensified. Yifeng seemed to be violating the established norms. How could this be justified? They truly envied the servant disciples, wishing they could be among them. Many harbored feelings of indignation intertwined with jealousy. A small number, setting aside their pride, discreetly mingled among the servant disciples to listen to Yi Feng's teachings on the cold ice sword technique and violent wind palm, though they lacked the text for these techniques. Listening to the explanations could, in some measure, enhance their own abilities. Yifeng welcomed this initiative, patiently answering any inquiries they had. Consequently, their respect for Yifeng grew exponentially with each passing day. He truly is a magnanimous and benevolent individual. Observing the servant disciples wielding books that recorded the cold ice sword technique and the gale palm technique, they felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If only they had refrained from ridiculing Yifeng and had instead joined his ranks, they would have shared in the mastery of these 2 formidable combat skills. While Yifeng guided the servant disciples, he did not neglect his own pursuit of self-improvement. He discovered a crucial insight. Mentoring the servant disciples in martial techniques did not merely consume his time for personal advancement. Through the continual explanation and instruction of these 2 techniques, he became increasingly adept at them, occasionally experiencing moments of inspiration that deepened his understanding of certain aspects of the techniques. From this perspective, instructing the servant disciples proved beneficial for his own rapid mastery of these 2 combat arts. Moreover, he grew increasingly aware of a fundamental principle in the realm of cultivation. Martial techniques are predicated upon one's cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the more effectively one can unleash the power of the techniques. Practicing the cold ice sword technique or the gale palm technique in isolation was manageable. However, when he combined the 2, he often found himself feeling overwhelmed by the exertion. Despite the astonishment and discussions among the crowd, Yifeng remained unfazed, steadfastly adhering to his own training regimen. As he practiced the cold ice sword technique and the gale palm technique, he realized that, as he had anticipated, he no longer felt the debilitating strain. Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of the competition for the newly initiated disciples. With the assistance of the 3-leaf Taoist herb, he experienced a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation, advancing to the realm of minor completion of the Tao. However, he decided to temporarily suppress this progress, opting to wait for a more opportune moment to break through. Over the course of 2 months, he had forcefully ascended 2 minor realms, an act he deemed excessively hasty. Rather than rushing into a breakthrough, he preferred to absorb more of the primal energies of heaven and earth, solidifying his foundation, which might mitigate potential aftereffects. As for the ice sword technique and the fierce wind palm, he had essentially mastered them. He could not deny that after learning the heaven and earth decision, the speed at which he acquired other combat techniques was astonishing. Indeed, he had successfully fulfilled his objectives. After dismantling Sun Shang, it was highly likely that his remnants would seek revenge against him. It was said that Sun Wuji had reached the pinnacle of minor completion of the Tao, and during the competition, he would undoubtedly target him. Now, he found himself eagerly anticipating a confrontation with them, eager to ascertain his current capabilities. Chapter 52. The Guardian Divine Turtle at Zhentian Peak, within a certain residence. Sun Shang furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern. The prolonged silence from Yifeng and Yang Wuqing was evidently a prelude to the upcoming competition for new disciples. This tournament would attract close scrutiny from both the members of the Xianhua sect and various external forces. Revealing his hand at this juncture would undoubtedly be the most detrimental move for him. With so many eyes upon him, in the presence of outsiders, many matters that could typically be suppressed would become unmanageable. If he could eliminate Yi Feng, the absence of that troublesome factor would allow him to navigate through this crisis. In the arena, where combat is unpredictable and accidents can lead to a fatality, such occurrences were not uncommon. The survival of the Sun family rested upon this endeavor. He hoped his preparations were sufficient. He turned to Sun Wuji and spoke. "Rest assured, grandfather, with your assistance, I have now reached the pinnacle of the minor path and am on the verge of stepping into the master path. I shall undoubtedly vanquish Yi Feng in battle." Sun Wuji's face contorted with hatred as he declared, "Had it not been for my tenacity, I would have already been devoured by ferocious beasts. Whether for the sake of familial interests or personal vendettas, there exists no justification for my continued existence." "That is well," Sun Shang replied. "Though his cultivation is far inferior to yours, you must remain vigilant. That lad has made significant advances these past few days, each time causing tremendous upheaval, leaving the surrounding elemental forces in desolation. It is exceedingly difficult to gauge his true strength. Rest assured, esteemed elder, our young master is a prodigious talent. How could Yi Feng possibly contend with him? Just await the spectacle." A pallid elder bowed respectfully. Sun Shang nodded and continued, "Ghost servant, do you recall the task I assigned to you? Repeat it for me." How could this old servant forget the task bestowed by the elder? If Yi Feng and his companions were to succeed by some stroke of luck, I shall employ every means at my disposal to unleash the bone-devouring, soul-grinding powder upon him, ensuring he suffers in a fate worse than death. Such concerns are unwarranted. Can we truly be thwarted by a mere fledgling?" The elder retorted. Sun Shang sighed. "There are no outsiders present, so I will speak candidly. I have repeatedly faced setbacks against that youth, and I find myself grappling with self-doubt. It is indeed laughable. For all my years, having weathered countless storms, I am now intimidated by a mere boy. The competition for new disciples has finally commenced. All the newcomers have been gathered in a spacious square, where the arrangements for the tournament are being made. The Xianhua sect places great importance on this event, as it has been 7 to 8 months since these novices joined, and under the sect's tutelage, their foundations have been firmly established. The time has come to discern their true potential and future prospects. Those who achieve commendable results in this competition will receive focused cultivation, while those who perform poorly will find themselves sidelined unless they can later exhibit extraordinary abilities. The sect master, Yu Taiqing, personally took to the stage to announce the details of the competition. All the influential figures of the Xianhua sect were present. Yang Wuqing and Sun Shang, of comparable status, were seated next to each other, glaring at one another as if on the brink of a fierce confrontation. After outlining the competition rules, Yu Taiqing proceeded to elaborate on the prizes for the event. The rewards for this tournament are exceedingly generous. Every participant will receive 3 pills that aid in enhancing their strength. The top 500 competitors will be awarded 10 pills each, including healing and cultivation-enhancing elixirs. The top 100, in addition to the pills, will receive a set of low-tier combat techniques as a reward. The top 10 will receive 50 pills and 2 sets of low-tier combat techniques. The top 3 will receive an additional 50 pills on top of their previous rewards. The first-place winner's reward is particularly coveted, consisting of 100 pills and a set of mid-tier combat techniques, an offering that is tantamount to possessing a dozen or more low-tier techniques. As long as one possesses a set of intermediate combat techniques, it is sufficient to establish a moderately sized sect and dominate the surrounding territory. Only a formidable faction like the Xianhua sect could offer intermediate techniques as rewards in competitions. Each disciple was filled with fervor and anticipation, eager to achieve commendable standings in the contest to secure superior rewards. Particularly, the menial disciples were almost desperate for the competition to commence. They had been bestowed with 2 sets of low-level techniques, shared by Yi Feng, and had received his personal instruction. Although merely 2 months had passed, their prowess had surged dramatically. They were exceedingly eager to prove themselves on the platform and earn the opportunity to advance to higher ranks, especially with such bountiful rewards at stake. The allure of intermediate techniques was indeed tantalizing. If I could comprehend the intermediate techniques, it would surely enhance my understanding of the heaven and earth decision, Yi Feng murmured softly. Yu Taiqing cleared his throat and said, "Do not be too hasty in your excitement. There is an even better reward for the first place. Our sect's guardian divine turtle has just awakened from its slumber and has conveyed a message to me. Whoever secures the first position shall receive personal guidance from it." It is important to note that our guardian divine turtle has existed for eons, and receiving its direct counsel is far more rare and precious than acquiring a set of intermediate techniques. Upon hearing this, the elders seated on the platform could not help but exchange glances, and soon each displayed expressions of envy. Clearly, they were unaware of this matter beforehand. The opportunity to receive guidance from the divine turtle was something they too found enviable. Below the platform, the disciples were also stirred with excitement. The recent victor has truly encountered a remarkable opportunity. It is said that the ancient turtle has existed for 1,000,000 years, and no one knows the extent of its formidable cultivation. It serves as the greatest support and pillar of the immortal transformation sect. 30,000 years ago, when formidable foes threatened, the sect found itself on the brink of disaster. Suddenly, the old turtle appeared. With just a single sneeze, it obliterated a formidable imperial path warrior, thus rescuing the sect from impending doom. A disciple well-versed in the history of the immortal transformation sect murmured, "Indeed, it is an extraordinary fortune to receive guidance from such a powerful being, the value of which is certainly beyond that of an ordinary mid-level combat technique." No wonder the elders on the podium displayed glances of envy. Another disciple remarked, "Let us not indulge in fantasies. We all know who possesses the strength to vie for first place. It is wiser for us to remain grounded. Securing other rewards is sufficient." This statement caused the gazes of the disciples to converge upon Yifeng, Lu Ruoyan, and Sun Wuji. They all understood the unspoken truth. The first place in this competition would likely emerge from among these three. Nangong Yin, Zhao Chong, and a few others among the ascended disciples might also stand a chance. But the rest could hardly entertain such thoughts. Sun Wuji glared fiercely at Yifeng, internally vowing, "Yifeng, prepare to meet your demise. Not only will I slay you, but I shall also claim the first position. This is not merely for personal gain, but to demonstrate to everyone who truly stands as the foremost among this cohort of disciples." Chapter 53. Let us not stand on ceremony. After the new disciples drew lots, they proceeded to the training grounds located at the foot of the tremendous sky peak, where the competition officially commenced. In accordance with the regulations of the immortal transformation sect, to ensure fairness, neither competitor is permitted to utilize external objects that could potentially influence the outcome of the match. Thus, Yifeng promptly returned the Crimson Flame armor to Yang Wuqing. His strength had significantly increased, and he was eager to find a few sparring partners. However, to his dismay, for 4 consecutive days, he had not engaged in a single proper duel. Typically, upon ascending the arena, his opponents would immediately concede, leading to a handshake of truce, a few polite exchanges, and then they would descend from the stage. It was truly frustrating. He longed to gauge his current prowess, yet no one was willing to fight him. Yifeng shrugged and remarked, "Come on, don't get too cocky. Such privileges are reserved for the truly formidable. Among our cohort of disciples, only a handful of you feathered transformation disciples are afforded this luxury," said Zhang Xian. As no one dared to challenge Yifeng, he wandered between the various arenas, observing the matches of the auxiliary disciples. With the benefit of 2 combat techniques shared by Yifeng and his guidance, the performance of these auxiliary disciples was remarkable. Over the span of those 4 days, 10 individuals had successfully defeated high-ranking disciples, earning themselves the opportunity for advancement to a higher rank. If this trend continued, by the end of the competition, it was likely that around 40 to 50 individuals would secure promotion opportunities. Such achievements could only be described as extraordinary. It is worth noting that in previous years, the number of auxiliary disciples who managed to ascend to higher ranks during the recent disciple combat tournament never exceeded 10, as their innate talents were significantly inferior compared to their peers. Haha, I won. I actually defeated a disciple of the sect leader. A humble disciple struck down a senior disciple on the arena with a single punch, overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, he caught the attention of an elder from the Thunder Peak, who immediately took him under his wing as a senior disciple. The once humble disciple was moved to tears of joy, exclaiming, "I have finally shed the identity of a mere servant disciple. I am profoundly grateful to Yi Feng. Without his guidance and the sharing of those two combat techniques, I could never have achieved this success. Huang Zitao, I shall forever remember your derisive words, claiming that I, as a servant disciple, was destined to remain a worthless being, forever trampled underfoot by you, a disciple of the Emerald Bamboo Peak. Thanks to Yi Feng's assistance, the roles have reversed, and you now find yourself beneath my feet. Show me your arrogance again, if you dare." On another arena, a servant disciple declared loudly as he stood over a disciple from the Emerald Bamboo Peak, "Father, you may rest peacefully in the afterlife. I once feared I would fail to meet your expectations, but I encountered a great benefactor in Yi Feng. Not only did he share with us two low-tier combat techniques, but he also generously offered his guidance. With his support, my strength has soared, and today I triumphed over a disciple from the Green Pine Peak, earning the qualification to advance to a higher rank. I am no longer a worthless servant disciple. A servant disciple who had vanquished a disciple from the elegant Chrysanthemum Peak knelt on the arena, bowing 3 times toward the eastern direction. Observing these servant disciples achieving remarkable feats and realizing their dreams with his assistance, Yi Feng felt a profound joy and a deep sense of accomplishment within his heart. Today, I have come to comprehend a profound truth. Witnessing a person achieve success through your assistance brings far greater joy than reveling in the despair of another whom you have ensnared with your deceitful schemes. The esteemed elders observed this dynamic with keen interest, unable to refrain from engaging in hushed discussions. The servant disciples genuinely expressed gratitude towards Yi Feng, as his actions inadvertently provided many of them with opportunities for advancement. One elder remarked, "Humph, Yi Feng's actions are a violation of established rules and warrant punishment. Many of these ascended servant disciples lack the qualifications for promotion. Yi Feng's provision of dual combat techniques and guidance is akin to forcing the growth of seedlings, ultimately causing more harm than good in the long run." Sun Shang retorted coldly, "Such assertions are misguided. No one can predict the future of an individual. Though these servant disciples may seem insignificant at present, they may yet carve out a remarkable destiny. Their elevation to higher ranks would grant them access to greater resources for cultivation, perhaps marking the beginning of their transformative journey." Equally unimpressed was Lu Ruoyan, whose prowess matched that of Yi Feng. In recent encounters, her opponents surrendered without a fight. However, she bore an additional burden. Her unparalleled beauty attracted persistent advances from male disciples. Yet, she remained indifferent to their overtures, leaving them to depart in profound disappointment. The comparison is truly infuriating. If only she could extend even half the regard she shows to Yi Feng towards me, I would have no regrets. This celestial figure, akin to a fairy from the heavens, holds an unwavering affection solely for Yi Feng, perceiving others as entirely dispensable. Such a realization is indeed disheartening. As for the chubby Zhang Xian, he initially brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to engage in several matches. However, after 2 rounds, the girl with whom he had fervently competed suddenly ceased her interactions with him. He found himself engulfed in a profound darkness, losing all desire to continue competing. After a day steeped in melancholy, he resolved to abandon the contests in favor of pursuing romantic interests. With all the disciples gathered in one place, it was an opportune moment for courtship. Each day, he flirted with one girl or teased another, often inciting disdainful glances in return. How is it that, contrary to the tales of princes surrounded by throngs of willing beauties, my own experience has been so tragic? Am I not the biological offspring of my royal father?" Zhang Xian lamented in despair. Yi Feng promptly delivered a playful tap to his head, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? If you were to temper your flamboyance and exercise a modicum of restraint, your circumstances would vastly improve, irrespective of your princely status. With your incessant boisterousness, which maiden would dare to engage with you?" His words seemed to resonate with a certain wisdom. If you possess the ability to cultivate subtlety and depth, securing Lu Ruoyan should pose no challenge, for after all, a prince and princess are a quintessential pairing. Zhang Xian retorted with a mischievous grin. In a sudden turn, he found Lu Ruoyan had silently materialized behind him. Overcome with embarrassment, he fled, exclaiming, "How does she always appear so stealthily?" This marks the second occurrence. Yi Feng, caught in a moment of awkwardness, chuckled sheepishly and stammered, "This is merely. You mustn't heed Zhang Xian's ramblings. He is one who revels in superfluous chatter. It's fine. If he doesn't speak recklessly, he wouldn't be Zhang Xian," Lu Ruoyan said with a smile, her beauty captivating. "Brother Yi Feng, how have you prepared for this competition?" "Not too bad," Yi Feng replied. "I am quite eager to master that intermediate combat technique. Initially, I intended to support you in securing first place while I settled for second. As the princess of the Crescent Moon Empire, I find those rewards appealing. Yet I do not particularly need them." Lu Ruoyan hesitated, her words somewhat faltering. "However, the first prize grants an opportunity to receive guidance from the revered divine tortoise. And I am very keen on achieving first place. I truly do not wish to compete against you, brother Yi Feng. After all, you are my savior." Yi Feng chuckled softly. "There's no need for you to feel conflicted. Let us turn this around. I will assist you in claiming first place while I take second. Besides, your strength already surpasses mine. I wouldn't stand a chance in competing with you. I knew you would be the best, brother Yi Feng." "Thank you," Lu Ruoyan exclaimed, her joy illuminating her features. Having known Lu Ruoyan for several months, Yi Feng had never witnessed her gentle, reserved demeanor transform into such exuberance. "There's no need for formality between us. During our training in the Beast Mountain, you aided me immensely, and I hardly had the chance to express my gratitude. Fighting alongside you has always been my aspiration." Lu Ruoyan suddenly realized that her words might have sounded a bit too bold, and her cheeks flushed. "In truth, my desire to claim first place is not purely for personal gain, but rather for my father." Chapter 54. Defeating the enemy with just one move. Lu Ruoyan paused momentarily before continuing. "The divine turtle possesses the ability of divination, which is why many practitioners in the martial world utilize turtle shells for fortune-telling. The ancient turtle of the immortal transformation sect has lived for 1,000,000 years, and its divination skills are likely the most formidable across the vast expanse of the Haotian continent. My father, during his efforts to quell a rebellion, sustained a hidden injury, and due to the lack of an exceedingly rare medicinal herb, he has been unable to heal from it all these years. I wish to meet the divine turtle and beseech it to divine the whereabouts of that herb. So it seems. The only one who can truly rival us is Sun Wuji. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for me, and he will undoubtedly target me in this competition. As long as I can defeat him, your victory will be assured," Yi Feng replied, nodding in agreement. "As long as brother Yi Feng does not contend with me and does not put me in a difficult position, I have no fear of Sun Wuji. Though he is strong, I am not weak either." Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence as she glanced at the sky and added, "I only hope that when the time comes, the divine turtle can reveal the location of that herb. Rest assured, uncle is blessed with good fortune. He will surely succeed." Yi Feng reassured her. As the competition reached its 6th day, Yi Feng finally encountered his first opponent. This was a disciple from the Zhentian Peak, named Su Song, who had long harbored resentment towards Yi Feng. Having reached the realm of minor success in Dao, he felt slightly superior to Yi Feng and could not comprehend why Yi Feng consistently outshone him, relegating him to the ranks of the ordinary. "Yi Feng, everyone claims you possess limitless potential and that you are one of the strongest disciples of our generation. I, Su Song, refuse to accept this. Within 100 moves, I shall surely defeat you." On the arena, Su Song exuded confidence. "Then make your move," Yi Feng replied with a faint smile, saying little more. "Kill," Su Song roared, delivering a forceful and domineering punch aimed at Yi Feng, his momentum formidable. Yi Feng shook his head and countered with a punch of his own, arriving ahead of Su Song. With a resounding smack, Su Song was sent flying off the stage. Just one move, merely a single move. Su Song was no weakling. He was a genius of the minor completion realm, yet he had been dispatched by Yi Feng with such ease. How astonishing! Yi Feng's strength had, in fact, surged by over tenfold since entering the 10,000 Beasts Mountain for training, and this transformation had occurred in just a little over 2 months. The spectators below were utterly astounded. Su Song rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shamefully retreated into the crowd. The fact that he could not withstand even one of Yi Feng's strikes was a source of absurdity for him. Following Su Song, in the ensuing days, several challengers emerged, no longer choosing to concede against Yi Feng, but instead opting to engage in combat. After all, the competition had been ongoing for several days, and many had been eliminated. Those still in the fray were quite formidable. Unfortunately, each of these contenders met with defeat, and every battle concluded in a single strike. My heavens, how extraordinary! Sun Wuji was not inferior to Yi Feng in strength, yet he lacked such dominance, as he too concluded his encounters with a single blow. TSK. It has been 3 whole days, and no one has been able to compel Yi Feng to employ a second move. Who, then, could possibly shatter the myth of Yi Feng? Might it require the intervention of those transcendent disciples? Who can shatter the myth of Yi Feng's ability to defeat his foes with a single strike? This has become the most fervent topic of discussion in recent days, prompting even some elders to join the discourse. Haha, it seems our immortal transformation sect has recruited an extraordinary talent this year, a tremendous fortune for our sect, chuckled one elder, his laughter resonating with joy. The other elders nodded in agreement, delighted by Yi Feng's astonishing performance. However, one elder, Sun Shang, stood apart from the rest. The formidable strength displayed by Yi Feng had greatly exceeded his expectations. He began to doubt whether his grandson, Sun Wuji, could truly fulfill his objective of vanquishing Yi Feng in the arena. As the competition reached its 10th day, Yi Feng finally faced an opponent whom everyone believed could withstand his legendary strike, Xia Suiliang, widely regarded as the foremost disciple beneath the immortal transformation rank among this cohort. Some even speculated that he possessed strength rivaling that of the immortal transformation disciples, suggesting that the elders overseeing the selection had momentarily overlooked his prowess. He felt a sense of indignation, convinced that he had been underestimated, asserting that his abilities were on par with those of several immortal transformation disciples. Yi Feng, not only will I shatter the myth of your single-strike victories, but I will ensure you cannot rise from the arena, Xia Suiliang declared, sword in hand. His gaze fixed on Yi Feng. Although he spoke with bravado, his true intention was to defeat Yi Feng. When Yi Feng was initially chosen as an immortal transformation disciple, many believed it was largely due to his flawless origin and his formidable potential rather than his actual strength. After all, he had only been cultivating for 2 or 3 months. Even if he were a reincarnated celestial being, it would be improbable for him to be exceptionally powerful. Subsequently, Yi Feng triumphed over Zheng Tian. During his trials in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, he collaborated with Lu Ruoyan, showcasing his prowess by battling two ferocious beasts simultaneously. This revelation led many to recognize that Yi Feng possessed not only extraordinary potential, but also the strength befitting the title of a disciple of Ascension. Nevertheless, some continued to perceive him as a figure still in the nascent stages of his development, having trained for too short a period. Among these was Xia Suiliang. If he could vanquish the formidable Yi Feng today, it would undoubtedly serve as a stinging rebuke to the elder who had failed to select him as a disciple of Ascension. Look, I have defeated Yi Feng. Your earlier judgment was flawed, he thought. With that, he prepared to strike. Yi Feng merely smiled calmly. Xia Suiliang let out a fierce roar, his hands transforming into claws aimed directly at Yi Feng's eyes. Should he succeed in his grasp, Yi Feng's eyes would surely be rendered useless. The speed of his attack was astonishing, akin to a gale, imbued with a terrifying ferocity, reminiscent of a malevolent specter emerging from the depths of hell. This move, in comparison to Su Song's techniques, was at least 5 or 6 times more formidable. Such a fearsome display was indeed worthy of the title of the foremost contender beneath the Ascension disciples. It was evident that the elders had erred in judgment by not selecting him. A glimpse of his prowess suggested that Su Song and the others were, at the very least, 2 or 3 tiers beneath him. Although the claws had not yet reached me, I felt an ominous chill brush past my ears, and I dared not open my eyes. Should those claws truly come for me, my eyesight would surely be irrevocably harmed. Whether he could render Yifeng incapable of rising again in the arena remained uncertain, but based on this single strike, it was clear that Yifeng could not hope to defeat him in one blow unless, of course, he possessed the strength of the esteemed elders. The crowd gathered beneath the arena was utterly astonished by Xia Suiliang's move. His claw-like hands drew perilously close to Yifeng's eyes, emanating a terrifying power that pierced Yifeng's vision, contorting his face in agony. Your technique is formidable, yet your mindset falters, revealing a flaw that I can exploit to defeat you in a single strike, Yifeng declared. Such audacity. Then come forth and best me, enlighten me with your prowess. Xia Suiliang retorted with a cold smirk. In his view, his claws were mere inches from Yifeng, leaving him no option but to evade. The notion that Yifeng could retaliate and defeat him with a single blow was nothing short of a delusion. The onlookers shared the sentiment. Believing Yifeng was overestimating his capabilities, Xia Suiliang was no Susong. While it was conceivable for Yifeng to overpower him, to think he could do so in a single strike was utterly implausible. Chapter 55. Unbelievably powerful, Yifeng ceased his banter and sprang into action, raising his right foot to the level of his forehead before striking down fiercely towards Xia Suiliang's head. A wave of terror surged through Xia Suiliang. He had never anticipated such an attack from Yifeng. Under the force of Yifeng's descending kick, his previously formidable claws became utterly ineffective, easily neutralized and countered. He was compelled to respond with all his might to fend off Yifeng's assault. He swiftly pivoted to evade, his speed astonishing, yet Yifeng proved even swifter. Fortunately, Xia Suiliang managed to tilt his head away just in time, but Yifeng's terrifying kick landed heavily on his left shoulder. With a resounding thud, Xia Suiliang crumpled to his knees upon the arena. No, this cannot be, he thought, incredulous that someone as powerful as he could not withstand even a single strike from Yifeng. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. Yifeng was astonishingly formidable. Xia Suiliang was the foremost among the disciples of ascendants, entirely qualified to challenge the might of these elite practitioners. Yet, there he knelt in the arena, his left shoulder already fractured. Yifeng's right leg remained firmly pressed upon his left shoulder, rendering him utterly immobile. It's impossible. This cannot be. How could I not withstand even a single strike from you? Xia Suiliang murmured to himself, unable to accept this harsh reality. Yifeng replied, the reason is clear. Your mindset is flawed. Your previous move was indeed terrifying, swift, and nearly flawless. I had no choice but to evade. However, your overwhelming desire to win led to impatience, which introduced significant weaknesses and openings in your technique. I, adept at seizing such vulnerabilities, was able to secure victory. Had your mentality been more composed, I could hardly have defeated you, even with 100 strikes. Each battle serves as an opportunity for growth. Although Yifeng triumphed in these encounters with a single strike, he gleaned invaluable insights from them. His strength had undeniably increased compared to before the matches. Xia Suiliang gritted his teeth, his expression darkened. Clearly, he was deeply dissatisfied with his defeat at the hands of Yifeng. Yet, in the face of victory and defeat, he had no choice but to listen to Yifeng's words. With a faint smile, Yifeng lifted his foot from Xia Suiliang's shoulder and said, I understand your discontent. You yearn for a rematch and are reluctant to heed my counsel. This, in fact, is your greatest flaw, impatience and obstinate pride. The elder's initial decision not to select you as a disciple for ascension likely stemmed from this very reason. One's future accomplishments are determined not solely by strength, but also by one's mindset. Mindset? Xia Suiliang seemed to grasp something profound, a contemplative expression dawning upon his face. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to Yifeng, saying, Thank you for your guidance. In this match, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. With that, he turned and descended from the stage. The onlookers were perplexed, utterly bewildered by the transformation of the previously arrogant Xia Suiliang. Yifeng observed Xia Suiliang's retreating figure and smiled faintly. Aware that Xia Suiliang had comprehended his intent, and that his future path would undoubtedly be far more illustrious. As the competition progressed to its 16th day, the top 10 contenders were finally determined, including Yi Feng, Lu Ruoyan, Sun Wuji, Zheng Tian, Nangong Yin, and Zhao Chong. These 10 could truly be regarded as the Sea Army de la Sea Army, representing the most outstanding disciples of this generation from the Xianhua sect. As for the miscellaneous disciples, they had all been eliminated 8 days prior. As had been discussed among the crowd, indeed over 50 had triumphed over higher-ranked disciples, earning their chance for advancement, thereby creating a remarkable feat. Meanwhile, Yifeng's legend continued to unfold, as he consistently triumphed with a single strike, no one managing to withstand more than one exchange with him in the arena. Not only the younger disciples, but even the elders were taken aback. Yifeng's prowess was undoubtedly formidable, yet the other disciples were not without merit. To maintain such a record of victories over many days with a single strike was nearly impossible, yet Yifeng accomplished it. Disciples like Lu Ruoyan and Sun Wuji possessed strength that was by no means inferior to Yifeng's, yet they could not achieve the same. Yesterday, my curiosity led me to investigate Yifeng's resume, and I was profoundly astonished. From the moment he was discovered by Zhao Yi in the City of Goddesses, his journey has been filled with numerous shocking events. I could faintly perceive the emergence of a formidable powerhouse destined to dominate the world. I am genuinely intrigued to know what his future holds, sighed the sect leader, Yu Taiqing, to several elders. On the 17th day, it was once again Yifeng's turn to take the stage for the competition. In the upcoming match, Yifeng was to face Zhao Chong. The resonant voice of an elder, presiding over the tournament, echoed throughout the arena, stirring excitement among the disciples. This was the first duel between transcendent disciples since the tournament began, and it featured Yifeng, who had yet to employ a second move since his debut. Zhao Chong adopted an aggressive stance, firmly planting his feet and refusing to evade, launching a powerful punch. Before his fist could reach its target, the menacing gust of wind it generated left Yifeng struggling to breathe. Not daring to confront force with force, Yifeng swiftly altered his technique, transforming his fist into a claw aimed directly at Zhao Chong's vital point. This sudden change was both rapid and urgent, sending a wave of fear through Zhao Chong. If he were to be caught in such a manner, the match would likely be over. Drawing a deep breath and leveraging his strength, Zhao Chong retreated over a yard, positioning himself at the edge of the arena. Steadying himself, he cast a glance at Yifeng, his heart racing uncontrollably. For days, he had observed Yifeng's battles, attempting to gauge his strength, and believed he had a firm grasp of Yifeng's capabilities, convinced that he possessed the power to contend with him. However, this encounter revealed that Yifeng's prowess far surpassed his estimations. With just this one move, had it not been for my quick reflexes, I would have fallen into his trap, just like Xia Suiliang and the others, defeated by Yifeng in a single strike. As a disciple of the feather transformation, my status is esteemed. To be vanquished in one blow would be a disgrace I could scarcely bear. Meanwhile, a commotion arose among the spectators below. At last, someone had withstood Yifeng's assault. The myth that had persisted for days had finally been shattered. Indeed, only a disciple of the feather transformation could dismantle the legend of Yifeng's ability to defeat his foes with a single strike. How many moves do you think Yifeng would require to defeat Zhao Chong? I reckon 100 would suffice. Zhao Chong listened to the discussions from the crowd below, feeling a surge of indignation. After all, I too am a disciple of the feather transformation, akin to Yifeng. Yet in the eyes of these people, I seem to be inferior to him. The discourse centers not on who would triumph between us, but rather how many moves it would take Yifeng to best me. With a cold snort, I declared, Yifeng, do not presume that your ability to win hearts and minds, with a throng of menial disciples at your beck and call, makes you remarkable. I, Zhao Chong, detest pretentious do-gooders. Today, I shall leave you searching for your teeth, stripping away your facade. The onlooking menial disciples, incensed by my words, simmered with rage. Yifeng had treated them with kindness, genuinely befriending them. Were it not for Zhao Chong's formidable prowess, they would have unleashed their ire long ago. Yifeng's expression darkened. He could tolerate many things, but not an affront to his character. Initially, he intended to engage Zhao Chong with decorum. Yet upon hearing such scathing remarks, he resolved to treat Zhao Chong as a test subject to ascertain the true extent of his own abilities. Over the past 2 months, I have diligently mastered 2 sets of combat techniques, elevating my cultivation to the pinnacle of transformation path, resulting in a remarkable increase in strength by 5 or 6 times. However, I have been vexed by the lack of worthy opponents. In Chapter 56, Guinea Pig, Zhao Chong has become increasingly ferocious. Each punch he throws possesses the might to shatter mountains and split stones, showcasing the utmost ferocity of his martial arts. His imposing stature, with broad shoulders and a powerful build, lends him an intimidating presence. Yet, Yifeng flits about like a butterfly gathering nectar or a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. No matter how fiercely Zhao Chong attacks, he cannot land a single blow on Yifeng. Occasionally, Yifeng employs exquisite techniques that elicit gasps of admiration from onlookers, adding to the spectacle. At this moment, Yifeng has mastered the principle of finding the enemy's weak points to counterattack from the heaven and earth decision, executing it with remarkable ease and finesse. Initially, as soon as Zhao Chong made a move, Yifeng discerned the inherent weaknesses in his techniques. After exchanging blows for a while, he grew familiar with Zhao Chong's patterns, enabling him to anticipate Zhao Chong's moves even before they were executed. Had he not been intent on using Zhao Chong's strength to validate his recent insights, he could have easily subdued Zhao Chong within 50 exchanges. Time passed swiftly, and an hour had elapsed, with both combatants locked in an exhilarating struggle. An hour is a considerable duration. In a typical contest, spectators would likely have dispersed by now. Yet, the intensity of their duel was so captivating that no one dared to leave, even those who felt the urge to relieve themselves. Unable to contain his frustration, Zhao Chong bellowed, "You are being unreasonable, Yifeng. I had no desire for this, but your words are intolerably harsh." Yifeng responded with a smile. The exchange between the two was inaudible to the majority, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion as they exchanged puzzled glances. Kill. After engaging in combat for a while longer, Zhao Chong found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Yifeng urged himself to swiftly defeat this giant, imparting a lesson that would deter him from speaking nonsense in the future. Observing Yifeng gaining the upper hand, some of the auxiliary disciples could not help but shout in encouragement. Hearing their cheers, Zhao Chong felt a surge of fury and indignation. He let out a thunderous roar, and around his towering figure, a vague phantom of a white tiger materialized, enveloping him entirely. At the moment the white tiger apparition emerged, Zhao Chong's demeanor transformed dramatically, his features contorting as a fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes, resembling a ferocious beast. The young disciples watching from below were enveloped by a chilling aura of murderous intent, causing them to shudder involuntarily. This was the White Tiger Fist. When the White Tiger Fist was unleashed, the spirit of the White Tiger surged forth, amplifying both attack and defense capabilities by several folds, rendering it immensely formidable. It seemed that Zhao Chong hailed from the southern wilderness, belonging to the White Tiger clan. No wonder he possessed such towering stature. Although this combat technique was classified as low tier, its potency rivaled that of some mediocre mid-tier techniques, placing it on a different echelon than the ice sword technique in Gale Palm. It appeared that I too must test my own martial skills. I have yet to engage in combat utilizing my techniques, and I am quite eager to ascertain the extent to which they can enhance one's cultivation. With a sudden movement, Yifeng altered his stance. Each punch he delivered was imbued with the force of a tempest, creating a gale. Any individual lacking cultivation who found themselves caught in that gale would be instantly doomed, and among the young cultivators present, few could withstand such power. The observing disciples retreated in unison, wary of being caught in the fray. Bang! 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 Yifeng exhibited unparalleled strength, delivering blow after blow with unwavering determination. Undeterred by his comparatively inferior cultivation and combat skills against Zhao Chong, instead, he relentlessly suppressed Zhao Chong. The terrifying aftermath of their battle caused the reinforced arena to fracture, showing signs of imminent collapse. It was astonishing, truly monstrous. I had also practiced the violent wind palm, yet in comparison to Yi Feng, the disparity was astronomical. His execution resembled that of a celestial deity descending from the heavens, while mine appeared as a mere farmer wielding a staff. That was the true essence of the violent wind palm. I feared I might never attain such a lofty realm. Initially, I was concerned that Yi Feng's combat skills might falter, but now I realized that the prowess lay not in the techniques, but in the individual. The various disciples, though mere attendants, held both admiration and reverence for Yi Feng, watching nearly every one of his matches. Upon witnessing him execute the violent wind palm, a technique they too were familiar with, they were utterly astonished and could not help but express their admiration aloud. At that moment, Zhao Chong, caught off guard, found Yi Feng seizing the opportunity to strike him squarely in the chest. This blow carried the force of the violent wind. Despite Zhao Chong being fortified by the spirit of the white tiger, renowned for its resilience, he still coughed up blood, barely managing to maintain his balance and avoid falling. The onlooking disciples felt a surge of exhilaration, erupting in applause. One attendant laughed, What of the white tiger fist? It is no match for Yi Feng's prowess. And at most 10 moves, Yi Feng will send Zhao Chong tumbling from the arena. The harsh words spoken earlier were now met with deserved consequences. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice emerged from the audience. Brother Zhao speaks the truth. Pretending to be virtuous and seeking fame is indeed commendable. Especially with a gaggle of sycophants perpetually singing his praises, it is quite a delightful experience. Yi Feng turned to identify the speaker, who was none other than Jing Tian, the one he had previously defeated. He merely smiled faintly, unaffected by the taunt. However, Yi Feng's indifference did not translate to the crowd. Zhang Xian was the first to rise, exclaiming, What the hell, Zheng Tian? What nonsense are you spouting? If you're unconvinced, why not step up and compete with Yi Feng? The surrounding disciples, who had greatly benefited from Yi Feng's kindness, were incensed by Zheng Tian's remarks and rallied in support of Zhang Xian. In an instant, a formidable momentum was established. Zheng Tian felt both embarrassed and enraged. He dared not challenge Yi Feng directly on stage, but sought other means to salvage his pride, which seemed unlikely. Yi Feng contemplated the fact that he hadn't yet unleashed his cold ice sword technique, while Zhao Chong had already been bested. Since Zheng Tian harbored disdain for him, why not provoke him to take the stage as a test subject to witness the prowess of his cold ice sword technique? He addressed Zheng Tian. If you have grievances against me, why not join forces with Zhao Chong and challenge me? At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Although Zheng Tian and Zhao Chong individually lacked the strength to rival Yi Feng, they were both ascendant disciples. Yi Feng's audacious proposal to have the two of them unite against him seemed excessively arrogant. Zheng Tian, both furious and insulted, realized that Yi Feng underestimated him. Yet, after a moment's deliberation, he considered that joining forces with Zhao Chong might be worth it. Defeating Yi Feng together would at least provide a remedy for his smoldering resentment. At this moment, he leaped onto the stage and declared, Brother Zhao, since this young man is so arrogant, let us join forces to teach him a lesson. Chapter 57, Not My Match. Zhao Chong, feeling indignant about Yi Feng treating him as a mere test subject for his skills, nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that he alone could not defeat Yi Feng, the two exchanged glances, positioning themselves to encircle Yi Feng. They silently reached a consensus. They must ensure Yi Feng is left reeling, diminishing his arrogance. If they were to be utterly defeated together, they would lose all faith in the sect of immortal transformation. At that moment, Sun Wuji and Lu Ruoyan had also concluded their respective battles, both effortlessly overcoming their opponents, and arrived at Yi Feng's stage to observe. Upon grasping the situation, both were taken aback, yet their thoughts diverged. Lu Ruoyan furrowed her delicate brows, pondering why her brother Yi Feng felt the need to contend against two disciples of ascension simultaneously. Even if he emerged victorious, it would undoubtedly drain his energy, risking injury and jeopardizing his performance in the subsequent matches. Although he did not compete with her for first place, he still needed to secure second. Sun Wuji, however, felt a tumult of emotions. He secretly wished for Yi Feng to be thoroughly chastised by Jing Tian and Zhao Chong, left in a disheveled state, stripped of his former glory. Yet, he also harbored concerns that Yifeng might sustain severe injuries and be unable to continue competing, thwarting his long-planned scheme to eliminate him on the arena. How utterly arrogant! To think he could challenge two disciples of ascension at once, as if he were the Sun Wuji who had already set foot on the path of the Grand Master. May the heavens bestow their blessings, allowing him to receive a lesson, suffer a considerable loss of face, yet emerge unscathed enough to continue competing. This incident has also stirred a number of elders, who have crowded together to witness the event. I find myself greatly anticipating this duel. Let us not forget that Yifeng possesses a technique known as the cold ice sword technique that has yet to be unveiled. Moreover, during his battle with Zhao Chong, he deliberately sought to assess his own strength and did not rush into action. Therefore, a significant portion of his prowess remains untapped. And engaging two disciples of ascendance may not be sheer arrogance after all. It has only been a little over 2 months since he acquired those two combat skills, and his mastery of the Gale Palm has exceeded my expectations. One's energy and talent cannot be boundless. As for the cold ice sword technique, even if he has practiced it, it is likely to be rather rudimentary. Indeed, he may have been overly presumptuous. Ultimately, in a fierce battle against two disciples of ascendance, failure is inevitable. Under the blazing sun and a cloudless sky, the audience felt no warmth. Instead, the oppressive atmosphere of the arena left them with a chill. "Gentlemen, please," Yifeng said with a cupped fist salute, his form shifting as he delivered a palm strike toward Jing Tian. Zheng Tian and Zhao Chong were equally unyielding, and thus the three engaged in fierce combat. The onlookers finally began to comprehend the magnitude of Yifeng's strength and ferocity. His iron fists and steel legs struck with the force of a mountain, his aura soaring like a rainbow. As he met the assaults of the two ascendant disciples without yielding an inch, subtly gaining the upper hand. Remarkable indeed. It was evident that during his earlier confrontation with Zhao Chong, Yifeng had not exerted his full strength. Now, he was revealing his true capabilities. Why do I feel that every move he makes seems specifically designed to counter the techniques of Zhao Chong and Jing Tian? Even before their techniques are fully unleashed, their paths are already sealed by him. Without these ingenious maneuvers, it is unlikely he could prevail against the combined might of Zhao Chong and Jing Tian. Has he perhaps mastered some formidable combat skill that renders his techniques so agile and targeted? Yet, given his humble beginnings, it seems improbable that he could have encountered such fearsome martial arts. Every disciple observing the battle is engaged in fervent discussions, equally astonished by his overwhelming strength and the marvel of his ability to counter his opponent's techniques. Lu Ruan could not help but murmur to herself, "I never imagined that Brother Yifeng has grown so powerful. I seriously suspect he is concealing some fortuitous opportunity. I initially believed that, due to my longer training period, I would not be his match for at least a year or two. Now, if I were to face him, I would have little confidence in my victory." Sun Wuji's expression, however, was one of utmost dismay. The prowess displayed by Yifeng was utterly monstrous, and he had lost all assurance and confidence in defeating him. Zhao Chong and Zheng Tian, once brimming with confidence at the outset, now found their spirits waning as they battled. They could hardly fathom why Yifeng exhibited such abnormal prowess. Despite his cultivation being far inferior to theirs, and his techniques not particularly intricate, it was as if he possessed an uncanny insight into their thoughts and intentions, preemptively sealing their paths even before their techniques were fully executed. Among the two, it was Zheng Tian who felt the deepest impact. He had previously competed against Yifeng and had a profound understanding of his strength. He believed that Yifeng had become at least 10 times more formidable compared to their last encounter. It had only been a few short months. The battle had reached a point where it seemed unwinnable. However, as disciples of Yuhua, they could not afford to concede defeat. Exchanging a glance, they instinctively unleashed their combat techniques. Zheng Tian executed the Fire Dragon Fist, summoning a roaring fire dragon that spiraled with unstoppable force. Zhao Chong performed the White Tiger Fist, enveloped by the majestic illusion of a giant white tiger, appearing even more formidable. Without hesitation, Yifeng once again wielded the Gale Palm, facing two opponents with remarkable prowess. Yet his advantage was swiftly diminishing. The use of combat techniques was greatly taxing on one's energy. Zheng Tian remarked, "You haven't even reached the minor completion stage. I wonder how long you can endure." Zhao Chang's eyes brightened as he glimpsed the possibility of overcoming Yi Feng. Although it was his second time employing a combat technique, and he felt somewhat drained, he had Zheng Tian's support, and his cultivation level surpassed that of Yi Feng. In contrast, while Yi Feng was drenched in sweat, he displayed little sign of fatigue. Both Zhao Chong and Zheng Tian found it utterly incomprehensible that Yi Feng was so extraordinary. Logically, shouldn't a higher cultivation level equate to greater vitality and longer endurance in executing combat techniques? Despite being several minor realms below them, Yi Feng fought valiantly against both. Why were they the ones feeling exhausted first? It was not only the two of them who were puzzled. Nearly all spectators furrowed their brows in confusion, overwhelmed by uncertainty. However, the words of an elder dispelled their doubts. Yi Feng's progression moment, even during ordinary cultivation, could lead to the depletion of the surrounding primordial forces. Although he currently stood at the pinnacle of the transmutation path, the primordial energy he harbored within was comparable to that of a master path expert. Thus, he was naturally more resilient to the consumption of energy caused by combat techniques. The only solace for Zheng Tian and Zhao Chong was that they had gained an absolute advantage, cornering Yi Feng onto one side of the arena, rendering victory nearly inevitable. Arrogance comes at a cost. Yi Feng, it is time to concede, Zheng Tian asserted. Concede? Do not forget that I have yet to employ the ice sword technique. Suddenly, Yi Feng leaped to the opposite corner of the arena and called out to the crowd below, "Which of you will lend me a sword?" A humble disciple promptly offered his sword. Although this sword could not compare to Lu Ruoyan's Moonlight Divine Sword, it was still a commendable weapon. Yi Feng accepted it with gratitude, formed a sword gesture, and thrust towards Zheng Tian with a single stroke, utilizing the low-tier combat technique, Ice Sword Technique. Chapter 58. Good news: the true prowess of the Ice Sword Technique did not lie solely in its sharpness, but rather in the immense resistance it generated, thereby slowing and hindering the opponent's moves. An ancient adage states, "In the realm of martial arts, there is nothing that cannot be broken, only speed remains unbroken." This phrase underscores the critical role that the speed of techniques plays in achieving victory. For many, the deceleration of their moves is akin to a nightmarish existence. The sword in Yi Feng's hand danced continuously, creating a flurry of blossoms with each movement. Each blossom inflicted a decelerating effect on his opponent's techniques. The greater the number of blossoms, the more intense the deceleration became. How formidable! It was unexpected that he had mastered the ice sword technique to such a refined degree. In just over 2 months, he had learned 2 sets of combat skills, truly unimaginable. Some observers sighed in astonishment. The disparity between individuals was indeed greater than that between man and dog. I too was studying the ice sword technique, having spent 2 months on it. Yet compared to Yi Feng's mastery, my own prowess was barely a fraction of 1%. I must observe and analyze closely, as this would greatly benefit my own practice of the ice sword technique. A humble disciple marveled at the situation. Those elders who believed it impossible for Yi Feng to perfect 2 sets of low-tier combat skills in 2 months were left astounded. Yi Feng's performance had once again reshaped their worldview. To have mastered 2 combat skills in such a brief period was beyond belief. I, Ouyang Zhonghui, who prided myself on my keen judgment of character, had thoroughly misjudged this time. The shadows of the sword were numerous and ever-changing, with blossoms continually emerging, perpetually slowing down his opponents. Zheng Tian and Zhao Chong were utterly outmatched. Had it not been for their status as ascendant disciples, they would have long since chosen to concede defeat. Both had exhausted so much energy in employing their techniques that they felt as though they could collapse onto the arena floor and sleep. Yet, Yi Feng remained vibrant, ready to unleash yet another set of techniques. "We acknowledge your skill and concede," he declared, sheathing his sword. Zheng Tian and Zhao Chong exchanged a glance, sharing a bittersweet smile, their emotions profoundly complex. Feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, yet simultaneously experiencing a peculiar sense of liberation. The arduous battle against Yi Feng had been excruciating, aware of the futility of victory. The timing of defeat lay not within his control, but rather rested upon Yi Feng's whims. Beneath the arena, a wave of commotion erupted. Although many seasoned onlookers had anticipated Yi Feng's triumph, witnessing it unfold was still profoundly shocking. It is crucial to recognize that this was a confrontation between two disciples of the Ascendant Realm, rather than merely a one-sided contest. Initially, I believed the disparity in strength among disciples of the Ascendant Realm would be negligible. It is only now that I realize my grave error. There exists a chasm of difference in their capabilities. Remarkably, to vanquish two disciples in single combat is a feat that, had it not transpired, would have been deemed unbelievable. Surely, this is an unprecedented event in the annals of the Ascendant Realm, potentially worthy of being recorded in its historical texts to inspire future disciples. Lu Ruoyan chuckled gleefully, exclaiming, "Indeed, my brother Yi Feng is exceptionally formidable. He approaches every adversary with unwavering confidence, never once succumbing to fear. This time, however, I found myself lacking in confidence, having not even had the chance to engage with Yi Feng. Am I truly still the foremost among the younger generation of the local faction within the Ascendant Realm?" He couldn't help but question himself internally. Yi Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and descended from the arena with a smile, returning his sword. The gazes of the disciples upon him shimmered with newfound admiration. The junior disciples, without a doubt, were already in awe of him, while the higher-ranking disciples also displayed expressions of respect. The victory achieved through the collaboration of the two ascendant disciples is a feat to which they must concede. Each year, numerous talented individuals arrive at the immortal transformation sect. He realizes that his most significant challenge lies in the insufficient connection between his techniques. Of course, there are objective factors at play. His own strength is not robust enough to support the execution of particularly agile and formidable moves. However, subjective factors also contribute. There are indeed certain flaws in his execution that require rectification. As he ponders and practices, moving about his chamber both stationary and in motion, he dedicates an entire night to consolidating his insights before finally stopping to enjoy a rejuvenating sleep. Your displayed prowess has utterly astonished me, to the extent that you have even managed to defeat the two ascendant disciples. While I cannot declare you the champion outright, it is certain that you will have a significant role in the competition for the title. Each year, the championship contest attracts numerous guests from afar, as well as the esteemed elders from the ancestral land who come to observe. At that moment, you will initiate the confrontation with Sun Shang, and I will promptly follow suit. The outcome is bound to be most favorable. With the corner of my garment as tangible evidence, alongside Zhou Qing as a witness, how could we possibly fail to bring down Sun Shang? Yang Wuqing's expression darkened as he remarked, "Humph, no wonder Sun Shang has persistently targeted you. It appears you harbor this item. I have inquired multiple times whether there was anything Sun Shang feared, and you deceived me by claiming there was not." Yi Fengxing, bowing respectfully, replied, "Elder Yang, please temper your anger. I am also left with no choice." Chapter 59, The Celestials' Divine Might. These three individuals are indeed genuine ascendant disciples. After a thorough deliberation among the elders, the four individuals were paired into two duos, Lu Ruoyan against Nan Gongyin and Yi Feng against Sun Wuji, with the aim of determining the two strongest contenders for the most anticipated championship battle. Initially, the elders intended for Yi Feng to face Nan Gongyin and Lu Ruoyan to confront Sun Wuji. However, this arrangement was altered following some maneuvering by Sun Shang. Furthermore, to ensure that the four champions could engage in their duel in the best possible condition, the elders graciously bestowed upon each of them a pill that possesses the ability to expedite healing and restore vigor. Once the elders announced the details of this duel, it sparked a flurry of discussions among the disciples of the Xianhua sect. The pinnacle clash among the most outstanding new disciples is undoubtedly one of the highlights of the Xianhua sect's annual events. Not only the new disciples but also numerous elders, past disciples, and even individuals from other sects would be closely monitoring the developments. After all, these individuals represent the most promising talents within the Xianhua sect, and in a sense, embody its future. The battle among the four champions has always captivated attention, and this year promises to be even more enthralling than before. Particularly in Lu Ruoyan's match, it is hard to imagine any uncertainty. Her unparalleled beauty alone captivates all eyes. However, the most riveting encounter will undoubtedly be between Yi Feng and Sun Wuji, as it is rumored that the two harbor long-standing grievances, setting the stage for a fierce and dramatic showdown. In contrast, Lu Ruoyan's match appears to hold little suspense, as it seems inevitable that the enchanting fairy will emerge victorious. The duel involving Yi Feng is indeed difficult to predict. On the surface, Sun Wuji seems poised to break through to the Master Dao realm, wielding a commanding advantage over Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng is not someone who can be measured by conventional standards. Consider his fierce battles against Zheng Tian and Zhao Chong. It is likely that Sun Wuji would hesitate to declare an absolute victory over their combined forces. The confrontation between Lu Ruoyan and Nangong Yin was scheduled for the day prior to the showdown between Yi Feng and Sun Wuji. Lu Ruoyan, ethereal as willows and graceful as smoke, stood upon the arena, her long hair cascading over her shoulders and a treasured sword resting on her back. Her exquisite visage appeared to be a masterpiece sculpted by the most skilled artisan over a lifetime. With an enchanting and otherworldly aura, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Such beauty is beyond comprehension. It is hard to imagine that a woman of such magnificence exists in this world. Even the seasoned male disciples, who had secluded themselves in rigorous training, were captivated upon their first encounter with Lu Ruoyan. Having seen many beautiful women, find those pale in comparison to her, resembling mere wilted leaves. I feel I could gaze upon her for a lifetime without growing weary. This celestial maiden, in the entire realm of Xianhua sect, seems only deserving of the esteemed brother Lu Wudao. Who is Lu Wudao? Inquired a new disciple, unable to contain his curiosity. If you do not even know Lu Wudao, how can you claim to be a disciple of Xianhua sect? Another disciple retorted, he is heralded as the greatest figure in Xianhua sect in a millennium. Your cohort, Yi Feng, may be quite remarkable, but in comparison to him, he is but a speck of dust. I had thought that Yi Feng was the most formidable within Xianhua sect. It is said that this junior sister, Lu, remains indifferent to others, yet displays remarkable enthusiasm towards Yi Feng, which certainly incites envy and admiration among us men. Oh, is that so? I suspect Lu Ruoyan has yet to encounter a man of superior caliber. With time and experience, she will inevitably come to realize how ordinary Yi Feng truly is, remarked a disciple from previous years dismissively. At that moment, from the opposite end of the arena, Nangong Yin approached, his strikingly handsome visage and refined demeanor exuding the charm of a gallant young gentleman. Hailing from the illustrious Nangong family of the southern wilderness. Known for their suave and dashing reputation, they may not rival the might of the Round Moon Empire, yet their legacy is profound and enduring. He cast a glance at Lu Ruoyan, his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. For a celestial being such as her, he felt a burgeoning affection, initially believing that with his own charm and skills in courtship, winning over Lu Ruoyan would be a trivial pursuit. However, upon realizing her singular devotion to Yi Feng, he begrudgingly resolved to concede. Politely, he addressed her, Junior Sister Lu, I kindly ask that you show some mercy in our match. Anticipating that such courteous words would elicit a few polite exchanges from her, he hoped to be graced with the melodic sound of her voice, which would be a joy in itself. Alas, Lu Ruoyan seemed disinclined to utter even a single word in response. With a slight smile, she signaled her intent. Drawing forth her ordinary sword, as per the regulations that prohibited the use of decisive treasures in the competition, Zhang Xian gently patted Yu Feng's shoulder and remarked, did you see that? Princess Lu has always been devoted solely to you, while she heartlessly disregards all other men. Even the charming Nangong Yin, who is favored by many women, is completely ignored by her. I find myself envious to the point of wishing to eliminate you. Enough with the nonsense. Let us focus on the competition. Yi Feng swiftly interjected to prevent Zhang Xian from continuing. Yet, as a man, he felt a certain joy within. Nangong Yin's heart sank. After years of courting, he found himself in such an embarrassing predicament for the first time. With a flick of his sleeve, a folding fan materialized in his hand as he engaged in battle with Lu Ruoyan. Though this fan could not compare to the Jiue divine sword, it was nonetheless a renowned treasure of the Nangong family. Lacking the foundational skills of Tian Diju, it was impossible for him to master both Hanbing's sword technique and Gongfeng Palm in just over 2 months, unlike Yifeng's extraordinary prowess. He focused solely on the Hanbing sword technique, achieving results that were not inferior to Yifeng's. Coupled with the sharpness of the Jiue divine sword, his power was even greater. The match had lost its intrigue. It was better to await the showdown between Yifeng and Sun Wuji. Nangong Yin is about to lose, someone remarked. Just then, Nangong Yin unfurled the folding fan, his right hand forming a seal, and a beam of white light surged into the fan. The fan seemed to come alive, transforming into a lethal weapon of unparalleled ferocity. With a swift whoosh, it shot forth like a bolt, moving with such incredible speed that it distorted the very fabric of space. This is the Xuanzhi martial art technique Kanshansen of the Nangong family, which stands out distinctly by wielding a fan as a weapon, transforming it into hidden projectiles to assail the enemy. Its agile and elusive nature renders it nearly impossible to defend against, making it extremely challenging to counter for one who cannot fully utilize their abilities. Lu Yuan was taken aback, narrowly evading the attack, yet her sleeve was still sliced open. Before she could regain her balance, the folding fan flew towards her once more. In the blink of an eye, it had launched over 30 strikes, as if projectiles were raining down from all directions. Lu Yuan could only fend off the attacks in a desperate and disheveled manner. Yifeng furrowed his brow, realizing that he would also find it difficult to contend with such a situation, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for Lu Yuan. Was she destined to be defeated? Such a failure would indeed be humiliating. He had often wondered what it would feel like to topple someone resembling a celestial being from the heavens. Could one's thoughts not be a touch more pure? Yifeng delivered a punch to Zhang Xian. At that moment, Lu Yuan found herself in an even more perilous situation. If the circumstances did not improve, her defeat would soon follow. Yifeng's frown deepened, and suddenly, he recalled the strategy of finding the enemy's weaknesses to counterattack, which illuminated his mind. He thought to himself, indeed, people often fall into cognitive traps, failing to step back and view the issue from a broader perspective. If Yin merely continued to evade the folding fan, she would inevitably remain on the defensive. However, if she proactively attacked the distant Nangong Yin, how could Nangong Yin remain her adversary? The situation could swiftly be reversed. He hurried to the edge of the arena and communicated his thoughts to Lu Yuan through sound transmission. Upon hearing his words, she experienced a sudden clarity. Indeed, with her remarkable intellect, it would have been effortless for her to perceive this matter. However, the urgency with which Nangong Yin employed her folding fan as a concealed weapon led her into a cognitive misstep, preventing her from navigating through this dilemma. With a swift exclamation, she wielded her sword, creating a series of arcs to shield herself and avert injury from the folding fan, launching herself at Nangong Yin. The latter, sensing impending danger, sought to evade, yet Lu Ruoyan offered him no such reprieve. The divine sword rose, cleaving downward with ferocity. The terrifying sword aura compelled the onlookers to instinctively retreat over a considerable distance. In a mere moment, before the blade could make contact, Nangong Yin was already sent hurtling off the stage, coughing blood profusely. Chapter 60. The Great Battle with Sun Wuji, beautiful yet unearthly, pure yet natural. It resembled gazing upon the celestial maiden depicted in a masterpiece painted by a venerable artist with his life as devotion. An observer marveled. Lu Ruoyan stepped forward to stand before Yifeng, her face alight with a smile. Thank you, Brother Yifeng, for your guidance earlier. Otherwise, I might have faced defeat. Nangong Yin's combat techniques may not be particularly formidable, yet their unconventionality indeed renders them difficult to counter. It is primarily due to your formidable strength. Yifeng replied with a smile. Having triumphed over Nangong Yin, once I have dealt with Sun Wuji, your ascension to first place will be a foregone conclusion. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. Yet, it is still largely thanks to your assistance, Brother Yi Feng. Without you, that first place would undoubtedly have been yours alone, Lu Ruoyan exclaimed with anticipation. I sincerely hope that the old tortoise can indeed deduce the whereabouts of the remedy to heal my father's concealed injuries. Yi Feng glanced at Sun Wuji, who had repeatedly spoken disrespectfully to him. Despite not engaging with him too extensively, Sun's sarcastic remarks provoked a response. In tomorrow's battle, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. I see no harm in discussing the championship with Ruoyan. Sun Wuji's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, Humph, your confidence is rather excessive, isn't it? Throughout these years, I, Sun Wuji, have yet to taste defeat. To think you could vanquish me is nothing short of absurd. In recent days, Sun had meticulously devised an infallible strategy for victory, which bolstered his confidence in the impending duel with Yi Feng. The enmity between them was nearly public knowledge. As many were aware, observing their exchange of barbs, a crowd began to gather. Fully cognizant that the highlight of this year's competition for new disciples was not merely the quest for the championship, but the confrontation between Yi Feng and Sun Wuji. Often, humor reflects reality. Yi Feng, undeterred, continued, I truly cannot comprehend your mindset. I hold no grievances against you, yet you inexplicably harbor jealousy. Fearing I might usurp your position as the foremost disciple this year, you consistently target me, even resorting to underhanded tactics to eliminate a formidable rival. Though he spoke with conviction, his heart was clear as day. Sun Wuji was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, necessitating Yi Feng to elevate his mental fortitude to its utmost. With victory not guaranteed, Lu Ruoyan, possessing remarkable intelligence, discerned Yi Feng's intentions and knowingly nodded in agreement. As Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan departed in succession, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, the atmosphere was charged with tension even before the official contest commenced. The two had already engaged in a fiery exchange of words. One, a prodigy of the local sect, hailed as the foremost talent of his generation, and the other, a peerless genius favored by numerous esteemed figures. This impending clash ignites a fervor in one's blood. What deep-seated enmity could possibly exist between them? From their earlier dialogue, it appeared to be quite grave. Although I have been secluded in my cultivation and am largely unaware of the affairs beyond, I have gleaned some knowledge of Yi Feng. It is said that he possesses a gentle disposition and a warm heart. Typically, such individuals find it difficult to harbor grudges. I have some insight into this matter. Ultimately, it is all the fault of Sun Wuji. Endowed with exceptional talent, he perceives himself as the foremost disciple of this generation. However, the sudden emergence of Yi Feng, who possesses the flawless origin, has left him feeling threatened in his standing. Consequently, he has resorted to various means to undermine and ridicule Yi Feng, even scheming to harm him. For instance, within the Beast Mountain, Sun Wuji deliberately lured two mystical tier-ferocious beasts with the intention of utilizing their power to eliminate Yi Feng. In every conceivable aspect, Sun Wuji stands as his most formidable rival to date, one he cannot afford to underestimate. Presently, he has attained the pinnacle of the transmutation path and seeks to advance to the realm of minor completion, a matter of desire rather than capability. He first settled into a meditative posture, absorbing the primordial energies of heaven and earth, using the remaining time to solidify his foundation once more. As the primal forces of the surrounding world began to show signs of exhaustion, he commenced practicing the ice blade technique and the gale palm to better master these skills. After several iterations, feeling sufficiently prepared, he turned his attention to comprehending and honing the heaven and earth decision. This technique stands as one of the most extraordinary martial arts in existence. While it may not be as conspicuous as other combat techniques during a confrontation, its efficacy is unparalleled. For instance, its principle of identifying and countering the weaknesses in an opponent's moves is indispensable in any battle. The proficiency with which one grasps and applies this technique directly influences the outcome of the conflict. As the night deepened into silence, he realized he was devoid of any inclination to sleep. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Indeed, the pinnacle of the heaven and earth decision lies in the effortless assimilation and fusion of the essence of other martial arts for one's own benefit. He pondered deeply, grappling with this notion, akin to a ship navigating through an impenetrable darkness, yearning for a shore to anchor upon. This was an excruciating and tormenting journey, one that, in many respects, was more harrowing than 1,000 cuts. An hour passed, then two. Yifeng resolutely persevered, at times furrowing his brow in concentration, at times lost in thought, and at times gesturing with his hands and feet, appearing almost frenzied. Suddenly, in a moment of clarity, a brilliant light flashed in his mind, like a ship lost in a dark sea suddenly spotting a lighthouse. Yes, that was it. With a sudden clap of his hands, he felt as though he had unearthed an entirely new realm, brimming with exhilaration, as he began to gesture animatedly, with his left hand forming a palm. Each strike unleashed a tempestuous wind, aptly named the Furious Wind Palm. His right hand mimicked the form of a sharp sword, with each attack emanating a stream of sword energy. Unmistakably the ice sword technique. Through recent contemplation and understanding, he had not yet mastered the essence of Furious Wind Palm and ice sword technique for his own use. Yet he could wield both combat techniques simultaneously. Although the connection between the two was flawed, their execution was sufficient to enhance his strength by 1 or 2-fold. Glancing outside, he noticed the sun had risen, accompanied by the chirping of insects and birds, indicating it was nearly time to head to the arena. Chuckling, he marveled at how a spur-of-the-moment idea had enabled him to utilize both Furious Wind Palm and ice sword technique together, increasing his odds of defeating Sun Wuji. He eagerly anticipated their confrontation. With a grin, Yifeng retrieved the medicinal pill bestowed upon them by the elder a few days prior, known for its healing and restorative properties, and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt invigorated and set off towards the training ground at the foot of the Thunder Peak. Chapter 61. The eyes of all directions. Upon arriving at the training ground at the base of Thunder Peak, Yifeng found it already teeming with spectators. Everyone was aware that this duel could very well be the most thrilling moment of the new disciples' competition, and no one wished to miss it. Those gathered included nearly all the new disciples, a multitude of former participants, and numerous elders. Even some grand elders who had originally intended to attend only the championship battle, along with external guests, had taken their seats on the honor platform. TSK, true geniuses are undeniably extraordinary. We mere shadows can never hope to compare. The competition had attracted an astonishing number of spectators, with even 3 esteemed elders in attendance, a thought that invigorated many. One disciple could not help but express his envy, a sentiment shared by numerous others, who among them did not yearn for the attention of the masses. Alas, throughout history, such adulation has been reserved for a select few, while the vast majority could only dream of it. He has arrived. A keen observer spotted Yifeng and called out, drawing the gaze of all present towards him. Even the elders on the platform, who had been in a state of meditation, along with the visiting dignitaries, could not resist looking in his direction. The elders of the immortal transformation sect had all lived for centuries, while the guests were primarily esteemed figures from various sects or regions, renowned for their wisdom and moral standing. These individuals were astute, having weathered countless storms. Many events that would astonish the average person were mere trifles to them. Yet, upon hearing about Yifeng's remarkable exploits, they were nonetheless taken aback, eager to witness the rise of this prodigious young talent. On the platform, Sun Shang wore a barely perceptible smirk. He had devised a comprehensive strategy to deal with Yifeng for his grandson, Sun Wuji, ensuring that Yifeng would undoubtedly meet his demise. Once Yifeng was gone, the potential scandal associated with the piece of fabric he possessed would vanish as well. In the arena, where strikes are unpredictable, it was entirely plausible for an accidental blow to result in a fatality. In the aftermath, his grandson Sun Wuji would merely face minor repercussions, which were inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Zhang Xian hurried to Yifeng's side and said, "Brother, I may not be able to offer you much assistance, but I can certainly cheer you on. You must defeat Sun Wuji when the time comes." Do remember to slap him a few times on my behalf. I've longed to give that brat a good thrashing, but alas, I am not his match. Not a problem. Yifeng replied with a smile. By the way, you need to take swift action regarding Lu Xiaoyo. If you delay any longer, she may be swept away by someone else. Just take a look over there. Zhang Xian pointed towards the west. Yifeng focused his gaze and beheld Lu Ruoyan standing beside an exceptionally handsome young man. With sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, he possessed an aura of elegance and charm. Every movement exuded a captivating grace. A flicker of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, and a subtle aura of profound power surrounded him, indicating his extraordinary nature. It appeared he was attempting to engage Lu Ruoyan in conversation, yet she seemed indifferent, responding only out of courtesy with the occasional smile. Her gaze frequently drifting back to Yifeng. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. Look at you, so anxious. Lu Ruoyan is hardly paying that fellow any mind, and besides, with both of us looking out for you, he won't be able to take her away. However, that chap is named Lu Wudao, a couple of years ahead of us. And he is the most outstanding disciple of our Xianhua sect. He possesses a certain charm, so do keep your wits about you. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan disentangled herself from Lu Wudao's attempts at conversation and walked over to Yifeng. Encouragingly, she said, Yifeng, brother, keep it up. I look forward to hearing good news from you. Along the way, those disciples who had benefited from Yifeng's kindness voiced their encouragement, rallying to support him. Under their influence, several disciples who admired Yifeng's character and held him in high regard began to rally behind him, creating a considerable momentum. Brother Feng, you must defeat Sun Wuji and teach him a severe lesson. That scoundrel is utterly detestable. He summoned 2 Xian-class ferocious beasts in Wanshou Mountain. If it weren't for your and Miss Ruoyan's exceptional abilities, we, the miscellaneous disciples, would have been devoured by them. Go for it, Yifeng. You can do it. However, do not underestimate Sun Wuji. He is no ordinary opponent. You are so kind-hearted and compassionate. It would be a grave injustice if you could not defeat him. Meanwhile, Sun Wuji had already arrived at the arena. Witnessing the throngs cheering for Yifeng, he felt a palpable atmosphere of if Yifeng does not win, then the world shall not be appeased. In stark contrast, the few who supported him were scarcely present, leaving him feeling deeply discontented, his expression twisted with jealousy, hatred, and fury. He realized that in every aspect, except for sheer strength, he had fallen behind Yifeng. His meticulous plans to deal with Yifeng were undoubtedly justified, for Yifeng possessed the flawless origin and would soon surpass him in strength, at which point he would be completely overshadowed. Yifeng, the more I look at you, the more I find you loathsome to the extreme. Fortunately, today is your demise, he mused to himself. Ascending the steps along the edge of the arena, Yifeng made his way to the stage. All eyes were fixed intently on the arena, focusing on the confrontation between Sun Wuji and Yifeng. For many of the newly initiated disciples, it is evident that this impending duel promises to be the most exhilarating confrontation they have ever witnessed, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Among the esteemed elders and former disciples seated on the platform, many have witnessed even more spectacular and intense battles. Yet, each encounter between prodigious talents invariably reveals something astonishing and is undeniably worth witnessing. Yifeng respectfully addressed, Senior Brother Sun. I kindly ask you to show some leniency and take care of your junior brother during our match. Although Sun Wuji harbored a desire to mercilessly torment Yifeng, he feigned a smile and replied, let us keep our sparring within reasonable bounds. Junior brother Yi is exceptionally gifted. You ought to allow your senior brother a measure of courtesy. As he spoke, the intricate meridians within him surged with the foundational powers of the universe, enveloping him in an inexplicable aura of authority that instilled trepidation in those who beheld him. Observing this, Yifeng steadied his breath and prepared himself for battle. The hearts of many onlookers began to race uncontrollably, fully aware that an intense clash between extraordinary talents was about to unfold. Chapter 62. Unimaginable. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wuji propelled himself forward, unleashing a fearsome punch aimed at Yifeng. Unflinching, Yifeng met the blow head-on, igniting an explosive confrontation between the two. Sun Wuji radiated an overpowering presence. Each strike he delivered was imbued with tremendous force, akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey or a dragon emerging from the sea, leaving Yi Feng gasping for breath. Is it because Yi Feng has recently gained too much prominence, achieving several miraculous feats, that you perceive him as invincible? Do not forget that Sun Wuji's strength is by no means inferior to his own. In fact, his cultivation realm surpasses that of his opponent by a significant margin. The outcome of their battle is inherently difficult to predict. The reason for Yi Feng's formidable prowess lies in his seemingly supernatural ability to perceive the intentions of his adversary, thereby suppressing their ability to unleash the full might of their techniques. Lu Ruoyan remarked, "Do not be hasty. Let us not forget that Brother Yi Feng still has 2 sets of combat skills yet to be employed. In a contest of masters, the tides of victory and defeat can shift in the blink of an eye, and until the very end, nothing is certain." Though she spoke with composure, her heart was laden with concern. Sun Wuji's clumsy fighting style had effectively nullified Yi Feng's advantages, rendering the current situation quite disadvantageous for him. Sun Shang squinted, realizing that the battle strategy he had devised for his grandson was indeed proving to be effective. Casting a sidelong glance at young Wuqing seated to his right, he felt a surge of satisfaction. "Keep your eyes wide open, Yang Wuqing, for soon my grandson shall vanquish Yi Feng. The threat posed by that troublesome figure will dissipate upon his demise, and your schemes against me will ultimately fail. I, Sun Shang, have encountered countless storms. It is not so simple to defeat me." As Yi Feng altered his technique, he unleashed a powerful palm strike that summoned an inexorable gale. The fierce winds howled and surged, forcing Zhang Xian to retreat 3 paces in an instant. He executed the combat skill known as Gale Palm, which markedly improved his situation. The domineering force of Sun Wuji was countered by the gale, preventing him from maintaining the earlier pressure. "Do you think you are the only one who can wield combat skills?" Sun Wuji chuckled, drawing his right hand diagonally while his left hand swept upward. Above him, a phoenix suddenly materialized, radiating a blinding golden light that was both dazzling and painful to behold. Its massive wings unfurled, unleashing bolts of lightning that illuminated the surrounding sky with a foreboding darkness. The appearance of this ethereal phoenix left the onlookers pale with astonishment. This was the golden-winged phoenix technique, one of the most formidable combat skills of the immortal transformation sect, classified as a high-level technique. Only those at the core of the sect, deemed worthy to enter the ancestral grounds for cultivation, could acquire such a skill. Having a transmission elder as a grandfather truly incited envy in others, for he possessed such an extraordinary technique. A single high-level skill was equivalent to 100 low-level techniques. Before long, Yi Feng found himself at a disadvantage. Although I had hesitated to confirm it earlier, given that Yi Feng was a prodigious talent, capable of turning the tides even in adversity, I could now assert with certainty that he was destined to lose. Despite both combatants employing their skills, Yi Feng could not alter his declining momentum. The prospect of victory was utterly extinguished. Some spectators shook their heads in dismay. Just days prior, Yi Feng had seemed invincible, a force to be reckoned with. Yet that perception crumbled upon confronting a true adversary. Those who harbored disdain for Yi Feng began to mock him openly. The dashing and elegant Lu Wudao, whether feigning concern or genuinely expressing it, sighed and remarked, "Sister Lu, it appears that Yi Feng is on the verge of defeat. His training has been too brief, lacking the necessary refinement. Losing is indeed to be expected. However, to falter in such a significant moment will greatly impact his confidence, potentially sowing the seeds of future misfortune in his cultivation." What a pity. Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brows tightly. Before Yi Feng and Sun Wuji employed their combat techniques, Yi Feng found herself at a disadvantage. Although she felt anxious, she believed that Yi Feng might still have the potential to turn the tide. However, at this moment, such thoughts seemed utterly unfathomable. The ultimate weapon of a cultivator lies in their combat skills, and with the current clash of techniques, Yi Feng found herself suppressed. One could almost declare the outcome as predetermined. While it was true that Yi Feng had yet to unveil her technique, The ice sword technique. One might question what difference it would make. Engaging Sun Wuji with the ice sword technique would not alter the course of events. Unless she could simultaneously wield both the ice sword technique and the violent wind palm, which was, in essence, an impossibility. On the platform, the elders sighed and shook their heads. To them, Yifeng's defeat was all but certain. Reflecting on the situation, they acknowledged the significant gap in both cultivation and skills between Yifeng and Sun Wuji. Witnessing such a formidable rising talent face impending failure left them disheartened and filled with regret. Sun Shang exhaled deeply, finally able to set his anxious heart at ease. Within 10 moves, Yifeng would meet her end on the arena due to Sun Wuji's misstep. He then communicated with Yang Wuqing through a sound transmission, saying, "Yang Wuqing, I am aware that you have schemed for half a year to bring down both me and Yifeng, yet it appears your efforts will ultimately be in vain. Allow me to share a secret. Yifeng harbors within her the means to overturn my standing, something she has likely never mentioned to you. She is on the verge of being slain by my grandson due to his error. Once she is gone, no one shall ever uncover the truth of that hidden treasure. You are destined to toil in vain, becoming nothing more than a pawn in this game." Yang Wuqing had initially harbored deep resentment towards Yifeng for concealing the matter of that corner of fabric. However, before his arch-nemesis, he would never show any sign of weakness. He remarked, "You are referring to a piece of fabric, correct? I sincerely apologize, but he has already disclosed it to me. The reason I did not confront you immediately with that piece of fabric was merely to ensure that my plans were more comprehensive. I have some good news to share. Zhou Qing has been captured by me. Therefore, even if Yifeng were to perish, I would still be able to bring you down." Sun Shang's expression changed dramatically, and he nearly leaped from his seat, only to feel as if all his energy had been siphoned away, leaving him motionless in his chair. The turn of events was entirely beyond his expectations. It seemed that he and his companions were doomed. On the arena, Sun Wuji summoned the Phoenix, unleashing a bolt of lightning that nearly sent Yifeng tumbling off the platform. He mocked, "Yifeng, weren't you just boasting yesterday about your certainty in defeating me? Do you now feel your face burning with embarrassment? Did you truly believe victory was inescapable? I have yet to exert my full strength." Yifeng smiled faintly, turning towards the audience and asking, "Could someone lend me a sharp sword?" "Thank you." At that moment, a servant disciple presented him with a sword. Yifeng accepted it gratefully, stating, "That may not be the case. Nothing is absolute. Perhaps only seemingly absurd medical techniques can revive a dead horse." As he spoke, he formed a sword gesture with his hand, causing the sword to tremble and flourish in a mesmerizing dance. A mysterious force enveloped the sword, slowing down the opponent's attacks. What good is a turtle trapped in a jar, even if it flails about? With 3 simple moves, I, Sun Wuji, will have you at my mercy. Sun Wuji scoffed disdainfully as the resplendent phoenix behind him let out a piercing cry, its wings shimmering as a terrifying bolt of lightning was unleashed, aimed directly at the sword in Yifeng's hand. This sword was no ordinary weapon. If struck by the lightning, it would undoubtedly shatter into 2 pieces. In a swift motion, Yifeng thrust his left hand forward, releasing a powerful gust of wind that shattered the lightning. Undeterred, he directed his sword with unwavering intent towards Sun Wuji's chest. Sun Wuji, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, was momentarily stunned, but with his extraordinary strength, he narrowly evaded the deadly blow, his heart racing uncontrollably. Once he regained his composure, he stammered, "You can actually employ two combat techniques simultaneously." Not only Sun Wuji, but also the onlookers were left agape in disbelief. Even the seasoned elders and esteemed guests on the platform exchanged incredulous glances. How could this be possible? Yifeng was capable of wielding both the ice sword technique and the gust palm at the same time. I can scarcely believe my own eyes. Yifeng's ability to execute 2 combat techniques concurrently meant that this battle was far from over. This revelation sparked a chorus of admiration and praise from the surrounding crowd. Meanwhile, Sun Wuji's expression darkened, his mood beyond description. Upon learning that Yang Wuqing had captured Zhou Qing, he realized that their situation was dire. Their only hope lay in his grandson successfully eliminating Yifeng, which would at least provide a modicum of relief. Little did he expect Yifeng's extraordinary prowess. The prospect of slaying him now seemed nearly impossible. Yifeng unleashed his left hand, executing the gale palm, sending forth waves of fierce wind. His right hand wielded the ice sword technique, with sword energy slicing through the air, creating an incessant flurry of sword blossoms. Sun Wuji gradually began to feel the strain, as the overwhelming advantage he once held over Yifeng began to wane. Once a technique becomes simplistic and brutish, it inevitably reveals numerous flaws. Initially, Sun Wuji, relying on his superior realm and the sheer, fearsome might at his disposal, could easily conceal these vulnerabilities, rendering Yifeng's potential discoveries impotent. However, the situation had shifted. The ice sword technique significantly slowed down the opponent's movements. As those crude techniques were hindered, the duration for which their weaknesses lay exposed before Yifeng lengthened, making concealment impossible. Employing the principle of seeking the enemy's weaknesses to counterattack as outlined in the Heaven and Earth resolution, Yifeng relentlessly struck at Sun Wuji with his gale palm. Sun Wuji found himself utterly incapable of coping, resolving to abandon the battle plan devised by his grandfather. He relinquished his simplistic and forceful approach, opting instead for the intricate and profound techniques he had honed through practice. Meanwhile, several junior disciples celebrated, exchanging high fives as though victory over Sun Wuji was already theirs. Zhang Xian took it upon himself to prevent Lu Ruoyan from being abducted, harboring an instinctive animosity towards Lu Wudao. He swaggered up to Lu Wudao and provocatively inquired, "Who was it that claimed Yifeng would be defeated? Speak again if you dare." Lu Wudao's expression darkened immediately. This rotund fellow was clearly mocking him. Yet, mindful of the influence behind Zhang Xian and the public setting, he could only respond with a cold grunt and let the matter rest. Lu Ruoyan cast a silent glance at Zhang Xian, inwardly reflecting that he too seemed convinced earlier that Yifeng would be defeated, yet now he was mockingly ridiculing others with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, Sun Wuji burst into laughter, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Yifeng, do you think you have me at your mercy? You possess a trump card. But do you presume I lack one? Go ahead and reveal it. Today, I have you firmly in my grasp." Yifeng retorted, "Humph. Your arrogance is as nauseating as ever." Sun Wuji pushed himself to one side of the arena, abruptly grasped the hem of his robe, and sat cross-legged. The elemental energies of the surrounding world surged violently into his body. He was in the midst of a breakthrough. The atmosphere erupted with fervor, akin to boiling water. My heavens, Sun Wuji is about to ascend to the Grandmaster path. There exists a belief that only by becoming a Grandmaster can one truly be regarded as a cultivator. Upon advancing to the Grandmaster path, one's power experiences an unimaginable enhancement. If Sun Wuji succeeds in his ascension, how could he possibly be confronted during such an advancement? The natural laws of the universe envelop the cultivator in a protective barrier, rendering it nearly impossible to breach unless the disparity between adversaries is vast. Yifeng stood no chance of halting Sun Wuji's progression. This contest seemed destined to conclude here. The elders, the esteemed elder, and the guests at the ceremonial platform exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. Truly, this was a battle among superlative geniuses, and once again, an unexpected twist had emerged. Such unpredictable turns were nearly overwhelming for my aging heart, one elder sighed. A flicker of delight appeared on Sun Shang's otherwise ashen face. Sun Wuji's advancement at this moment took him by surprise. After Sun Wuji ascended to the master path, Yifeng was undoubtedly doomed. Yifeng's demise would at least render the failures of others, including himself, less utterly tragic. Chapter 64. Strangled at the brink of success, Lu Wudao glanced at Zhang Xian and remarked, "Alas, it seems that junior brother Yi is destined to lose after all. Such a pity." Zhang Xian felt a flush of embarrassment and coughed awkwardly a few times. The current situation was apparent even to the most naive observer. Yifeng was bound to lose. However, he was inherently stubborn. One could lose, but his words must not yield. "The strength of my brother Feng is beyond your imagination." To jump to conclusions before the final moment is to invite a slap in the face. Open your eyes and witness his comeback. Lu Wudao felt quite uncomfortable with Zhang Xian's retort of "open your eyes." As the most distinguished disciple of the immortal transformation sect, he was unaccustomed to such disrespect. Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress his irritation and replied, "Well, I shall eagerly await that." Lu Ruoyan paid no heed to the verbal sparring between Zhang Xian and Lu Wudao. Her thoughts were entirely focused on Yifeng. Anxiety etched across her stunning face. She, as a woman, possessed a more delicate sensibility than her male counterparts, especially given her profound concern for Yifeng. When Sun Wuji had laughed earlier, the murderous intent that flashed in his eyes had gone unnoticed by others, but she saw it clearly. Evidently, for Sun Wuji, this contest was not merely a sparring match among peers. It harbored a deadly intent towards Yifeng. On the arena, where fists and feet flew freely, a fatal misstep could easily result in the death of an opponent. After vanquishing Yifeng, even if the Xianhua sect pursued the matter, he could merely assert it was a tragic mistake, leaving the sect powerless against him. Moreover, with his grandfather's protection, any penalties would likely be lenient. What could be done? According to the rules of the Xianhua sect, duels held on the arena were strictly sacrosanct, and any interference from outsiders would incur severe punishment, regardless of the consequences. I must rush to save Brother Yifeng. Under no circumstances must he perish at the hands of Sun Wuji. Resolute in my determination, I prepared to ascend the arena to aid Yifeng. This. I could hardly believe I was not dreaming. Had the plot taken a twist? Yifeng was also advancing. Could there be no certainty about who would emerge victorious? The tension was unbearable. Advancement requires a substantial reservoir of the world's primal energies. Without it, failure is inevitable. The repercussions of failure are dire, severe injuries at best, or the complete destruction of one's meridians at worst, rendering one incapable of cultivation for life. Sun Wuji's ascent to the Master Dao realm demanded an immense quantity of these primal energies. While Yifeng's usual practice could already induce a transient depletion of the surrounding energies, now, during his advancement, the situation was critical. Yifeng intended to thwart Sun Wuji's progression by risking his own. Such a course of action could lead to mutual destruction, resulting in both sustaining grievous injuries or even annihilation of their meridians. Was it worth the peril? This is far from certain. It is, in essence, a competition for the plunder of resources. It resembles two individuals trapped in a desert where the quantity of water is finite. The one who acquires a greater share of water will ultimately emerge from the desert, while the other will perish from thirst. As long as Yifeng can absorb the primordial energies of heaven and earth swiftly enough to advance before Sun Wuji, he will evade the calamity of failure in his ascension, while Sun Wuji will face utter devastation, and vice versa. This is a gamble. Lu Ruoyan felt her heart leap to her throat. Possessing a sharp intellect, she could discern what others could see. She silently prayed to the heavens, fervently wishing for Yifeng's successful advancement. Lu Wudao shook his head, remarking, "Yi Shidi is indeed tenacious. It is merely a contest. Yet he resorts to such a perilous gamble, risking his very essence, potentially rendering himself a cripple." "Shut your mouth. You know nothing," he retorted. "For someone of your mediocre talents, such behavior may indeed seem reckless, but for a prodigy like Yifeng, this is his strategy to vanquish Sun Wuji. He could defeat 100 Zhang Xian with one hand, yet the influential figures behind Zhang Xian could extinguish him with a mere flick of a finger." He vowed silently to find an opportunity to make Zhang Xian pay for his words today. On the platform, the fleeting glimmer of joy on Sun Shang's face dimmed once more. He had not anticipated that Yifeng could also enter the ascension state. He dared not assert that Sun Wuji could vanquish Yifeng. Perhaps, instead, Yifeng would successfully advance first, rendering Sun Wuji incapacitated. Truly, Yifeng is quite audacious. As others ascend, he too seeks to elevate himself, insisting on engaging in a gamble with them. However, throughout history, unparalleled strong beings have experienced moments of madness on their paths to growth. Thus, I refrain from passing judgment on his actions. I can only say that this contest is the most thrilling and unpredictable duel I have ever witnessed. One of the highest caliber, remarked a guest. On the arena, the two combatants were akin to the eye of a storm, fervently absorbing the elemental forces of heaven and earth. In a mere moment, signs of depletion in the surrounding elemental energies became evident. Yifeng, you dare to wager this way. Alas, your defeat is inevitable. My realm surpasses yours, and my rate of absorbing the elemental forces is far superior. Furthermore, you are a peculiar one. Your usual cultivation tends to exhaust the surrounding elemental energies, and the amount required for your ascension is unfathomable. How could you possibly compete with me? Sun Wuji stated coldly. Many onlookers, upon hearing his words, found them to be quite reasonable. The expressions of those who supported Yifeng grew increasingly anxious and troubled. This is dire. It appears that the situation is indeed as Sun Wuji describes. What should we do? Lu Ruoyan felt her heart racing. Yifeng, unfazed, replied with a smile, logically. You are correct. I cannot surpass you. However, if I had the capability to ascend to the minor Dao realm many days ago, only suppressing my advancement, I would merely require a small amount of elemental energy as a catalyst to initiate my ascension. Sun Wuji's expression changed dramatically. If Yifeng's assertion was true, then his defeat was indeed certain. Yifeng, with an air of calmness, continued. The reason I am fervently absorbing the primordial energies of heaven and earth in an advanced state is to deplete the primordial energies in this area, rendering you incapable of ascending. Well, the primordial energies around us are nearly exhausted. You can no longer ascend, and now it is my turn. With a resounding bang, Yifeng's body suddenly erupted in a myriad of radiance. This was indeed the precursor to his impending ascension. In Chapter 65, you have lost, Lu Ruoyan's face, previously etched with worry, blossomed into delight. He, Brother Yifeng, true to his name, has once again taken the lead in ascension. Sun Shang let out a long sigh, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon him. He had initially hoped that his grandson could eliminate Yifeng as planned, sparing him from total defeat. Now, as long as his grandson's vital meridians remained intact, it would be a blessing from the heavens. Ultimately, this contest concluded with Yifeng's victory. It was a saga filled with twists and turns, each revelation more astonishing than the last. Today, I certainly did not come in vain to witness this match, remarked an elder. Congratulations to your sect of immortal transformation for acquiring such a prodigious disciple. Having only just ascended to the minor Dao realm, he can already induce the depletion of surrounding primordial energies, and this is amidst the rich primordial energies of the realm. A guest smiled at Yu Taiqing. The young disciples of our cult of creation are merely shadows in comparison. Brother Wang, you flatter him, Yu Taiqing replied, though inwardly he felt immense joy. While Yifeng is indeed impressive, who is unaware that your cult of creation harbors numerous exceptional talents, many surpassing Yifeng. The elder of the Tao of creation held a position of great prestige, yet he was remarkably aloof, seldom bestowing praise upon individuals or endeavors. For Yifeng to receive his commendation was undoubtedly a testament to the honor of the immortal transformation sect. Rising to his feet and shaking off any remnants of fatigue, he felt an unprecedented lightness, his entire being brimming with vitality, as if he possessed the strength to shatter mountains and stir oceans. The last time he experienced such a sensation was during his initial ascension to the ranks of a cultivator. This, in turn, illustrated the profound benefits that come with a significant elevation in realm, far surpassing the advantages of minor advancements. On the opposite side of the arena, Sun Wuji was still striving for a breakthrough, attempting to ascend to the master's path. Alas, the primal forces of the surrounding heavens had already been depleted, and replenishing this area with the energies from other realms would require time. Sun Wuji's fate seemed sealed. He was destined to fail in his advancement. Yifeng merely rubbed his nose, remaining silent and motionless, observing him with a detached gaze, awaiting the inevitable failure of his progression. I refuse to accept this. Even in terms of advancement speed, I am outpaced by Yifeng. Heaven, why do you treat me so? Sun Wuji suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, his visage contorting into a grotesque and terrifying expression. Crackling sounds erupted as his frenzied absorption of the primal energies ceased, and his body erupted with a cacophony reminiscent of fireworks. Subsequently, A torrent of blood gushed forth from the capillaries throughout his entire being. His face, feet, and hands were drenched in crimson, presenting a truly horrifying sight. His meridians lay shattered, rendering him a cripple, stripped of all his cultivation. The most severe consequence of failed advancement has befallen him. Some expressed sympathy, while others relished in his misfortune, and a few adopted an indifferent demeanor. Alas, who could have anticipated that this extraordinary and tumultuous contest would culminate in Sun Wuji's incapacitation? Initially, I held a disdain for Sun Wuji. Yet witnessing his pitiful state now evokes an unexpected pang of discomfort within me. Perhaps this embodies the adage that those who commit wrongful acts ultimately meet their demise. Had he not resorted to underhanded schemes against Yifeng, even attempting to bring about his demise, perhaps fate wouldn't have dealt such a harsh blow. A humble disciple lamented. Zhang Xian, who harbored an intense aversion towards Sun Wuji, felt no sympathy for his plight, and, with a triumphant grin directed at Lu Wudao, remarked, "Brother Lu, do you now believe?" The method employed by Yifeng, which allowed him to advance alongside Sun Wuji, is not merely a foolish gamble of mutual destruction, but rather a strategy with absolute certainty of triumph. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Never attempt to comprehend the world of geniuses through the lens of ordinary thinking, for it will surely backfire. Lu Wudao, nearly choking on his indignation, seethed at the implication that he was merely an ordinary individual rather than a prodigy. What was even more infuriating was Yifeng's victory, making it impossible for him to counter Zhang Xian's taunts. Zhang Xian then turned to Lu Ruoyan, saying, "Ruoyan, our view of Yifeng on the stage is obstructed. Come, let us move over there for a better sight." Lu Ruoyan nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Xian, neglecting to exchange even a polite farewell with Lu Wudao. Lu Wudao, filled with fury, stomped his foot on the ground, unable to articulate the tempest of emotions swirling within him. On the ceremonial platform, Sun Shangyu, unable to contain himself any longer, leaped from the dais to the arena, rushing to support his bloodied grandson. With a heart full of anguish, he inquired, "Wuji, how are you holding up?" "Grandfather, I have failed to complete my mission and have rendered myself a mere husk," Sun Wuji replied, his voice frail and wavering. The extent of his injuries would require at least a year and a half for recovery. By then, he would be relegated to a life of ordinariness. Sun Shangyu abruptly turned, his gaze seething with rage directed at Yifeng, as if he were poised to devour him. "Yifeng, how can you be so malicious? It was merely a contest, yet you have left my grandson in such a state. I sympathize with the plight of brother Sun, but to label me as malicious is a charge I cannot bear," Yifeng retorted, unflinching. Brother Sun and I both advanced simultaneously, competing for the surrounding primordial energies. The risk of my own failure was hardly less than his. If there is blame to be assigned, it lies in his misfortune and lack of skill. Though he may appear grievously wounded, my victory was achieved with honor and integrity. His words were delivered with righteous conviction, grounded in undeniable truth. The crowd found reason in his argument, leaving Sun Shangyu speechless, his only recourse to glare fiercely at Yifeng. Yifeng cleared his throat and continued. "Brother Sun is merely unable to cultivate for the time being. He can still lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Yet had I lost, I would likely have met my demise here. After all, in the arena, mishaps leading to fatality are all too commonplace, and one should not bear excessive responsibility. Brother Sun, do you not agree with my assessment?" Sun Wuji was silent, merely snorting in response to the accusations leveled against him. The fierce determination on Sun Shang's face was unmistakable. "You are slandering my family name. Either produce evidence or prepare to face the consequences. My grandson is in this state, and you dare to tarnish his reputation? As his grandfather, I cannot tolerate such an affront." At this moment, despair consumed him. With nothing but a burning hatred for Yifeng in his heart, a reckless thought took root in his mind. Once Yang Wuqing reveals Zhou Qing, it would spell doom for them all. With his grandson reduced to this, perhaps he should take matters into his own hands and eliminate Yifeng himself. "Evidence, of course, exists," Yifeng retorted, unflinching. "Initially, He had intended to confront Sun Shang during the championship competition as per the agreement with Yang Wuqing. However, given the current circumstances, he was unperturbed by the prospect of an earlier confrontation. Yet, it seemed Sun Shang harbored murderous intent towards him, should he lose his composure. The disparity in their powers would leave him with little chance of escape so close at hand. At that moment, the sect leader, Yu Taiqing, suddenly soared onto the stage. Seemingly aware of Sun Shang's lethal intentions towards Yi Feng, he positioned himself before Sun Shang and declared, "Enough. This matter ends here. Elder son, take Wuji away. I shall bestow upon him some elixirs shortly. There remains a glimmer of hope for his meridians." Seeing the sect leader obstructing his path, Sun Shang realized his desire to kill Yi Feng was thwarted. Reluctantly, he complied, carrying his grandson away from the arena. As he descended the stage, a resolute thought crystallized in his mind. He must eliminate Yi Feng, this loathsome individual, before his own downfall. Though the fates of individuals may be predetermined, it remains within reach to eliminate Yi Feng. Chapter 66. Deep contemplation. Zhang Xian rubbed his nose and remarked, "This competition has come to an end. The forthcoming battle for the championship is solely a matter between you two. It matters not who claims the title, as there is little excitement to be found." Without hesitation, Yi Feng delivered a hefty punch to Zhang Xian, causing him to grimace in pain. Beside them, Lu Ruoyan's cheeks flushed crimson, rendering her unable to lift her gaze. The onlookers erupted into laughter, their amusement palpable. In the face of such mirth, even Yi Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment, not to mention Lu Ruoyan. At that moment, a melodious male voice resonated. "Junior brother Yi, congratulations on your victory. Your future is bound to be radiant." The speaker was none other than Lu Wudao, whose handsome visage and formidable prowess exuded an undeniable charm. During Yi Feng's duel with Sun Wuji, Lu Wudao had previously lingered around Lu Ruoyan, much to the spectators' notice. The nature of Lu Ruoyan's relationship with Yi Feng was well understood by all present. Thus, when Lu Wudao approached to extend his congratulations, one could not help but suspect ulterior motives. "Thank you for your kind words, senior brother Lu," Yi Feng replied with a courteous smile. Lu Wudao returned a slight smile, disregarding Yi Feng entirely, and turned his attention toward Lu Ruoyan, saying, "Junior sister Lu, might you be free this evening? I would like to invite you to behold the breathtaking scenery of the Xianhua Gate. As you have yet to spend a year here, I suspect there are many places you have yet to explore." The surrounding crowd furrowed their brows. To extend an invitation to Lu Ruoyan in front of Yi Feng seemed rather excessive. However, upon reflecting on Lu Wudao's esteemed status, they found a measure of justification in his audacity. The disparity between Yi Feng and himself is undeniably apparent. In truth, Lu Wudao's actions were the result of careful contemplation. As the foremost young disciple of the Xianhua sect, backed by a formidable influence, he could be likened to the radiant moon among the myriad stars in the night sky. For anyone within the Xianhua sect to receive an invitation from him in the presence of such a multitude is undoubtedly a matter of great prestige. Lu Ruoyan and Yi Feng are merely friends, and although Yi Feng possesses a certain charm, he pales in comparison to Lu Wudao. Lu Ruoyan should comprehend the adage that a wise bird selects the finest tree in which to perch. Thus, it is no surprise that he dared to invite Lu Ruoyan before Yi Feng. Lu Ruoyan was completely taken aback by Lu Wudao's invitation in Yi Feng's presence, exclaiming in astonishment, "I'm sorry, senior brother Lu. I still need to prepare for the championship competition and currently have no time." "Ah, I almost forgot about that," Lu Wudao exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "How about this? Once your competition concludes, we shall go together to admire the splendid scenery of the Xianhua sect. Surely, you would not refuse this?" Lu Ruoyan replied, "My current abilities are rather limited. My utmost desire is to rapidly enhance my strength. I have little interest in leisurely excursions." Lu Wudao discerned that Lu Ruoyan was subtly declining his invitation, yet he felt a twinge of reluctance and remarked, "Junior sister Lu, your extraordinary talents are beyond my reach. However, as your senior who has cultivated for 2 years longer, I possess a bit more experience in certain aspects of cultivation." He poured himself a cup of tea. Sipping thoughtfully, Reflecting on the murderous gaze that Sun Shang had cast upon him earlier in class, he feared that Sun Shang's hatred for him had reached a boiling point. With Sun Shang's intellect, he undoubtedly comprehends that the situation has reached an irreversible point. The fate of those waiting is already sealed. Should he perish, at the very least, he could take someone down with him. To accommodate more external guests, the Immortal Transformation sect has scheduled the championship contest for 3 days hence. After these 3 days, Sun Shang would possess ample time to dispatch experts to eliminate him. The self-preservation strength he seeks is sufficient to counter the retaliation from Sun Shang's remnants following his demise. By that time, Sun Shang's most capable subordinates would undoubtedly be eradicated by Yang Wuqing, leaving behind only insignificant figures. However, as Sun Shang has yet to arrive, his available power remains formidable. Should he send his elite to assassinate him, his demise would be inevitable. He certainly would not exert himself to ensure his safety as he once did. Thus, from this moment until the championship contest, he is in unprecedented peril. What should I do? Yifeng pondered, his mind racing with various individuals who might assist him in overcoming this crisis. In a fleeting moment, he recalled Zhou Qing, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Indeed, with such a favorable excuse as Zhou Qing, why not seek out Yang Wuqing? Chapter 67. Mutual warmth. Upon seeing Yifeng come to seek him out, Yang Wuqing's demeanor was markedly devoid of the warmth it once held. This shift was attributed to 2 reasons. First, he felt that Yifeng's concealment of that corner of his garment had wounded his feelings. Second, Yifeng had lost much of his value in Yang Wuqing's eyes, rendering any additional kindness unnecessary. You don't intend to borrow the Crimson Flame armor from me, do you? As I confront Sun Shang, that cunning old fox may resort to desperate measures and attempt to assassinate me. Thus, I cannot lend you this armor for the time being. Yang Wuqing stated, You misunderstand. While I am on your territory and under your protection, Sun Shang would not dare to act against me, Yifeng replied with a smile. I have come here to discuss matters regarding Zhou Qing. Oh? Yang Wuqing inquired. What do you wish to discuss about him? As you mentioned, Sun Shang is now on the brink of annihilation and may very well resort to desperate measures. Zhou Qing is his most formidable witness, and the likelihood of him attempting to eliminate Zhou Qing is considerable. In the coming days, numerous foreign guests will be arriving at the Xianhua Gate to witness the championship battle. As a distinguished law elder, you must be exceedingly busy and cannot remain by Zhou Qing's side at all times. Therefore, I wish to protect Zhou Qing, Yifeng asserted. Yang Wuqing nearly burst into laughter, saying, You are hardly more skilled than Zhou Qing. Do you truly think you can protect him? Moreover, I would never regard Zhou Qing as an item to be stored in my spatial ring. With an unmistakable air of disdain towards Yang Wuqing, Yifeng remained unfazed and continued, Elder Yang, what you truly desire is for Zhou Qing to present favorable evidence on your behalf when you confront Sun Shang. Thus, you must be treating Zhou Qing with utmost respect and promising him benefits. To place him within a spatial ring would be excessively degrading. Such an act would surely displease Zhou Qing, and I doubt Elder Yang would stoop to such a level. After a brief pause, Yifeng continued. Even if Zhou Qing were to relinquish his dignity and consent to enter your storage ring, I fear you would not act upon it. Sun Shang has battled with you for many years, demonstrating that his strength, connections, and cunning are not inferior to yours. A person like him, driven to despair, could become exceedingly terrifying. Your earlier assertion regarding donning the Crimson Flame armor for protection indicates, in part, that you regard me as inconsequential, unworthy of such armor. Yet, it also suggests that Sun Shang may indeed have resorted to extreme measures against you. After all, when a person is pushed to the brink, they may undertake risks and actions they would ordinarily avoid. A visible threat may be evaded, but a hidden ambush is far more perilous. I suspect you are not entirely confident in your ability to evade his treachery. Therefore, should you confine Zhou Qing within your storage ring, in the event of an unforeseen incident, if Sun Shang is prepared with a flawless strategy, all your schemes would be rendered futile, leading to your demise. While he would merely experience a momentary scare and continue his role as a powerful elder, commanding the winds and rains. However, If you were to imprison Zhou Qing in a location known only to you and a select few, even if misfortune were to befall you, you could still implicate Sun Shang. Yang Wuqing fixed his gaze on Yi Feng for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Sometimes I truly wonder, are you genuinely just a mere child of 16 or 17? Your cognitive and logical abilities leave me somewhat in awe. I can assure you, your analysis is entirely accurate. Zhou Qing is indeed concealed in an exceedingly secret and secure location. Sun Shang could never find him, and even if he did, he would be unable to access it. Yi Feng remarked, when it comes to the most secure and clandestine places within the immortal transformation sect, certain cells within the prison certainly qualify. Elder Yang must have confined Zhou Qing in some secret cell. While Sun Shang may be unable to enter, it does not imply that Zhou Qing cannot escape. However, do not forget that the prison of the immortal transformation sect was designed and constructed by the ancestors of Sun Shang. There are certain hidden passages within that prison, of which you might not be fully aware. The cell may contain others, but it may not necessarily hold Zhou Qing. Yang Wuqing's expression changed subtly. Yi Feng's words indeed carried a weight of reason. He remarked, I still have 2 trusted subordinates guarding him, and moreover, I have been monitoring the situation through secret methods. The moment there is a disturbance, I will sense it, and I can arrive in no more than 3 seconds. Yi Feng smiled and replied, the human heart is a mystery. Can you be certain that your subordinates are entirely reliable? What if they have been bought off by Sun Shang? If those 2 trusted subordinates happen to be in league with Sun Shang, they could eliminate Zhou Qing without needing 3 seconds. Although I am not your confidant, and we share no trust, we have a common goal, to eliminate Sun Shang. On this matter, I will absolutely not betray you. In truth, rather than saying I wish to protect Sun Shang, it is more accurate to say I wish to monitor him, to prevent him from fleeing or encountering unforeseen circumstances. Yang Wuqing pondered for a moment and said, very well, then withdraw my 2 trusted subordinates and allow you to go to that place to protect and monitor Zhou Qing. Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief, knowing that his life-threatening predicament had been alleviated, until Sun Shang was overthrown. Zhou Qing was someone Yang Wuqing deemed worthy of rescue. As long as he could remain in Zhou Qing's presence, his safety was assured. After speaking at length with Yang Wuqing, he had ultimately persuaded him to send him to Zhou Qing's side for protection and surveillance, all for this very purpose. Soon, Yi Feng was escorted by Yang Wuqing to a secluded chamber within the prison of the immortal transformation sect. This particular cell was exceedingly discreet. Without an intimate knowledge of the prison, one could scarcely discern its existence. I shall take my leave, Yang Wuqing remarked, waving farewell to Yi Feng as he departed with his 2 loyal confidants. The cells designated for imprisoned cultivators starkly contrasted with those for ordinary individuals. Although they too were fortified with walls and iron doors, the true confinement lay not within these barriers, but rather in the intricate formations inscribed upon them. Yi Feng scrutinized Zhou Qing, the individual clad in black. It was the first time he had beheld his true visage. Of average stature, Zhou Qing possessed a strikingly delicate appearance, marred by scars, and his eyes bore a hint of weariness, clearly indicative of considerable hardship. With a friendly smile, Yi Feng greeted. It is a pleasure to see you again. Zhou Qing retorted with a cold smirk. Yang Wuqing has entrusted you with the task of watching over me. It seems he does not even trust his closest allies, fearing that I might conspire with them. You are mistaken. It was I who insisted on coming here. Yi Feng replied, I am not here to guard you, but rather to borrow your strength for my survival. Borrow my strength for survival? Zhou Qing exclaimed in astonishment. If I cannot even best you, how could I possibly ensure your safety? With the fate of Sun Shang now sealed, he would inevitably descend into madness, seeking to eliminate me post-haste. Yang Wuqing, having acquired you, would no longer regard me as valuable, and thus would not exert himself to protect me. However, until he manages to overthrow Sun Shang, you remain his paramount concern. By aligning myself with you, I secure my own survival. A flicker of admiration crossed Zhou Qing's eyes as he remarked, you truly are quite the strategist. The scene shifts to Jintian Peak, the residence of Sun Shang. Sun Shang was on the verge of madness. He was acutely aware that his demise was imminent. Although Yi Feng was contemptibly weak, he had dispatched several of his most capable subordinates with the intent to eliminate Yi Feng and use him as a scapegoat. Yet, Yi Feng had vanished without a trace, and despite searching for 2 full days, no sign of him could be found. Just then, one of his subordinates burst in, exclaiming, "Elder, I have located Yi Feng's whereabouts." Chapter 68. A strategic move in the depths of the Xianhua sect's prison. Within one of the most concealed cells, Yi Feng sat cross-legged, engrossed in his cultivation. The tedium of confinement was unbearable, and with little to discuss with Zhou Qing, he preferred to immerse himself in his training. Zhou Qing, with nothing to occupy his mind, sat despondently on the hard bed, his expression one of despair. He was uncertain of what fate awaited him. Although Yang Wuqing had repeatedly assured him that his cooperation would ensure his survival, whether he would truly be spared once Yang Wuqing achieved his goals remained dubious. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted, causing the entire cell to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Both men were startled and sprang to their feet, sensing that something ominous was imminent. A thick, porridge-like blue light enveloped the walls and iron door, within which myriad runes flickered and danced, coalescing into a formidable force, seemingly resisting an external threat. Someone was attempting to breach the formation on the wall to invade the cell. It was astonishing that such a hidden cell could be discovered. Zhou Qing exclaimed, "These individuals clearly intend us harm. We must prepare for battle." Yi Feng replied with a smile, "It is meant to be detrimental to you. Not to me. Do not misconstrue it. Everyone has been implicated by you." Zhou Qing scoffed and remarked, "Fortunately, Elder Yang possesses a unique method to maintain contact with us. By the time they breach the barriers of the iron door and invade the prison cell, Elder Yang should have already arrived." Yi Feng replied with a smile, "I fear that may not be the case. If Elder Yang has established a subtle connection with this place, others naturally possess methods to temporarily obscure his genuine perception of everything occurring here. All that he knows and senses would be mere falsehoods. When you attempted to assassinate me, you were able to conceal the information across a vast area, rendering it impossible for Elder Yang to be aware of the situation, let alone them." Zhou Qing's countenance shifted dramatically. Although he was uncertain whether Yang Wuqing would ultimately spare him, he understood that surviving even a single day was a blessing. He trembled and asked, "What should we do then? We cannot possibly contend with a master capable of forcibly breaking the prison's formation." Yi Feng stated, "I have heard that this prison was constructed by your ancestors. You must possess a method to swiftly inform Elder Son of the truth here." Zhou Qing responded, "They must have established a small-scale barrier in this area, shielding the events occurring here from being transmitted or disseminating false information. I do indeed have a means to quickly relay the truth to Elder Son, but it will take at least a minute, and I fear they will not grant us that time." 1 minute, Yi Feng contemplated before saying, "Very well, I shall devise a way to delay them for a minute. The rest depends on you." With a resounding crash, the dense, porridge-like blue light shattered into fragments under the force of an overwhelming external impact, subsequently vanishing. Subsequently, countless fragments of bricks and stones were hurled into the prison cell. A gaping hole large enough for 2 individuals to enter appeared in the cell's wall. 2 middle-aged men, seemingly in their 40s and exuding an aura of menace, stepped through the opening. Although Yi Feng maintained his composure, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Given his current strength, he knew he could not contend with anyone possessing mastery of the Master's path. This realization had compelled him to impede Sun Wuji's advancement to that very level during their confrontation. However, if they were practitioners at the initial stage of the Master's path, he believed he could hold them off for a minute or two, having previously withstood Zhao Yi, a practitioner at that same stage, during his time in Goddess City. With a wry smile, he mused, "It appears that Sun Shang is quite determined to eliminate me." It was clear that relying on brute force to delay them for a minute was futile. He would have to depend on his wits instead. One of the middle-aged men glanced at Yi Feng and his companion, remarking, "It took considerable effort to breach this place, just as Elder Sun indicated. The 2 individuals he most wished to see dead are indeed here. Now, you may perish." As he spoke, A swirling mass of crimson flames materialized above his right palm, emanating a peculiar and terrifying aura, as if it could incinerate all existence. Sun Shang had commanded them to eliminate Yi Feng immediately, eradicating all evidence and leaving Yang Wuqing with no means to confront him. He intended to accomplish both tasks with this very flame. Suddenly, Yi Feng erupted into a fit of laughter, his mirth abrupt and inexplicable. The two middle-aged men exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend Yi Feng's intentions. Even Zhou Qing furrowed his brow momentarily, but he soon comprehended Yi Feng's intentions. That laughter was merely a ruse to pique the curiosity of the two men, thus averting their lethal strike and granting him a precious minute. He swiftly invoked the secret arts bequeathed by his ancestors to discreetly dismantle the small barrier, allowing the true information to be relayed from this place. The middle-aged man, whose hand was engulfed in flames, could not help but inquire, "What is it that you find amusing?" Yi Feng replied, "I find it laughable that you are so easily deceived, yet remain oblivious while assisting in the act of murder. It may seem simple to take my life, but after your deed, you would gain nothing but be scapegoated by Sun Shang. He would escape the fate of being overthrown by Elder Yang, while you would become eternal pariahs of the immortal transformation sect." Another middle-aged man interjected, "Wang Chao, do not listen to his nonsense. He seeks merely to buy time in hopes of being rescued by Yang Wuqing. I shall end their lives right now." A ball of flame materialized in his hand, ready to strike at Yi Feng and Zhou Qing. Yi Feng's heart raced, yet his countenance betrayed no panic, instead reflecting derision and disdain. Zhou Tao cautioned, "Hold your hand. Though time is of the essence, it would be prudent to hear him out for just a moment longer." The man named Wang Chao, noticing Yi Feng's demeanor, found himself intrigued by his words. After all, Sun Shang was now in a dire predicament. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to employ deceit to turn the two of them into scapegoats. He leaned in and asked, "Pray tell, Yi Feng, how do you envision us becoming scapegoats?" Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief within. His acting prowess had proven formidable, and Wang Chao had taken the bait. As long as either of these two individuals falls for the ruse, they can delay their pursuers for a minute or two. Feigning profundity, he shook his head and remarked, "With your formidable prowess, how could our intellect be so lacking? Have you not pondered why Sun Shang has not dispatched others to infiltrate this place to eliminate both me and Zhou Qing, but has instead sent the two of you?" Wang Chao and Zhou Tao exchanged glances once more, their faces reflecting contemplation. Ultimately, Zhou Tao responded, "Because both of us have earned Elder Sun's trust and possess formidable capabilities. You merely seek to stall us with your words, awaiting the arrival of Yang Wuqing for rescue." Although he spoke thus, he did not hasten to act. Evidently, Yi Feng's words had evoked some unfavorable associations regarding Sun Shang, and he was keen to hear what Yi Feng would say next. Yi Feng scoffed, "There are likely one or two individuals who enjoy even greater trust from Sun Shang and possess superior abilities compared to you." He paused momentarily, leaving the implication hanging. "Because of what?" Wang Chao interjected hastily. Yi Feng cast a glance at Zhou Qing, who signaled him with an eye indicating that all was well. Bursting into laughter, he declared, "How would I know why he chose to send you two? I merely seek to buy time with my words while awaiting rescue, you two fools. You now have no opportunity to eliminate us." No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth, sweeping across all directions, and soon, Yang Wuqing appeared within the confines of the cell. Chapter 69. The championship contest. Wang Chao and his companions' faces contorted, their feelings of frustration, helplessness, and rage transcending the capacity for words to convey. Clearly, they had anticipated that he might be stalling for time, awaiting Yang Wuqing's rescue. Yet they both foolishly succumbed to his fabrications, thereby missing a golden opportunity. Zhou Qing incessantly patted his chest, striving to extricate himself from the throes of panic and urgency. He could not resist casting a furtive glance at Yi Feng, his eyes brimming with admiration. One must concede that this young man is indeed a remarkable talent. Although the minutes spent delaying Wang Chao and his companions seemed brief, it was an extraordinary feat, not easily accomplished by the average individual, certainly beyond Zhou Qing's capabilities. Such an endeavor demands exceptional psychological resilience, outstanding acting prowess, and an astute understanding of the opponent's mindset. Should any of these elements falter even slightly, the ruse would be promptly unveiled, rendering the delay impossible. Yang Wuqing surveyed Wang Chao and his companion with an intense glare, a murderous intent radiating from him as he coldly snorted, "How audacious! Dare you come to the Xianhua sect's prison to commit murder? You seek death." With a swift motion, he lunged at the two men. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous. Otherwise, unparalleled masters would be commonplace. It is akin to ascending a mountain that pierces the heavens. Most individuals, after climbing several thousand meters, find themselves unable to proceed due to lack of oxygen and other challenges. Only a rare few can reach great heights, let alone touch the sky. Yifeng and Zhou Qing took refuge behind a wall, channeling their innate powers to shield their bodies from the residual shockwaves of the battle. Yang Wuqing grew ever more ferocious in combat, while Wang Chao and Zhou Tao gradually found themselves unable to withstand his onslaught. Sharing a knowing glance, they suddenly pivoted, charging toward Yifeng and Zhou Qing. In their hearts, they thought, since death is inevitable today, if we can eliminate Yifeng and Zhou Qing, it would at least serve to fulfill our mission. Humph! Even with my presence, one dares to act recklessly. With a sweeping gesture, Yang Wuqing conjured a tempest, sending Wang Chao and his companion reeling sideways. In a swift leap, he engaged them in combat once more. Wang Chao and his ally, however, displayed remarkable cunning, opting not to entangle themselves with him, but instead seizing the opportunity to charge towards Yifeng and Zhou Qing. Yang Wuqing bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch directed at Wang Chao, who was advancing on Zhou Qing, while he paid no heed to Zhou Tao, who was lunging at Yifeng. Alas, fate had other plans. He swiftly approached Zhou Qing, reassuringly stating, "Do not fear, I shall protect you." Zhou Qing, lacking the mental fortitude and courage of Yifeng, had been rendered dazed by the two assaults from Wang Chao and his companion. Although he was aware that Yifeng could not truly safeguard him, the mere presence of Yifeng provided him with a semblance of security. He nodded in agreement. Yang Wuqing observed Yifeng closely trailing Zhou Qing. To rescue Zhou Qing was tantamount to saving Yifeng. Yet, before he could overthrow Sun Shang, Zhou Qing was compelled to offer his own assistance. His scheme to utilize Sun Shang's subordinates to eliminate Yifeng, thereby strengthening his leverage against Sun Shang, now seemed utterly unattainable, and he could not openly express his desire to keep Zhou Qing and Yifeng apart. A surge of frustration welled up within him. After half an hour of relentless combat, Wang Chao and his companion ultimately succumbed to Yang Wuqing's prowess. Yifeng hastily expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Elder Yang, for saving my life. Had you not arrived in time, I would undoubtedly have perished." Deep within, Yang Wuqing harbored a profound disdain for Yifeng, wishing fervently to strike him down immediately, yet he was compelled to maintain a faade of decorum, replying, "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty to ensure your safety. Sun Shang, that old scoundrel, has truly lost his mind, daring to send someone here to attempt an assassination. He must fear that we cannot overthrow him and is inadvertently providing us with evidence. The capture of these two individuals undoubtedly enhances our leverage against Sun Shang." Yifeng remarked, "Indeed, for him to locate such a covert prison cell, there must be a traitor among us. Thankfully, Elder Yang has reassigned your two trusted aides, allowing me to guard Zhou Qing. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." Yang Wuqing let out a cold snort. With his keen intellect, he had already surmised Yifeng's intentions. He had come not merely to oversee Zhou Qing, but rather to enlist Zhou Qing's assistance in safeguarding his own life. Despite having rendered him significant aid, Yifeng's words twisted the narrative, making it seem as though he possessed foresight, thus ensuring that Zhou Qing, this crucial witness, had not been eliminated. What was most infuriating was that his assertion appeared to hold some truth. Unless his two confidants had leaked information, Sun Shang's faction could never have discovered this place. "I shall thoroughly investigate those two aides of mine," he declared. "Sun Shang's attempt to steal a fortune has backfired, delivering me a gift that could seal his doom. If he escapes this time, it would defy all reason. At last, the day of the championship battle arrived. On this day, the Xianhua sect was bustling with activity. The majority of the disciples, along with numerous elders and grand elders, gathered to witness the event. The influx of external guests reached nearly 100. Although many within the Xianhua sect understood that the most captivating duel in this newly initiated disciple competition would be between Sun Wuji and Yi Feng, the championship clash. Given the close relationship between Lu Ruoyan and Yi Feng was unlikely to be as enthralling. However, the foreign guests remained unaware, as the invitations had been dispatched several months prior, beckoning them to witness the championship battle. With such a multitude of guests arriving, it would be unreasonable for the esteemed elders of the Xianhua sect, including the Grand Elder, to refrain from accompanying their visitors. Furthermore, while it is true that Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan may not engage in an extraordinarily spectacular confrontation, both are undeniably prodigious talents. It is improbable that anyone would concede defeat at the outset in such a prestigious contest as the championship battle. Thus, the duel between the two is bound to captivate the audience and hold significant appeal. Consequently, the number of spectators today far exceeds that of the previous bout between Yi Feng and Sun Wuji, nearly doubling it. The presence of heavyweight spectators, such as the Grand Elder and the esteemed foreign guests, further amplifies the significance of the event. As Yi Feng surveyed the throng of onlookers, he mused to himself, "There are far more people here than I had anticipated, and the prominent figures exceed my expectations. Many spectators would likely be disheartened, for I intend to concede the match at the outset. Nevertheless, they shall witness something far more exhilarating. The ramifications of my open confrontation with Sun will be profound." From a distance, he noticed Yang Wuching on the dais, who happened to glance in his direction, and they exchanged a knowing smile. By midday, nearly all invited guests had arrived, creating a sea of dark figures that evoked a sense of overwhelming crowds. The significant individuals of the Xianhua sect, including elders, the Grand Elder, and various esteemed foreign guests, had taken their seats at the vantage point of the dais. The disciples could only observe from the periphery of the arena, due to the sheer number of attendees. Many were unable to see from the back and had taken to the skies to ensure a view of the duel between Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan. In stark contrast to others who awaited the match with a relaxed demeanor, Sun Shang was engulfed in a tumult of anxiety, nearly oblivious to his surroundings. He was acutely aware that today presented the most opportune moment for a confrontation. With numerous esteemed guests present, Xianhua sect could scarcely downplay the situation. In the interest of its reputation, it would undoubtedly impose a fair, if not severe, penalty upon itself. The host of the championship duel ascended to a lofty height, clearing his throat before proclaiming, "The championship battle commences now." Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan stepped onto the arena, exchanging knowing smiles. Zhang Xian, accompanied by a throng of junior disciples, erupted into raucous cheers. Their enthusiasm ignited a fervor among the other disciples, filling the atmosphere with palpable excitement. "Alas, I fear our esteemed guests have come in vain. Look at Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan, how could they possibly engage in combat?" One remarked. "Surely one of them will concede to conclude this affair." "You are mistaken. Securing the title of champion in the new disciples competition is an immense honor. None would willingly forfeit. Though they were familiar with one another, they were not even romantic partners. It should be a contest of gentle sparring." The host, observing Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan lingering in mutual contemplation on the stage, could no longer contain himself and urged, "Will you not commence?" Yi Feng rubbed his nose and addressed the host. "I am fully aware that I am no match for senior sister Lu. I concede." "What? Are you certain you have not misspoken?" the host inquired, his brow furrowed. While he anticipated the duel would lack excitement, Yi Feng's concession was entirely unexpected. "I concede," Yi Feng reiterated. The arena was engulfed in astonishment, as everyone found the situation utterly unfathomable. After the previous analysis, it was widely believed that neither participant would voluntarily concede defeat. Even if such an occurrence were to transpire, it was inconceivable that Yi Feng would be the one to yield. Yet, the reality diverged entirely from their expectations. To their disbelief, one of them had indeed surrendered. and it was Yi Feng. The honor of being the champion of the new disciple competition, along with the coveted rewards that tantalized countless onlookers. How could this impoverished youth, who emerged from the remote mountains, willingly relinquish such prospects? Even for the sake of courting a woman, one would not need to make such a significant sacrifice. After all, true strength belongs solely to oneself. A woman, even if won over now, might later choose to settle down with another. Among the crowd, Lu Wudou gazed at Yi Feng, shaking his head, a mocking smile gracing his features. This lad is simply short-circuited in his thinking. He should realize that with strength comes a plethora of choices and partners. Without personal strength, even the least desirable women would overlook him. To forsake the chance at the championship for Lu Ruoyan, before long, he shall regret this decision. Suddenly, Zhang Xian's voice resonated beside him. Do not judge a gentleman by the narrowness of a villain. Not everyone is as utilitarian and self-serving as you. There are numerous things in this world that are pure, sacred, and untainted. The innocent friendship between Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan may yet blossom into love. A sentiment you shall never comprehend. On the stage, the visiting guests displayed expressions of disappointment, for they had come to witness a battle of geniuses, not to observe a voluntary surrender. Many elders and supreme elders of the immortal transformation sect felt a sense of disappointment. However, it has been an accepted practice throughout history to voluntarily concede during competitions, allowing for the determination of victory and defeat without reproach. Yu Taiqing rose and cleared his throat, stating, Yi Feng, when it comes to sparring among fellow disciples, it is merely a matter of touching upon the essence, which will not harm camaraderie, but rather serve to identify one's shortcomings and address them effectively. There is no need for you to concede, engage in a contest. For even in defeat, there lies considerable benefit for you. With so many gathered here today, all eager to witness a duel between the two strongest among the newly initiated disciples of the immortal transformation sect, to conclude it so hastily would be quite unacceptable. Not only would it leave our own dissatisfied, but how could we justify it to the over 100 esteemed guests from afar? Yi Feng was well aware of Yu Taiqing's sentiments. Logically, he should be inclined to respect the sect leader's wishes. Yet he had already promised Lu Ruoyan that the championship title would be hers. No matter how esteemed the sect leader was, he could not overshadow Lu Ruoyan in his heart. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, he declared, I simply cannot match Lu Shimi. Although this is merely a friendly spar, being defeated would undoubtedly dampen my confidence and hinder my future cultivation. Thus, it is better for me to concede. Zhang Xian stroked his chin and chuckled, saying, This lad Yi Feng is truly incorrigible. His twisted logic is delivered with such conviction. I had always thought him too dull to pursue romance, yet it appears he is quite the romantic hero. For the sake of a girl, he is willing to forsake the championship title of the new disciple competition. I must say, I am utterly impressed. The sect leader, Yu Taiqing, could only smile wryly. For it seemed that this championship contest was destined to become one of the most dramatic episodes in the history of the immortal transformation sect, concluding before the duel even commenced, due to one party's voluntary concession. Dao, our Xianhua sect has always been open-minded. Since you are so determined, we shall respect your wishes. Host, please announce the results of the competition. The host cleared his throat and stated, Now, I shall reveal that the champion of this year's new disciples competition is Lu Ruoyan. Instantly, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience in celebration. Although Lu Ruoyan secured her victory with relative ease, her prowess was undeniable. Even if Yi Feng had truly battled her, the outcome would likely have been a draw. Thus, her championship was indeed well-deserved. Congratulations on your victory, Yi Feng said with a faint smile. Lu Ruoyan responded with a radiant smile. It is all thanks to you, brother Yi Feng, for your graciousness. Otherwise, this championship would surely have been yours. May the heavens bless us, and may the divine turtle truly reveal the location of that miraculous herb. On the platform, an external guest chuckled. The competition for the championship in your Xianhua sect seems remarkably amicable. It has concluded so swiftly. While it reflects the camaraderie and courteous spirit among fellow disciples, a competition is, after all, a competition, it leaves one wanting for more. Many external guests exchanged knowing glances. The implication's clear. Yu Taiching appeared rather embarrassed and remarked, "The outcome of this competition has taken us by surprise. However, since you have all traveled from afar, our Xianhua sect shall not allow you to return disappointed. Our guardian divine turtle has just awakened from its slumber. If you are interested, I invite you to meet it." The guardian divine turtle has always favored tranquility, had it not been for the lackluster nature of the championship battle that dampened the spirits of the guests. He would not have extended such an invitation. The esteemed guests immediately expressed their interest, exclaiming that to meet the invincible elder turtle would indeed be a rare fortune, and they were naturally willing to attend. Other spectators began to converse among themselves, preparing to depart. At that moment, Yi Feng's voice resonated through the air. "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your horses. I have pressing matters to address. It is well known that I am currently accused of theft and murder. Today, I wish to publicly vindicate myself. I have been wrongfully accused, and the culprit behind this slander is none other than Elder Sun Shang." Chapter 71. Unveiling the conspiracy. All those intending to leave halted in their tracks, turning their attention toward Yi Feng in unison. A shared intuition stirred within them. The true excitement was only just beginning. The visiting guests displayed keen interest, having heard whispers of Yi Feng's alleged crimes. Now, upon hearing him claim that he was framed by Sun Shang and aimed to clear his name before the crowd, their intrigue deepened. After all, an elder's betrayal of a disciple is a matter that tarnishes the reputation of any sect, and they found it quite delightful. Yang Wuqing cast a playful glance at Sun Shang, thinking to himself that after years of rivalry, the final chapter was about to unfold. Sun Shang's face was a portrait of despair. Upon learning that the two he had dispatched to assassinate Yi Feng and Zhou Qing had been captured by Yang Wuqing, he realized that his last chance had slipped away, and the outcome was all but predetermined. An elder of the highest rank furrowed his brow, while several other esteemed elders around him nodded in contemplation. On the arena, Yi Feng smiled at Lu Ruoyan and said, "You may step down now." Lu Ruoyan smiled softly, then gracefully descended from the stage. Yu Taiching coughed lightly and remarked, "Our Xianhua sect has always upheld fairness in its dealings. Rewards are given for merit, and punishments for transgressions. You claim that Elder Sun Shanshang has conspired against you regarding the theft of the elixir and murder. Pray, elucidate how such a conspiracy has unfolded." Elder Sun, as the esteemed elder of transmission, is a figure of high moral standing and cannot be casually slandered. Yi Feng performed a respectful bow and replied, "I am but a humble disciple. It would be an affront to the esteemed elder's honor to suggest otherwise. The disparity between us is considerable. To assert that he has orchestrated a scheme against me indeed sounds preposterous to anyone, yet the truth remains. Logically, he would have little reason to trouble me. But when it comes to his grandson, the matter becomes less clear." Yu Taiching queried, "What do you imply? Are you suggesting that Elder Sun has conspired against you for the sake of Sun Wuji?" Yi Feng continued, "Sun Wuji is the foremost among the young generation of our Xianhua sect, possessing extraordinary talent. Were I not present, he would undoubtedly be the top disciple of our cohort. The advantages and prospects afforded to the leading disciple are well understood by all. Thus, Sun Wuji has consistently targeted me and sought to undermine me. For instance, shortly after my arrival, Zheng Tian challenged me to a duel at his behest, intending to exploit my initial weakness to defeat me, thereby severely undermining my confidence and stifling my momentum. Unfortunately for him, fate intervened, and Zheng Tian proved no match for me." Yi Feng paused to soothe his parched throat before continuing, seeing that Zheng Tian's efforts to thwart me were futile. Sun Wuji had no choice but to seek assistance from his grandfather. Sun Wuji's standing as the leading disciple is crucial to the future of his family, making it only natural for Elder Sun to aid his grandson in eliminating me. Thus, a sinister plot against me has been concocted in their midst. Seizing the opportunity presented by the new disciples training at Qiming Hall, under the full authority of Sun Shang, the first to emerge was the white egret pill. Publicly declared as the reward for the most outstanding student in this session, entrusted to the care of Uncle Fu. You will locate that figure in black. "And then we shall believe your words," remarked another elder. Yifeng calmly responded, "I cannot find that person in black." Upon hearing this, the two elders suddenly felt emboldened. One elder scoffed, "To fabricate a person out of thin air in an attempt to absolve oneself of guilt is a tactic even an 8-year-old would employ. For someone of your age to resort to such childishness is rather ludicrous." The other elder added, "You possess potential. Even if you have erred, murdering and stealing pills, given your remarkable performance now, and with a more sincere disposition, the Xianhua sect may indeed show leniency. Yet instead, you choose to frame an elder. Such character is intolerable by the heavens." As they spoke, the two elders exchanged glances with Sun Shang, urging him to seize opportunities to echo their accusations against Yifeng, who was being falsely accused of fabricating facts. With numerous guests present today, should Yifeng be branded with this charge, the Xianhua sect would find it impossible to shield him, and punishment would be inevitable. Sun Shang tilted his head, feigning ignorance. These two elders were not central figures within his circle. They were unaware of Yifeng's possession of that piece of clothing. Their fervent outcry would soon be met with a sharp rebuke. Realizing this, he could not help but acknowledge that Yifeng was indeed formidable. This strength transcended mere talent and limitless potential. It encompassed a shrewdness and calculative mind that was far beyond what one would expect from a mere 16 or 17-year-old. Yifeng smiled and said, "Esteemed elders, do you still believe that I am fabricating facts and slandering Elder Sun? After all, Elder Sun holds a position of great prestige. To conspire against a young disciple only to be exposed in front of such a multitude would tarnish the reputation of the Xianhua sect." Yang Wuqing cleared his throat and remarked, "Master, impartiality and integrity are the long-standing principles of our Xianhua sect. Today, in the presence of so many disciples and esteemed guests, is an opportune moment to demonstrate our commitment to justice. I urge you to allow Yifeng to proceed with his request. It will be a matter of common consent." After a moment's hesitation, Yu Taiqing conceded, "Very well." With a swift leap, Yu Taiqing ascended to the arena, taking the corner of Yifeng's robe. "I will grant your request. However, be aware that if this corner of the robe does not contain what you claim, you shall face severe punishment from the sect. In front of this many witnesses, even my desire to protect you would be futile. If it is unnecessary, we shall discuss it another day. But if you are indeed wronged, the Xianhua sect will assuredly deliver justice." At that moment, Yang Wuqing, accompanied by Yifeng, had previously informed him of Yifeng's predicament, expressing his suspicion regarding the matter. This prompted him to agree not to execute Yifeng according to the sect's regulations. Observing Yifeng's assertive stance against Sun Shang, he secretly contemplated that the truth might indeed align with Yifeng's assertions. Yet, for the sake of the sect's reputation, he was reluctant to address the matter in front of such a large gathering. Thus, he articulated these thoughts. Yifeng was acutely aware of Yu Taiqing's thoughts. Yet Sun Shang held considerable power and his connections were intricate. Utilizing the opportunity presented today, any future resolution was likely to be handled with a conciliatory approach. However, having been repeatedly ensnared by Sun, nearly losing his life on several occasions, Yifeng could not acquiesce to such a resolution. He bowed and declared, "I am willing to bear all responsibilities." With a flick of his right hand, Yu Taiqing cast a piece of fabric into the air. He then extended his thumb and middle finger, channeling a pale blue light that penetrated the fabric. Suddenly, the cloth erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance, radiating countless beams of light. After a moment, the radiance gradually receded, coalescing into a soft, gentle light screen that was neither harsh nor blinding. The light screen rippled like water, revealing a scene. In this scene, within Sun Shang's chamber at Qiming Hall, Sun addressed a young man. "Are you prepared? There will be ample rewards for successful endeavors." The young man nodded, responding, "Elder, rest assured, I will handle it meticulously." Many present immediately recognized the young man. An elder could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Isn't that Zhou Qing? His ancestors designed and constructed the prison of the immortal transformation sect. Their family has rendered great service to our sect. Could he be the dark-clad figure Yifeng mentioned?" Yu Taiqing, employing his formidable powers, sustained the light screen. which continued to unveil the scene. The young man donned a set of stealth attire and entered the abode of Fubo. Fubo seemed to recognize him and promptly greeted him, inquiring about his late visit. Without uttering a word, the young man produced a dagger from his hand and lunged at Fubo. Fubo never anticipated that the young man would turn against him. He fell into a pool of blood before he could even react. Witnessing this, the newly initiated disciples, who had personally experienced the treachery against Yifeng, began to voice their indignation. It appeared that Fubo was truly not the one to have murdered Yifeng. Everything was merely a trap laid by Elder Sunday. Reflecting on Elder Sun's hypocritical demeanor in the Qiming Hall, where he feigned fairness and strictness, particularly towards Sun Wuji, while being excessively lenient towards others, especially Yifeng, was utterly revolting. It became clear that all of this was an act. I recall Yifeng once referring to Elder Sun as a hypocrite, and at the time, I thought Yifeng was being overly harsh. After all, Elder Sun had shown him such kindness, and it seemed he had no sense of gratitude. Now, I realized that Elder Sun is indeed a hypocrite. His appearance of selflessness and benevolence is nothing but a fade. A consummate hypocrite. He has deceived me emotionally. Just moments ago, his image stood tall and grand in my mind. A hypocrite is infinitely more despicable than a true villain. The latter at least allows you to recognize his malevolence, whereas a hypocrite, until the moment his true face is unveiled, leads you to believe he is a morally upright individual. I almost wish to slap him across the face. On the ceremonial platform, all the elders, the Supreme Elder, and the visiting guests wore expressions of astonishment. After all, the disparity in status between Sun Shang and Yifeng was so vast that, if the scene had not revealed the truth, they would have preferred to believe that Yifeng was fabricating facts rather than accepting the notion that Sun Shang would truly conspire against him. In order to prevent Yifeng from discovering that Uncle Fu had long been murdered, Yifeng entered Uncle Fu's room, where he took the initiative to launch an attack. After exchanging 4 or 5 blows, he suddenly hurled the egret pill towards Yifeng. Seizing the opportunity presented by the egret pill, he swiftly made his escape through the window. Yifeng reacted swiftly, catching the egret pill and immediately lunging forward, managing to tear a corner of his garment. However, the brief moment spent on the egret pill allowed his adversary to easily flee through the window. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Had he not heeded his grandson's words and assisted him in plotting against Yifeng, how much better it would have been. He could have remained a revered elder, capable of protecting his family while wielding his own influence. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. Nevertheless, while he chose not to defend himself, those who had relied on him were unwilling to surrender quietly. They understood well that should Sun Shang fall, they would inevitably be purged by Yang Wuqing. An elder remarked, "It appears that the evidence is indeed compelling." Elder Sun conspired to frame Yifeng in order to secure his grandson's position as the foremost newcomer. However, the footage of the wearer's actions stored within the garment can be fabricated. This much is evident to us all, those aligned with Sun Shang, including several elders and disciples present, seized upon this statement as a glimmer of hope, echoing in agreement. Elder Chun is correct. Zhou Qing has been missing for quite some time, connecting him to Elder Sun to create a specific narrative, preserved within the corner of a garment. As evidence of Elder Sun's malfeasance is indeed an extraordinarily clever ruse. In any case, he is unable to emerge to vindicate Elder Sunday, a mere novice disciple, bold enough to accuse the venerable transmission elder in such a public forum, articulating his claims with fervent conviction and seemingly ample evidence. The matter is far more intricate than it appears. He fears he is but a pawn in a larger game, manipulated by unseen forces with the singular aim of destroying Elder Sunday. These individuals, possessing a silver tongue, are fully aware that this is his last lifeline, and each one exerts themselves with utmost fervor. In no time, many have been swayed by their rhetoric, perceiving a semblance of reason in their assertions. Yu Taiqing cleared his throat and remarked, "Yifeng, there is merit in what these individuals have articulated. Perhaps you should offer a rebuttal. Given the gravity of the situation, it is imperative to clarify all issues, ensuring that no villain escapes justice while no innocent is wronged." Yifeng replied, "I have no desire to engage in a rebuttal on this matter. Those who are allied with Sun Shang, upon witnessing this, felt it was an opportune moment to distort the truth and muddy the waters, each one eloquently disparaging and belittling Yifeng. Did everyone see? We have unveiled his scheme, and he is left speechless. Elder Sun is widely recognized as benevolent, just, and fair. How could he possibly conspire against a young disciple? It is evident that the accusers themselves possess nefarious character, resorting to theft and murder while attempting to frame Elder Sun. Truly despicable behavior. As a result, an increasing number of individuals began to sense the peculiarities surrounding this incident. Perhaps Yifeng is indeed merely a visible pawn, with someone orchestrating events to eliminate Elder Sunday. Yu Taiqing did not wish to address this matter in the presence of so many esteemed guests. Seizing the opportunity, he remarked, "Since you do not wish to argue, this issue cannot be resolved promptly. There are numerous matters to deliberate upon. Let us discuss them another day. With so many distinguished guests present, we should not allow a trivial internal affair of our sect to dampen the festivities. I refrain from disputing because I believe it is far more persuasive for Zhou Qing to present his own account than for me to counter." Thus, he opened his storage ring and released Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, with a visage marked by trepidation, surveyed his surroundings before lowering his gaze. He understood that his fate would soon be determined. Those who had aligned themselves with Sun Shang felt a bitter taste in their mouths, their throats parched, and their faces burned as if they had been soundly slapped. The fact that Zhou Qing had been summoned rendered their earlier fervent attacks against Yifeng a desperate attempt to obscure the truth and invert right and wrong, a monumental farce. The gathered guests, now fully alert, prepared to witness the unfolding drama. To witness such a scandal within the Xianhua sect, where a venerable law elder would resort to scheming against a young disciple for the sake of his grandson's future, seemed far more intriguing than observing a duel between two superlative talents. The onlookers listened intently, their expressions a tapestry of reactions, some reveling in schadenfreude, others in disbelief, and yet others filled with sorrow. Sun Shang, oh Sun Shang, you, sigh, I scarcely know how to address your actions, lamented an elder who had once bestowed favor upon Sun Shang, his words faltering in indignation. Yang Wuqing waved his right hand, releasing two individuals from his storage ring. They were none other than Wang Chao and Zhou Tai, who had been dispatched to assassinate Yifeng and Zhou Qing in the prison. Both Wang Chao and Zhou Tai held the status of elders within the Xianhua sect, albeit ranking among the lower echelons of their order. They were initially expected to attend the championship contest today, leading some elders to wonder about their absence. Thus, when they suddenly appeared at the behest of Yang Wuqing, a wave of confusion swept through the assembly. "What? Such a thing is occurring?" exclaimed a senior elder. "Sun Shang, you are truly lawless and deranged. You would stoop to any level. How could you send them to engage in such despicable acts, tarnishing the reputation and dignity of our Xianhua sect?" Another senior elder, nearly leaping from his seat in indignation, pointed at Wang Chao and Zhou Tai, reprimanding, "And you too. As elders, you possess no sense of self-respect, allowing yourselves to be commanded like dogs. What utter disgrace." Wang Chao and Zhou Tai hung their heads, refraining from offering any defense. Yang Wuqing sighed and remarked, "Alas, esteemed colleagues, I truly find it hard to believe this matter. Elder Sun is the esteemed transmission elder of our Xianhua sect, holding significant authority. How could he possibly plot such a nefarious scheme against a young disciple? Yet, the evidence is irrefutable, compelling my disbelief." Listening to Yang Wuqing's pretentious rhetoric, Sun Shang felt a wave of nausea. "If I were to fall, the one most delighted would undoubtedly be you," he thought, yearning to leap up and hurl curses at Yang Wuqing. However, he quickly deemed it unnecessary. At that moment, despair enveloped his heart, shrouding his surroundings in darkness, leaving him devoid of even the will to utter a single word. Yu Taiqing bowed to the esteemed elders and said, "Respected elders, how should we handle this matter? I humbly seek your guidance." One elder replied, "You are the leader. It is for you to decide." Yu Taiqing nodded and turned to Elder Yang. "As the law enforcement elder, you are most familiar with the regulations of our Xianhua sect. How do you propose we proceed?" Elder Yang Wuqing had already contemplated the fate of Sun Shang and others. Upon being asked by the leader, he promptly responded, "Esteemed leader, according to our sect's rules, such treacherous acts aimed at harming fellow disciples warrant a death sentence. However, considering Elder Sun's contributions to our Xianhua sect, a lighter punishment may be appropriate. I suggest we imprison both him and his grandson for life. As for the others involved, their punishment should reflect the severity of their crimes. Let it be as you say. Summon someone to temporarily take Sun Shang away," Yu Taiqing contemplated. 2 law enforcement officers from the Xianhua sect stepped onto the platform and escorted Sun Shang away. Defeated and despondent, Sun Shang offered no resistance. Especially with so many esteemed elders present, any attempt to fight back would only lead to his own demise. As he reached the foot of the platform and glanced at Yifeng, he let out a thunderous laugh, filled with bitterness, resentment, and disbelief. Who would have thought that after dominating for so many years, I would ultimately be defeated by a mere child of 16 or 17? How utterly laughable! Yifeng replied, "You have not been defeated by me, but by righteousness and justice. Your grandson fears that I will seize his position as the foremost disciple among newcomers. Instead of encouraging him to enhance his own abilities and compete with me on equal terms, you resort to assisting him in devising schemes to entrap me, an egregious affront to justice. Your failure has long been predetermined." These words, delivered with righteous fervor, resonated with many, who could not help but voice their approval. A visiting guest nodded in agreement, remarking, "Well said. In this contemporary world, many have forgotten the essence of fair competition. It is justice and integrity that truly prevail. In our dealings, there is a tendency to resort to underhanded tactics and convoluted schemes. However, the heavens are vigilant, and ultimately, they shall reap the consequences of their misdeeds." Sun Shang was left speechless, letting out a long sigh as the 2 law enforcers departed from this place. Yu Taiqing smiled gently and declared, "I hereby officially announce the absolution of all penalties against Yifeng, restoring his status as a disciple of Ascension. Moreover, to compensate for the unwarranted injustices he has endured, he shall receive a set of low-tier combat techniques." The disciples listened with envy, for Yifeng would once again possess a set of combat skills. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that after suffering for half a year and nearly losing his life, such recompense was hardly excessive. Yifeng bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master, but I have one more request." Chapter 74, The Bone-Eroding Soul-Grinding Powder. Yu Taiqing inquired, "What is it you wish to address?" Although Shou Qing, as Sun Shang's accomplice, ought to face severe penalties, he stood forth to commend Sun Shang, citing his ancestors' significant contributions to the Xianhua sect. Yifeng requested leniency in his punishment. The audience was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yifeng's plea, which was intended to mitigate Zhou Qing's sentence. Zhou Qing, beneath the authority of Sun Shang, bears the most significant responsibility for the unjust suffering endured by Yifeng. Zhou Qing's incredulity is palpable, as he struggles to believe that such events are indeed real. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Taiqing chuckles, exclaiming, "Ah, what a splendid example of repaying kindness with virtue. Indeed, quite commendable. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, Elder Yang. Zhou Qing shall be treated with leniency." With that, Yu Taiqing announces, "The competition for new disciples has concluded successfully. Everyone may disperse." Pausing briefly, he turns to address the esteemed guests on the ceremonial platform, stating, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for the unfortunate incident that has transpired within the Xianhua sect, which may have caused you amusement. To ensure your visit is not in vain, the promise I made to you earlier remains valid. You are all invited to rest at the Xianhua sect tonight, and upon consultation, I shall escort you to meet our revered guardian, the divine tortoise, on the morrow." Upon hearing this, many disciples recall Yu Taiqing's earlier declaration that the champion of this competition would receive a personal guidance opportunity from the tortoise, and they cast envious glances towards Lu Ruoyan. In turn, Lu Ruoyan beams a charming smile at Yifeng. Were it not for Yifeng's assistance, her opportunity to meet the divine tortoise would not have been so effortlessly attained. Yifeng, rubbing his nose, maintains an air of calmness. Although the guardian tortoise is formidable, he does not believe it surpasses his master, Yao Shi, and thus the golden opportunity that others covet holds little allure for him. Moreover, having relinquished the first-place position to Lu Ruoyan renders further contemplation unnecessary. Descending from the arena, he gazes upward at the sunlit sky, feeling an immense sense of relief, as if the shackles that had bound him for years had finally been released. Muttering softly, he reflected, enduring the unjust grievances has indeed been a torment. It feels as though a weight has been pressing down upon me. Now that the injustice has been avenged, even the sun in the sky seems more resplendent than before. Zhou Qing hesitated momentarily before approaching Yi Feng, expressing, "Thank you. I never anticipated you to be such a genuinely good person. One ought to show mercy when possible, especially since you are not the mastermind." Yi Feng smiled and replied, "At the very least, we have shared hardships together in the prison. Had it not been for our close cooperation that day, we would not be alive to see this moment." Zhou Qing fell into a thoughtful silence before stating, "I shan't say more. I sincerely appreciate you. I once believed that those who repay kindness with kindness were merely characters in literature. Yet it seems such individuals truly exist in this world." Simultaneously with Yang Wuqing's capture of Sun Shang's remaining loyalists, rewards were being distributed for the participants in the disciple competition based on their rankings. Observing the crystalline elixirs and the elegantly bound tomes of martial techniques, many disciples were filled with excitement. As the second-place winner of the competition, Yi Feng received 100 elixirs and 2 sets of low-tier martial techniques as rewards, along with an additional set of low-tier techniques as compensation for his unjust suffering. With these 3 sets of low-tier techniques, coupled with the assistance of the 100 elixirs, my strength will soon see a significant enhancement. Well, it is likely that the remnants of Sun Shang will seek revenge against me in the coming days. I must remain vigilant. However, most of the key figures among those remnants have already been apprehended by Yang Wuqing. What remains are merely small fry. I have prepared for this eventuality for 6 months, so I harbor no fear. Sun Shang, that hypocrite, truly infuriates me the more I ponder over it. He has deceived me for so long. I have boasted to my friends and family about having an exceptionally talented elder to guide us. Now, I am at a loss as to how to face them. Imprisoning him for life would be too lenient. He deserves the death penalty. Speaking of which, one must commend Yi Feng, as a young disciple hailing from a desolate land with no connections. He has bravely countered the schemes of the powerful elder and successfully vindicated himself, even sending Sun Shang to prison to avenge his grievances. In this world, how many could achieve what he has? Indeed, I cannot, nor could most of the people I know. It is akin to an ant toppling an elephant, truly miraculous. I increasingly believe that this young man's future is boundless, and I must find a way to cultivate a relationship with him. As the night breeze whispers gently, in a secluded grove of the immortal transformation sect, 5 or 6 individuals are quietly deliberating a matter. Elder Sun is now finished. Those who relied on him have mostly been captured by Yang Wuqing, leaving only us insignificant pawns. We are forced to live in fear, dreading the day we might be caught by Yang Wuqing. This existence has become unbearable. All of this turmoil stems from Yi Feng. Under Elder Sun's protection, we could command the winds and summon the rains, but now we are like stray dogs. While we cannot afford to provoke Yang Wuqing, we can still deal with Yi Feng. Perhaps we should eliminate him to avenge Elder Sun and relieve our own frustrations. I wholeheartedly support this plan. Ghost Servant, you are the most formidable among us and have previously earned the esteemed trust of Elder Sunday. What is your counsel? One individual inquired of an elderly man beside him. The elder's visage was pallid to a frightening degree, resembling a malevolent spirit emerged from the depths of hell. The elder had already instructed that, should the nefarious schemes of Yi Feng and Yang Wuqing succeed, I must employ every means at my disposal to administer the bone corrosion soul grinding powder upon Yi Feng, ensuring that he suffers a fate worse than death. Let us proceed with our course of action, the ghost servant declared, retrieving a vial from his storage ring. The vial remained sealed, yet it emanated an aura that instilled terror and dread. Chapter 75. Intermediate Combat Techniques in the Blink of an Eye. 3 days had elapsed since the competition among the newly initiated disciples. During these 3 days, Yifeng remained sequestered at home, engrossed in the study of the thunder fist technique, tsunami leg technique, and tiger bend blade technique. The thunder fist technique emphasizes harnessing the power of lightning for one's own advantage. Once mastered, it can summon a bolt of lightning to strike down foes. Although it consists of merely a single move, its potency is exceedingly formidable, possessing lethal efficacy. The tsunami leg technique manifests like the tumultuous waves of the ocean, crashing relentlessly, creating a barrage of foot shadows that leave no avenue for escape. The tiger bend blade technique embodies a relentless and ferocious approach to swordsmanship, advancing with unparalleled ferocity, akin to a warrior on the battlefield who is invincible. Thus, it is aptly named tiger bend. As for the ice sword technique and gale palm, I have practiced them for 2 months. Through my diligent training in these 2 sets of combat techniques, my comprehension of martial arts has significantly improved. I should be able to master these 3 techniques within the next 2 to 3 months. After a brief period of practice, Yifeng felt a twinge of fatigue and, contemplating silently, took a moment to rest in his chair. Following dinner, he ventured outside to a massive stone, where he began to meditate and cultivate his inner strength. The recent competition had imparted a profound realization about the significance of cultivation. The execution of any technique is fundamentally anchored in one's cultivation level, while the application of combat skills demands immense energy, necessitating a robust foundation of cultivation to support it. His victory over the combined forces of Jingtian and Zhao Chong was solely attributable to his exceptionally solid foundation, which endowed him with greater stamina and resilience against fatigue. While they were exhausted after a brief display of their combat skills, he remained unfazed and agile. Otherwise, he would have certainly been at a disadvantage against their united front. His bout with Sun Wuji also underscored this principle. The ability to wield the fierce wind palm with his left hand and the ice sword technique with his right was perceived by many as a remarkable display of multitasking. However, the crux of this ability lay in his unshakable foundation of cultivation. Otherwise, even if he could attempt to execute 2 sets of combat techniques simultaneously, he would be powerless to do so effectively. With his gaze focused inward, he swiftly entered a state of clarity, allowing the primordial energies of the universe to flow into him. After an hour, he noticed a discernible decline in the influx of the primordial energies into his body. This was not indicative of a diminished capacity to absorb these energies, but rather a manifestation of an issue with the meridian's ability to store them. The 8 extraordinary meridians seemed to be nearing their saturation with the primal forces of heaven and earth. The newly incoming primal energies can only be stored by compressing the existing ones, resulting in a naturally slow accumulation. Is this not akin to the scenario described in the Xianhua Sutra, where the meridian space is deemed insufficient? However, such a condition typically arises only at the realm of Master Dao. Yet, I have just stepped into the realm of minor accomplishment, and this phenomenon has already manifested. This indicates that the primal energies within me have reached a level comparable to that of a Master Dao practitioner. Yifeng was both astonished and delighted. The space within the 8 extraordinary meridians is limited. As one's cultivation advances and the absorption of primal energies increases, it inevitably becomes unable to accommodate them. Generally, this situation emerges at the Master Dao level. There are 2 methods to address this predicament. The first involves compressing the already stored primal energies within the 8 extraordinary meridians, akin to transforming a gas into a solid, thereby freeing up considerable space. Unfortunately, this method merely treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. When the storage of primal energies becomes sufficiently abundant, no amount of compression will suffice. This is a significant reason why many practitioners find it exceedingly difficult to progress after reaching the Master Dao stage. Their 8 extraordinary meridians can no longer store the primal energies necessary for their advancement. The second method involves expanding beyond the 8 extraordinary meridians to create new channels for storing primal energies, referred to as Dao meridians. Theoretically, the storage capacity of Dao meridians is limitless, capable of containing the entirety of the primal energies from the universe. However, The cultivation of the Dao vein is exceedingly arduous. 99% of practitioners above the realm of Grandmaster spend their entire lives unable to forge one. After all, this process involves forcibly augmenting one's own body with meridians, which contradicts the principles of heaven and earth and the natural order. Thus, it is customary for practitioners to simultaneously compress the innate energies of heaven and earth within the 8 extraordinary meridians to alleviate the limitation on their capacity to store these energies. While striving to open the Dao vein, it seems I must endeavor to compress the innate energies of heaven and earth within the 8 extraordinary meridians while also attempting to establish the Dao vein. Early on the 4th day, just as he awoke, he was informed by a servant that Lu Ruoyan had come to see him. He made his way to the living room, where Lu Ruoyan was already waiting, holding a box of pastries. Upon seeing Yifeng, she extended the pastries and said, "Brother Yifeng, this is Bodhi cake sent by my father, which contains leaves from the sacred tree of our round moon empire, the rootless Bodhi tree. Consuming it will greatly benefit your cultivation." Yifeng did not refuse. He accepted it and replied, "When is the sect arranging for you to pay respect to the guardian divine turtle? It should be tonight, right? If it were not for your assistance, winning this championship would have been truly precarious." Lu Ruoyan then retrieved a book from her storage bracelet and said, "Brother Yifeng, this is the Intermediate Battle Technique 9 Heavens True Fire Decision, awarded to the first place winner of this competition. You should take it. This is yours. How could I possibly accept it?" Yifeng admitted that due to his cultivation of the heaven and earth decision, he was quite envious of every battle technique. However, this particular technique was Lu Ruoyan's prize, and he could not accept it. "I anticipated your refusal. However, if you had permitted me, this championship would undoubtedly be yours. This set of martial skills rightfully belongs to you. Furthermore, as a princess of the Crescent Moon Empire, I am not in want of skills of this caliber. Moreover, I have already cultivated the heavenly tier skill, Might of the Moon Goddess. It is not advantageous to mix various martial arts. Thus, this particular set holds little value for me. I have come to bestow upon you these 2 items," remarked Lu Ruoyan. "Given your insistence, I shall respectfully comply," Yifeng acknowledged with a nod. The two conversed for a while longer on other matters, and Lu Ruoyan departed only after dining with Yifeng. Once Lu Ruoyan had left, Yifeng eagerly retrieved the 9 Heavens True Fire technique and began to read it. This was his first encounter with a mid-tier martial art, and his curiosity was piqued. The 9 Heavens True Fire technique primarily elucidates the application of the fire element within the elemental composition of the universe's essence. After studying for a while, he could not help but marvel. Indeed, mid-tier martial arts are superior to low-tier arts by more than a mere tier. Low-tier techniques merely involve clever manipulations of one's internal elemental powers, whereas mid-tier techniques delve into the explication of certain universal principles. Despite his prolonged and arduous study of the heavenly technique, he found himself unable to comprehend certain phrases within the 9 Heavens True Fire technique. Chapter 76, Fatal Strike as Darkness Enveloped the Land. A formidable pressure suddenly emanated from the rear of Zhentian Peak, as if it could collapse the very heavens and earth. The members of the Immortal Transformation sect felt a surge of dread. Some of the weaker disciples could not withstand the intensity and fell to their knees. Suddenly, 7 colossal beams of light shot forth, piercing the heavens and connecting with 7 stars in the shape of a spoon in the sky. A powerful and mysterious force enveloped the surrounding area for miles. The crowd felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the secrets of the past, present, and future, along with those of heaven and earth, were being transmitted in a unique form towards the back mountain of the Thunder Peak. This was likely the divine turtle orchestrating the whereabouts of the rare medicinal herb for Ruoyan. Truly, the divine turtle possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse the heavens and the earth. Such a display was indeed magnificent. When would I ever possess such power? Leaf Wind, who was meditating on a boulder outside, mused to himself. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent approaching him. He immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings with keen eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures abruptly appeared before him, each one's eyes betraying an unmasked ferocity. The leader, with a ghastly pale complexion, emanated an eerie aura, resembling a specter. "These must be the remnants of Sunshang, seeking to take my life," Leafwind remarked, unfazed, with a hint of a smile. "You are somewhat astute. I am the servant of Elder Sun, known as the Ghost Servant. However, it is not your life we seek to extinguish. That would be too merciful. Instead, we intend to make your existence a living hell," the Ghost Servant replied coldly. Leafwind chuckled. "This is the Thunder Peak of the Immortal Transformation sect. How foolish it is for you to come here, seeking vengeance. Once we engage, the elders will surely be alerted. It appears you have prepared well." He rubbed his nose and added, "But alas, tonight, you are destined to suffer both losses and defeats. Do you understand why I had long possessed evidence of my innocence and proof to bring down Sunshang, yet chose to expose him only 6 months later? The reason lies in my desire to buy time for myself, to enhance my strength in order to confront the remnants of Sunshang who seek revenge against me." During this interval, he has thoroughly comprehended the capabilities of this individual. Sunshang's most competent subordinates have been apprehended by Yang Wuqing. These individuals are but small fry. Their cultivation merely at the minor Dao realm, with the most proficient among them being a ghost servant, who barely reaches the pinnacle of minor Dao. Indeed, this minor Dao pinnacle pales in comparison to that of Sun Wujing. They are aware that once the divine turtle's calculations conclude and the anomalies vanish, the chaotic laws of the universe will stabilize, and the elders of Zhantian Peak will undoubtedly discover their actions. Time is of the essence. The 5 of them, united, are confident they can swiftly defeat Yifeng. It appears these 5 have previously rehearsed their tactics, exhibiting a remarkable synergy. You attack while I defend. I attack while you defend. There is a rhythm to their movements. After ascending to the minor Dao realm, his strength has greatly increased, yet he has yet to engage in combat. These 5 present an excellent opportunity for him to gauge the extent of his abilities. With a soft command, he altered his stance and directly employed the combat technique Gongfeng Palm. However, his technique is not a mere execution of Gongfeng Palm. It incorporates elements crafted in response to the adversary, including insights gleaned from his recent studies of Thunder Fist and other martial arts. This, in essence, reflects the principles articulated in Heaven and Earth Decision, which have granted him profound realizations. In the Heavenly Decision, it is articulated that while martial techniques can exponentially enhance an individual's combat prowess, they may also become shackles that confine one's thinking. Thus, during battle, it is imperative to adapt flexibly to the ever-changing dynamics, rather than becoming ensnared by rigid techniques. Under the relentless onslaught of Yifeng, the 5 individuals soon felt overwhelmed. A bitter realization dawned upon them. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Each of the 5 possessed a cultivation level superior to that of Yifeng, with the ghost servant even reaching the pinnacle of minor attainment. Prior to confronting Yifeng, they had meticulously rehearsed related combat strategies. Yet they found themselves no match for him. One by one, they fell. Yifeng's palm technique was as swift as the wind, striking one of them squarely on the back, causing the unfortunate soul to emit a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing a comrade felled by Yifeng ignited a profound fear within the remaining 4, throwing them into disarray. Consequently, their fighting spirit plummeted. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng launched a flurry of strikes, and soon 4 more lay defeated, leaving only the ghost servant standing. "Do you still wish to fight me?" Yifeng inquired with a nonchalant smile. The ghost servant suddenly roared and lunged at Yifeng, employing a desperate technique intended for mutual destruction. Unfortunately, against absolute strength, such tactics proved futile. With lightning speed, Yifeng's left hand shot out, intercepting the ghost servant and sending him hurtling backward to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. "I have been preparing for half a year. You are no match for me. You may as well resign yourselves to the consequences from the Immortal Transformation sect," Yifeng remarked, glancing at the fallen 5 with a smile. "Do you truly believe we are utterly defeated?" The ghost servant retorted, "Perhaps you possess other means." "But I have lost interest," Yifeng replied indifferently. With a final remark, he turned and left. These individuals were severely injured, and it would take them some time to escape. Soon, the enforcement personnel of the Xianhua sect would arrive to deal with them. Suddenly, a bottle appeared in the ghost servant's hand, and with a push of his thumb at the mouth of the bottle, the cap was removed. The ghost servant laughed heartily. Yifeng, did you ever imagine I possessed such a trick? You have inhaled the bone-corroding, soul-grinding powder specially prepared for you by Elder Sunday. Even a master of the human Dao realm would succumb to a fate worse than death upon inhaling such a substance, let alone you. You have brought ruin upon Elder Sun, and a miserable end is your destiny. Yifeng's heart sank. He had heard of the bone-corroding, soul-grinding powder, reputed to be a lethal concoction from the Qin family of the southern wilderness, known for its cruelty. Those poisoned by it had no hope of salvation and would die slowly in excruciating agony. He thought, I did not expect Elder Sun to possess such a vile weapon. He truly is no good man. However, by casting the bone-corroding, soul-grinding powder into the air, you have ensured that not only I but also you have inhaled it. We are but a wretched lot, incapacitated and bound to be imprisoned by the enforcement personnel of the Xianhua sect, ultimately facing execution at the hands of Yang Wuqing. For us, inhaling the bone-corroding, soul-grinding powder is of little consequence. But you, unlike us, are a prodigious talent with a promising future, alas. Such things are destined to be but a fleeting dream for you. The ghost servant laughed again. How can you be so certain that I will not survive after inhaling the bone-corroding, soul-grinding powder? Perhaps it will serve as a trial for me, laying a more solid foundation for my glorious future, Yifeng replied. He has always been a person of unwavering positivity and optimism. Given the undeniable reality of being afflicted by this insidious poison, rather than succumbing to despair, it is far more prudent to contemplate the possibilities of redemption. Perhaps he could defy fate and forge a miraculous recovery from the soul-corroding essence. No sooner had he completed this thought than he was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness, collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness. Chapter 77. The Empire of the Full Moon. When Yifeng regained consciousness, he found himself reclined upon a bed, surrounded by a multitude of individuals, including the esteemed leader Yu Taiqing and several venerable elders. Each face bore a countenance of sorrow, their brows furrowed in concern. You have awoken? Yu Taiqing greeted him with a gentle smile, followed by a heavy sigh. Alas, it is hard to believe how malicious Sun Shang can be. Even while imprisoned, he has sent his minions to administer the soul-corroding essence to you. At these words, the other elders echoed his lamentations, their eyes brimming with pity. Those who succumb to the soul-corroding essence are destined to suffer an existence worse than death, with no remedy in sight. Such a prodigious talent, with boundless potential, has been tragically marred. Yifeng understood the sentiments of those around him and responded, all things exist in a balance of creation and destruction. The very existence of this poison implies that an antidote must also exist. It is merely that we are yet unaware of it. I refuse to succumb to death. I shall exert every effort to survive. His declaration took the elders aback. Typically, those afflicted by such a poison were consumed by despondency, having lost all hope for life, yearning only for a swift end to their torment. They could scarcely believe that Yifeng could maintain such an optimistic outlook. Nevertheless, despite the unexpected circumstances, the crowd remained unconvinced by Yifeng's confident assertions. Whether motivated by a sense of valuing talent or the interests of their sect, they were reluctant to witness Yifeng's potential demise. On the rear mountains of Zhentian Peak lies a lake, spanning an area of 10 miles. Its waters remarkably clear and breathtakingly beautiful, perpetually enveloped in a delicate veil of mist, evoking a sense of ethereal dreaminess. The sacred guardian tortoise dwells here year-round. This place is a forbidden zone of the Xianhua sect. Not even the disciples or the elders dare to enter without permission. Yu Taiqing led Yifeng to hover above the lake, bowing respectfully before proclaiming, I, disciple Yu Taiqing, have brought the young disciple Yifeng, who was ambushed by nefarious individuals, to pay respects to the venerable guardian tortoise. We humbly beseech your mercy and assistance. After a brief moment, the surface of the lake suddenly rippled with endless waves. Subsequently, the waters parted to reveal a staircase formed of radiant light, extending down to the depths below. Yu Taiqing's face lit up with joy as he declared, the guardian tortoise has consented. let us descend. Following Yu Taiqing's lead, Yi Feng descended the luminous staircase with utmost reverence and humility. However, after only a few steps, he was met with an overwhelming pressure, as if countless mountains bore down upon him, exerting an immense weight. The oppressive force rivaled that of the crystal skull in the dilapidated palace at the depths of the dungeon. Moreover, without the aid of Yaoshi's formations, this pressure proved even more formidable than what he had encountered in the dungeon's depths. After approximately 10 minutes of descent, a cavern emerged before Yi Feng. Within the cave, spiritual energy swirled, adorned with an array of exotic flowers and rare herbs, presenting a realm of its own wonder. Upon entering the cave, one is greeted by the sight of an ancient tortoise perched upon a stone, from which a faint aura of celestial energy emanates, signifying its extraordinary nature. The venerable creature stands over 2 meters tall and spans 3 zhang in length, an immense presence. Its shell glows a resplendent golden hue, exuding a divine and enigmatic essence. The tortoise's head is large, evoking an illusion that it resembles not the head of a tortoise, but that of a benevolent elder. The old tortoise cast a glance at the 2 visitors and spoke. Its voice was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable majesty. Yu Tong bowed respectfully and relayed the tale of Yi Feng's ambush by the minions of Sun Shang and the subsequent affliction of bone-eroding soul-dissolving powder. Upon hearing this, the divine tortoise shook its head and sighed, saying, "He has indeed fallen victim to the bone-eroding soul-dissolving powder. This poison is among the most potent in the Haotian continent, and there is no antidote. I am powerless to assist. If he possessed the cultivation of human Dao, I might be able to extract the venom, but alas, his skill is insufficient, leaving me unable to help." Yu Tong cleared his throat, wishing to offer some words of comfort to Yi Feng, yet found himself at a loss, resulting in a moment of palpable awkwardness. Yi Feng, however, maintained a light heart, declaring, "Though all may perish from the bone-eroding soul-dissolving powder, I am not like others. I shall fight against it to the very end. My survival is not beyond the realm of possibility, and I will accomplish what even the ancients could not." "Indeed, indeed," the tortoise replied. "No matter how dire the circumstances, one should always maintain a positive and optimistic outlook. What could possibly reside within one's own body that could inflict such a grievous wound upon a deity of boundless power?" Disciple Yi Feng hails from the northern mountainous region of the southern wilderness. "May I inquire, esteemed elder tortoise, what has caused your sudden injury?" Yi Feng remarked. "It is of no consequence. Do not overthink. This matter does not concern you, but rather the entity that has attached itself to your being." The divine tortoise coughed, expelling yet another mouthful of fresh blood, and said, "I am gravely injured now, and I can no longer delay the onset of the toxin for you. I wish you the strength to endure this tribulation. You should leave now." After a moment's contemplation, the divine tortoise added, "Yu Taiqing, you must not speak of today's events to anyone. Furthermore, do not harbor any misconceptions about Yi Feng because of what transpired today. On the contrary, you must treat him with even greater kindness than before and wholeheartedly assist him in overcoming this trial, guiding him towards the path of unparalleled strength." The following day, Yi Feng succumbed to the poison, experiencing the excruciating sensation of his very bones being gnawed upon, a torment worse than death. The agony was beyond description, as if countless minuscule insects were devouring his bones, while some dreadful force gradually extinguished his soul. Yi Feng's capacity to endure suffering was unmatched, even outshining Yao Shi. Yet, beneath this unbearable pain, his anguished cries echoed, a sight too harrowing to behold. The elders of the immortal transformation sect looked upon him with pity, yet felt utterly powerless. The bone-corroding, soul-grinding powder inflicted pain every 5 hours, a torment so severe that even a celestial being would find it intolerable. It is considered one of the most vile poisons in existence, which the immortal transformation sect has always abhorred. Our Round Moon Empire possesses Moon Source Crystal, which can counteract all manner of deadly toxins and may be able to alleviate the effects of the bone-corroding, soul-grinding powder within him. The members of the immortal transformation sect were at a loss for a remedy for Yi Feng's affliction, but upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's suggestion, they readily acquiesced. Yu Taiching responded. This is certainly permissible. However, the moon source crystal is the treasured national gem of the Round Moon Empire. Will the high-ranking officials of the Round Moon Empire consent to use it to alleviate Yi Feng's poison? I have already consulted with my father through secret means, and he has agreed. As for persuading others, that will take time. Lu Ruoyan resolutely stated, as long as it can save brother Yi Feng, I am willing to do anything. The elders furrowed their brows upon hearing this. What was the relationship between Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan? Lu Ruoyan had spoken such resolute words for his sake. Chapter 78. The Holy Emperor of the Round Moon. Early the next morning, Lu Ruoyan took Yi Feng and traveled to the capital city of Silver Radiance in the Round Moon Empire, riding in a carriage pulled by a ferocious beast. Meanwhile, the news of Yi Feng being afflicted by the bone corrosion and soul-grinding powder spread throughout the immortal transformation sect, causing a tremendous uproar. Some expressed deep sympathy, while others reveled in his misfortune. It was indeed a dramatic fall from the pinnacle of glory to the depths of despair. He had overthrown the elder Sun Shang, creating a miraculous tale of a young disciple triumphing over the sect's heavyweights. Although Lu Ruoyan had claimed the championship in the new disciple competition, he certainly had the qualifications to rival her. At this moment, he could undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost among the new disciples, without question. Yet, it was precisely at this time that he fell victim to the bone corrosion and soul-grinding powder, facing certain death. The unpredictability of fate is truly thought-provoking. Alas, Yi Feng was such a good person, warm-hearted, and kind to others. I was able to rise from a mere servant disciple to a core disciple. All thanks to the 2 sets of combat techniques he provided me. Why must heaven be so unjust, subjecting him to the fatal bone corrosion and soul-grinding powder? How unfortunate indeed. Yi Feng, were you not quite arrogant? I have exerted great effort, yet you refuse to utter a single word to me, while for Yi Feng, it appears you are willing to do anything. Lu Wudao, upon hearing of this, displayed visible anger and exclaimed, You would go so far as to take a soon-to-be defunct wastrel to the Crescent Moon Empire for treatment using the moon source crystal? If you are the 9 heavens fairy, then I, Lu Wudao, am equally endowed with both talent and appearance. We are the perfect match. While Yi Feng is nothing of significance, I refuse to accept this. The Crescent Moon Empire, one of the superpowers of the Southern Wilderness, stands on par with the immortal transformation sect, vast in territory and populace. Silver Radiant City, the capital of the Crescent Moon Empire, is immensely prosperous, boasting a resident population exceeding 80 million, with wide streets, numerous shops, and a bustling atmosphere, teeming with the vibrancy of life. The immortal transformation sect provided Lu Ruoyan with the finest beast of burden, its speed surpassing that of ordinary beasts by more than 10-fold, allowing them to reach Silver Radiant City in just 10 days. Along the journey, every 5 hours, the bone corrosion and soul-grinding powder would take effect, inflicting unbearable pain upon Yi Feng. Lu Ruoyan, unable to remedy the situation, could only softly comfort him. Brother Yi Feng, hold on. Once we arrive at the Crescent Moon Empire, everything will improve. It's all right. I shall regard all of this as a trial bestowed upon me by the heavens. I will surely endure. It is merely a bit of poison. It shan't claim my life. I am still unaccustomed, hence the outbursts. I cannot help but cry out in embarrassment, but in a few days, I shall grow accustomed to it, and all will be well, Yi Feng reassured. Lu Ruoyan initially believed that Yi Feng was merely speaking whimsically, yet after a few days, she was astonished to discover that Yi Feng was indeed capable of enduring an inhuman agony. With each instance of poison onset, the duration of Yi Feng's anguished cries diminished remarkably. By the 9th day, he managed to grit his teeth and silently endure the torment of the poison-s effects. This was something she found utterly unimaginable. Throughout the annals of history, many have succumbed to the torment of bone erosion and soul scattering, leaving behind a plethora of accounts regarding this matter. Each account bore a striking resemblance to the others. When the poison struck, the level of suffering exceeded human limits, compelling even the mightiest heroes and the most extraordinary geniuses to emit heart-wrenching, soul-crushing wails. Yi Feng, her elder brother, was truly astonishingly extraordinary. Within mere days, he had achieved the unimaginable feat of enduring the poison's onset without a sound, something no one had accomplished throughout the ages. Could he truly be on the verge of creating a miracle, transforming the poison not into his demise, but rather into a crucible propelling him towards greater heights? She murmured softly to herself. If her previous feelings towards Yifeng were primarily rooted in gratitude, even an inexplicable fondness, now she felt a burgeoning admiration for his incredible capacity to withstand pain. As a prodigy herself, possessing an inherent pride, she found it far more challenging to earn her admiration than to cultivate affection for someone. The beast-drawn carriage came to a halt at the station on the outskirts of Silver Radiant City. The imperial palace of the Round Moon Empire had already dispatched a squad of guards to greet Lu Ruoyan's arrival at the station, their armor gleaming, exuding an aura of majesty that balanced strength with civility. Under the reception of the royal guards, Yifeng accompanied Lu Ruoyan to the majestic palace of the Round Moon Empire. This palace was constructed with extraordinary grandeur, opulence, and solemnity. In Yifeng's mind, the halls of the immortal transformation sect had always been the most magnificent and beautiful in the world. However, in comparison, this palace appeared exceedingly humble. After all, it was the royal palace of the formidable Round Moon Empire, a realm apart. As a mere peasant from the wilderness, Yifeng had never before witnessed such an awe-inspiring edifice. What does it matter? With your potential, brother Yifeng, your future abode will undoubtedly surpass this magnificence 100-fold. Lu Ruoyan remarked with a smile. Yifeng then inquired, by the way, has the divine turtle deduced the whereabouts of that medicinal substance? He mentioned that its approximate location lay in the desolate sea of the southwestern South Wasteland, yet he could not pinpoint its exact coordinates. Lu Ruoyan responded, we can search for the medicine slowly. There is no rush. The most pressing matter now is to alleviate your poison. Within the inner palace, Yifeng encountered Lu Ruoyan's father, the Round Moon Sage Emperor, Lu Zheng. Clad in a dragon robe, he exuded an aura of authority without anger, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Every move he made radiated an air of heroic grandeur, as if to declare his unrivaled presence in the world. It was said that he was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of cultivation within the Round Moon Empire, having reached the realm of Imperial Wei at just over 40 years of age. His understanding of the unique heavenly-level combat technique, Moon God's Might, surpassed that of his predecessors. Among the leaders, sect masters, and emperors across the 4 major regions of the Bright Moon continent, his prowess ranked among the very best. In the past, the Round Moon Empire was restored to power through the treachery of a wicked minister, primarily relying on its leader's extraordinary talent for cultivation and formidable strength. Many believe that he is the most likely individual on the vast continent of Haotian to break through his limits and ascend to a higher realm. A true paragon of his generation and an unparalleled powerhouse. As Yifeng was about to pay his respects, he was abruptly pulled back by the leader, who, with a hearty laugh, exuded an aura of generosity and said, Dear nephew, there is no need for such formalities. You may not remember me, but I have always remembered you. If it weren't for your assistance back then, my daughter would have likely fallen prey to wild beasts, and we certainly would not be here today. You are a great benefactor to the Lu family. His speech was devoid of the royal we, opting instead for to express his respect and gratitude towards Yifeng. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I was merely lending a helping hand. Yifeng replied. Lu Zheng laughed heartily, saying, It is you who should be modest. Regarding your situation, Lu Ruoyan has informed me through secret means. Rest assured, I shall summon the elders tomorrow and request that they procure the Moon Source Crystal to alleviate your poison. The Moon Source Crystal. You intend to use such a divine artifact to cure my poison? That is out of the question. Yifeng exclaimed in shock. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruoyan had not mentioned any method to cure him, and knowing that he was afflicted by the bone corrosion and soul-grinding powder, which had no antidote, he had refrained from asking. He never anticipated that the Lu father-daughter duo would seek the Moon Source Crystal for his remedy. The Moon Source Crystal is a precious treasure of the Round Moon Empire, capable of countering all poisons in the world, yet it also suppresses the fortune of the Round Moon Empire. The use of such a treasure could potentially jeopardize the empire's fate. Lu Jingdao, as a benefactor to my Lu family, we are not ones to forget our gratitude. However, convincing those old fellows to utilize the full moon crystal will require considerable effort. You must endure a few days of torment from the bone-devouring, soul-grinding powder. Chapter 79. Moon Source Crystal in the Grand Assembly Hall of the Round Moon Empire's Royal Palace. An atmosphere of ancient elegance and magnificence prevailed. Lu Zheng sat regally upon the throne, with 11 venerable elders positioned on either side beneath him, adorned in luxurious attire. Their garments reflected their noble status. According to the ancestral laws of the Round Moon Empire, the emperor occupies a central role, wielding ultimate authority. Yet, when confronted with significant issues, the emperor cannot act unilaterally. The decision must be made through a vote by 11 elder executives, elected by ministers and prominent figures, serving a term of 20 years, adhering to the principle of majority rule. The 11 elders present were the current executive elders. In the center of the hall stood Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan's face was etched with anxiety. The elder's disposition would directly influence whether the moon source crystal could be employed to alleviate Yi Feng's affliction. Yi Feng, on the other hand, remained composed. Having resolved in his heart to regard this ordeal as a form of trial, a stepping stone toward greater heights in his journey. Naturally, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for Lu Ruoyan and her father's intent to use the moon source crystal for his healing. The Holy Emperor of the Round Moon, Lu Zheng, cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Esteemed elders, after much deliberation, have you reached a conclusion regarding the matter I presented? An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, rose and respectfully addressed, Your Majesty, after much deliberation among us, we find this matter to be inappropriate. The Yi Feng has rendered a life-saving grace to the esteemed princess, and such a profound debt cannot be repaid. The moon source crystal is the very essence that governs our nation's fortune and should not be trifled with. I have heard of Yi Feng's remarkable reputation, a prodigy of cultivation, and it would indeed be a grievous loss should he succumb to the poison. Yet, the potential peril to our imperial fortune from attempting to cure him is a risk we cannot bear. One of the elder executors interjected, Your Highness, if we merely utilize the moon source crystal momentarily, it shall not suffer damage. It should have little detrimental effect on the national fortune. I implore the elders to show compassion. The white-haired elder replied, Princess, you are unaware that the placement of the moon source crystal was meticulously determined through countless calculations by our esteemed predecessors. Even the slightest movement could result in the annihilation of our nation's fortune, which concerns the lives of countless citizens and the very rise and fall of the empire. Who among us can bear such a grave responsibility? At a loss for words, Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of anxiety. It appeared that these elders were adamant against utilizing the moon source crystal. The poison bone erosion soul grind has remained unsolvable throughout history. Invoking the moon source crystal might offer a glimmer of hope. Must they extinguish even that hope and watch helplessly as her brother, Yi Feng, suffers in agony until his demise? Suddenly, Lu Jing slammed his palm on the dragon throne and stood up, declaring, What if I insist on borrowing the moon source crystal to cure Yi Feng? His voice thundered, and his presence exuded an overwhelming aura, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation. Upon witnessing this, the 11 elder executives furrowed their brows and exchanged glances, unable to suppress their concern. They were well aware that this saint emperor possessed extraordinary talents, was generous in spirit, loyal to his friends, and exuded a heroic aura. It seemed he was quite resolute about utilizing the moon source crystal to alleviate Yi Feng's poison. The elder with snow-white hair cleared his throat and spoke, Your Majesty, as the sovereign of a nation, everything within the Round Moon Empire belongs to you. If you are determined to proceed in this manner, there is little I can do to dissuade you. However, what shall serve to suppress the fate of the Round Moon Empire? Is my presence alone sufficient? Lu Zheng fixed his gaze on the 11 elder executives. Apart from the elder with white hair, the other 10 exchanged glances once more before directing their attention towards him. This elder, known as Lu Maoan, was the leader of the 11 executives and Lu Zheng's uncle. Lu Zheng was a prodigious talent, hailed as the most likely individual from the Haotian continent to ascend to a higher realm. His assertion regarding the suppression of the empire's fate was not mere jest. He indeed possessed such capabilities. His words indicated a firm resolve regarding the matter at hand. Though they held high positions, they were ultimately subjects of the emperor, and opposing the sovereign's steadfast intentions seemed somewhat inappropriate. They awaited Lu Maoan's decisive guidance. Rising from his seat, Lu Maoan addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, you are a remarkable talent, unparalleled in strength, and more than capable of suppressing the fate of our round moon empire. Yet, what of the consequences a millennium hence? The ancestors have traversed thorns and brambles, dedicating countless efforts to establish this foundation. If, due to your Majesty's impulsive decision, all is to be destroyed, how shall you face our forebears? Moreover, the curse of bone erosion and soul scattering has remained unsolvable throughout history. Even with the use of moon source crystal, the poison may not be mitigated. My resolve is firm. I implore you to cease further discourse. Were it not for Yi Feng, my daughter would have long perished. Regardless of the efficacy of the moon source crystal, I must make an attempt." Lu Zheng cast aside his dragon robe in frustration. Suddenly, Lu Maoan stepped forward to the center of the hall and knelt down, imploring, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to reconsider." Inspired by his act, the remaining 10 elders followed suit, kneeling in unison, pleading, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Lu Zheng suppressed his anger and inquired, "Is there no room for negotiation?" Lu Maoan prostrated himself 3 times and declared, "If your Majesty insists on this course, for the sake of the realm, I shall resist to the end, even at the cost of losing my title, my family, and my life." The other 10 elders exchanged glances, expressing similar sentiments. Though their demeanor was exceedingly respectful and humble, their words were resolute and unwavering. Instantly, a formidable pressure was exerted upon Lu Zheng. Though he was the emperor of the Crescent Moon Empire, having successfully led the nation to restoration, wielding unparalleled authority and earning the loyalty of his ministers, he found himself powerless against the vehement opposition of these 11 elders. Lu Run gritted her teeth, took a few steps forward, and knelt before the 11 elders, exclaiming, "Esteemed elders, I implore you, have mercy and save Brother Yi Feng." This action left all present in astonishment. Undoubtedly, the most astonishing was Yi Feng. What stature did Lu Ruoyan possess within the Crescent Moon Empire? To kneel for his sake was a gesture that evoked not only gratitude but profound emotion within him. Lu Maoan hastily interjected, "Your Highness, you are of noble birth. How can you demean yourself in such a manner? Please, rise at once. This matter pertains to the very fate of the Crescent Moon Empire. We cannot bear the burden of infamy throughout the ages. Regardless, we must not acquiesce." Yi Feng stepped forward, hesitating for a brief moment, contemplating whether to assist Lu Ruoyan, given the propriety of male-female interactions. Ultimately, he extended his hands, helping her to her feet as he spoke, "Ruoyan, Your Majesty, the kindness bestowed upon me by you and the Emperor will be etched in my memory for eternity. Yet the fate of the Empire must not be jeopardized on my behalf. This bone-corroding, soul-devouring powder will not claim my life." As he uttered these words, a sudden wave of perspiration drenched him, his expression contorted in agony, and he faltered, collapsing to the ground. Lu Ruoyan hurriedly assisted Yi Feng into a sitting position, exclaiming, "Brother Yi Feng, the poison has taken effect." The indescribable pain felt as if myriad tiny insects were gnawing on his bones, a sinister force eroding his very soul. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, managing to suppress even a single groan, let alone a cry of anguish. The 11 elders exchanged glances, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Had it not been for the certainty of Yi Feng being afflicted by the bone-corroding, soul-devouring powder, they might have doubted the authenticity of his condition. According to historical accounts, those poisoned by the bone-corroding, soul-devouring powder invariably cried out in torment, their wails resonating through the heavens. Yet here was Yi Feng, merely clenching his teeth, enduring the agony in silence. This level of fortitude was truly extraordinary. capable of withstanding even the effects of the bone-corroding, soul-devouring powder. One of the elders could not help but exclaim in a hushed tone. Lu Zheng seemed to observe Yifeng for the first time, scrutinizing him from head to toe and side to side. He was an extraordinary talent, a peerless sage king, confident in his own ability to endure pain. Yet, in comparison to Yifeng, it appeared he fell short, barely reaching 1/10 of Yifeng's fortitude. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Yifeng's astonishing resilience presented an incredible opportunity, albeit one fraught with peril, and perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from pursuing it. He declared, "Let us conclude today's meeting. I shall not relent until I obtain the moon source crystal to alleviate Yifeng's poison." In a fleeting moment, Yifeng had resided in the palace of the Round Moon Empire for 6 days. Each day, a multitude of imperial physicians provided him with various prescriptions to alleviate the pain induced by the poison. These remedies, to varying degrees, proved somewhat effective, offering considerable relief as Yifeng learned to cope with the agony. Some ingredients within these prescriptions were of astonishing value, akin to family heirlooms for many mid-tier powers. Despite the Round Moon Empire's immense wealth, it was still a significant expenditure. In light of this, Yifeng's gratitude towards Lu Ruoyan and her son deepened with each passing day. Throughout these 6 days, apart from attending to essential matters, Lu Ruoyan remained almost constantly by Yifeng's side. Should the world become aware of this, countless men would undoubtedly feel envious. During their time together, aside from casual conversations, the topic they discussed most frequently was cultivation. Both were superlative geniuses, possessing unique insights into their practice, and their exchanges greatly enriched each other's progress. Life is quite pleasant, yet there is one aspect that deeply troubles Yifeng. The affliction known as bone corrosion and soul dispersal strikes every 5 hours. Although he can endure this torment, it significantly hinders his cultivation. Even if he cannot eradicate this venom, he must find a way to delay its onset. Otherwise, his progress in cultivation will undoubtedly be severely impacted. To rely on his own strength to digest this poison necessitates a foundation of formidable power. Without a solid cultivation pace, how can one attain such strength? And without that strength, one cannot rely on their own abilities to counteract the venom. It is a vicious cycle. At the same time, he observed something extraordinary. During her cultivation, Lu Ruoyan suspended the Jiayue divine sword above her head, harnessing its power to enhance her cultivation speed. This is referred to as cultivating with the sword, unity of man and sword. Possessing the Jiayue origin, he shares certain affinities with the Jiayue divine sword by cultivating alongside it. Once his strength is sufficiently robust, he is said to be able to unravel the ultimate mysteries of the Jiayue divine sword and unleash its full potential. Hence, his modest cultivation level is why his family permits him to wield the second most prized treasure of the Round Moon Empire, the Jiayue divine sword. Lu Ruoyan remarked, "The Jiayue divine sword is the national treasure of the Round Moon Empire, known far and wide. Do you believe your empire possesses a treasure superior to it?" Yifeng asked in astonishment. Lu Ruoyan nodded and replied, "In the royal forest garden, Tiana Garden. There exists a forbidden area, enveloped in a layer of enigmatic mist, spanning approximately 1 kilometer. The veil of mist rose only to the height of a person's knees. Those who ventured into its depths would be met with unbearable agony, stripped of all cultivation, rendering them incapable of resisting the torment through their powers. Should one succumb to the pain and fall, they would immediately dissolve into a pool of blood. At the heart of this forbidden land stood an ancient broken sword, a remnant from a bygone era. The ancestors of the Round Moon Empire had left a testament. Anyone who could endure the suffering inflicted by the mist and retrieve the sword would claim it as their own, instantly becoming the heir to the throne of the Round Moon Empire, destined to ascend as the new emperor upon the passing of the current monarch. Yifeng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is it truly such a fortuitous opportunity? Would that not entice countless individuals to the Round Moon Empire each year, all attempting to extract that sword?" In the years immediately following the issuance of the testament, indeed, throngs of cultivators had come forth to try their luck. Alas, over the span of millennia, none had succeeded. All had been unable to withstand the pain wrought by the mist and had perished, their forms reduced to blood. This place had long been recognized as a site of suicide by the world, and in recent years, few dared to take the risk. Lu Ruoyan interjected. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, jesting. Having endured the bone-eroding, soul-grinding powder for such an extended period, my capacity for suffering may not be unparalleled. But I dare say it ranks quite high in the annals of history. I am in need of a suitable weapon. Perhaps I should give it a try? Lu Ruoyan shook her head, cautioning. That is far too perilous. Not a single soul has succeeded in thousands of years. If you require a weapon, I can have my father search for one on your behalf. I am certain he will find something to your satisfaction. Your foremost task now is to alleviate the poison of the bone-eroding, soul-grinding powder. At that moment, a servant abruptly arrived with news that the moonlit sovereign, Lu Zheng, summoned the two of them to the Mingda Hall for a matter of great importance. It appeared that my father had reached an agreement with the 11 executing elders. And soon, the moon source crystal would be used to detoxify you, Lu Ruoyan remarked. Yifeng furrowed his brow. He vividly recalled the unwavering and staunch opposition of the 11 elders during the previous discussions regarding the moon source crystal for his antidote. After 6 days of persistent efforts, Lu Zheng must have negotiated a considerable exchange of benefits to persuade them. The Mingda Hall, Lu Zheng's usual place of work, was adorned with simplicity and antiquity, exuding a unique charm. Upon seeing Yi Feng and Lu Ruoyan, Lu Zheng emerged with a radiant smile, entirely devoid of imperial pretensions. After inquiring warmly about Yi Feng's well-being, he stated, I have come to an agreement with the 11 elders. Tomorrow, we shall use the moon source crystal to cure your affliction. Soon, you shall no longer endure such inhumane torment. Yi Feng performed a grand bow, expressing, Your Majesty's grace towards me is so profound that I am at a loss for how to repay it. May I inquire about one matter? Ask away. Lu Zheng gestured with a flourish of his sleeve, exuding a sense of gallantry. Yi Feng continued, Just a few days ago, the 11 executing elders were resolutely opposed. Now, Your Majesty claims to have persuaded them. Surely, this must have involved a significant exchange of interests. I wish to know what benefits Your Majesty has offered. For if they are too great, I cannot bear the burden. Lu Zheng laughed heartily and replied, You need not concern yourself with that. You are the lifesaver of my daughter, and thus a great benefactor of Lu Zheng. A drop of kindness shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. As the Emperor of the Lunar Empire, I resolutely decided to undertake a particular endeavor. Despite any discomfort they may feel, they ultimately must yield. For I am the sovereign of the nation. What substantial benefits could be offered in exchange? Lu Zheng's assertions left Yi Feng feeling increasingly unsettled. It was clear that Lu Zheng had indeed made significant sacrifices. However, he understood that no matter how persistently he inquired, Lu Zheng would remain reticent. Thus, he resolved to gradually glean more information in the days to come. After a night of rest, the following morning, Lu Zheng personally arrived to escort Yi Feng to the moon worship altar, intending to utilize the power of the moon source crystal to alleviate his poison, leaving Yi Feng no room to decline. The moon worship altar served as the royal sacrificial site of the Lunar Empire, comprising numerous grand and solemn halls. The inclusion of the character moon in the empire's name underscores their veneration of the moon. Within the altar, aside from the ancestral hall of the royal lineage, most structures were dedicated to honoring the moon and its related elements. At the heart of the altar stood a magnificent pagoda known as the Moon Worship Tower, where the moon source crystal was enshrined. With the grand doors of the pagoda wide open, Lu Zheng led Yi Feng, Lu Ruoyan, and several esteemed elders into the tower. The moment they entered, Yi Feng was met with an overwhelming aura of pressure. Yet, this pressure was not intimidating. Rather, it emanated a sense of purity and tranquility. It conveyed an air of authority that demanded respect, yet felt as gentle as a spring breeze, offering a remarkable sense of comfort. Your Majesty. One elder could not resist interjecting. Are you truly willing to employ the moon source crystal to detoxify this young man? Such an act could potentially jeopardize our nation's fortune and lead to its decline. Moreover, the young man is afflicted by the bone-eroding, soul-devouring poison. which has remained unsolvable since ancient times. Even the use of lunar source crystal may not provide a remedy. An elderly minister remarked, "My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion." The lunar source crystal is said to counteract all poisons under heaven. How could it possibly be ineffective against the mere bone-eroding, soul-devouring poison? Furthermore, the destiny of a nation relies on its people, not on any sacred artifact. I refuse to believe in such superstition. Should we employ the lunar source crystal, the empire of the full moon shall surely face decline and peril, Lu Zheng asserted with unwavering determination.